staying on this screen, so it might be kind of funny.
Okay.
Okay, I think it says we're live on YouTube. Let me know if anyone in chat or if you guys can see it on your end. Yes, I think we're live on YouTube and we should be live on Twitch. And Johnny, it is? Okay, awesome. All right, guys, so forget about the little hiccups there. Let's get back into the Riftbound thick of it. And to the topic we were discussing, I believe we were mentioning where does Irelia stand in the current meta? Because she's been doing good, but she hasn't been doing well enough to make it all the way to the grand finals as of lately. It didn't make it in Vancouver. It didn't make it in the recent China Regional. Is it more so because she has a big target on her back these days, or is there something going on, you guys think?
Ooh, that's that's a heftily weighted question, and I don't know if we really want to touch that right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
That's I feel. So the question, if I remember correctly, was regarding, was it I think you were asking regarding Diana, is that correct? Or was it Irelia that we were discussing?
Just right now, Aurelia, but we could still talk about Diana, or honestly, but yeah, I was just thinking, what if Aurelia still has what it takes to like win a regional, because they won the first one in Australia in Sydney, right? But ever since then, it hasn't even made the finals appearance. So I'm wondering, like I said, if it was just because she's kind of being targeted down. A lot of people come in with a little bit of gear hate. We saw Diana come in with two acceptable losses, and I think even a main board turned to dust. So I think she might be getting a little bit targeted. But Orbital, to your earlier point, we see the deck distribution coming in at Master Yi 9.7%, Aurelia 9.5%, and Diana still number 3, but definitely a little bit lower than the previous two. So this is a nice little mix. I feel like these three right here are the top 3 decks to beat right now.
Yeah, and I mean, Master Yi only winning out top 1 spot by 1 deck, I believe, if I'm reading that correctly. It's a 62 versus 61 percentage there, or deck listing there. So going back to your statement, I feel Aurelia is definitely there. I feel, though, that there are only, with the new legends that have obviously dropped, obviously we see the Master Yi kind of mixed in there here and there with some interesting choices. I fully believe Aurelia has what it takes, but I do feel people are much more wary of it. So it does force a higher ceiling for a lot of the Aurelias. I think Aurelia in general has all the need possible to run a fantastic tournament. I think it still has plenty of ways to win a regional. Is it a tougher route than it used to be? Absolutely. Like you said, they haven't really won a regional in a very long time. Aurelias have kind of fallen off, but they've always made top 8. Like, we generally always see at least 1 or 2 decks in there that are like, yeah, we're still up here. So I think Aurelia still has what it takes. I just think people are much more aware of what that deck can do.
Trying to go, speaking of the deck we saw do really well in Vancouver, the one that no one saw coming is the one we have currently on the screen is Rainguard. Is a second place finalist position, enough to get these Chinese players thinking that Rainguard definitely is a deck to contend with the best of them, because right now a lot of people were considering Rainguard more like a best of meta winner legend to take to the regional event, but Sam D. Sherman proving everyone wrong. And if you guys saw, there was actually a line of play where Rainguard could have actually 2-0'd Allen, which was unbelievable. I mean, it took the biggest of 5 head players to think of that play, but it was actually possible. How do you guys feel about Rainguard, or how do you feel about Rainguard in name?
I mean, it's not a fun thing to say, and I apologize to any Rengar lovers. I do think the Rengar run was a bit fake. If you looked at matchup spread that they played against, they dodged the worst matchup, which is Diana, which is a popular deck, mind you.
Yeah.
They dodged it almost the entire tournament. I think Allen was the first Diana they played. The deck definitely has legs. Throw of the Hunt is a messed up card. The deck very clearly was able to beat all of its other matchups, which is excellent. But when you have a run like that, sometimes you just got it, man. And that is a big part of card games, is that you sometimes do have that god run where You dodge your worst matchup. You built your deck in a specific way to beat specific things, and then you hit everything that you teched for, and it's awesome. I would be very surprised to see it happen again, but I would not be disappointed if it did. It was cool to watch.
Right.
Yeah, I'd sit there and agree. It's the same thing that I saw. I think the Azir deck that we saw in previous. I kind of sat there and went, well, what were the matchup runs, right? Like, who did you face off against? You know, how did you go in terms of those matchups? So I do agree some of it is kind of luck in who you face off against. You know, what was your pathway to make it to, you know, the top 8 or anything like that. At the same time, that is part of any tournament, right? Sometimes you face off against some of the lesser choices and you come out on top. Hey, things happen, and that's part of any tournament run. So whether there is a little bit more luck in there, yes. Does it still say that, you know, the deck is powerful? I think so. I think the Rengar will have a surprising time at the end of the day. I mean, we even saw a Jhin deck make it to day 2 of the Vancouver regional qualifier, which was funny to hear as well.
Oh, I would like to see a little bit more Jhin now that we're a bit more familiarized than the week before. But, you know, I think to close off on that Rengar topic, I think it's a whole lot of credit towards just the skill level expressed by Sandy Sherman. He is just one of the greats in the game currently. I mean, if you guys saw some of the games, I believe it was the semifinals game and, of course, the finals, he was doing things that a lot of people weren't expecting / anticipating because, you know, when you watch a streamer like, oh, I would do this in this position, I would do this. It was so often while I was watching it with my brother, we're like, whoa, that line of play was not exactly what I had in mind, but he proved that it was the correct play. And, man, he took down everything except the Diana at the end / he dodged the Diana, as NA said. But I'm excited to see if people have kind of cracked the code with Rengar and see what he can do in terms of performance in this China regional. But since the round 1 hasn't started, since we kind of covered Rengar, is there any other maybe low-key dark horses in your guys' eyes that could make a bit more of a standout appearance here in the 3rd Unleashed Regional? Because we've had some times now, right? The meta has developed, but I still feel like things are not completely set in stone.
I am leaning towards Lilia. I would love to see more sprite drop. I think the token meta has obviously kind of... It's taken a turn for the worst. Obviously, Victor is out. You know, 1 drop of recruits always kind of suck nowadays. And unless you're going full removal or stuff like that, it doesn't feel great. And sprites do a lot more. I think Lilia, though, has a good mix between, you know, removal and movement tech. And I think it can cause a lot of fun, especially with the sprite generation nowadays. I would love to see a really good Lilia make a rapid appearance, especially in the movement-heavy area. We saw the Master Yi and the Aurelia and the Diana. These are all, I would say, fairly movement-heavy decks when you look at it. I think Lilia could have a lot of fun at a regional.
Yeah, we saw Galewinds take down the best of Lilia, and he is a heck of a player, so he did pretty well. I don't remember his final record. It might have been X3, X4. Regardless, I think Lilia is being slightly slept on. I think it's just so much so where that Vex Apathetic kind of really hinders her game plan. Yeah. But if they're able to kind of work around it, you know, a little main board unchecked power, I think she could definitely hang with the best. What about you, NA? Any decks that you feel are kind of flying under the radar currently?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Pike deck is actually pretty solid and a little bit underexplored, as we did see it perform fairly well in the last event. And I like some of the tech cards that it does get to play. Decks like Diana get blown away by Falling Star. They don't really have any way to protect their Hui or their Diana, so the Falling Star is always trading with at least 1 unit, sometimes more. And you do have a good game plan into like Aurora decks as well with the accelerated Pike from the Champion Zone. So I would like to see some more Pike. I think the deck's very good. Very good is a stretch. I think the deck is good, and I think that it can do better than what it has been doing.
We have to temper expectations a little bit in there. We really got to temper them a little bit in there.
Yeah, yes, I mean, I agree with NA. I think it's a solid deck. You know, I read on Twitter it was the best of Pike winner. He said, once I started cutting the little doodling factor where you kind of pack of wonders, get the spirit back, and then kind of do it all over again, the deck became much better. But Orbital at NA45, we have a treat for us in the first round of the feature match. Is none other than Randy coming out to play versus, I believe, or I'm too familiar with her. But let's go ahead and jump to the first feature match of the day. Chat, if you guys are ready, Orbital NNA, if you boys are ready, let's go ahead and join these players.
Yeah, diving on in NA45. You can see that the judges are saying, let's go. It's GGBot versus Randy. I will say I'm personally not too experienced with these two, but you know, I'm excited. You could hear Plus getting very excited for Randy's side, but I am curious to see what Legends. Hey, okay, I see why, as we might be getting a little bit of Dazzling Aurora coming in.
Yeah, I would not be too surprised. It is quite a solid deck, and it looks like their card is actually signed by someone. No
Yeah.
idea, but ooh, that is a pretty
Ooh.
Aurelia.
Yeah. Pretty versus pretty, I think is the best way to put it. When you look at something like an Aurelia deck, obviously the artwork is amazing, but in terms of the deck power, I really do hope this is Dazzling Aurora. Like, that would be the most understandable. As, yeah, it definitely is leaning into it. Aspirants Climb, you know, looking at that 9-point game. How is this going to match out? I mean, we've seen this played out online multiple times, and I'm sure both players are very experienced in it. This one, it's Dazzling Aurora. What more can we say?
I mean, this matchup's pretty bad for Aurora. If the Aurelia is teching for it, you have Adaptatron, you have acceptable losses, you have ride the winds, you have a lot of a lot of ways to accelerate points very quickly. So I personally would not be too happy if my opponent did flip over Aurelia when I am playing Aurora, but we will have to see. It does change a little bit if the Aurelia cannot find a GA or Azonia's in the early game. It is possible that the Elder Dragon comes down and your Aurelia just dies and you lose the game on the spot. But I would be a bit surprised if that happened. I think Aurelia can push the tempo pretty quickly if she does want to.
That's fair. That's fair. You can always get a very quick movement in there if you wish, but
Mm-hmm.
looks like we're still kind of deciding who's going first, who's going second. A little bit more time being given, and I do, by the way, side note, love the little Poro down there. It is a little silly guy. I think both sides have it, which I love, and I also have to respect as well for here in Tianjin the level of discipline that kind of goes into this. Every step very meticulous. It feels like, right? Even the cutting of the deck, everything, you know, make sure nothing goes awry. Again, which I really appreciate when it comes down to something that has to be this tactile, that has to be this kind of procedural.
Oh yeah, this
Ooh,
is
okay.
cooked. He has the main deck Rake in his opener. So I just don't see how you win this game as Aurora, especially game one. But
Yeah.
who knows? I mean, we might have some cool Aurora techs here. Some answer to the Aurelia. There are some cool things that you can play. Play like Fading Memories is a good answer to the Aurelia deck in particular. I see a Shovel, I see Stack Deck, Catalyst, and the Blessing. So not a bad opener, to be honest. No Mobilize, but I think you're okay with that.
Yeah, just a little bit slower, and still we are watching this position of the Aurelia going, you know, for Randy, hey, I have all the answers. I know how this is going to go, and
Mm-hmm.
we're going to make it happen. I do appreciate that at the end of the day. Turn one goes your way. Shiny runes. And a
Mm-hmm.
draw up of no Scuttle, of course, but you will play it. An extra little spell on the back end I couldn't catch. But Scuttle's obviously a great opener. You love having it. You can really keep track of the Dazzling Aurora side and keep eyes, as it will be a stacked deck. We all know this play. It's a pretty big standard coming in here. Hey, there's a
With the
little bit of the horn that you were
Mobilize.
looking
That's
for.
pretty powerful. What is a bit unfortunate here for the MF though is Randy does have a couple of defies in his hand, and the defies are actually going to go pretty hard against this, as you can just defy the catalyst, you can defy the draw spells. It actually becomes fairly hard to see the Aurora if you are just getting everything negated and on even runes now. So it is going to be at least, so go the 6, go to 8, at least 3 more turns before Aurora can even be played. And then there's the Rake that's just killing the first Aurora. And even if you don't opt to defy the consistency cards that get you to the Aurora, you can just defy the Flurry of Blades, right? And then that is like the main answer once the uh, if the Elder Dragon does hit the field. And one thing that is important to note as well is with the Aurelia lists that are playing Starcross, like you just have Starcross as well as an Elder Dragon answer. It's just so unfortunate.
It's a tough spot to be in, but you know what? Hey, I'm sure as a Dazzling Aurora player, you know this is kind of coming. You hope to have some answers in there as well, but it's also, this was the other deck that I think a lot of people were taking a look at and saying, okay, look,
Fading memories.
it's got some strength. Don't get me wrong, but there are situations where we all sit there and go, okay, it feels bad sometimes to play against, but at the same time, it's a gamble. As, ooh, okay, we do see the cycling, a couple sabotages, which aren't too bad. Granted, for an Aurelia, you got many workarounds of your own, and drawing both of those, I think, does kind of hurt at the end of the day, because you know it's going down to the bottom of the deck, and you aren't going to see it for a while.
Yeah, no Aurora found yet. I imagine it's going to be catalyzed into a Defy by Randy here. Pretty straightforward. What is a bit unfortunate as well for the MF is that the Sabotage is not going to hit the Rake. It is one of the better answers to Aurora, as you can't stop the Conquer because it just works on play.
Yep.
Just goes ahead and kills the gear on play, which is pretty powerful. But it's like, should see at least one score here unless they do opt to. I don't think there was another Gust in hand. I don't think there was.
No, but there is a Stellacorn that can be mixed around here. The Scuttle getting
True.
a lot of usage right now without even showing a hand. Quick tap of another one. You're up to 2. Very clean start. And there's a Stellacorn shiny foil as well. Easy play, I think, for Randy here, who feels very confident. At this point, you know that for GGBot, you're having a little bit of trouble finding that Aurora, like you mentioned before. If we don't see it here, it's another turn kind of down in the dumps. And all right, finally drawn. It's time to bring out the power. I believe we are looking at 8, but deciding against and saying, okay, let's sabotage first. Let's make sure to kind of clear the board before, or the hand, I should say, before things go a little bit too chaotic.
You might let this through if you're Randy, because the hand's pretty good and your answer to Aurora is not one that gets sabotaged. Yeah, you just let it through and probably end up hitting, it's either the stack deck or the discipline, if I had to guess. Just
I like the
weighs the
discipline a
C
little bit
cards.
better. I like the discipline a little bit better in this situation. Granted, if you're saying there's enough defiles and there's enough denials here, it's just like, all right, what can I really do here? Oh, it's actually the Defy itself. So saying,
That's
hey, I still want that draw. I still want to be able to have a little bit more. Taking out more of the immediate denials, I can get behind that.
I mean, there might be a flurry in her hand. I did miss if she did have a flurry. If she has a flurry, the idea would be is you get rid of the Defy, and then you do have flurry on the follow-up to try and take care of the Elder.
Didn't she draw one off of one of the stacked decks and have to throw it to the bottom?
Yep. What? Maybe she has another flurry.
I lied. There was one. Yep, that's my bad. I was like, I swear she went through a few earlier. My brain did not want to work there, so...
I mean, drawing the second Aurora there is pretty good, though. Now you do have a follow-up after the Rake kills your first one. So that is definitely not something you can complain about. And I can't imagine Randy's playing more than 2 Rake, if 2 Rake. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Rake and Adaptatron if they are opting to play multiple pieces of gear hate. Yeah. But if you can get rid of both of them pretty quickly, that would be quite strong. But it is almost guaranteed on the follow-up turn, a Elder Dragon is going to be hit as the Mind Splitter was drawn, and generally the Mind Splitter is played as like a one-of. Ooh, not so fast. It's actually pretty good against the Elder Dragon.
I like it. Of course, boots on the ground if you so wish. So far, just kind of a patient waiting game. I give a lot of credit in there. We'll be taking a look at what I have in hand for Randy, currently sitting at 4 of 9 at the current moment. Just kind of giving themselves a little bit of a break, deciding exactly how they want to play. Both Stellacorn and, I believe, Scuttle are available still on the table, still covering, still earning points, but you know the big hit is about to play here in just a bit.
Just thinking hard about this one. See.
Okay.
Right.
Not so fast held, and you know that's exactly what you expected, right? NA, like this is
Yeah.
it's a very solid card to have in hand when you already know the kind of the build up is about to turn.
Yeah, when your opponent sabotages on 8, on 8 going to 7, it's pretty much guaranteed that they do have an Aurora in hand, as they are looking for the main decked gear removal. Randy getting to draw 2 more cards here with the Discipline. And did you see? Okay, so I see a couple Defiant Dances. Definitely drew at least one Defiant Dance. I missed the other draw, though.
Oh, is that another? And that is the Dazzling Aurora, as we mentioned. Quick play out, recycles and all, and off we go to the races. It's not a terrible spot to be in for the Misfortune. For GGBot, or for WRB, you're sitting there going, okay, hey, you know, it's only 4 points. I can do some work with this, but how many will I have to dive through, as that's an Elder to come out to play. And there's the not so fast, like you mentioned before, very, very quick on that snap. It's immediately, like you called, this is a stock standard in this matchup.
Yeah, so this does guarantee that Randy here is going to go up to 6 points, which is pretty rough, as Aurelia very, very capable of double conquering in a turn, and does get the hold, quite obviously. And now that you do have to only commit a single unit to the... Oh, okay, it is on... Never mind, I did forget, we are on Aspirant, so... It is not 1 turn away. So this is actually not too bad, specifically because the second Aurora was drawn. The Rake is only going to answer a single Aurora.
Yeah. That's why I was kind of mentioning, is there is a little bit of a buffer. So like the 4 to 6 is not as bad as it usually feels. Normally we would be saying this is rough, right?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of dumb. But when the extra 9 comes through, it's not bad. What the difference is as we saw the Rake come out here, the fact that the Scuttle hasn't been touched, this has been, instead of a single game situation or a single unit position, it's been a double. This Scuttle has gotten far more usage out of its lifespan than I think a lot of us were kind of expecting, right? It's still on the board with a Stellacorn, and now you're in a 3-unit position with an Elder already out, which I think we talked about it. You know, if you draw another Elder, that's great, and you can try and remove them, but there's more cards in hand for Randy to deny you once again. It might not be awful, but it's definitely not advantageous towards the Aurora player right now.
Yeah, so this is
oh,
this is a nice play here. The one thing that does make it it's particularly nice because if the MF does want to play out a second Aurora here, you just have to, that is your turn. And if you want to play like a splitter and rip the Rake that was just bounce back, you do end up having to put your Aurora back 1 turn. That being said, you might have to do that. I don't hate either. I think you probably just play the splitter, I want to say.
It's a tough call. At the moment, WRB is also thinking this is a pretty tough one as well. You can see the number of cards currently in hand for Randy is menacing. With only a single rune up, it's not too bad. What you are trying to divert away from is, can I like do some sort of damage in here? With an Elder in hand as well, like you said, the Mind Splitter is available, but there's only so many choices that you can go for. So it is a Dazzling Aurora call instead, just a quick drop. No real outward response, I think, coming in from Randy that'll be allowed through. And so you have an Elder in hand right now. What are we going to draw for? Let's see. Sabotage shown, plus a treasure, plus a little bit of a moon call, another backpack, and more. We're going to be digging a little bit far here. Let's see how many. I'm counting above 10. Above 10. Hey, it's another Elder. Okay, feels good. I don't know if Randy has a good response for this, right? Does he have...
this should probably
go through and kill
clear.
2.
Yeah.
I mean, finally you got the Stellacorn in the Scuttle. It took a while, but you got it.
Yeah, the Scuttle Death Knell will give full knowledge to Randy here. I don't know how much it matters, because at this point... Yeah, so it is Elder Invert. Ooh, wait, the Invert on the neck. That hand's pretty good. So Randy is only up to what? 5,
6.
7 runes.
Oh, 7. Yeah, rune count. My
Yeah.
bad. Brain does not want to work right now.
So if you go Rake,
Hey, yeah.
it's like maybe just play Rake Aurelia. No, you can't because you're only at 7.
I like the random point XP tracker coming out here. That was very fun.
Yeah.
Just a little,
This
hello,
is
this is
true.
me. This is me. I will say, on a side note, as we wait for Randy to
Mhm.
kind of decide how they want to play this, I love the board spread here. This board
Mhm.
spread looks fantastic along with the sides. I mean, we kind of knew this was coming as well. But the setup that they have here for the
Oops.
event table is fantastic.
Wow. Okay, so very aggressive here. I do like this. This is putting him on the odd points now, so he does have
Yes.
potential
Oh, one turn conquer here if you need to
yeah,
for doubles.
thread and game on the next turn. Plays out the boots. And yeah, now on the next turn you do have play Aurelia, attach boots, and then you have a Defiant Dance to then go ahead and move her. That being said, he knows that there is a flurry. See what the turn is here.
Yeah, there
I
is a
would,
flurry, but there's only so many answers, right?
I honestly kind of want to see invert. Like invert is pretty good, and wow, okay, I'm surprised it was kind of played out this way. To be honest, I thought it was going to be play invert timelines, and then you can attach the shovel. Right, you've discarded your Mind Splitter, so then you can attach the shovel to your Elder Dragon, conquer with the Elder Dragon, and go ahead and replay the Mind Splitter from your discard.
Well, we're taking a look. There's a hefty movement in, so that is looking at close to 17 might
Yeah.
over there for the drag. It's hefty either way for an Aurelia, but those Defiants could have done quite a bit. You only have 2 runes up though, so Randy having a big swing at this one. They know if they can kind of overwhelm it might be a big call for them. But it's a hefty lead. You can see a lot of discard currently in that pile for WRV, who really doesn't want to go down one game here. You know it's a tough matchup, but it always feels bad no matter what matchup you're playing to go down a single game in a BO3.
Okay, I just want to call it. I am wrong. She's 1 rune off of doing the play. I said so. This, yep, this makes a little bit more sense, and it does still allow you to use like a flurry. I do still think I would prefer to play out the name is escaping me. I literally just said it. Invert timelines. As Randy has been kind of sculpting his hand for a few turns now, and you know he has good cards in his hand. So if you just reset the hand and say you cannot win on the next game, and you still, I guess you don't want to get your own flurry. See, I'm like talking myself in and out of the same play over and over.
There's a few too many lines that you could go along, is what I'm hearing here. There's a few too many that you might have to deal with, but they're all good things to consider, I think, and that's the problem is because there are so many that you have to worry about. There are a couple choices that you're gonna have to deal with. At the current moment, it is a little bit overwhelming on that side of the battlefield, and in a double conquer scenario, I don't know if Randy has enough. You might be able to tap to build up to it if you conquer on aspirants, but to swing over, it's a very dangerous scenario, especially with that Elder kind of bearing down. Right now, it's a beautiful buildup of a defensive barrier, I think, for WRB over on that right side battlefield. So nice contention, I gotta say. And for Randy, let's see what you can do. It's time.
Yep, for sure. This is unfortunate for Randy that he has not found a single Guardian Angel, because that does change things up pretty considerably. Finding a GA would make this way easier, but instead, you do have to do this the hard way. I mean, there are a lot of points for MF to get to that point. Probably have like at least 3 or 4 turns here. That being said, if you do let the runes build up, the Elder Dragon in the hand can just be hard played, right?
Yep.
And now there's the option for the invert timelines again when you know there's triple Defiant Dance in there.
Yeah, well, we are going to tap. Misfortune actually get a little bit of that ganking to double conquer, split the weight. I don't disagree with this, but that is an interesting call here. It's a very quick snap.
Mm-hmm.
And just saying, hey, let's push up to 3 real quick. A little bit of a moon to come on out. A little bit extra draw and discarding 1. Let's see what you draw here.
Okay.
I wasn't able to catch it. Is that the other Dazzling Aurora you have? I believe that is the 3rd that you needed here on the table. Oh, WRB eating pretty dang good right now.
I think there's 1 Elder left in the deck, I think. Unless one was shuffled back with Shovel and I missed it. I mean, which is very possible.
Yeah.
But it cannot be played this turn, quite obviously. So you would have to wait until the next turn. Is gonna
Still,
pop
though, it's nice to have.
pressure.
I will say it's
Absolutely.
still nice to have no matter what.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Hey, and another mobilize. Yep, go ahead, stack up. And I think this does signal to Randy that you kind of know what's coming next. It's an idea of weight in front of it. Randy just needs 2, as that's a quick ready. +1 on that tap. And we'll see if it's able to do some magic any turn of the GA. Unfortunately not. Still rough position to be had. Some boosts in the might power, but no GA means it's a very naked Aurelia running around.
Yeah, you might just throw down some disciplines to try and draw here. It is pretty unfortunate, though, because as soon as the next Elder comes down off the Aurora, it gets very hard to actually take out the battlefields unless you are committing like a triple Defiant Dance, and you have a GA, and you have a counterspell for the Flurry. So I think Randy right here is going to really try and look for the GA and a counterspell. Like, you need multiple things here. You can't even just slam that. But it looks like, only drew a Tide Turner. Still no GA.
It's getting rougher and rougher, and welcome to gaming against the Dazzling Aurora, right? It's the situation where you're like, dude, I drew all this damage, but it ain't going to matter because my Aurelia is going to be a blot on a map when all it takes is 1 damage to take it out here. WRV, GG bot on the other side, just sitting pretty. Nice nails in there as well. Feels very comfortable in the current position. They are locked in. They have their next play in mind, and it really is on Randy. It feels like this is almost kind of that push time, but you don't have the go button. The go button of that GA cannot be played right now, and you kind of have to set it off on the side. Yeah, that is a very rough turn for Randy. That is now, I believe, 2 or 3 turns in a row where you've been able to do pretty much nothing.
Yep. Really needs to find the GA to even really have a chance to play the game. There is 1 charm in hand.
Oh.
Was that the last Elder Dragon?
Yeah, that was. That's unfortunate.
Wow, okay. Wow, that is very unfortunate. Now we do get to find out if there is another unit in the deck. They do opt to play more than the 1 Mind Splitter. It's pretty unlikely. It seems pretty popular to just be the 3-1 split. I guess you could play like the MF unit out. That is an option. It is just sitting pretty there. That is quite an unfortunate one.
Yeah, I do agree, though, that the invert seems pretty nice in terms of what can be dealt, although I don't remember if it was...
It was discarded.
Shuffled on it. Yeah, that's why I was like, I think it was discarded out, so can't really have that, but that would have been the optimal. Yeah, there isn't really a big play, so you are just going to force an extra out there. Yeah, you go ahead and just grab, and what do you draw here? It is a Gust in hand.
Yep,
okay,
dead card.
A little bit of safety if you wish.
Yeah, be dead, so opting... It looks like thinking if they want to play out the MF unit here. I mean, it doesn't really feel like there's a big point, but you could just develop a unit in the backline. I feel like at this point, if Randy is able to play a turn, the game is over. So developing another unit is not really changing anything. But so decides to play it out instead. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
The only question is it base development or is it battlefield development at this point, right? It's a question of, are you just popping that extra might into a battlefield, or are you going to, develop inside, make sure you don't get hit too hard, in that
Um,
instance.
you're probably
It's a
supposed
very
to
big
play
issue.
to a battlefield specifically because the one thing that you do lose to here is double charm.
Yeah.
And she knows that there's one charm, and otherwise you could go charm back, and then a GA or any sort of defy or any way to stop the flurry, and you win the game, right? So in this way, now you cannot do that. And there's a
Hey.
GA. A little. Is there a line? Okay, yeah, you just attack. No, there's not a line still because you need to beat the flurry
Yeah.
as well.
I think you kind of recognize that in the same value, right? Like it's difficult, and you're hoping a tie turner might help you with that extra unit, but losing that stellar corner early actually hurt a lot more than I thought. That was an unfortunate kind of piece there. We are taking a look, multiple runes up. I believe we are looking at 11. Both players shy of their last. So it's a big turn for Randy here. You know it's do or die time. Let's see what you can swing. Triple Defiant, if you can get it around. But a big call down first is going to be, deciding if we play that GA. Quick pick of 3 into 5. Full count just to make sure. All starts with that GA, though, if you wish.
Yeah.
Are you going to let it ride out another turn? I don't think
problem
that's
is-
optimal. No, there it is. Okay, quick tap. And turn of extra 1, so...
Okay.
Bringing some more power out. Okay. Building up. We're building NA45. We're doing it.
Mm-hmm. So one play you can go for here that Randy may be trying to do is just play out your Aurelia and clear some units. And you are going to lose the Aurelia because the flurry comes. He just flurries here. Aurelia gets recalled, right?
Yeah.
But you do get to clear the couple units at least, I guess, and then you cannot maybe on the next turn try and clear the Elder. But
Yeah, we'll see.
Hmm.
Okay, up you go. Remember, Elder is still very much on the table here.
Could also opt to save the flurry here and just let the damage kill the Aurelia, and then you have the flurry to protect the Elder later, which is probably better, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would probably let this combat go through. Oh no, because no, you do. The only punish is again if there's a defy or something, but if there's a defy, you lose already. So yeah, this should just go through, right?
I think they are asking. There might be a little discussion here. Oh, I wonder if Randy was deciding if they wanted to drop the -2 onto the Mind Splitter or not. I don't know if that would make a big difference, but I think that might have been some of that discussion.
Wait, 7.
And
Wait,
now
maybe he might have done his
over?
math wrong. That might. Am I wrong?
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Uh-oh. Did he skip 4 different beats here? Or did he go to Defiant and then move without the battle resolving just to build up enough might to overwhelm the dragon?
Yeah.
Is that what he did?
I feel like I'm missing something really obvious here.
Okay,
which is,
so let's
really
walk back through it,
possible.
right? Let's walk back through it. Aurelia readied up, went to Aspirant's Climb.
Wait.
Buffed up a little bit, has +9 currently on top of its 4. There's the flurry.
Yeah.
So it is a quick mark. And you lose a GA. So the big play it looked like is you were trying to dive into Aspirants to build up enough might to overwhelm. And leave a -2, so it's just might building at the end of the day
Well,
instead of actually trying to clear both.
the awkward thing though is that the Aurelia was dying regardless, right? So Aurelia went to 9, and there was he just did his. He was attacking with 9 into 10. So I don't know. I'm sure there's something I'm missing, but All right, here comes the second Defiant
Listen,
Dance.
it's game one, NA45. It's game one. We'll let him go first.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. So it looks like now is going to try and clear out the aspirants, maybe. Like,
Okay. The problem is you still lose the Aurelia at the end of it, right? Because Elder's still on
oh,
the table.
wait a second. I think he does have a
Ooh.
line. If you go Conquer Rally, so he's trying to, if he can ready the Tide Turner, and oh no, actually, oh, that would
I
be
don't think he's
cool.
got it, right? He was originally trying to use the Tide Turner, but he's only got 4 left right now. He already used a ready earlier from the
Yeah.
Aurelia Legend, and now you go ahead and move on in. It will be a good conquer. You're up to 8. You're looking for that one last.
Okay.
You need something else to target the Aurelia to swing on over, maybe. I don't
Well,
know.
the Aurelia will die if it battles, right? So this is the
Yeah.
Tide Turner back, which does
Okay.
trigger Aurelia.
Target.
So
Readies.
okay, so opting to not move. Okay, so is
No.
opting
So
to
it is a
move.
swap. And now you jump on in. You're trying to bully and fully resolves, fully wipes. You're sitting on 8 though.
Oh,
Was that a
wait, if he has
fumble? Oh wait, does the
oh
boots?
no.
No.
Is he's 1 energy.
Oh.
Okay, I'm confused. I'm sure there was something going on there, but yeah, Elder does mean that Aurelia dies if she takes any damage. I thought that there might be a way to ready the Tide Turner and trade the Tide Turner in, but there was not. So now you just lose because you have no units.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That was your big turn, right? And you're fully tapped out. You deramped all the way back down to 3. Like, I mean, what do you have? You have 1 card in hand. That was your big play.
Yeah, because if he didn't ride the wind there, so when he did the weird ride the wind thing,
Yeah.
if he had just like had the ride the wind, he could have ride the winded the Tide Turner over for game. I'm very confused, but maybe there was again. It's very obvious. It's very easy for us in the casting booth to miss things because we're not hearing the players talk and stuff.
Right.
So there might have been something going on that we totally missed.
I definitely think it was might ramping. You were trying to push with that Aurelia and try and swing onto that dragon, and I do feel it might have. You called it out earlier. There might have just been a miscalculation. I do wonder. It's happened before, right? I mean, you and I have played this game enough to know that when you're playing Aurelia, it's hard to keep track after a while. It can be very, very difficult to keep track, to kind of remember what goes on. As we do get a full stack over here, this kind of hold to win. And I'm looking at this Aurelia right now, Randy, just playing a poor scuttle. We've entered that stage of the game. We've entered that stage of the game. And remember, I think Randy also mulliganed the other Aurelia down to the bottom of the deck. So it's a long way coming before you might get another nasty Aurelia on the table.
All right, so playing out a couple units. Now you can just go shovel, play out Mind Splitter, rip whatever he has in hand, and that should be game. I mean, this is looking game regardless, but I mean, make it even more game.
All the dazzling Aurora stands out there can be very happy with what's occurring right now. Opening show match, opening event match floor, and you are looking so dang good. A little bit of a show here as we do dig. It's a Mind Splitter. It's even more on top, and I don't think there's much else to say. All you need is just one more turn, and WRB GG Bot will be the winner of game 1.
Yep, so this is going to rip the... Wait, what? Why did they go back? Did I miss something? He played it out, and then maybe they missed the trigger or something like that.
I
It
think there
could,
is a trigger miss.
yeah. Okay, so
Yeah,
maybe
Randy
they,
just okayed, I think, a little mistake in there,
yeah.
and I think Randy kind of understanding that no matter what, things might be a little bit off, and just
Hmm.
might want to push the game too, just like, come on, let's go, kind of deal.
You know, maybe did, maybe she did like, yeah, she probably just missed the shovel trigger. I didn't
Hmm.
quite catch the beginning of the turn, but what? Okay, now we have runes going off to the side. Oh, it's so. All right, so
Remember, keep
doesn't
track of
get the
all your
mind
stuff,
splitter now.
guys. Like,
That
keep
could
track
be
of your
relevant.
stuff, everyone, please.
Yes.
We won't be able to. We won't be able to. We're trying
Yeah.
our hardest, but we won't be able to.
Okay, and she double channeled runes, I guess. Oh, okay, so
Okay.
now they are letting the mind splitter come out. I'm
Yeah.
very confused at what happened, but that's okay. This looking like wraps. I don't
Yeah.
think
I mean,
there's really anything.
what other might can come out for Randy? Like there's not much,
Mhm.
and you only had like one card in hand. I don't think there's a good answer. I think WRB might be overly cautious of what will come out next. I'll be honest.
You, I guess, an out is. I'm pretty sure he does not have this, but you could go draw Fizz replay, Starcross, bounce Elder, conquer on aspirants, draw into another Starcross. That does it. But yep,
Nope.
looks like that did
Game
not
one.
happen. All right.
Yeah. A little bit awkward at the very end there. WRB
Yum.
might have been worried over nothing right there, but still good game one. It was a and no hate there. I think especially when you want to get it right on the desk, it's
Mhm.
important to know exactly what you did. But it did feel like the game was over about 2 turns ago, so it's like, is it really that worrisome? So
Yeah, that was a crazy game right there at the end. There was that big push by Randy, and it looks like potentially he might have maybe miscalculated a little bit, or again, very well could be something that we did not hear the players say, or something happened. But it did look to me like it was a slight miscalculation, and I mean, slight miscalculations in the difference between winning and losing, especially in these Aurora games where there's this one pivotal turn. And the Aurora was able to win even through the rake, which I did not expect.
yeah, it's. I mean, I also wonder what they're gonna sideboard because you mentioned the Fizz earlier, and I understand Fizz is a very large component right now of being able to play those spells again, right? But
Mhm.
I do wonder if maybe you were going a little bit less aggressive with it, and I do wonder what you're gonna sideboard in for a Dazzling Aurora. Obviously, I don't know if there's that many options. Maybe you drop in an extra Mind Splitter if you only had one, just to be like, okay, facing off against an Aurelia might need more than just one unit in there, but
Mhm.
options abound for sideboarding.
Yeah, for sure. And not every Aurelia is playing the same sort of stuff, right?
Right.
Like the Fizz is not it's not something that literally everyone is playing. It is somewhat popular as like a one of, but I would not be surprised to see if Randy opted to not play it. And there are a lot of different options you can play too for these matchups. You can play the Adaptatron, you can play the Rakes, you can
Yep.
play some of the purple gear removal, which is like acceptable losses and such, which personally I wouldn't like too much into the Aurora matchup specifically because this version tends to play like the packs. It plays Scrying Orb. It plays multiple other gear that you'd have to get rid of before you can acceptable loss the Aurora. Or the other option is you just go really fast with Ride the Wind and you end the game. And now that the Aurora is, or the Aspirant's peak game is gone,
Yeah.
it is possible.
Yeah. I'd agree. That was definitely a battlefield that for an Aurora you can't really lose out on. If you do, that's a huge chunk of your game playing gone. The might waiver on the other side. For the Aurelia, it's not that big of a loss. I feel like there are other battlefields that can be played, and I'll be curious to see what is being played out for game 2. But it'll be up to the players themselves. I have to say it was interesting. I think both players had very deep lulls in their draw states. What was it? The digging for the GA obviously was one, but the dig for the Aurora also slowed things down. I wonder if it might go faster with a bit better hand selection and a bit better hand draw for this game too. Now I know they can't control that. I get that. Please don't yell at me in the chat. But like, I do hope they have better luck on the draws to actually get moving instead of stalling for 3 turns on end.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone likes that.
That's absolutely fair. I mean, Aurora is not the most fun deck. I understand for most
Oh,
people to
okay,
watch.
okay.
So,
Fun for who? Come on, get it right. Fun for who?
for the average Joe sitting at home watch. I
Dang it, you're
personally,
right. You're right. You're right.
I think it's fairly interesting, but I can definitely see why people might not like it.
Right.
And we do see the battlefields here, and it is Targon's for Aurelia. I do like this battlefield a lot into this
Yep.
matchup. It means you pretty much always have runes up for counter spells onto the ramp spells. Too bad.
Yeah. Sigil on the other side, quite literally the opposite situation. Positive and negative. We got a magnet on the table, man. That's what we got. Or is it a compass? Is it a magnet? Is it a compass? I don't remember which. Someone, you know what? Listen, that shows you my education level. Welcome to NA side. There's a couple questions here as we do get the mulligans, and we're off to the races. In hand, we do see the Adaptatron. Okay, you talked about this a little bit earlier. Obviously, the sideboard might have had a hand in it, but an Adaptatron mix, I do wonder if that is an extra on top of the rakes that could be there as well.
Yeah, I mean, having multiple of these is good. That being said, Randy did lose game 1, even though he did get rid of a couple Auroras, right? So it is not all she wrote for Aurora, even if you do end up hitting the if you do end up removing the Auroras, because Elder Dragon is a pretty solid card, but this is pretty much the best start for Aurelia here, opening with the Scuttle Crab. I think I see a not so fast, hopefully a Defy for the Catalyst again, yep, there's a Catalyst off of the stack deck.
Ooh, plus a shovel on the far end, if I'm not mistaken. So a little
Yep.
tough choice.
Oh,
It'll be a mix.
do you see what got added?
I did not. She changed
Okay.
at the last second, so I actually don't know what she.
Oh,
Okay,
Catalyst.
it was a catalyst. I was like, what? What did you change out? What are you doing to me? It
Nice.
will be the treasure trove though, coming to life, and here we go. So if we do remember correctly, last time it was 4 points. I think headed over to Randy early with the scuttle that stayed alive for a very long time. Might be more of the same.
Not too bad. Does get the arenas trigger here, and you could pretty cleanly just play Adaptatron and pass, yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that I don't like about this is you do deny yourself the Defy on the Catalyst. Oh wait, no, he's under Targon's, yep. So he does have Defy on the Catalyst here, which is really quite powerful.
But we did just see what that draw was. No more digging
he doesn't have
coming in
Defy.
for WRB. Yeah.
Oh,
This
wow.
is a big chance though. Eyes out for the Dazzling Aurora. One drawn so far, which might feel pretty dang good for WRB.
It does not have the Defy or is valuing saving it for the Furies.
Yep.
Flurries more, which
Flurries,
both are
Furies,
good options.
both. Yeah.
Oh,
I gotta
yep, so
agree
does not have
with you
one.
on that point. So.
Do see a Ride the Wind, a Starcross. Looks like a pretty good hand so far. I think a couple of charms, maybe? Yeah, a couple of charms.
It's not terrible. We're just waiting some more though, so just a little bit of eyes out, and you can even tell, right? So for Randy, it's like, okay, maybe we move at a little bit faster rate, but it is time as we are going to float. In they go, quick deletion of one or the other. It will be a call down of that poor little Scry. No more on the XP train and card draw on that bubble, which is burst right now. Drawn in as we get a buff on the Adaptatron as well. Feels good, man, but the sigil denied 1 rune.
Yep, absolutely. The Adaptatron already putting in work as you did effectively get to kill a stack deck, which is pretty powerful there. Dang, unfortunately doesn't have something like a... I guess that's fine. I was going to say maybe you'd want to get him off the battlefield, but I think specifically because he does have a not so fast in hand, it is not the worst thing in the world. The Elder Dragon trigger is not going to go through. Assuming it is hit, there's a possibility a Mind Splitter is hit, which is honestly, I would be pretty happy if a Mind Splitter got hit here for Randy.
Ooh.
Nope.
All right,
Okay.
Elder's out.
Nope.
Pretty easy grab, and will Randy have an answer? I feel like there should be, as we discussed.
Mhm.
Also, what you did see there, if you did notice, it was a trigger of the Dazzling Aurora. The second Dazzling Aurora
Oh,
was
this is
notified,
even
and it's
better.
a quick pushback of the Star Cross, forcing the dragon to hand. And that's a dragon in hand that you're going to be real happy about. You will allow the Adaptatron to be safe. No problems on that end. So, nice play by Randy, keeping themselves and their Adaptatron alive, which means one movement, and that Dazzling Aurora is gone.
Yeah, that's even better than the Not So Fast, because now you have an Elder that is stuck in the hand. And as we saw last time, you cannot complain about that one. So, a bunch of ways to move the Adaptatron in hand. Now, I have to see which one does opt as the best, but could develop a Scuttle here if you wanted to. Maybe just play it on the Sigil, and then you could get the hold point on the next turn, assuming another Aurora into Elder isn't hit. But nope, okay, fair enough. Opting to play it to base. And gets the draw. Ooh, there's the GA card. There we go.
Much faster. Instead of turn 7, it was turn 3. Feels
Yeah,
good, man.
definitely is going to be pretty good here. And we get to see another draw. So digging pretty deep here. Does trigger the Aurelia. And this is going to ready. Is he going to... Okay, he does get the... Oh, and he draws a Defy. That's a good one, too. Now he has the Defy for a flurry on the follow-up. And Adaptatron conquering up to 5 here. So 2 turns away from victory. You cannot be sad about this one.
No, not at all. Not only that, you get already 2 more runes. Huge dubs, like you called
Yep.
out earlier. This is a much different story than previously. We mentioned before when we were talking about that 4 to 6 jump in game number 1. This is a vastly different situation. You're in a position for Randy to actually really take control. You know one dragon is in hand. You also know both Auroras. There are 2 out of the 3 that are quite far away, if I'll be honest. One of the Auroras shuffled down to the bottom of the deck. So for WRB, you are basically gunning for either extra card draw, and you are just praying that you can find that other Aurora. If not, you're going to have to raw play the Elder from your hand, which, again, you know there's plenty of denials on the other side. It's not looking great.
Yeah, and unfortunately, even hard playing the Elder is like not... Oh, wow. Okay, so it does go for the Defy here. It says, I do not want to lose my Not So Fast, as the Not So Fast is the answer for the Elder if an Elder does get played.
It's a little bit of a turn with that treasure chest, as it will be gone. Float 1 for a bit. And
draw
let's see what
channel.
you draw.
Oh my god.
Oh, no, man. No.
That is quite crazy. That being said,
WRB's done that twice now, by the way. In the top, I think 20 has landed all 3 Auroras, which is, in my opinion, crazy on the odds.
Yeah, it is quite crazy. And now the second Sabotage comes in, and it is pretty gross here, as this does get rid of the Not So Fast that will normally would protect the units. I don't think Randy has an answer for this, unless there was a second Defy that I was missing.
He's kind of got it. I think he might have drawn something earlier, and I lost track. But no, you are gonna let it through. Unfortunately, you don't have too much. But
it might
almost
even get rid of the GA. To be honest.
I was about to say. So we saw the red win almost touched, but I do feel like WRB said the exact same thing you did and was like, hold up, that GA might be an issue later.
I don't know. This actually looks kind of cooked up here, because you do have the option for a scamming with charm pushbacks as well on the following turns. But yep, so there the GA does get put in, and the next turn is pretty much guaranteed to go to 7, and it will go to 7, and then the Aurora comes down, Elder gets played. Yeah, I don't think the Aurora is enough. Is there a flurry in hand? I don't think there is a flurry, unless I'm missing.
You're making me second guess. I'm not even gonna try and call it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna wait and see once we see the hand, as we see a little bit of the horn call out, plus another scry to come down, and
Yeah.
more room to play. So over to Randy, who is sitting at a hefty 6 right now.
Mm-hmm.
That is a lot different than the previous 6, as we talked about. So positional advantage over to Randy, but you know the big swing's coming, or do you? I think that's a big question at hand. Do you know what's coming?
Yeah, he could even opt to just pull back Adaptatron
Mm-hmm.
and say, I don't care. Just pull back Adaptatron and go double conquer next turn, because even if the Elder does get played out, you do get to keep one of your units if they're in the same position. Okay. Nope, is going to instead play out and score with the Scuttle here. Go up to 7 points. Treat off. All right, fair enough.
A little worried about that Elder once more.
Just
And
pass it over.
gives.
Yep.
All right. So here's the issue, actually, we've just
Yep.
learned, is there's a lot of problems with this. You can play Dazzling Aurora and pray for the Elder. I think that's actually what you're hoping for here.
Unfortunately, doesn't look like there is a flurry.
No, so this might actually be Randy's game. Oh.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Yeah, there's the not so fast, right? Yeah, so the
Yeah.
Elder just gets not so fast and the game's over. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
Yes.
not much available. You can try. We know what's coming. Obviously, the Elder's out to play. It hits 1-2, and boom goes the dynamite.
Nice.
I don't see any other way it can work. So that is going to be game, as we called it. So vastly different situation, and we've now seen the highs and lows of both decks, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That is that it was a pretty quick game 2, to be honest. I mean, we
Yeah,
did
true.
see game 1 took over 30 minutes, right? And that one felt pretty quick. But Aurelia can do that. It is one of the decks that is privileged enough that it can pretty consistently double score on both turns and still have the answers for the Aurora. So have to see how game 3 goes, though.
I mean, it's about that card draw once more, right? It's all about what you can hit early, if you're going to hit it early, if you're going to get the right, the right movement in there. So far, big ups over to Randy, been able to hit that Scuttle early every single time. And props to WRB, who has also hit the Dazzling Aurora. All 3 of them, by the way. I will continue to say that if she is able to pull off 3 more again in the top 20, I'm going to be very upset. I am sorry, but that is there is some illegal shenanigans. It's like watching, I don't know what else it's like watching, but there are some levels of shenanigans where you're just like, that feels illegal.
Yeah, unfortunately, it now with all of the new consistency cards that Purple did get, it is fairly consistent for them to hit Aurora on curve, and there isn't a ton you can do about it unless you're like aggressively counterspelling their consistency cards. And there are some good aggressive counterspells for the consistency cards, and we did see a couple of them. I would say Hard Bargain is one of the better ones, as you don't have to deramp yourself. And it does allow you to get rid of like the catalyst or get rid of a stack deck or a few different options, but a bunch of good ways there to slow down the Aurora player and then score your way up to victories.
Yeah,
to see.
Just give yourself a little bit of time. Time will tell. As I feel, even the casters here, I gotta say, it might not be the most thrilling, the most interactive of decks, but it definitely leads to explosiveness, I think, on either end. It might not be the most enjoyable ride, but the payout at the very end can be very monumental. I will say we haven't seen the full weight of the Aurora deck because it has been denied by the Aurelia. Like you mentioned, it's a very tough matchup. Let's see if it happens once more, and if there will be another side deck. I don't think we've really seen any major adjustments out of a Dazzling Aurora because it's just, I'll be honest, it's not needed. Let's see how it goes. And who goes first? So far, Randy, I believe, has played turn 1 first each time, and this time around looks like it is the Dazzling Aurora.
Oh my
to
gosh.
give themselves a chance, as that is, oh, that's rough.
Mobilize Aurora. That's not fair.
Yeah.
At
Well,
least one is a
there's
pack.
also an Elder in there. Let's not
That's
say it's
true.
all pretty in there. Oh no! Wait, was that the
Oh, no.
second one? Was that the second one? Ain't no way. Was that
Wait,
the
was it
second
the
one as
second
well?
Elder?
It was. It was the
Oh
second.
my gosh. Well, that is one way to do things. Wow, that is quite crazy. Does Randy have? Okay, I think Randy has Starcross, Tide Turner. I mean, that's very funny.
That's so.
That is very funny.
We were just talking about Mobilize plus
Oh my
Dazzling, and then
gosh.
you're left with like a Mind Splitter and an Elder. Like this is
Yeah.
horrendous.
Well, okay, so it's not as awful as it sounds. You can win the game with one Elder. A lot of the Aurora decks are siding into multiple Mind Splitters in games
True,
2 and 3
true.
to try and get rid of the answers that our opponent has. So there could still be units in deck. It really depends on what this MF has decided to do with their sideboard. If they have opted to instead play these additional units or not. I mean, if they don't and they can't find like a way to discard an Elder and a shovel, yeah, that would be pretty unfortunate.
Well, at the moment, it's one of those moments that you hope it didn't show on your face, right?
Ooh,
Like
there's
that's
a
when you're
rake.
playing at the locals and you're just like, I hate life. Can we swing on the next one, please? Like, can we just not? But I
Yeah,
do agree. There are ways to win, but it never feels good, I think, and I will stand by
sure.
that all day long. You have last rights, so it's in hand at least a little bit, or not
Ooh.
last rights. I'm sorry, invert. Invert is huge if you do wish to discard. If you can get that Dazzling Aurora out and more. But in the current pace of play, it is going to be a 2-point advantage over to Randy, who is moving at a very quick pace. Double Scuttle. And we haven't seen in a while, and a
Yeah.
Defy on the draw as well feels pretty dang good.
So what the Aurora player can do is they can go play their, oh my gosh, the third Scuttle has hit the board. But
Yeah.
you can opt to play out your Aurora on this turn, and then on the next turn try and go for a invert timelines and try and dig for the shovel. It really depends on how many units there are being played in the MF Aurora or in this deck post sideboard. I'm not too sure if there have been like more innovations and they're deciding, okay, no, one Mind Splitter is enough, but okay, just throws down the Aurora. Let's see, is it a Elder? Or is it a Mind Splitter?
It's a
All
Mind
right.
Splitter. What a top deck. Barely any discard.
This is, I think this hits his only Aurora out in Hound. I think he has a rake.
All right. Couple of the denials. Yeah, bye rake. Oy.
Wow. Okay. It's not done yet, specifically because we do know that there are double Elders
Yeah,
in the MF hand.
it's not over yet.
There is a star-crossed, so there could be 3 Elders in the hand.
True. Oh my god, that would be awful. Do not like if that happens, just like take a screenshot, you know? That's like I hate everything. I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I said, I think it's pretty likely there are more Mind Splitters in the deck, so we will
a higher chance of an extra Mind Splitter, at least one other. I would assume you've at least put one other in there, if not 2. We are going to get the Aurelia out to play, a recognition of, hey, you know, if you only drew that Mind Splitter, the only other things would be the Elders, except for maybe another Mind Splitter at this point in Game 3. But I think it's a good time to go ahead and set up the Aurelia. Pass, though, with 4 up, does give a lot of that denial and removal. Here comes a pickup, though, as I think that was a treasure in the hand. But it is a swing of the Mind Splitter. Take 1.
I'm surprised the second Scuttle wasn't pulled back. Again, probably something I'm missing here, but okay, it does get to see the double Elder, which is very
there
funny.
It is. I will stand by the fact that it's very funny to see. It is very okay.
This tells me there are more units in deck.
Yes. Yeah. I was about to say the exact same thing. I was like, there's no way you play double Aurora and be like, that's all my units, right?
Yeah.
So makes sense. drop it down. Either that or you're just preemptively banking on, hey, there's a lot of removal on the other side. But let's go fishing. How many cards? Is it 10 or more? Okay, there's the Elder. What was that?
Right,
Was that 10
so-
on the nose? Was that 10 on the nose?
It might have been, yeah. See if
Dude,
Randy
I'm
has
getting
the
good at
math so
counting.
fast.
All right. Quick shuffle. And I read on what was discarded, but is
Yep.
there a response? If not, that's... Yeah, is there the response coming out here? It should be, right?
Yep. So thinking. Probably thinking if he wants to use the Starcross here. We do know there
Yeah.
is the Starcross, so yep, is opting to probably just bounce back. Probably the Scuttle, I imagine. An Elder.
All right.
And we know 3 Elder Dragons in hand.
You just summoned what is it? Gosh. It's a blue eyes something dragon, right? The triple-headed dragon or whatever. You have all 3 in your hand.
Oh, okay.
Oh my
different.
god, what? Hold up, baby. What is that? What in
very
the
pretty-
world? You know, we said Mind Splitter and more. You just dropped a bear. You just dropped what?
She just lost the game with this, by the way. Just so we're clear here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that just lost the game. Now, because now you can triple conquer with Aurelia.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh my god.
Wait, hold up. Like, that's...
Oh, God,
Wait,
so
that...
funny. What a way to...
Hold up. That... Yeah, that's...
I can't take this. There's no way.
Alright. So...
She knew it was in her deck. She put the second Aurora down.
She did.
Okay.
She did.
Maybe the idea was like you play the second Aurora and then you're hoping to your first Elder resolve. Well, you knew there was a Starcross in hand, right? So like
Yeah.
the Starcross was always happening.
I mean, you gotta know the units, so this is...
That was funny. That was quite funny.
There are situations abound right now.
Yep.
As
Well,
a solo, obviously, the reason that we talk about this is, you know, you're sitting on 5, you can triple conquer pretty easily with the cards in hand,
Mhm.
and Baron itself only has, I believe it's 10, right?
Mhm.
Not exactly the most threatening comparatively to an Elder. It's not the worst, so it can be manageable. Now, granted, for Randy, we actually just took a look at his hand, and it doesn't... Does he have enough movement as well as might infliction to actually get over this, though?
I mean, we know there's a ride to win, right? So there's at
Right.
least one, and all you need is, I think, like a single pump spell, and that's enough.
Yeah.
I think. Let me think about it. I guess because you can go conquer on the free battlefield,
Yep.
right?
That's
And
one.
then ride the wind over onto the Mind Splitter battlefield, and then she can just gank it because anything can enter the Baron battlefield. It's just free
Yes.
ganking, right? So
Yes. And it is going to be a drop of 2 over there. Yep. So easy ride over, like you said.
mhm.
Quick call down if you wish.
Oh.
And I think that, yeah, I'd agree. There's enough. Yep. Quick pump out.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I like how she was preemptively like, yeah, I know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. I got you on this one. I got you.
Yeah.
Man, that's the Gamba strat, right?
I mean, I guess there is a chance he does not have enough pump because the Baron is 12. It seems pretty unlikely, but so Aurelia is up to 9 here. And all you need is one more spell. One more
And I
pump.
think he has it.
specifically.
Oh, Tide Turner instead to
Okay.
free move.
Goes up
Well,
to
not
6.
free move, I should say. But it's a costly way. You now swing in. That's a lot of open space. And there's
You
going to
can
be the
get a draw
conquer.
here, too.
And yeah, like this is... Yeah, this is... That is...
That is something.
Is this what we call is this what we call a Team Liquid? You know, when you throw out Baron? Is that what we're calling this or something? Like, just dang, dude, you got kind of pummeled on the back end there. As it's a second side turner.
Okay.
The Baron power play has failed. GG's.
What a crazy way to end, by the way.
I gotta say, well played by Randy. And Randy can even see it. He's like, dude, I had that in hand. I very luckily got that kind of that card draw at the end. That was
oh my gosh. I can't get
an
over
implosion of the Dazzling Aurora. That was an implosion of the Dazzling Aurora.
That was so insane because like the game is air quotes stable. Like obviously Randy doesn't know she has. Wait, no, he did see from the scuttle, but before that turn, he did not know she had double Elder Dragon in hand. And
yeah,
if she doesn't have double Elder Dragon in hand, that's looking very good for Aurora with double Elder Dragon coming from deck.
Yep.
And you Aurelia cannot win the game on that turn, right? And there's no GA because it got like it's. That was so funny.
I love how even the casters are like, yeah, that was not a pull that you liked at all. That was there were problems in this situation, but overall a very nice little change and a nice opener for us here. I think that was again a treat. We've talked about the Dazzling Aurora matchup. We talked about the Aurelia who did come out on top, maybe a little bit in a matchup where you were slated to win, maybe a little more scarred than you were hoping for, but overall a victory for Randy moving into the 1-0 category, moving into round 2.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty unfortunate there for her. I mean it does happen though. Like you said, it is a little bit of a gamble deck, and you probably don't want the Baron in your deck post against Aurelia, but she is almost certainly. I mean, she had the fancy MF. It was signed. She very, very much looked like she knew what she was doing. So definitely a skilled player there. And there was probably some sort of technology or something that I was not quite knowing.
Yeah. I mean, we only saw a few cards, right? When it comes to the Dazzling Aurora, if you did put anything else in there, we probably wouldn't have touched on it, which is unfortunate because it's fun, right? When we talk about some of these deck techs or anything like that, we do want to see the full length, but with an Aurora, there's only one. With the Dazzling Aurora, there's only one tech that really beats it all the way out. Maybe we do get to see WRB.GG bots play a little bit in the future. Maybe we get to see him down the road, as she had a lot of fun, it looked like, and a very expensive side of that deck. But for Randy, it's important that you move on and find the right matchups. So GG's on the first round. Honestly, NA, what did you think overall? On a scale of 0 to 10, what did you think?
It was a very entertaining match for Aurora, to be honest. The game 1, the Aurora was able to swing back from the giant points deficit, which is really cool. And then game 2, maybe a little bit quick. And then game 3, we had that Baron moment, which was very funny. And again, it's not that we're giving her any shade. It's just, I mean, it happens, right? Sometimes the gamble deck does not go your way.
Yeah, just
sometimes you draw a Baron, sometimes you get a double dragon, by the way, before Plus hops in.
Yeah, definitely a fun matchup nonetheless. But just a quick clarification, guys. NA/Orbital, we're not laughing at the player. It was just a kind of a funny play that ended up happening there. So don't take that the wrong way. I know these guys aren't trying to be disrespectful to any one of these players, so keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
But as you guys were saying, fantastic way to start off the show. I'm hoping that hits the daily quota of Aurora matches for the remaining of the evening. I believe Vancouver was showing like a lot of Auroras, but so far, at least in the most recent regionals over in China, they've given us about just one per day. So hopefully that was the 1DA matchup. And then we get a little bit of spicier ones. But nonetheless, that was fun, as you guys mentioned. I have a funny feeling this Gigi bot, maybe you guys at home could let me know, is she a bit of an influencer maybe out in China? Because she was blinged out, right? She had the best of MF. She had the ultimate rarity Baron Nashor. On top of that, if you guys noticed, someone in chat pointed it out. The best of metal MF was signed by a pro player, Jackie Love, League of Legends.
Wow.
Yo, that's what the signature was?
It was
That's
a Jackie
crazy.
Love signature MF.
I was wondering what that signature was. I was wondering. That was dope. That was dope.
Yeah. So she either knows some connections / Jackie Love was at one of these events, I believe, in the first regional. So maybe caught the signature there. But either way, nice little flex on stream. Even though it did end up at her detriment, coming in, finding the perfect line for Randy, or allowing Randy to find the perfect line, rather.
Yep.
Yeah.
But as we
And
go
I
on,
would, before we go on, I would like to point out, yes, please, it is very understood that we're never laughing at the player. Ever, ever, ever. I think there will never be a moment where we laugh at a player. There are just situations in TCGs that are out of anyone's control, and you just have to shake your head and go, that happened, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's all you can really say
Yeah,
about that.
absolutely.
It's literally just out of your hands, and you can't do anything but laugh. And it's just that unfortunate situation that occurred. So that's really all it was.
yeah, and I think chat understands now. But looking ahead, now that round one has been in the books, and now we head ourselves into hopefully round two sooner than later. But I don't know, Orbital and NA, how much minutes were left when that round ended? Was it like 5 or so, or a little bit more than that?
I didn't quite catch, but I know game 1 was pretty long, game 2 was relatively short, and game 3 was relatively short. So
I'd say maybe 2 to 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
But probably left on there.
Because, yeah, they do overtime as per usual, just a 3-turn overtime. So we'll see how much longer in between till next round. But we got Aurora, we got Aurelia. I'm trying to think out of the previous 2 Chinese regionals, is there any deck we haven't seen? We've seen XP Master Yi, we've seen Pike, we've seen a little bit of Poppy here and there. Can you guys remember if there's any decks, or maybe some folks at home could help us out? Have we seen everything, at least for the Unleashed Legends so far? I can't recall.
I'm not sure if there's any that have been missed. It feels like they've gotten most of them.
Right. You know, if anything that has been missed might be some of the set 1 legends. Is there a set 1 legend that you guys wouldn't mind casting for this round 2?
I would, if they had it, either a Kaisa or an Annie. I think that would be a little bit silly in there. Kaisa was set 1, right? Or was that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Kaisa was set 1.
She was
I
the
think
queen of set 1.
Yeah, she was. I love spell reeling a lot, and I think both of those decks, although Annie nowadays is a little bit more mid-range, maybe not so much in the spell slinging category, but I miss good old spell slinging. I really, really do.
You know, speaking of Kaiza, she did actually surprisingly well over in last weekend in Vancouver. It was actually someone in chat, Zinzari, shout out to you. I think he's over in the Twitch chat. He ended up getting best of Kaiza in Vancouver. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I think it got top 10. It wasn't a top 8 finish. Maybe it was top 16, but I was impressed because Kaiza hasn't been on too many people's radars, but she's still doing pretty good things. I mean, it's almost like a 50-50 matchup with Diana. They're both kind of doing similar-ish things. Aurelia always been a rougher matchup for her, but Master Yi isn't a terrible matchup, so I think like she pairs well. If Zinzari, they're 15. There we go. Zinzari letting us know. So top 16 indeed. And, you know, just to pick your brains, if you don't mind, Zinzari, how did you find Kaiza in current Unleashed? Because a lot of people haven't been giving her the credit that I feel like you brought to everyone's attention in Vancouver. And we'll let him answer as we keep on thinking about things. But for set 1, I do like to see Kaiza. You know, I do know we haven't seen any bit of Jinx. Maybe Jinx is something fun we could maybe witness. What are some other good set 1 legends?
I mean, there's always like Yasuo, but unfortunately Yasuo has kind of been it's like
Yasuo's been overtaken by the obvious choice, I think is what we're saying here.
Yeah, I mean, the real sad thing is that if you play Yasuo, you just play 3 Aurelia in your deck and you're playing a worse Aurelia. Yeah, so
right. You're a little Aurelia cosplay. But looks as Zinzari did get a little bit of a fortunate matchup, similar to how Raingard and Sam D. Sherman had a bit of a fortunate matchup. He said he didn't play up against any Aurelia on his run. But hey, as Orbital said, that's kind of the name of game sometimes in regionals, right? You just sometimes get those favorable matchups throughout the entire day 1/day 2. And sometimes that's what it takes. A little bit of luck does go a heck of a long way. But I'm excited. I'm excited as round 1 is behind us as we look forward. And they haven't thrown it to a break just yet. Usually when they throw it to a break, it's about 10 minutes. We can either take a short little 5-minute break ourselves as well. Let me know if you guys need it, Orbital NA. If not, we could just hang
I don't
out.
think NA is allowed to talk right now. I don't think NA is allowed to talk.
Wait, what happened?
He had a cat on his screen. That was all it was.
True. And as I kind of just manifested, they did throw us to that 10-minute timer. So chat, it's about 10 more minutes until we get things started with round number 2. So not too long away from now. But I do want to point out, I think someone did say something. I have no moderators in the YouTube chat, guys. So please keep it civil. I saw a bit of a nasty comment in there. I don't, I've never really banned anyone because everyone's been pretty good over in Riftbound. So guys, just keep it civil. Keep that in mind. You guys know if you are the person that said that one comment, I won't touch on it too much, but just keep in mind, I am watching the chat. But let me actually, Orbital NA, do you guys need a little bit of a break, or are we just hanging out here for a bit?
I need a little bathroom break, so.
Okay. I'll shut off your camera for now. Same for you, Orbital, or just chilling? I don't mind either way, because it says 9 minutes till. We could take a little bit of a breather. That way you come back with full energy for round 2.
Yeah. I need water. I forgot to get my water.
Okay. I'll shut off your cameras for a little bit. I'll hang out with chat for a little bit until you guys return. Just ping me in chat or just say anything. Since I'm not gonna be casting round 2, I'll just be in the intermission, if you will. But chat, I will be casting a little bit later on, so I should probably save my energy. But if you guys were with me last weekend, or actually 2 weekends ago, because I missed Vancouver, my voice is back, chat. So I'm not like completely drained as I was previously. Because if you guys were with us on the second Chinese regional, I could barely talk. And it wasn't more so because I was sick. It was just my voice was not hanging in there. Rogers, plus, what is the next RQ you're going to? Roger, I'm thinking about going to Hartford. So I got my comp badge. I even got a creator pass. But I haven't bought my plane ticket yet. So I'll see if I end up locking it in. I should probably buy my plane. If I'm going, I should probably buy my plane ticket this week. And plus, how did you do in Atlanta? You were next to me most of the day, so you must have been doing pretty decent. Hey, Bagri, you saw me in Atlanta. What tables were you on? I don't remember. It's hard to put a name to a face, right? And Dr. Rick was going on Hartford game. Get over there, beast. All right. I am thinking, because you guys know I was playing Aurelia in Atlanta. But I don't know if I want to play Aurelia for Hartford. I mean, if I'm trying to do my best shot at getting top 64 to try to lock in the regional championship invite, probably Aurelia is a good bet. But I kind of want to go meadow card hunting for Vex because I've been putting in some hours on Vex recently. So we'll see. Dr. Rick, are you already locked in for a legend? Orbital, you're back?
You're a dirty Aurelia player is all I heard right there. You are.
I am.
No more Aurelia. Go play Vex. Go play Vex.
That would be fun. I think Vex might have to be the way. It's just she has such a tough matchup sometimes. Like against Master Yi, like if they're on the play, there is very few lines for you to actually come out ahead. But okay, LeBlanc saying third best LeBlanc in Vancouver. Good stuff, Dr. Rick. That's awesome. LeBlanc is a heck of a deck.
So real quick, Doc Van. I saw the top 3 played percentages. It's Yi, Aurelia, and the third one was Diana, yes. Yi and Aurelia were separated only by 1 deck. It was 62 Master Yi decks, and it was 61 Aurelia decks. I think this does mirror, some of the play rate that was discussed. A lot of these regionals out here in the Chinese area, they favor movement tech pretty heavily. Like a lot of the movement with the Master Yi and everything. So we saw it in the past as well, which is kind of fun.
And speaking of deck representation, I believe the data has come out. So guys, bear with me as I pull up the decks. Let me go ahead and link it for the casters in the chat as well. Orbital, I'm posting it right now on the Discord. I'll post. There's 2 pages, so page 1 and then copy paste page 2. So chat, it looks like we have about 5 or 6 minutes. Weirdly, the time kind of flies when you're just kind of chit-chatting about things. But let's pull this up. And so, as we said, number 1 was Master Yi, which I think is a good idea because Diana, was the most represented, or not the most represented, but the most successful deck out of Vancouver. And I feel like Master Yi, with that little pesky card called Ruin Runner, has a really good matchup against Diana. So I think this is a little ode to that. So Master Yi, Aurelia, Diana, the top three. But Dr. Rick would like this. Coming at number 4, LeBlanc. How are you feeling about LeBlanc, Orbital?
I'm bittersweet about it. I really hate the fact that LeBlanc has turned into Hook LeBlanc. I love the idea of reflection tokens and everything, and the actual utilization. I really do feel like reflection and tokens and things like that were not meant to be used as kind of scapegoat baited hook situations, right? Like, it did not feel like that's what they intended. The fact that it is now rotated into that makes me very sad, but I am happy that LeBlanc is getting a lot more play, is getting a lot more field position. So it's bittersweet in that I don't like her current play style,
Okay.
but I understand and I do want her to succeed.
Yeah, it is a strong deck nonetheless. I definitely put her up there with the
Yeah.
top dogs as well. As I said earlier, I think those top 3 are pretty much solidified so far, at least in the Riftbound Unleashed meta, as the 3 decks that have won regionals in the past and can indeed win. LeBlanc is right there. Can she win? In the right hands, I do think she can. And NA45 is back as well. Let's go ahead and bring him in here. And Broove is saying Hook is fun though. Broove, Hook is fun. It's a little bit similar, not too similar to like Dazzling Aurora in the sense, similar that you gamble a bit, but a strong player knows pretty much what to expect in those next 5 cards. So I like it. I like LeBlanc. I think she's definitely going to make a good run today because she topped 8 last week. Maybe she could top 8 this week as well.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
And then if you
Absolutely.
saw the deck distribution, anything that stands out to you there?
I do think the Vex representation is a little bit high, and China continues to like Fiora for some reason. I say for some reason, and this isn't like saying Fiora is an awful deck. It's not, but it just hasn't really performed super well. So it's surprising to me that it is it seems to be very continuously popular in China. I don't know why. Maybe it's just something about Fiora as a hero.
Yeah.
Maybe, right? I think she's not bad though, right? I think she's another legend, as we mentioned before. Like, what decks are kind of flying under the radar, but are still really good, strong decks? I think Fiora is one of them. If we look at the color combination alone, orange and yellow, you know, the bit of a boogeyman kind of falling down is Aurora currently, right? Orange has those sabotages, the actions. It even got introduced with Repulse, one of the new counters. So Fiora has 2 ways of counter your opponent's spells these days. And then yellow, things as simple as a sabotage. There's even a new card that came out in Unleashed called Disposable Orders. And that's an orange card, and it removes, I believe, 3 cards from your opponent's graveyard or trash. And that's a pretty good card against the Fizz packages as well. So you take out the Star Crosses, you take out the Bellows Breakfast for those Ezreals. So I think Fiora is a legend that can do well. We just haven't seen it do well. So maybe it has a similar story as Rengar last weekend. I'm excited. I hope we see a Fiora on stream, actually.
Yeah, real quick, plus, if you can go ahead and go to the second slide, there's been some Annie discourse on the YouTube side is what I'm watching. Bagheera, wait, where's Annie? That's wild. It's actually on the other page, and it has the same amount of play as I believe Lux currently has. It's also 12 decks in there. You can see it in the very top left. So it's not that they completely lost it. It's just we didn't swap over. It's within that range of a little bit like under 2% or about 2.5%. So it's within the 55% of kind of the unknowns over there. So there is Annie, just again, maybe not as played as some others.
You know, funny enough, looking down at the bottom of the table there, only 3 decks, Garen. That was no surprise, but a big surprise to me at least is Teemo, chat. I've been playing against some Teemo online, and he's strong, especially that deck that Ashen OCD or OCE. Apology if I'm messing that up.
OCE.
Ashen.
Yeah.
The one that he cooked up is insanely strong, insanely aggressive. I think there needs to be more Teemo players because 5 is not doing him justice. That's kind of underrepresented for sure.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is quite crazy low. I think the other one that stands out to me that is underrepresented for its strength is I think Darius. And I've said this many regionals in a row, but people just don't like playing that deck, and it, at least in the NA regionals, it continues to do decently. So that deck does seem a little bit underrepresented, but I can admit mindless aggro, maybe not the most fun thing in the world to play.
I find it extremely funny that there are more Jin decks than a Garen or Teemo or anything like that, because like Jin just on paper does not make sense by any stretch of the imagination. Are we already into our next match?
And is it? I didn't even know. I hope you guys. Let's see.
Oh no, this is a replay.
No,
I'm so
this
sorry.
is just
I
a
got
replay.
really scared at the full blown. I was like, nah, man, nah, we can't do this. I think this is all replays here. So that's
Yeah,
my
this
bad.
is a replay from the finals of the first one where Mastery won.
Yes.
But if they're showing us
yes.
replay, it feels like there's moments away, because usually when they take away the clock, that means they're going to show us the casters. And when they show us the casters, we're like 5 minutes away from getting things started with round number 2. Are they going to show us the
Speak it
casters? If
into
not, I'll pull up the
existence.
data again. Oh no, it is caster
Hey.
time.
Yeah, we got it. We lost one of the boys, but he's there somewhere. He lasted a little too hard and Baron ganked him. That's what happened.
Yes.
He lasted a little bit too hard and Baron just nipped him off the side. That's what happened.
Right, staring menacingly in that background, Baron Nashor. But you know, something I will give a lot of credit to Chinese casters is China regionals, they grab previous pro players / previous high placing players. I believe some of the players today, actually, I don't know if it's today, but what we've seen before is like the winner that just won last weekend, he's sometimes on the casting booth, APOP2. And then there's even like top 8 players that commentate. I don't think we've seen that from the western side of Riftbound just yet, which would be cool in the future.
I do feel it'd be very interesting to watch that. I you know, as someone that commentates and everything, it's always it's one thing to be able to play. It's one thing to obviously know exactly, you know, what cards need to be had or anything like that. But there is a line where it's like, oh, you don't know how to vocalize these
Very
things into
true.
a very enjoyable format. But when it comes to Riftbound, I think it would be, because it is a lot more tactile, because there are so many more things that you have to think about. It's the same thing with chess. Getting the high level players, it sounds the exact same, right? Like just hearing the different lines, hearing how a deck structure works. I think it could be very well done if you find the right personalities for it, for sure.
Definitely. But all right, chat, as we are moments away from getting started with this round number 2 here in today's Tianjin Regional, let us know in chat, what decks do you guys want to see? Hopefully we kind of come together and manifest it for us. Are we going to get a set 3 legend, or are they going to throw us back to some good old faithful type cards like in set 1, set 2, as we were discussing earlier today? I know if NA45 has something to say about it, he wants to see it Ezreal, or are you feeling a little bit different today, NA?
Show me the Ezreal. I love commentating Ezreal matches. A lot of interactions. The games go long. Always fun. I like Ezreal.
You know, I know NA's favorite deck. I don't think I ever asked you, Orbital. What is your favorite deck?
Favorite meta deck or favorite one to play?
I guess whatever your definition of favorite is. Just your
Yeah,
favorite in
that's a
general.
big question. Watching them, I will say I vastly enjoyed, as much as I hate to say it, I will say that I do very much enjoy watching Azir decks. I think I'm always a big token fan, and watching Azirs be able to build power, be able to move a lot, it makes me very excited for token power in the future. I really do want to see more token drop, and I want to see more movement in that aspect. Also because I'm an old school Victor head, and I currently play a Gutter 5 Jhin, so you know,
Nice.
kind of shows you where my priorities are. No, it's a terrible build. Don't do it. It's not the one that they're talking about, the blue that actually does well. No, this is like the I'm gonna go 0-8 at my regional or whatever.
Oh dang, 8 rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Azir though. Azir tokens currently, that's the only token really that I think is meta in the moment, so I enjoy watching the build up in that region.
I'm right there with you. You would often think it's pretty straightforward, but there's so many intricacies in Azir. As we just saw the previous regional champion 2 weekends ago take it all the way down, but it looks like round 2 of today's Tianjin Regional Open is about to start, so I'll throw it over to the feature match. It looks like one of the players is on that notorious Team AI, so it should be exciting.
Yeah. It'll be a good time.
Absolutely.
NA45, let's go in, man.
Absolutely. Did you catch what the legends are yet?
No, we haven't seen it. I think they did this last time where they reveal kind of at, yeah, here we go.
Ooh, okay.
Hey, it is a Pike,
Nice.
baby. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Should be interesting. There are a few different ways to build this deck, so we'll be curious to see which direction this player has decided to take it versus a Jax. Oh, wow.
Oh, no
Okay.
way. Okay. The reason I'm surprised about this is we just saw the stats, right? We literally just saw the stats for play rates. This is one of 6 Jaxes currently competing right now. And the fact that they pulled this early, I love this fact. They're like, dude, we're not gonna get another Jax. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're one of 6 and you won your first. Great, let's have you go for it.
Yeah, Jax is super cool. I still am very sad about what they did to the Jax legend in the set 2 rule update when they did make you no longer able to flicker gear. That was a cool, unique thing to him, and they just got rid of it. So it kind of did take away one of the more interesting things that the deck could do, where you could abuse the on-equip abilities, like on the Aphelios or on the Orange Jax, to draw a bunch of cards. And now you're kind of left with a deck that's just like, okay, well, I get equipment marginally cheaper, which is like, okay, sure. It just makes me a little bit sad.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree, and it's going to happen a lot more than we really like. I think when we talk about, you know, the upcoming ramp, I mean, we talk about power creep all the time, right? And I'll take this moment because I think this is a very fair spot to talk about it. When you watch old legends kind of get phased out because of the current ramp and the current abilities, I mean, obviously, like, a good chunk of set 1 is already unplayable because there's just so much that does better, right? In situations like that, it will hurt, and it will continue to hurt to watch these things go down. We just have to kind of trust the process and hope things, you know, continue to go better. But that's my rant for the moment as we dive on in and we get a Pike. So talk to me about this Pike deck so far. What can we kind of expect from this?
Well, there are a couple different ways to play the deck. There is a list that the best of Pike for the last tournament ended up playing, which was played the packs, it played the treasure troves, it played the bewitching spirits, and it was like more of a mid-range build. A lot of one-ofs in the top end, and they did put out a good Metafy guide, so if anybody wants to learn the deck, I would go check that out. It was free. But there are a couple different versions too, because you can play like an accelerate version that's just very quick. You play just all these cheap accelerate units, and you just keep swinging onto battlefields. And wow, okay, I see a flash as well. That is quite crazy to me. But yeah, I mean, this definitely looks like a more aggressive list. We saw double cleave in the opener, which is definitely not normal. Right, and that Lucian. Okay, nice.
GA build up as well, which is a little surprising to me. Well, I shouldn't say surprising because again, it's a gearhead, it's a Jax, right? But Seed of Power as well as Zon Warren's both looking to try and get a little bit of extra card draw going in there. Seed of Power, I believe, was built out by. It's showing. Okay, so it was Fly High that dropped it down there. So assuming you are going to hold 2 each time is going to be quite fun. A Vex to be played though. Pike Vex hold situations going to be very frustrating for someone like a Jax that is trying to move a little bit more.
Yeah, and the Lucian being played out on curve by Jax does mean that Pike doesn't want to shove up the Merchant quite yet, as it would just get cleanly taken out unless you opted to use the Pike Legend to bounce it back, but instead tries to develop the Vex, which I don't hate. I mean, Vex, pretty efficient unit, has the deflect for might.
Yep.
It is possible for Jax to out it here, as there is a confront, and then plus really any gear would do it, but it is a fairly expensive play if you do that, because you do have to go ahead and play the deflect plus the power cost. And yep, does opts to instead just develop units, and I like this. I mean, the Vex isn't doing a lot if you got a lot of units already.
Yeah, it's a double Lucian as well with 1 GA, meaning that you're going to have a lot of power to swing in. Fancy cards, though. Big shout out to the rune art. I am slowly building into getting more rune art on my side, and I love it. Those are gloriously shiny, I have to say, for the Pike player. Quick pick, as it is a little bit of a merchant waddle over there into the Zon Warrens. A quick discard and draw, see what you get, and so far just a simple hold. You'll have to leave them on there, as it is a Tide Turner to be tossed into a draw of a Legion play. So looking at a couple little arms being brought out, extra card draw as you get to double up on that Conquer, which moves you to 2, and it's going to be 2 draws extra. Big hand coming in for the Pike.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's like a pretty dead hand, to be honest. It's just a bunch of little
It's
units,
unfortunate.
and we'll be able to turn it into more useful cards with the merchant and such. As yeah, it does get to trigger this, and this is a very classic Pike play. For anybody unaware of the deck, one of the cool things that you can do with Tide Turner in this deck is you can conquer with a more valuable unit, like a Kaisa or something. Then you just play the Tide Turner to your base, pulls back your Kaisa, pulls back your Merchant in this case, and then you pay 1 to bounce your Tide Turner. And then you can just do this for as long as you have cards, or as long as you have energy. Cool little
That
interact.
is a cute token. What is that?
I don't know.
Is that a gold, or is that like, what is that?
Yeah.
Okay, it is a gold. I was like, that had to be a gold, right? That is adorable.
Yeah, so that's cool. It'd be nice if we got some cool stuff like that. But we'll have to see what we get imported.
Yeah. Well, for right now, it's still the play, as there is the Legion card, -2 on the energy cost, so you get a 4 might unit for 2. Feels good on the build-up, so build-ups on both ends that Fly High might have to deal with here in a little bit.
Yep, so Vex should pretty cleanly get taken down here. Yeah, opts to play out the Bone Shiver as well.
I love the animation of it as well, but a big, like you said, a big swing
sure.
being set up. That is, I believe, hefty amount. Quick Conquer, number 1. This is going to be a fast-scoring game, at least for the start here, until we get a lot of those showdowns. But a check of Do I Wish. There's the draw, and it's a Scuttle in hand, so maybe not exactly what you wanted, but it's enough. Swing of 3. Well, 1 plus 2 on top of it with a heavy might play means the Vex is gone. And it's the Lucian combo to conquer and give more card draw.
Yeah, Pike traditionally is not wanting to actually hold battlefields. So I would not be surprised to see both players just trade double conquer for multiple turns. That being said, the challenge in the hand of the Jacks here does give the option to potentially get rid of like the hopeful or something and try and put the, yeah, so it does play it out, trying to potentially limit the Pike to scoring once on the next turn. But there is the red Pike in the champion zone, so it is not quite that free. And yep, does opt to double pull back the Lucian, so it is probably going to be a pretty free double conquer back for the Pike again. And if I am just trading conquers, I do like Pike a little bit more in this situation, as he is on the odd point, or he is on the even points, which means that he will hit that the fated 8 points just 1 turn earlier.
That is if he's able to continue to double conquer. Yeah. I think is the big question right there. Quick discard of the flash, not needed here, and a draw on top of it. So a couple cards in hand that you can work with. Yeah. Toss of 1 and stack deck behind as well. So a little extra if you can, but I mean that's a lot of draw outs each time. There's a stack. Wow. You're looking. Hey, there's a fizz and a falling star if you wish.
Well, this is unfortunate. You want both the falling star and the fizz here. It probably depends on how many he's playing of these other units.
Yep.
In this case, opts to instead grab the falling star, which does make sense. And you can go ahead and try and clear the one of the Lucians and just do the same thing back. where you're saying that, hey, I'm going to stop you from double conquering on the next turn, but you don't have to do that. I mean, it does look like maybe potentially is going to try and get the double conquer bounce himself. Let's see. Would have to commit the pike champion if he did want to do that, though.
Mm-hmm. Right now, it is just a lot of discarding with that merchant. It is painful to deal with. Multiple discards giving you a much better hand, or at least an attempt at a hand, as another Legion comes out. Easy pickings on that 4, which means you might be able to build up some more. Instead of having that double conquer, as you mentioned, it is now just a position of 3-3. Big Eyes over to Fly High, though, that has a chance to take a massive point lead in a point race with these devolutions, and he's going to look to take it easily.
Yep. So now it is Jackson, the driver's seat here. That being said, the Falling Star should help. You do get to get rid of one of the Lucians at the very least. So the moving over the Bone Shiver, getting a double Bone Shiver conquer does feel pretty good.
Okay. Nice little discipline draw there as well, and they will wait to see, but as you said, one of them will be deleted, but at this time, it is not. So far, this Jax playing exactly as a Jax should, I feel like. We are going to meet a moment as out comes Big Boy Jax. Shows a champion. Decent base build up once more. You definitely feel these next 2 turns could be very pivotal for Fly High.
Yeah, only I want to say 3 runes up. Is it 2 or 3 runes up? I think they're kind of overlapping, but
I think it's 3 if we're counting correctly, because you have 3 of 8. Yeah, in the top right it'll show us. So 3 of 8 currently available.
Yeah, so the Falling Star not going to quietly work as clean now, as the Discipline is able to save one of the units, unless you go for a double trigger onto the Lucian without a gear. So let's see what the plan of the pike is here. You could opt to try and go for a pretty big, a bunch of little units, build up a bunch of little units, and then play out the Baron, as there is a Baron in his hand.
Don't give us PTSD, man. Don't do it.
Well, in this case, it's actually pretty good because it does buff up all these little 2-drops, but probably wouldn't want to do that quite yet, as there is a pretty big push on the following turn for Jax, and Jax is a legend that has access to Punch First, which is one of the best cards at clearing big battlefields.
Very frustrating battlefields as well.
I really would have wished that he had gone for the double conquer on the last turn, because the game is very different if you are in the driver's seat, where you are the one that your opponent has to answer, because as it is right now, he's really forced to... now he's the one who has to stop the Jax from getting a double conquer. And both the Lucians are in base, so you can't just clear things for free through combat now. And so even opting to play the Kaisa, which, again, in the best of list, I think was a 1 of, and they did not like the card very much, so definitely a more aggressive list.
Yeah. Taking a look, it was discarded, drawing out a Legion extra, or a Tide Turner as well, into a stacked deck once more, so... a little bit more card draw, and you have a lot of options ahead of you. And as you said, you are currently chasing, so now's the time to kind of make that desperate play. You know, in 2 turns, you haven't dealt with either of the Lucians. The Jax is currently being developed as well. You need an answer, right? Like, that is the current position that you are in. Eyes out, Tide Turner. This is the 3rd place so far of the Tide Turner. It's been very, very useful for this Pike player. Wondering exactly how that's going to manage in the future, though, as it's a turn of 4. And a play. Okay, out comes Vex once more.
There is the option, if the Jax does not play around it, is he can go play Baron, go up to 6, and then double conquer to 8. So maybe that was like the long-term play, as he did see the Baron in his hand on like turn 2. So maybe he's like, okay, I'm going to go on to the odd points, and my opponent's not going to play around it. That is a possibility here, and does opt to play out the Falling Star and try and remove. I did not see what he targeted. Did you see?
I did not either. I think we'll be waiting to see, because there's only 3 units on board, right? So it's going to be Looks like there it is. Okay, so it was one of the Lucians. So just target one, hang on to it as much as possible. Nothing more then, but that's about it. Take your time.
Yep, and the discipline does end up saving it, which, as we talked about. So, ooh, there's another falling star. Unfortunately, he does not have enough. I want to say he doesn't have enough rune. I think he should be on one rune. Yeah, so. Is it maybe. Does he have a cleave in hand? Is it maybe just a cleave to make sure your push on the next turn goes through? Or it's a cleave or a star, probably, I would guess.
Yeah. But he's got to
Okay,
figure it out now.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I think he just kind of dumped in there. No hard shuffle, just passes it over, says, hey, I'm still in a good position. Fly High's feeling good. I'm going to give him credit. Fly High, I think, is feeling okay if he passes his turn and his Lucian's still up. Like, he's like, dude, these Lucians have lived far longer than I think he even assumed.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he does respect the Baron play on the next turn, as that is a potential way to sneakily win this game if the Jax does not play around it.
True.
You do actually have to try and hold here as Lucian. Or just clear enough units with like a bunch of punch firsts. I don't know. Or sorry, not punch firsts, with a bunch of challenges. So we'll see.
You say a bunch, he's only got one. So I don't know how you split that into multiple. But hey, maybe you can. Imagine you could actually do that, by the way. Imagine like if you had like if you want a blue and you had the replicator, right? What is it? Academy, I think. Every spell that you have has a base cost repeat. And you're just like, I hate life. Just multiple punches across.
So
if any Jax Dex builds that, that's hilarious, by the way. Don't run Academy on that. That's so dumb.
That would be quite funny, but does draw a Defy off of the Zon, which is not going to be very useful, as the next turn is just going to be Baron Falling Star almost certainly.
Yep. And let's see. Okay, draw back. Equipping the Jax, recognizing that things are about to get a little bit spicy here. Up to 7, needs to try and hold. Are you going to stack or not? A Counter-Strike in hand, which is not bad, and an Auction, but Auction obviously doesn't do much when there's no other equipment on the table. And so you're just kind of left here. You have all your runes up, but how are you going to kind of defend against this?
I think he's actually in a pretty good spot here. He has Counter-Strike, which is going to save one of the units. He has Punch First to clear a unit here, and he has Challenge to clear a unit, and then he has Punch First to go ahead and hold if he does choose to do so. I'm pretty sure, yeah, you just keep your units on the battlefields here and say you cannot clear both of them. And as the board is looking right now, he can't. Baron is only going to give +2 to one of them, but okay, so it does pull one back. This does make it a little bit easier, but it's still Vex would have to get over Jax Lucian, which...
Both equipped as well. That's a hefty amount of might on there. If we're checking on the bottom, I think I'm reading this correctly. Jax would be at 7, I want to say. Unless I'm mistaken, and then the Lucian would be at 4, as that's a +1 behind it. So it's a decent amount that, like you said, it would have to be a heavy investment. So big call here by the spike. You know it's a do or die turn, and all he's got is a merchant that stayed alive since turn 1 and a Vex to really play with. That's not amazing.
Yeah, I think your first play just has to be shove up the merchant onto Zon and get a draw 2 and dig, because if your opponent, like, the Baron play just loses, right? Because you go play Baron and then Vex cannot get over the Seat of Power. So now you need to start digging for answers. And I think your answers are like Fizzes and maybe the third Falling Star. That would be my guess, at least. Maybe like a Starcross. That being said, we do know there is a Defy in the Jax. We are aware that Starcross will not work.
That is very true. We always have to keep in mind that we have a full view. The players obviously do not, or that would be called cheating. Don't cheat, people. That is not a good thing to do. 100% agree, though. But for this pike, it's just like, dude, you have to recognize that things are a little bit rough. You've been able to play a little bit, but you fell behind in the point run game. And now you're in this position. How do you dig your way out? 12 runes available, quite literally all of it at your disposal. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, he's really thinking about this one. It is a very important turn, so
I think it's the last turn
that decides
right?
the game.
Like it
Yeah.
is. It is the turn. It's not just a turn. Okay, so it is the Baron play, like you mentioned. And is this the second time we see a Baron throw come down here?
I feel
this
like
one
it
a
is.
little bit more knowingly. I mean,
Uh,
this would definitely be a more knowingly tossed kind of game, because at the same situation, you're looking at this maybe from the Pike's point of view, saying, okay, look, he will have to conquer all three. Maybe I can counter stack against him, but the counter stack ain't gonna work either, right? Like you're looking at way heavier might. So is that what he's really thinking?
I don't know, because your Falling Star has to kill.
He's gonna try.
Maybe he's spreading the damage and then is gonna try and trade in, but that doesn't work because we know specifically the double punch first. Yeah, it looks like he is spreading the damage.
Yeah.
Right, and now the trigger off of the merchant, so this should be a pretty clean double punch first for GG.
Yep. It's a rough call, as it's
that works too.
Oh, very nice. Weapon Master, quick equip, and hey, that's an issue. Counter strike as well. I love this call, and we see why Fly High is here at this table. Very nice signature spell. Prevent damage plus draw. You're gonna have all the cards in hand. You even drew a GA, even though you didn't really need it right now. That is a fantastic position to be in for this Jax player. And with only one, what is it, 2 cards? You got a few for the Pike, but it's just, yeah, quick equip again, just to be a nuisance. I've never seen equipment be used as counter spells, but I think I just did.
Yeah, it's one of the cool things that the Jax deck was able to do, and one of the more fun things that it was doing. But I believe this here should be enough to win the combat. I mean, you could, like, what's the, is there a punish for throwing down the punch first too? Like, I guess it tells your opponent that you're playing it. Yeah, so you just don't do it, because then it is a little bit more information that you do get to conceal, and the Jax does take game 1.
Yep. Very, very nicely done. And it was a little bit faster than I think we imagined, because it felt like the Pike, you talked about that, I forgot what turn it was, and maybe it was like a turn, I think it was turn 3 or 4, where we just kind of saw the Jax, or we saw the Pike just go, I can't conquer. And then you mentioned that the Lucians kept ramping up and up and up. It's the same thing that we saw with the Aurelia, where these units were kind of left uncontested, and they never had to deal with it.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a Pike conquer on the turn that I did mention, to keep yourself on the even points, or at least try and aggressively remove a unit, because what ended up happening is he was going for the 5-point scam into 8 with the Baron, but he couldn't break the battlefield because his units got removed. I guess it was like, maybe he wins it if he does keep the 3rd unit and it doesn't get sniped with the 2nd challenge, and he's like, okay, well, he doesn't have 2 challenges. He has 1, maybe not 2, but he did have it, and he lost that unit, and it did look like a pretty clean one for the Jax player.
Yeah, I mean, I respect it, and I love, we talked about it a little bit, and this is the fun that we get to have here on kind of a coach stream, is we got to talk about the fact that our personal biases, we can bring those out all day long. And I will say here, I love when lower tier decks, these decks that are played that just obviously aren't really within that meta requirement. It's a little bit more difficult to reach that meta threshold. The fact that we're getting to see it on a main feature table and played to this degree, and kind of, winning out, maybe against not a super meta deck either. The Pike is obviously not in the top tier echelon right now, is building up there, but not, priority. I like seeing a good Jax. It's very, very fun. Now, was that more the Pike maybe misplaying here and there? Sure. But it's still the Jax knowing exactly how to play, how to get the points, how to build up, and how to cover. Very, very well done.
for sure. I wasn't expecting to see the Jacks come in like that. It was pretty cool. It did feel like they knew what they were doing. I think there were a couple missed Bone Shiver procs, but I mean, again, stream feature there can be nerves, miss stuff happens, but did come out with the win in the end, which is cool to see when it's these lesser played legends. Though I say that, I mean, Pike only had what, like 13 players playing it as well.
Yeah, no, it was low. It was low. We give credit where credit is due. It was double the amount, but double the amount of Jaxes, still not that high. Actually, wait, am I reading this right? No, it was 11. Oh my gosh, it was even lower. Okay, so we thought it was like 13. Nah, that's low as well. Still though, I do hope to see the Pike be able to pop off. So talk to us a little bit about what needs to happen, because you mentioned before dealing with the Lucians, double Lucian and the Jax were pretty much the only units that we saw come out here. How do you deal with that as a Pike player? Like, what are we really hoping for?
I mean, in this case, he did actually have the answer for one of them. He just chose to not play it, and it is to go ahead and play your Falling Star out and try and clean up these bodies early. While the Lucian player I say the Lucian player, the Jax player that played double Lucian, well, he did have the double Lucian going for a while and only did develop that Jax on the second last turn of the game. If he was stuck to one Lucian, he didn't have a way to double score there, and he would have been set back behind at least one turn, potentially two, which does make things, I think, a lot more doable.
A little bit more time to develop, a little bit more time to build up. Yeah, I'd actually 100% agree with that one. Felt like the Jax had way too easy of a roll through. You got to stop it somehow. Granted, a big part about that was the double card draw. I don't think we talk about it enough, but the double card draw feature that came about with Seed of Power plus Son Warrens meant you were able to cycle your hand in both directions. So obviously those will not be allowed coming into games 2 and 3. I don't think we're going to have that hand cycling power that we had in game 1.
Yeah, definitely on the favors the Jax a little bit more, as the Lucians, like we saw, were pretty easily able to double conquer, and the green color really only has like Stellar, Discipline, and Scuttle, and I'm sure I'm missing something, but off the top of my head, those are the only three like really generic draw cards that green has, and orange has none. So with Jax, you're like, I have to draw off my battlefields, or I mean, I'm playing with my hand, right? And there is the orange Jax, but no one's playing orange Jax. It's always the green Jax to make, like you called it out, make the equipment in the counter spells. It was used to great effect.
Yeah, if we do see another draw battlefield, what would you hope it would be? I guess is the big question, because obviously there needs to be one, and I guess we'll see it right now. What battlefield are we hoping actually comes out to play? That to me is a big question mark at the top of the tables. So, you know what? I asked it, but we'll see it right here.
Yeah,
what have you opted for? Yeah.
Second Temple.
Okay.
Yep. Makes sense. And arenas. Whew.
A little bit faster, so complete opposite of what we saw earlier to the 9 point. Instead, it's technically only to 7. So we'll see who comes out on top on this one.
Yeah, for sure. I do slightly think I'm favoring the Pike in this game. I think that the Pike did have control of the last game a little bit, and then did opt to play in a way that put them behind, maybe aiming for the Baron play a little bit too early and tunneled on that, opting to lose a few units for free. But all right, so we see a Forerunner in the hand, and that's a Treasure Hunter. So Treasure Hunter on turn 1 going to be pretty good in the Pike. You do get the move up, and it isn't going to die. You can just recall it, and that's 2 gold tokens for almost free.
Of course, with the Sunken Temple, it's a whole build-up style as well, so we'll see if that brings some benefit of their own. Out you go once more. 2-drop. As quickly as possible with, yeah, a +1 on the energy cost, which is not bad, but that is... It's nice to have, I will say, but it does mean you're not conquering as quickly because you want that +1 energy, right? Like, it is a little bit more setup heavy in there.
It is kind of cool. Oh, wow. This is a really good draw off the stack deck, is now you can go push up the Treasure Hunter. This is actually the best turn 2 that you can have in Pike. assuming you're not playing the Pike champion and going for early double points, is you get to push up Treasure Hunter, you get to play out your Tide Turner, you get to move the Treasure Hunter again, so 2 gold generated, and then you get to bounce back your Tide Turner, so you end up getting 3 gold tokens if you opt to do that. I could see there's a world where you don't even bounce back the Tide Turner here, though, to try and stay on point, keep the board presence, but nope, does opt to bounce back the Tide Turner, which honestly, I would have not hated just leaving it on the board there. It's pretty much guaranteed to score on this next turn.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it looks like he missed a gold as well.
Uh-oh.
He should be on 3 gold as the Pike leader does generate a gold too. Oh no.
Feels bad, but hey, hey, it's his
Wow.
choice at that point. It is a decision that he has made. So, that's one of the things. Is I'll stand by it. I said it before. A lot of people are like, hey, judges should catch that. Judges should help out. No, no, no. If you're playing the game, you should know your deck inside and out. You really, really should. And that means, if you miss a trigger, a good, almost all the time, 25% of the time, at least, upwards of like 50 to 60, it's on you. I'm sorry. If you miss a trigger, that's unfortunately kind of your own fault. So, yell at me all you want. You miss a trigger, it's on you. I don't have any other words to say.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate too, because that was, like I said, pretty much the best opener Pike has, which is the triple gold token, and then you still have your Treasure Hunter safe and base to make it at least a 4th one. But wow, okay, this is very aggressive here, opting to throw up a cleave onto the Treasure Hunter, saying, I am going to take out Dragon Scale Sage, which I don't hate. It does deny the energy on the follow-up turn, and it is pretty hard for the Treasure Hunter to die on this next turn, and you can just do the Tide Turner play again, and hopefully not miss the gold token. See? All right, there we go.
Let's see if he does. He gets one. There we go. Okay, he draws back again. Hey, he got them all. We're good. We're good. We're good. Welcome to the party, TFT. TFT collab tokens. 5 in bank. You got a League of Legends team. Let's go.
Yeah, I am still a little bit surprised opting to not just hold on, and because there's a point where you have too much gold and it feels like at this point you might have too much gold. Like obviously Baron is going to cost a fair chunk of that, and then you do have the Pike champion, but I feel like I would value having 1 less gold for having 1 extra point personally. But I guess in this case it doesn't end up mattering because he still was able to develop the both units, though you are just kind of sacrificing a unit now because on the follow-up turn Jax kill it, whereas before if you had left it on the on this turn, then Jax pretty much can't, it's almost guaranteed Jax cannot develop a unit in time that actually thread knight.
True. And now we wait as the gold tokens are all readied up. That is the most gold I think I've seen in a while on a single table. Like, I know there are other ways to gold generate, but it's been a while since I've seen that much, and like just ready and waiting. And you take a look at the fact that he has no cards in hand that really need it. Cleave is obviously an energy cost. There's nothing that would require gold specifically except for the Forerunner, which at this point is it really necessary to toss that out there?
Forerunner's definitely going to feel good into Jax, but yeah, I definitely wish that he had taken that the hold points. Now you would get to retreat for free because you cannot spend that much gold, at least right now.
No.
Maybe if he draws into like a Baron, it's possible. But he did see a Baron off of one of the stack decks and opted to not play it. So
yeah, I think there was better choices, and obviously that was earlier on in the game, right? So you're looking at a much lower rune count at that time, so it made sense there. If you're running a second Baron though, that's gonna be hilarious. You're just like, let's do some more. But
we saw 2 Barons in his hand game. Yeah, we saw 2 Barons last game. Yeah.
Oh my lord, there was.
We know there are at least 2.
But... Hey, there it is. Forerunner is out. 1 gold spent. Welcome to the run.
So 2 runes up here. Not really any tricks that can be played. Would like to see see the other points scored because you do still have access to Pike Legend to bounce it if you really want to.
I feel like we're just hard chilling.
Wow.
Here.
Okay.
Right. Another
is...
drawback. He just wants all the gold. Does he think like if he
he-
gets like 20 gold in hand, then he just wins the game?
The last time I saw this much gold was with the Pit Crew Ezreal, when it was generating like 10 gold in a game. But yeah, this is... I don't know. I don't understand, but I'm sure there's something that we are missing because he's got a plan. He's definitely got a plan.
I love the fact that even the cameraman's like, that's a little bit unusual, and had to give us the whole pan in, right? Like, we really had to show off that the Pike player currently has 6 ready to go. That'll be a capture for Fly High, who has been waiting ever so patiently for their turn. Took a very long time. Captures 1, doesn't have any extra units to really play out here, so just has that raw Jax on field. Are you going to play yet another, though, is that question, as you do need to develop somehow. You do go ahead and bring it on out. Nice little cover of the Lucian, but it feels a little bit late. You're now the one obviously chasing, and you have to give turn over, leaving the Jax out at a singular battlefield.
Yeah, and what's crazy to me is if he had opted to not bounce back and had conquered on that last turn, he'd be at 6 points here. 6 points for 2 less gold, and he still hasn't used a single gold. All right, so should be able to pretty cleanly at least take the battlefield. To see if Jax does opt to react here. The Bryn here is pretty good. Okay, so it does react. So that will be what, +2 plus do you remember
that's a Bone Shiver, right?
What the Bone Shiver is? It +3?
That is a good
2.
question.
They're both +2.
Okay. So it's a 4, so you're sitting at 9 overall?
Yes. And there is access to 8 might. I mean, I would hope in the hand there is at least like a cleave or something. Let's see.
He's drawn enough, and it looks like he,
there's a
literally
cleave.
top side of hand. So it's, what are you going to play in? It's bring out the Pike.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, he gave 1 gold over. Oh my lord, it's over. It is horrendous. That was a joke, by the way, everyone. No, it's just he has a lot of gold. That's all I'm saying.
I thought he was going to go push up Pike onto arenas, bounce it back. Okay.
And he's swinging with both?
Okay.
Forerunner plus. That is... Okay. Sweep of 1.
Interest.
Units gone, and Forerunners are out, so you bring the mechs. Okay, good win over by the Pike. It's not a bad trade. You knocked out the Jax as well, so all that's left is Lucian. Okay.
Okay, this is interesting. I thought that you would kill the Pike, but I guess you do want to get rid of the Forerunner. I thought it would just be play the cleave on the Forerunner. Maybe I'm doing the math wrong. Oh, I am doing the math wrong. He does need to... Yeah, okay. That does make sense, because he does need to actually get 1 more might to win the combat. So, yep, I'm just doing math wrong. It would have only been 9 might into 9 might, right? And that is not a win, and you would have to commit the Tide Turner, which I did not want to do.
Yeah. A little bit rough as the GA is played. Defy, not so fast. Plenty of spell denial. Against the Pike, might not be super useful, but can be at the end of the day. Quick attachment of just about everything. As you bring 1 float of power if you wish. Yep, float an additional, so you bring 2 more on, which will give the Lucian up to 7. You're gonna go ahead and delete that poor merchant. All he wanted to do was sell stuff. That's all he wanted to do. At the moment, his wares have run out, because you're also keeping track of the fact that a double conquer would give the Pike the victory Nice little ready at the end with that first mate. Will bring it to a double conquer for Fly, though, as they will hold off on the Mighty Temple. And also get to draw one more, which will be quite nice for themselves.
Yeah, what's particularly scary here is you need to kill the Brainier. Yeah, okay.
Oh, very nice.
Because the problem is if you leave the Brainier up, it just goes on to the arenas to 7, and then you bounce it, and then you just play it again for game. But I'm curious if the line maybe last turn was supposed to be push up the Traveling Merchant onto the arenas, play the Brainier onto the arena's greatest, and then just rebounce the Brainiers, and then you'd have Brainiers for this turn. But then I guess you would only have the couple mech tokens, and you might need more. I didn't catch what's in his hand, but might not quite be enough to get through everything. We'll see. I mean, we do know there is an accelerate unit in hand with a pike for 3. Is up to the final 12 runes now.
Can you just like throw the gold at the opponent? Maybe that'll work. Just like beat him up with gold.
Just he's like
it's the true wages of pain. It's just straight up gold to the face, you know.
You know, we got Ebenezer Scrooge over here, and the poor little Jax who just wanted a single Christmas present. He's like, no, me and my mechs will be rolling in our gold. But
that would actually be so funny if there's a card like the more gold you have, the more damage you do on that swing. Oh my gosh. Either way, you're beset with 2 mechs, and that's about it. So it's gonna be a turn.
Well, what is unfortunate here is he did have game if he had done the previous play with the Brainier. You just go. Sure, you wouldn't have the pike, but you would have. You'd just be play Brainier, play Starcross Bounce Lucian, and then double conquer for game. So he did actually have game if he did go for the Brainier play on the last turn. You do need to make sure you're playing around or at least take in account the Defy and the Not So Fast, as this is a somewhat Protect the Castle deck where you do put a bunch of equipment on one unit. Really all you need is your Starcross to resolve, though. So
yeah. At the current moment, you are just waiting. I swear every time he does that, I swear he's tapping past turn or something. And I was like, I'm very poker pilled, unfortunately. That usually means check, right? Like that is a very check move, and I'm just like, I don't like that. But recognizing that he is just thinking drops a falling star, that's gonna be 6 total to split. Take out the first mate or drop it all on the Lucian, even though the Lucian is fully stacked at this time. Hefty amount of weight. And it is just going to be all 6 down. Just hoping to try and delete this Lucian as fast as possible. Will you be able to do it? Well, you'll at least be able to burn that GA if you can. I think the GA was there. Am I not mistaken? But there's a counter strike. Easy call. Good clear. Lucian lives.
This is a weird way to play this, but yeah, now you just get defied.
He did have to call. There's a nice trade. Maybe maybe for the pike player, you recognize that as well, and you say, hey, I was just hoping to burn some cards extra. But still, though, tough call. Tough times.
Yeah, this was a really weird way to play this, to be honest. I would have preferred to try and just beat it with... You could have gone, like, conquer pike on 2 arenas, and then go Starcross onto the Lucian, bounce the pike. Wait, so that's 3, 6, that gets defied. You're back to... Then you bounce back the pike to hand with... And then you're swinging in for 6 into 8. So then you can go cleave onto... Oh, okay, maybe... Was there a way I missed? Let's see. He's thinking. I think he's thinking if he... Actually, what is he thinking? Because the cleave doesn't do anything.
I like how you read that line all the way to the very end and realized it dropped off a cliff.
Yeah.
That's what you kind of realized about that line. That was really good, actually.
Yep. Silly stuff. But did he just
All right.
pass?
No, he
No,
tried,
okay.
and I guess both of them were negated.
So the
So
combat healed. Yeah.
yeah,
It was under
really,
combat.
really well done by Fly High. Really nice save of that Lucian without losing the GA either. Huge win
Yeah.
there.
So Lucian can't win on the next turn unless actually no, he does play Trinity Force. So you could go for the if he rips into Trinity Force Felsong, or if he plays it. I doubt he plays it, but it would be. Oh, is it? I thought that was a GA. Is it is that
For
I
some
can't
reason
quite
they
tell
flashed
what
the
the-
logo before, and I thought it was a GA. But if it's not, then it's not. And right now we are looking at the Pike situation. So
yeah.
big plays for Fly High, but a big move right now by AI. And this Pike is just, he's trying as he's now full stacking over on one end. Heavy play of just about everyone over there. That's a Tide Turner Raw plus a hidden. And I feel like you recognize what that is. So Fly High, recognizing where they're currently at,
Right.
and he moves his token to 7 because of the
This
hold on the
is-
back end, because of Trinity Force, right? He's also
Yeah.
sitting on 7 points. Okay, this is the big turn.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so this is does this just lose the board? No, because you go 6 in, and do you know what the hidden was? It was the Tide Turner, maybe?
It has to be another Tide Turner, right? I don't think there's another hidden card out there, really. I love that Rengar played out, and it looks like that. Is that the call to done? Is that called done? Is that it? Did the Jacks
That
just
would
pull it
be
off?
me.
Rengar, GG's to the Jacks. 1 and
Yep,
6, baby. Let's
absolutely.
go.
That was awesome. That was a nice end to the game. I thought that the
Yo.
Pike did have it, but he was unable to close it out there.
Yeah. And I love the fact that it is a Jax deck. Make no mistake, Legend and Chosen. He holds the Lucian. Bruh. Good times, though. Good times for Fly High.
He knows the true MVP there.
Yeah. Very well done. Either way, a fantastic game, I think. And again, when we talk about Pike, obviously a little bit more play rate, but very well maintained by the Jax player at the end. Fly High, I think, understood what was coming multiple ways. You talked about the punch first, you talked about the defies and the not so fast. Great negation tactics to keep the Pike player kind of always on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean it looked like the Pike deck was a lot of little units plus Baron, and when you do not have the Baron, the little units don't do too much, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And was not able to end up taking the game. What were your thoughts, Plus, watching that one? So, Mhm. Yeah.
Yep. Plus, I think you might be muted.
Oh my goodness! All right,
Yeah,
rewind what
Oh,
I
he's been
said.
talking.
Chat. What did I even say? Okay, I kind of remember. Rewind what
talking
I
about-
said. I said
Yeah.
it's not every day we get to see a Jax on the feature table, so which
Yeah.
was a fun matchup to spectate. But I was telling NA and over here, I can't shake the feeling that I believe Pike threw somewhere in that game, because I was letting these guys know I felt that Pike was pretty much ahead the majority of that game. It just ended up coming down to that final moment where he got Counter-Strike, where he got defied, where everything just went completely downhill from him. And I threw it over to you guys. Do you feel the same way, that Pike was pretty much ahead the whole time until that moment? Or is there another way you guys are seeing it?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think NA is very much in the same pile as you.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it a little bit during the cast, but there
Mhm.
were a few opportunities where he opted to not go for a hold point when the Jacks did not have any units on the board, maybe trying to play around, I guess, like a Rengar or maybe a first mate Lucian combo. But I feel like when you're playing this aggressive deck, it was just so much lost tempo to bouncing his own units over and over for all this gold that he didn't use. And what good is all the money in the world if you die without spending it, right? Like I don't
Right.
know.
Perfect analogy, huh?
I realized that, yeah, that is the most perfect line I think I've ever heard when it comes to Riftbound like that. That is
Uh,
great.
yep.
Yeah,
I
I
like
mean,
I
it.
agree with you.
he died with what? I think like 7 gold on board. Didn't make use of any of that.
Yep.
I just didn't think he
Yeah.
expected to go down. I'm wondering because he had falling stars, he had the star cross. How much might did that Jax have? It was a Jax or Lucian on that final hold for Jax.
I think it was.
It was
I
a
want to say it
Lucian.
was Illusion
Okay, so
because
it
this
didn't
Jax got
have
taken out earlier.
deflex. So Lucian 3 plus the
No.
Trinity Force 2 up to 5 plus 2 from Bone Shiver up to 7. So it's still a little
Yeah.
bit out. He
And the
did the
DA.
Falling Star to do 6 mark damage. It was tricky. It was definitely a tricky line.
Yeah.
And it ended up just being, I think Jax just had one too many answers. He had even a not so fast, the defy, the counter strike. So maybe it was Jack's game to win all along. Either way, I'm excited to see a little bit more Jax later on. Hopefully, he can make a pretty good performance in this regional.
Yeah, I really do feel like this is one of those situations where it wasn't just I don't want to say it was just the situation of, the Pike might have misplayed, but I do feel like for Fly High, he might have just gotten a really good draw. The more that I think about it, even though the Pike is maybe a little bit more slated in terms of building up the ramp and being able to kind of control the battlefields, we got to see how quickly Fly High was also able to navigate, and especially with that Weapon Master in hand, you're able to basically, I don't want to say counterspell, but basically build up units in a very ferocious way that an opponent can't overcome. I do wonder if this is a matchup diff that Fly High was kind of expecting and kind of got away with, because it felt like he was very comfortable. He never seemed stressed in any of those situations. He always seemed to have the right answer with some of those unit equips, and he comfortably kind of took it back over. So as much as we're giving the Pike praise and maybe a little bit of critiquing in there about some of the plays, I do think that Fly High had just all the right answers, knew what was coming up, and knew how to play against it. Very well done.
Yeah, I mean, just
Sometimes
the
they do
quality
have
of cards in
answers.
Jax are quite high. When we're talking about green and orange, one of the better color combinations, and then you have the signature spells we saw putting in work at that very end. I think that Jax might be the only deck that can get away with running Bone Shiver right now in the current meta. So love to see that. It almost kind of fills in the gaps in a way where Punch First kind of dwindles your rune economy so heavily, where Bone Shiver kind of replenishes it, so it kind of equals out. So I like to see that from Jax, which I think is decently strong right now. Is he up there with the best of legends? I'm not too sure about that, but I don't think he's that down below where he's only getting represented at only 6 decks. So maybe a little bit criminally underrepresented as well, like we said previously. They throw it back to the casters here, but I don't think, because that game still had at least 15 minutes remaining, no?
Yeah, it was quick, I will say.
Mhm.
That was a very snappy kind of situation to occur, and I think there's plenty of time. It was also a 2-0. And so obviously the earlier one that we had was very, very very much elongated. So I do think we're going to have an extended period of time where we're just kind of waiting, and I'm excited to see what else comes about it.
Yeah, it should be good. That was a pretty quick too. I was hoping Pike ended up winning that game so that we did get a game 3 instead of throwing it over to the commercial / the in-between. Because unlike the Vancouver regional, China has a lot of pros, but the one con we always discuss about every China regional is that they don't have a backup feature match. So we're just sitting here kind of discussing the game, of course, chilling with chat. And to Taurus in chat saying, we should make the cams bigger. This isn't the game. When we showed the game, we put it full screen for you guys, right? I think you're just joining us, so you didn't see it. But we have it full screen when the game is actually played. But this is just like the in between slash commercial. So this is why we have this set up the way it is. So hopefully you see that a little bit later on. But I know Orbital and NA45, those 2 rounds is what we committed for today. So I don't want to take too much more time of your evening. I don't know how much longer you guys are staying up. I've been recently a bit of a night owl because these China streams messing up my schedule. But thank you so much for doing some awesome commentary for these first 2 rounds. Hopefully there were some good ones. I mean, the first one was fun. The second one was unique as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was a pleasure, and this is actually why I really like doing some of the early ones. I don't know if NA is the same as me, but the early feature tables, I think, are the prime spot where we're going to get some of those treats, where we're going to get some of those oddball kind of legend selections. Because as we go higher and higher, obviously the meta starts to dominate. We'll probably see more Aurelia, more Diana, more Yi. It just kind of filters in there. So I love casting the earlier stages where we get to see kind of the lower variety pick of legends out there.
Yeah, I agree. I like seeing those spicier matchups. Hopefully we keep the trend going of kind of hitting that second data distribution table where we saw a Jax. Can we get maybe those Dariuses, those Timos? I don't know about a Garen because those Garens are most likely an Aurora, but somewhere a little bit lower down could be neat to see. But yeah, it looks like there's still 30 tables remaining to be played out. So not as much as we've seen in the past, but let's go ahead and sign things up. And NA, did you just sub? Thank you so much, NA, for the sub there.
Of course,
but I'll let you guys sign off now. I won't take too much more of your time. I think Orbital, you were just here for day 1, but always excited to see you in the future if you want to partake. And then NA should be back here tomorrow. But before you guys go, feel free to let us leave us on any little final remarks / shout outs you guys want to leave us with.
NA.
And they can start, whoever wants
first?
to say first.
Jin is the best. Jin will win it all. And he's the best legend out there. I don't care what anyone says. Jin is the winner. I'm also very excited for Ziggs to come out. I'm so excited for Ziggs as a legend. So that's what I'm saying right there.
And 6, funny enough, was set 5 sneak peek, right? It's so funny we're getting more sneak peek for set 5, and Vendetta is still in between them. So I wonder what the hype is about set 5 versus Vendetta for Riot. But hopefully we get some Vendetta. I think July 6th starts the release previews for Vendetta, funny enough.
Yep. Yeah, exciting stuff. I was sorry, tangent, but I was a little bit disappointed when I saw Seraphine was yellow and is a token deck. I was like, oh, we're going to get a cool spellcaster with double spells and stuff. Fair. And then nope, it's just more token schlop.
Okay. I will have no token slander out here. Yeah. I will have no token slander in my Riftbound.
Yeah. I just don't want another Vanguard Armory deck, but oh well.
That's fair.
What can you do? But anyways, yep, you can check me out on Twitter. I mean, I'll be back tomorrow, but NA underscore NA 45 underscore. I will see you guys tomorrow.
All right, guys, we'll go ahead and let these guys take a good rest. I'll hang out for a little bit, but I will throw it to a break myself, only because I got to get the next pair of casters online. But guys, say peace out to Orbital and NA45. We'll catch you guys a little bit down the road. Thank you so much, Orbital and NA.
Yeah, of course.
All right, chat. I'll hang out for a little bit as I go ahead and make some preparations. Seraphine coming soon. Skin and Bony, not soon. They're still set 4, but I'm excited for both sets to come out. It's crazy they're doing, it almost feels like 5 sets in a year, but then I forget set 1 release October, right? October 31st. So it's supposed to be just be 4 sets a year, right? I believe that's what they wanted to do. I need me an overnumber Vex and some common chaos runes. Chris, you and I the same. I really want an overnumber Vex. I don't think I'm gonna get it, but hopefully so. And Uri, man, I can't wait for a call. I hope you guys understand that set 4 is gonna be completely different from anything we've seen before because of the crossover domain combinations, right? Akali is almost all but guaranteed to be red and green, the first ever red and green champion. So you have access to like aggressive things like the cleave we just saw from Pyke. Blood Rush, Falling Stars, and then you have other pumps like On Guard, Discipline. So you have offensive pumps and defensive pumps. I think Akali's gonna be crazy. I can't wait to play with her as well. I believe there's the blue orange as well. Someone said it's gonna be Jace. Is Jace Bridgewater? Because someone told me Bridgewater is a good domain to be, or not domain, but a good. What's the word? Domain? No, what is Bridgewater? Not community. A race? Is it a race in the League of Legends lore? Jace's Piltover. I think Bridgewater. What I'm getting at is I think they said Nala, or Nala, is that her name? The one that currently is in the game that has accelerate, and when she moves you gain XP. Yeah, not Bridgewater. Guys, you know, I do not know my League of Legends lore as good as you guys. I'm just a TCG player. And Neela, there we go. I'm thinking Neela might be the blue-orange legend. Territory region would be Bilgewater. I hope I'm saying that right. Bilgewater's a place, pirate stuff and all. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think that has to be the orange-blue. And then the final color combination that is going to be the first time ever being introduced to Riftbound is purple and yellow. And chat, you guys said it before. Everyone has their money on Viego. Do you guys think there's another legend that fits the criteria a little bit better? She controls a demon. Oh, Skydola. Okay. So does that make better or Nyla? I thought Nyla. Okay. Karthus and Viego. Ooh. Okay. Senna. I'm familiar with Senna. That could be a cool purple yellow. Someone has mentioned to me that purple yellow has a loop, an infinite loop potential. Can anyone enlighten me on what is the infinite loop? Because you guys told me there was going to be an infinite loop for set 3 and we didn't see any of it. There was talks about early on in Unleashed meta where any Heedless Resurrection plus Bring Your Thunder Song info loop kind of shenanigans. We didn't see none of that. So I don't know if I'm going to believe you guys. I don't think Viego will come out in Vendetta though. Would be interesting. Purple, I hope so. A lot of people love Viego. I'm a fan of Viego as well. UCAR saying Viego fits well. Okay. No infinite combos just yet. Okay. Give me center. Ooh, Thresh could be cool. I could see that. But chat, there's just 4 tables remaining. Once they go over and hit that 0 table mark, I'll go ahead and throw us to a little bit of a break and just get the next set of casters in. Join us for the next couple rounds. I think Sasuke joining in for round 3, and then Mr. Plus joining in for round 3 and 4, and then I'll hop in on round 4 as well. And then a little bit later on, he's been a great friend of the stream, but hasn't been around due to work, I believe. Alguito Swiftly will be joining us for the remaining of those rounds post round 4. So it should be good. Like I said, we got the Auroras out the way. Let's see if we get some more spicier things. Let me pull up the data distribution for anyone that's just joining in. That way we kind of see what do we want to see, honestly. So on page 1, we pretty much seen everything we ever wanted. Oh, you know what's a legend we haven't seen? Out of this whole page 1, I actually don't remember if we've seen a Kaiser, but we haven't seen a set 3 Leona, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I'm pretty sure Leona is the only set or the only legend out of this whole deck distribution that we haven't seen at a regional perform just yet. They have new tools too, right? The new set, the new stun mechanics, or not mechanics, but the new stun support did come in set 3, so maybe Leona could be a little bit better than before. Let me see in the second page though. Oh, we definitely haven't seen any rumbles in set 3, so that could be a fun match to watch. Yasuo's we haven't seen as well. I know some of you guys in chat really a fan of Yasuo. Renata we haven't seen any as well. So okay, my picks would be for something like that. Renata, Rumble, Yasuo, Jinx could be fun as well. We've seen a little Vi. We've seen a little Ivern. So yeah, hopefully we get some of these matches later on today. I'm happy watching. Oh, waiting for Aatrox, and I know who you're talking about, Skin and Bones. I just don't know. I don't want to, I don't want to butcher any more names. Leona is the best of merchants. Okay, it would be a fun watch. It would definitely be a good one. And you know, what day is Radiance speculated to release? Is there already a release date? Because it seems to me Radiance is going to be like that holiday release, whereas like Christmas time, it's not going to be Christmas themed, but I think it's going to be like where they're going to try to really capitalize on the holiday season. As you guys said, the KDA skins, there's going to be KDA over numbers. There's going to be crazy. I think Radiance might be like the most collectible set there've ever been. Radiance release date. Oh, of course. So similar to how Set 1 Origins released, it released October 31st. It looks like Radiance is scheduled to release October 23rd. And thank you, Purple. It is October, chat. So Vendetta comes out July 31st, and then Radiance comes out October 23rd. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Akali, KDA, and Steve, I'm saying you and everyone else. Let me go ahead and hit. No, I don't think there was too many spoilers. All we saw... What do we see? No, I had posted the only spoiler so far. We know there's going to be an Echo Legend, and we know there's going to be Seraphine Legend, of course. What was the other one? Oh, Evelyn Legend. So those are the 3 legends we know for sure that are coming out to Radiance. But I don't know any other ones. I guess you guys told me before. Sigs is confirmed. Couple other ones in there too. Chat, how do you guys feel about only 9 legends coming out in future sets now? Is that fine? Because I guess 12 is a little too ambitious to kind of develop every single 3 months. I think 9 is a nice little middle ground. Oh, Sigs is set 4? Okay, okay. Wait, Sigs is Vendetta? I swore I saw it with a blue background. I know Riftbound Report usually keeps us pretty good on that info. Ziggs and Jarvan. Let me look up Jarvan real quick because I feel like I should know who he is, but let me double check. You know, the most of my knowledge from League of Legends comes from TFT. So if I don't remember them from TFT, I mean, granted, he's... Oh, yeah, Jarvan. I know him. Okay, he could be cool. He could be a cool legend to have. Will be 9 the next 2 sets? Clumpy, yeah, 9 legends coming out for Vendetta, and then 9 legends coming out for Radiance as well. And Bale Ziggs is Radiance, right? Yeah, there was 12 in Unleashed. Yeah, there was 12, technically 16 for Origins if you count Proving Grounds. There was 12 for Spirit Forge, and then there was 12 again for Unleashed. So Vendetta would be the first time in Riftbound history that they have less than 12 legends, which is not too much less. We're talking about just 3 legends less, so not too crazy, right? And chat, does anyone have any summoner scrimmages this weekend? I know my locals have a couple one, I believe, on Saturday and Sunday. Unfortunately, I can't be in attendance because I'm going to be doing these streams for you guys. They're not going to be literally at the same time of these streams, but I'm going to have to sleep somewhere, right? Imagine I do the China co-stream and then I go straight to the summoner scrimmage. I wouldn't play too good. I mean, I would try my best, but then I'll be either I'm tired for the scrimmage or I'm completely exhausted for the co-stream. So I unfortunately can't play this weekend, but hopefully I could catch one of these weekends. And Daiquiri, you have one on Sunday. Best of luck. Daiquiri, what are you thinking about running for the scrimmage? Kaiser for scrimmage 1, Lilia for scrimmage 2. Oh, you're running a little bit of spice. Kaiser for scrimmage 1. I'm wondering what your local meta's like. Oh, and Skin and Bony, guys, everyone that has a scrimmage, best of luck. Let me know what you guys are thinking about playing. You need to choose between Kha'Zix and Pi. Skin and Bony, my brother is doing a scrimmage on Kha'Zix. He did like a locals yesterday, went undefeated with Kha'Zix. So he's feeling good. He's running hot with Kha'Zix, so best of luck to him as well. Hope he could do well. And Darkery, not Daiquiri. And hey, Darkery. Wait. Why did I mess that up? Darkeries. How about we go with Darfs? Darf it is. So sorry about that. Taking Ornn to a scrimmage. Really feeling the deck. You know, Bill Zings, I've heard good things about Ornn. There's even been a couple Ornns here on Regional. There have been the more aggressive version. Are you doing more aggressive Ornn yourself? Oh, and Gigi saying, I don't know if I should play Turbo, Darius, or Yi. Oh, those are, I mean, if you want to win, if you want the playmat, you know the answer, right? Yi is a winning deck. Turbo, Darius is a deck to have a lot of fun. So it depends on your definition of winning. Is you're winning having the most fun you can, or do you actually want to get that rain guard mat? Because, you know, I believe out of all the mats we ever had for these Scummer Scrimmages, I think this Rengar one takes the cake. Let me know if there was any mat that's better than the Rengar one. What was the set one? Oh, chat, what was the set one mats? I can't even remember now. I know Edge and Knight and the World Atlas were like the worst mats, so that set the bar pretty low. Did we not have Summer Scrimmages for set one? Aggro one is 100% the way for sure. Oh, of course, the Blitzcrank ones. Those are cool. Those are cool. And those set one only had a single mat, if I remember right. Chat, I hope one of these days we kind of get up to speed with the Chinese releases as well. Not literally the product releases, but I mean like the Summoner Scrimmage over there, because they get that beautiful Elder Dragon mat for their Summoner Scrimmage. Granted, they don't get Rain Guard in the Lilia one, so maybe there's some kind of even trade-off there. Because have you guys seen the Elder Dragon mat that China gets for their scrimmages? That one looks super cool. I could pull it up on screen if some of you guys haven't seen it. It's just flimsy. You know, I've seen most of these mats are kind of flimsy. If it's not stitched, most mats tend to be a little bit flimsy. Some people don't mind it because it's like lightweight. It doesn't really, it's not too hard like to pack it up anywhere. Show us please. Meg, let me see if you guys haven't seen it. I know we posted it on Twitter before. Let me look it up. I wonder if I type Elder Dragon through our history. Elder is gnarly. It is, Darth. Is a scrimmage mat either or Rengar? No, Skin and Bony. It's for June and July. So Rengar mat is for June, and then the Lilia mat is for the second stage of Summoner Scrimmages, right? Oh, and why is my internet being like, hey, you're dual streaming on YouTube and Twitch? You have a live stream open? Something went wrong. I've never seen Twitter do this. Okay, here we are, chat. Okay, so let me look through here, and if I type Elder Dragon, I should be able to find it. There it is. So I'll open it nice and big for you guys. This is the Elder Dragon map. What is the ratios of the deck? Pricing also Elder Dragon card for China? No, Darth. The pricing is the same as we get here. So we're still caught up, but the only difference is they get a cool little stamp of the champion. So we have like the name champion. They get like a stamp with the little Riftbound logo on it. Yeah, Mac, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I think it's super sick. It's because Riot is in China, easier to coordinate making random things. I'm saying, Doc, they have a little bit of bias there, a little bit of preference, if you will. Because Riot is natively a Chinese company, as you said, right? Wow, that's fire. Catch it. Fire. Good one, you see. We get a champion map where champion is not in the middle. For real, for real. Or I can't remember exactly. I know we posted about it too, but is the champion really not lined up? I thought it was. Oh, you're so right. The Rengar one is off on the side. That is a little bit crazy. At least the Lilia one. Chat, 1 in the chat if you prefer the Rengar one, or 2 if you like the Lilia one better. The more I'm looking at these next to each other, I'm kind of voting for 2. I'm kind of spamming 2 right now because Lilia is looking kind of nice with all the background things to it. Darv 1-1. Okay, I like them both. Rengar so much better. Okay, Lilia over Rengo. Okay. Honestly, you can't go wrong. If you win your scrimmages either in June or July, they're both awesome. Yeah, you're so right, Darker. Trophy Hunter is better than... That should have been a Lilia Faithon, right? That would have been so much better if it was Lilia Faithon. Because, you know, they gave us a metal card for Rengar. Why didn't they give us a metal card for Lilia? That makes no sense. If they're really paying attention, we're already incentivized to go to these scrimmages, but make it even sweeter, right? Make it the blue champ. Granted, maybe they didn't really know what was going to be meta at the time, but reading the cards... One of them sounds a little bit better than the other. The Rengar card is like 30 bucks. I'm saying IDK is so much better. Oh, you made me lose my train of thought. What was I going to show you guys after this? It was on the same topic. Oh, it was the Lilia winning card. How would I pull that up? Let me see. Season 3? Oh, there it is. This, I wish they gave us, I mean, they saved the blue Lilia for the Chinese champion, right? So I guess they were doing something right, just on the other side of the world. This card, if you haven't seen it, is what the champion slash the top 8 competitors get over here at the event we're co-streaming today. This is the card they're all fighting for, and I believe, let me see if I could show you guys a little bit better. Yeah, this is the layout. So champion with the exclusive, I believe that should say champion. So top 4 actually. So I misspoke. I thought it was top 8, but it's actually only top 4 Lilias get that exclusive 1 of 1 kind of. I say 1 of 1, but it's technically like 1. The champions is like 1 of 4. And then the top 4 is like 1 of 16. And then the other ones are just the alternate art with a little bit of the promo thing. Like, we can never just have something as good as that. Josh, I mean, we have the, what did we get for Sydney? Sydney got a Poppy. Did Vancouver also get a Poppy? I think Poppy was the thing. In Hartford, does anyone know if we also get Poppies as well? I'll have to look it up. I can't remember what I saw. I think it's all Poppy for set 3 right now. The Poppy art gets a Poro. Yeah, JJS, it's not too bad, right? It is a cool card nonetheless. All right, chat, let me take a quick little break here. It's going to be like 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and tag the casters, set up their cameras. And then when I return, we should be within like 5 or so minutes from starting round 1, as there's just a single table left remaining. But chat, I will be right back. If it's still taking a while, I'll just come back to yap a little bit in the meantime. But let me go ahead and get things situated with the casters. But I'll be right back, and hopefully we get a nice little spicy match for this 3rd round of the Tianjin Regional. So be right back, chat. All right, chat. We are back. They didn't throw up a counter though, so I'm a little bit nervous. We are still a bit away. Hopefully, it's not any longer than 10 minutes or so. But like I said, normally they throw us a good 10-minute timer on the screen, so we'll kind of play it by ear. In the meantime, I did manage to get one of our fantastic casters that will be joining us for the next couple rounds in already. You guys know him as Mr. Plus, so let's go ahead and bring him in here. I believe you are on. How's it going, Mr. Plus?
Hey, Plus. How's it going?
Good, good. I know we were talking a little bit between the break. He just came back from the Vancouver Regional. First off, did anyone in chat go to the Vancouver Regional? Maybe you probably saw them and you didn't know. And oh, we might have joined at the perfect time, Mr. Plus, because when they throw us the casters, we're not too far away. But in the meantime,
nice.
Care to share any little bit of an experience you had from Vancouver?
Yeah, Vancouver was great. I went out with a small group. I brought my wife with me, and then we stayed with 3 of our other friends from locals and had a good time. Got to explore, have some good food. It was all around a fun event. I didn't perform, unfortunately. I kind of crashed and burned in the main event, but I did get to try 2v2 with one of my friends that was staying with us, and we went X1 in the 2v2 event, which was really cool. That format was a lot more fun than I anticipated. Like we both said, like, when September rolls around and we go to the LA RQ, we're gonna bring specific decks just for 2v2 because that format was such a fun time. So that was a really pleasant surprise. So definitely still some good times to be had, even though the main event didn't go the way I wanted it to.
Did you end up still going with your pike that you were thinking about bringing to Vancouver?
I did, yeah. I played my pike list and, got out of the gate really well. First game, 2-0'd my opponent. My deck did exactly what I wanted it to do. And then, I don't know, the wheels fell off. It was Brick City for the rest of the day for me.
Hey,
so
it happens. Maybe it was a little bit of course, not meant to be. You always want to do well, but as you said, you kind of got a glimpse of another side of Riftbound you probably wouldn't have otherwise if you're doing good. So 2v2 might be where it's at. Mr. Fuzz, I've never played 2v2, so I'll take your word for it because I know there's like real strategies that people kind of form together. Like they actually synergize really, really well in 2v2. And there's cards that see virtually no play in standard, where then 2v2 they're pretty prominent. So I think 2v2 has somewhere Eventually they should get more support instead of just being side events. I don't know as far as having like a bit of a main event for 2v2, but it could be fun. I think people would enjoy seeing 2v2s.
I think so too. I think it brings a different dynamic to the game, and it builds a little bit more camaraderie. It's fun to play alongside a buddy. I know, like in those old DBS days, Team War events were always really
Right.
fun. Like getting to play with 2 of your friends side by side against 3 of them, and so it's kind of that feel. And yeah, this strategy for that format is interesting because we played against 3 identical lineups, which was apparently the best lineup in the format is
Wow.
Master Yi plus Yasuo. So you
Ooh.
play a Proving Grounds Master Yi, and you have them go first. They play a 2-drop, and then the Yasuo player can use his hero ability to push it up for them on his turn. And so we played against that 3 different times, and it worked every time where they just had like a turn 1 Poro, and then Yasuo pushes it into like Grove with the God Willow, and now all of a sudden they're holding, and it was pretty interesting. But it looks like we're getting back into regular old 1v1 now, as it seems like our players are prepping to get this match started.
That's right. It looks like the third feature match is among us. So not too much longer waiting, as Atem saying, how long are these intermissions? They feel somewhat long because there isn't a backup feature match, but round 3 is right here, right now. Let's go ahead and join him on the feature match. I will be co-casting alongside Mr. Plus in the meantime while Sasuke gets home, because I think he's running a little bit behind. In chat, I kind of said it earlier. I was saying, where are the Rumble players? It looks like my wish has been a bit granted here for this round 3. I'm excited.
Yeah, very cool to see Rumble. You don't get to see Rumble very often, and now the boogeyman of Unleashed LeBlanc on the other side of the table, so a little bit of an overlap in the mind domain, but we're going to see which supplementary domain, Chaos or sorry, wait, this is not Chaos, it's Order, the opposite of that. I'm all kerfuffled from the next set where we're going to get the mismatching colors,
Right.
but we'll see about LeBlanc versus this Rumble, who's got Fury alongside his mind, which is a very good combination, as we saw from Kaisa for 2 whole sets. She's a little bit on the lower end recently as of late, but nonetheless, it's still a powerful color combination and should have a decent amount of answers for what LeBlanc's doing, especially if they're sideboarding cards like Smite.
Yeah, I like what you're saying, because, on paper, as you mentioned, red and blue have access to a lot of great tools for backline interaction. And LeBlanc, you have some great cards, but if you're able to get to them in that base, like those Karthuses, like your setup Ruin Rex or so, then they're not as impactful as what you would imagine. So maybe Rumble might just have the tools to take down this LeBlanc. But this is LeBlanc we're talking about. So if this is the kind of more traditional that we've seen as of lately, is the baited hook LeBlancs, their power level is through the roof sometimes when they hit everything they need. And I think the Harness Dragon kind of signifies we might be seeing a baited hook version here.
Yeah, baited hook can kind of snowball away in a lot of circumstances and be a very oppressive game plan if it hits the way it needs to hit. So definitely gonna have to be on the lookout right now. Seems like we're gonna send 2 away to maybe dig for that hook, because I didn't see it in the starting hand. Probably sending that Harness Dragon to the bottom, but we'll see if who's on the. Did we see actually? I'm sorry, who's on the play here?
Not just yet. I didn't even see if they actually rolled the dice just yet, but I would imagine they already have decided, as mulligans have pretty much already concluded. But we're seeing a great card in the hand of Rumble. One of the cards that might have, might pose a bit of a threat to a lot of things LeBlanc wants to do is the Falling Stars. But here we go. Round number 1, or rather game number 1 of this round number 3 has begun, and let's go ahead and see who's going to be on the play. It looks like LeBlanc will, which tends to be a bit of an advantage for any decks, but especially for LeBlanc players.
Yeah, getting that turn 1 Watchful Sentry established, going to be able to move that in and make a clone of it to start getting a little bit of draw on the board, which is always nice, and answered by a turn 1 play of Rumble's very own in a Plundering Poro. But we did see the Karthus already in hand, which is part of the core engine of what makes LeBlanc so powerful. But like you mentioned, having the falling star already in hand for Rumble is going to pay dividends in getting that off the board as quickly as possible before our LeBlanc player can start running away with a ton of draws thanks to the additional death knell triggers that the Karthus provides.
Right, another card that has been pretty crucial in a lot of LeBlanc decks is that Vi Peacemaker. Has been surprising a lot of people and really showing why she deserves to have most often than not 3 pieces or 3 cards or 3 versions of, not versions, but 3 a full set of Vi Peacemaker in the deck, because she's just such a powerful card. But already doing what LeBlanc does best, goes ahead and makes that reflection token. So looking at 2 additional draws, foregoes the Karthus, being very mindful of things like Falling Star against a Rumble. So just going for the LeBlanc Fragmented for now, and then passes it on over. Are we feeling it's a little bit too early for Falling Star, or do you still want to go ahead and deploy it to kind of slow them down just a little bit more?
I think it was a heads-up play from our LeBlanc to go with the Chosen Champion there instead of the Karthus, not wanting to establish it until they can get immediate value from it. And as I was saying that, I was gearing up to say that I think you might want to hold on to the Falling Star until the Karthus shows its face, but our Rumble player deciding that getting the value off of just taking out the Watchful Sentry plus the LeBlanc was enough for him, and now walking the Plundering Poro over. Our clone token there is going to net another draw from the Death Knell, since that was a Watchful Sentry as well. So we get the 1 gold here from Poro's Conquer effect, and now will he elect to make another gold? Looks like we are going to tap 1 and make a 2nd gold. So valuing the gold going forward, as we did just lose 2 runes to that Falling Star.
Yeah, you're exactly right. A nice little replenish of the rune economy, slightly just in terms of power, since you did already kind of go pretty heavily invested from that Falling Star, but not too bad. It did pretty much pay off quite well, because you completely remove the entire board. And now it is Vi's turn to kind of make her appearance. And I was going to get at before this turn, he went for the Falling Star play because we here know that he does have a Karthus in hand, but our Rumble player didn't exactly know that just yet. And oh, no red runes. Luckily, he does have access to those 2 golds if he needs them a little bit down the road. But it looks like he doesn't have too many good options this turn. So let's see what he decides to do. It looks like it's going to be just the Chosen Champion and just retreat back. He does have point tempo, which is definitely super important, considering that you were the 2nd player to go. So not too bad. I like where Rumble's positioned so far.
Yeah, and obviously with that Vi sitting across the table and the base there, you're going to want to move your units back, since that's a very easy victory for Vi to just walk in and get that on attack stun.
Right.
And this card, like you said, has just been such a powerhouse in LeBlanc. It's been a powerhouse in the Order domain in general, but in LeBlanc, especially on those windswept hillock games where you can just ambush this in, get the stun, get the conquer, make a copy of it, gank it over, stun again if they're defending at the other battlefield. This Vi just does so much. So gonna respect that Vi and move our units back to base and just set up for an assault in the following turn. Obviously, this Chosen Champion Rumble does provide assault as well to any future mechs, but might be in the boat of just setting up for a couple turns. Like you said, does have the point tempo here by just 1 point, but still it is a point tempo lead nonetheless at the current juncture. So can opt to just come in with the Plundering Poro next turn, make that gold, and then set up more units in base, and then inevitably come in with that Watcher that we see in hand.
Right, I do like this turn for LeBlanc. Make sure you can at least hold off, because usually Vi Peacemaker is not really a card that you prioritize making a reflection copy of, but just prioritizing, I want to put 10 total might on this battlefield to just make it that much harder for Rumble to kind of double conquer on this turn, allow me to not only hold, trigger LeBlanc Legend again if I want to, but kind of denying him any further advancement going forward. Luckily though, he is on 7. He could drop a Watcher to bring that down by 6, but you can't accelerate it in the current moment. So I think you want to save that Watcher for a little bit later. Let's see what he decides to do, because Rumble attacks for... Does Assault apply on himself as well?
Yes, I believe this rumble gives all of your mechs assault. So I think it works the same as the blue rumble that says all of your mechs gain +1. I think the red rumble also says all of your mechs gain assault, so it does trigger on itself. So we are going to see production surge come out. 4 mana, 4 energy, 1 power cost, but this energy cost gets reduced when you have a mech. So only 2 energy and a power allows you to draw 1 and create a 3/3 mech unit in base. Very strong card. As we get a little bit more filter through our deck, these hand sizes from both our players are quite large at the current moment. So
Right.
not really anyone leading the way in terms of hand advantage. So both of them probably have a fair amount of answers to what's going on. And with those 2 runes up, you have to be a little bit concerned that a hidden blade might come out, even if you are able to get your might high enough to attack over here at the treasure hoard. But it looks like we're just throwing in a plundering Poro with the assault 3 from the cleave, so going 5/5 to get a trade on the original Vi, and then gonna allow that clone to die next turn.
Yeah, this is a play we see quite often against the Blanc players, where you just take down the original unit. That way, the temporary unit goes ahead and disappears, not allowing them to hold. So just not really prioritizing taking down both of the units, where it's not really necessary. But it looks like he didn't have that hidden blade you were mentioning. I did see, I believe, double sacrifice in hand, but of course that's not too ideal. But keep in mind, the Vi Peacemaker were the only cards that had that mighty threshold already there, so does decide to deploy out the sacrifice just to get the value when you have it, because as we mentioned, it was going bye-bye at that beginning phase of the next turn. So get your runes, get your +2 draw, and then go from there, because not feeling too far behind, as I believe it's just 3-2 so far.
Yeah, 3-2 after that conquer over onto, it looks like the Frozen Fortress, the battlefield that pings 1 at the beginning of each turn, I believe. So opening up a trigger window to respond to, and something to be aware of going forward in case that does come up at all during this game. But looks like our Rumble player is just going to deploy a second Rumble to base, Red Rumble here, and pass it up, willing to probably let this Rumble over here at the battlefield go by the wayside, since I believe there should be an answer for LeBlanc to get in and walk over it.
And real quick, chat, it looks like our second caster has joined the party, so Sasuke is in the building now. I'll go ahead and take a bit of a step back just to give you some context, Sasuke. We have Rumble versus LeBlanc, 2 undefeated players so far, heading into this round number 3. So I'll let you guys take it from here. Thanks for joining us, Sasuke.
Absolutely. Hey, Mr. Plus, how's it going? I'm sorry I'm a little bit late here. Things ended up going a little bit much longer than I expected it to. But yeah, I mean, so I'm assuming that the LeBlanc is favored here. I don't know how game is this. Are we still in game number 1? What's the whole loadout right now?
Yeah, this is just game number 1. We're only about 9 minutes in. Currently, LeBlanc's on the turn. It looks like we just accelerated a Watcher in to go ahead and finish off the Rumble that was there because of the battlefield that we were just speaking about, the ping 1 at the beginning phase. There is 1 damage on that 4/4 Rumble sitting there, and then the Watcher sent it to the bin. So accelerating the Watcher out to move it up with the treasure hoard, and then using the pre-established Noxus Dignitary. I'm drawing a blank on this one's title.
Black Rose Dignitary.
Black Rose Dignitary walks in and gonna choose to make a clone of that, actually, over something like a Watcher, opting to get the double death knell rather than just having a giant hold over at the treasure hoard.
Well, I mean, I tend to agree with the LeBlanc player here. I know that LeBlanc players can be very power hungry. I mean, I think Karthus is a great example of just an incredibly power hungry card, but one that has, impeccable value. I mean, there's also cards like Ruined Rex. The Thousand-Tailed Watcher requires you to recycle 2 as well. I mean, you have things like Rift Herald, Otacon. So for me, it does make sense that the Black Rose Dignitary is going to be the card that gets cloned here. Just want to be able to, get that ramp going, make sure to maintain that parity in terms of rune economy. But on the side of Rumble here, I'm actually a bit surprised to see a 2-0 Rumble. I feel like a lot of players have kind of really considered Rumble to be at the bottom of the tier list here. But it's definitely a unique style of build, right? You know, obviously you're going for all the mech cards. That said, you know, what can the Rumble player do to get himself into this game? I think he lost one of his key pieces in that second. I always forget the subtext for the Rumbles, but
Yeah, I do
it's the
as
one
well.
that
I was struggling myself just calling them red and blue rumble.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one where what it's you can whenever you conquer a hold, I believe, or it might just
Yeah,
be
you
conquer.
can recycle a unit from your trash and make a mech, and then I believe it's on Conquer or Hold, you're right, and then it gives all your mechs +1. But right now he actually has Watcher in hand, so I think we might see the Watcher come out, and it looks like that is what's happening. I was actually wondering whether or not he would opt to not accelerate the Watcher, being that the Watcher itself coming down will automatically clear the battlefield over there since they took that 1 damage at the beginning of turn. And then with the 2 mana still available, if he had not accelerated, it could opt to just smoke screen away this Watcher over here and then walk in with a mech. But wants to accelerate Watcher in and conquer it for himself, which I guess is probably for the best since you really want to have a nice defense against LeBlanc. LeBlanc is definitely a deck that can get carried away if it is able to get established, but if you're able to put a wall in front of them at the battlefield and prevent them from triggering the leader ability, then all of a sudden they start to suffer quite a lot. So I like this, putting the Watcher over here at the treasure hoard to try to get this LeBlanc off of generating a bunch of extra value.
Yeah, I think you're totally right here. I mean, I think this Thousand-Tailed Watcher is a pretty clean turn here. Just kind of getting a brief scan of what he has in hand. I mean, the smoke screen, the second Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and a couple other minus effects. I don't really think is going to be enough in the tank to really overtake both the battlefields here. So, Thousand-Tailed Watcher definitely it seems like the best line overall for this Rommel player. And then now it is going to be up to this LeBlanc to kind of find his footing right back into this game here, as he has really no backline. I mean, the Karthus is technically a backline unit, but I think a lot of players, including myself, don't really. You're not bringing in that Karthus unless you know it's do or die, and I'm not necessarily sure that it is quite there yet. He still has an entire turn left, really,
He's
before it kind
contemplating
of
it.
gets. Yeah.
Oh, he did it. Wow. I mean, he does have 12 runes up, so I suppose he's got quite a bit to work with, but it is interesting, like you said, that usually you don't see Karthus getting involved in the action very much. He usually just chills in back, but here's just offering a straight up trade. So sacrificing the Karthus to get rid of a mech token, it's not necessarily the greatest thing you or what you want to be doing with your Karthus, but just opting to try to stem the bleeding and get some removal going as we now play the Harness Dragon to take out the Watcher. And this is kind of an interesting thing about these hook decks, if this is indeed a hook deck, as we haven't seen a hook yet, but seeing that Rift Herald in hand and now this Harness Dragon come down, I'd be willing to bet that it is. He's just so happens to not have drawn the baited hook just yet. But you know, this is where you can start to come into problems when you run a deck like this, is drawing all your top end and not your base engine piece. But seeing that he was able to get all the way up to 12 runes thanks to all of those death knells, a little bit more comfortable in being able to actually just hard cast a Harness Dragon that turn.
Yeah, I mean, what the Karthus was able to trigger the double death knells twice there on that Rumble's previous turn with that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. So that does mean that something 4 runes was
Yeah,
channeled there
ramp
on the
4.
previous turn. Yeah, that is a lot of rune. So I mean, he's gonna be maintaining his 12 rune parity there, and we did see a Rift Herald as well as a Vi. So hopefully he finds something a little bit more useful to do in these following turns. But as it stands right now, I mean, I feel like a lot of his units really aren't doing much. So on the side of the Rumble, though, the Rumble player looks like he is going to be recycling a unit. He really wants to put out that second 4-cost assault Rumble right there, and looks like that is going to be hitting the base as well. And so now he has to decide what he wants to do with the rest of his runes, and he does have 2 smoke screens to work with here, as well as a Stupefy, so he might just opt to pass here. But that said, if there's another Harness Dragon on the side of the LeBlanc, I'd be interested to see how this Rumble maintains his advantage.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because the 12 runes at the disposal of LeBlanc is very powerful, especially when we just see that top deck, the mirror image coming off the tops. The signature spell of LeBlanc now can opt to make an extra copy of any unit currently on the board. In this case, can just go ahead and make a ready Harness Dragon if they want, to go for the double conquer here. Kind of a lot of options, honestly, given the amount of cards in hand and runes available. It's up to LeBlanc to find a best line to not only take both battlefields here, but to be able to defend them, because we know that there is, I believe, the second Watcher lurking in hand for Rumble. So LeBlanc definitely needs to be mindful of getting blown out by Watcher, since Rumble was able to get to 6 points the last turn. He is threatening lethal going into the next turn with his full 12 runes of his own, as it were, too, once we get back over to the Rumble's turn.
Yeah, I mean, the Rumble is at 6 points, but it really just feels like he doesn't have quite enough backline as of yet. I mean, obviously, we are aware of that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, as well as the Stupefy and those 2 smoke screens. So potentially has enough in terms of might in hand. But that said, this LeBlanc player will be able to put quite a bit of might onto the board there. I mean, that Rift Herald is definitely something to scoff, or, you know, a lot of times people say that's nothing to scoff at, but I mean, this Rift Herald.
Oh, how about 2 Rift Heralds?
Yeah, 2 Rift Herald is quite a bit here. So what this second one will be made in base, which means that it will be able to move into a battlefield, which means that it will be able to trigger, and then when it dies, you'll be able to put a new unit in base. He will have to pay for the power costs for them, though. That said, I think he needs to find himself another Harness Dragon or potentially something like a Riptide Rex, because as it stands, there is just too much going on with this Rift Herald coming down, or not Rift Herald, with this Thousand-Tailed Watcher coming down, that there might not be enough. So Glass Mixologist is going to get picked up, which does mean that this Karthus very likely will be able to come back on these, in these coming turns, as there are just 2 Rift Heralds like you just mentioned. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely the scenario that you want to be in here if you are ARBD, I guess, or Red Side.
Yeah, the LeBlanc player is definitely feeling a little bit more comfortable now, attacking in for 13-4, but we do have that smoke screen, double smoke screen, in fact, like you mentioned, in hand, so could get a little bit precarious, actually, for LeBlanc, as that's a -9 in total available in combination with the Stupefy having the 5 runes up, so -9 to that 17 will, or sorry, this is only 13, so would actually make it a trade if he does go ahead and go for all 3 of those minus effects.
So he could make it a trade, but I think what's probably better for him is just to go ahead and play this Thousand-Tailed Watcher on that following turn.
Oh,
You have this
actually,
smoke
sorry, it
screen.
wouldn't be a trade. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I always forget about Rumble's effect, that he gives shield 1 to
Yeah.
mechs. So he actually could have won that combat, but he opted not to go for it.
Yeah, I like this here from the Rumble player, because you are able to bring down this Rift Herald at that fortress down to 1 with the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. So Thousand-Tailed Watcher gives it -3, then the Smokescreen gives it another -4, that's -7. Rift Herald only has 7 might, but Smokescreen makes it so that you can only go down to a minimum of 1. So looks like this LeBlanc is finally going to activate herself, and now there is a 3rd Rift Herald.
Yeah, sure.
This
Rift
is
Herald.
where I think the LeBlanc is feeling pretty dandy with how things are going. But yeah, like I was talking about with that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, so the Thousand-Tailed Watcher will be able to double Smokescreen onto that left one, bring them both to 1, and then he could potentially overtake both battlefields. Or he could just smokescreen the Rift Herald on the right-hand side, instantly killing it. And then we'll see how he handles that left-hand battlefield. But LeBlanc definitely not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, I think just the Watcher might be checkmate, like you said here. Just having that extra accelerate unit that's now going to bring the total might over at the treasure hoard down to 8. Can walk over that with the help of one of those smoke screens, and then having the second smoke screen available means, like you said, can just outright remove this Rift Herald. The only thing is what units lie in hand for our LeBlanc. Is there anything that might come out from this death knell from one of these Rift Heralds that may spell doom for our Rumble player?
I mean, this is definitely a pretty difficult position. We'll have to see exactly if there is anything in the LeBlanc player's hand. But the only thing that I saw that was of value the last time I looked was that Glass Mixologist that he got off of that Rift Herald from the base through that mirror image. And then now on this left-hand side here for the Rumble player, he's just double counting, making sure everything is correct. But that second smoke screen will be able to go down onto that right-hand side, instantly killing the Rift Herald if he so chooses. I think he's just playing it patiently here. There's been a bit of skipping.
I'm getting a little bit of technical difficulties from the broadcast from our friends over in China right now, but it looks like we're still contemplating how best to take these battlefields here, as now I believe oh no, we're back. Now we have -6 onto one Rift Herald, -3 onto the other, so 1 and 4, we have 5 might at the treasure hoard available to go against the 7 might of the Watcher, and then and 4 might available at the Frozen Fortress. Should we get to see how this resolves? Yeah, we are looking at black screens right now, so a little bit of technical difficulties. Apologies.
Okay. I was like, how are you seeing all of this? I refreshed and it's been backfiring on me. I gotta be honest here, chat. This is not going well for me.
Yeah, we could have lost the feed over there, so kind of at a very climactic moment in the match too, unfortunately, as Rumble was gearing up to potentially move in for game there.
You know what I think it was, Mr. Plus? They were like, a LeBlanc player is about to lose to Rumble.
Cut the feed.
Cut the feed.
Go to commercial. We don't want them to see this.
This was
Yeah, looks like the comments even on the broadcast over here is seeming like it's not just us on our end. Everybody is having this issue. So a couple people saying that they were excited to see if Rumble was going to win. So it looks like everybody's waiting with bated breath to see if Rumble could land a victory. Even though it's only one game, any victory for Rumble is a victory well had, since Rumble does not get a whole lot of love, and then especially against somebody as formidable as LeBlanc.
You know what's funny is, like, Rumble in League is just historically one of the strongest champions they've ever made.
Is it?
And then here in Riftbound, it's just the exact opposite.
Man, so unlucky, because you guys know only the stream stopped playing. They're not going to tell the players to stop playing, so the players are still going at it. So I think, unfortunately, we might be missing some of the action. Ideally, they kind of gave us a pre-recorded video, which is super unlikely, but I would hope so. But you know, out of all the China regional streams that we've covered here on Runes and Rift, this is the first time we ever get an extended thing like a black screen. I can't recall any time the stream went down for this long. Usually they have it up by now.
Yeah, I can't imagine what's going on their side of things, but I mean, it's definitely not a good feeling, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting a status 92002 on here now, even.
What is
So
that?
Mm.
Yeah, Darth, they
it's
weren't ready
saying
for
that.
the Rumble. The Rumble just shut it down. They're like, oh, Rumble's on stream. Everyone tuned into the stream around the world and kind of ended up crashing it. But man, all jokes aside, hopefully they do kind of get it together sooner than later so that we could rejoin and see if Rumble ended up taking it, because I think they did win on that turn. LeBlanc had a single energy left. The smoke screen brings down those units on that left-hand side. And I believe, how much energy did he have left? He had game on board, right? Slash hand.
Yeah,
He did.
I think
He did.
he
Yeah.
had it pretty much in the bag. So
Unless
try
LeBlanc
and
had exactly a harnessed dragon or a safety
yeah.
inspector,
Yeah, it really
there was
came
no
down to
out.
whatever was lying in hand to be brought out by the Rift Herald, which I guess if there
True,
was a harness
true.
dragon, it could have thrown everything out the through a loop for a loop. But we'll see if we get that answer, or if we'll just have to forever wonder.
Yeah, hopefully they give us some kind of a breakdown what ended up happening, because we got this the most building up the suspense this that we've ever had, right? Like, come on, we were right there closing out the turn. At minimum, we should get a game 2, of course. Hopefully, might as well, since we're missing so much of the action, might as well bring us into a game 3 as well. They have to do it to kind of make it up for the fans. I'm gonna keep trying to refresh it. You guys let me know if you're watching at home or on any other co-stream if they kind of get it together. But so far, I don't believe. Oh, I speak too soon. I think we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and hit it to the full screen. And
Oh,
maybe
cool.
they did
Oh,
delay it, but I
there it
think
is.
game 2's already wrapped up. But I'll throw it. Actually, I'll throw it over to the feature
Game
match
what?
once they give us a feature match. But guys, rejoice. The stream is back. It looks like they kind of figured out those technical difficulties in the meantime. So fingers crossed that was the last of them.
Somebody in the chat from the streams chat said, "I'm so anxious that I'm getting pimples." That's pretty funny. Because everybody's not accustomed to dealing with this level of suspense, as we were trying to see if Rumble ended up getting there. But my money's on Rumble closing out the game there, and we're gonna get to go into game 2 with Rumble in the lead. But you know,
You guys
Rumble
didn't see
winning
that
that game.
LeBlanc won that game? She always had it. What are you talking about?
We'll see. On the
I think
upper side of the UI, it'll give us an indication. It'll give us I think it's just a dash. Like, it's just a 1 dash or 2 dashes if it's game 1 or 2, or whoever took game 1 and game 2. So we'll see if there's a little bit of a highlight marker on Rumble's side or on LeBlanc. But I'm with both of you guys. I know, Sasuke, you're messing around there. I think Rumble might have just taken it, but we didn't know what was left in the hand. We know there's a glass mixologist, 1 harness dragon at the bottom because it was an early mulligan. But could
Yep.
the 3rd harness dragon have been in hand to trigger off the Rift Herald? I guess we'll never know, but we'll get some kind of insight once we get back into this game.
Yeah, the LeBlanc, if they did lose game 1, does get to choose to be on the play in game 2, which means we could see a really, really explosive version of LeBlanc in game 2. The kind that, you know, everybody was concerned about, and with rightfully so, being able to start on the play and more than likely have the windswept hillock available to go in and get the double conquers right off the bat and start snowballing. So those are always fun to see how they combat that on the other side of the table, especially from someone like Rumble. Like we mentioned, going into the matchup, there could be something like a smite in the sideboard of Rumble, specifically for this matchup against LeBlanc to get around those death knells. We already saw falling stars in the deck to try to answer Karthus in the back, so Rumble definitely has the tools, but sometimes LeBlanc's early pressure can just be oppressive.
You know,
I mean, I
something
think
to
you're
note
totally spot on. Oh, go
that we
ahead.
didn't see in that game 1. We didn't see any baited hooks. I mean, sometimes LeBlanc just plays a nice game without any baited hooks, but the deck seemed to kind of be built for those baited hooks, that they did have a good amount of tail end cards like the Rift Herald, like the Harness Dragon. we didn't see anything bigger than that. But I believe, thinking back at the more successful LeBlancs, that's pretty much the late game cards for them. Is there any other card you guys can think of for late game LeBlanc?
Otacon.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's usually like a single copy of Otacon. Some LeBlanc players are on the main deck. Most of them are on the side deck. It's usually there as like a check for Baron Nashor, as well as a check for Elder Dragons when there's multiple Elder Dragons on the board, or final check Baron Nashor, Camel. Yes,
I
those
got you. A
three.
little bit of
My brain is
cold
blank,
weakness,
but-
so you don't target anything. So I like that addition. We'll maybe see it here from the sideboard. From Rumble, I would imagine if you have any more kind of kill spells, we saw the Falling Stars. I'm wondering if it even has things like Singularity in the sideboard / main, because I know Diana sideboards a little bit extra singularities. I think Alan maybe had one singularity in the main and then an additional one for the mirror match. This could be a matchup where Singularity isn't all that bad as well. I mean, 6 is a good breakpoint, right? You could take care of Harness Dragons. You're one shy from the Rift Herald, but anything under that, you're pretty much golden. So I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Singularity come in, or any other cards that you guys would imagine Rumble feels pretty good bringing in.
Time Warp is honestly something you could consider. I don't know if Rumbles are on it, but I do know that like there are some Kaises that use it in the sideboard, and it's for those like really long controlling matchups. You just get yourself up to 6 points, and then you can hold
Right.
to finish it out. And then it just makes the math really difficult for the control players in games 2 and 3, or just game 3. So that's definitely something. Other than that, I mean, maybe they're on Ferris Forerunners in the sideboard as well.
True.
Besides that, I'm not really sure what else they could be bringing in.
Yeah, if they're really concerned about being teched for something like LeBlanc in specific and wanting to target back row, like something like Karthus, they could maybe be on Deadly Flourish or something like that to snipe it in the back, have a little bit more redundancy on top of the Falling Star. Plus, Deadly Flourish not having a power cost is nice, and in fact would actually end up generating you a gold. So could be a nice tech card if they are priced into trying to stop something like this LeBlanc deck in specific. But obviously sideboards kind of vary based on what the expected metagame is. So not sure how much sideboard slots would be dedicated to LeBlanc in specific, whether or not Rumble viewed this as a difficult matchup to begin with, which I think most players probably would. LeBlanc is definitely a powerhouse.
Right, and it is the 4th most represented deck. I think coming in at a total 24/27 decks today. I know that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but that's out of 640 players. So it took a bit of the chunk, a bit of the share today in day 1. And we did see one last weekend, or 2 weekends ago in China, top 8 as well. Only one, so I think there is a chance that we can see another one top 8 today, or not today, but in this weekend's regional as well, because they seem to do really, really well more often than not. So maybe this is the vlog we'll see, but first things first, he has to get over this Rumble player, which is really interesting to me that we have this bit of a longer break. Did round 1 just finish like 2 seconds ago before the stream actually got it together? Or was there a big judge call? Or maybe production's trying to figure out how to do it justice and somehow give us some of the gameplay that we missed. I don't know what's going on I don't know what's going on, but this is a little bit longer break in between game 1 and game 2 than we're used to. So this is interesting. I'm not too sure what to make of it.
Yeah, perhaps
It
you're
really
right. They're
seems
just
like
trying
they're
to
just-
iron out the technical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it really does seem like they're just trying to kill time while they fix the technical difficulties in the background. So
Oh, what if, you might be honest with us. What if the stream camera, you know how they have, honestly, China has like 15 cameras around that feature table, but the main one looking down, maybe that stream camera died or ran out of batteries or something of the like, and they're trying to fix it now. That's kind of, that could be a realistic thing that's going on, which we never expect things to happen like that, but no one's perfect. Riftbound production on the Chinese side of things, they do a great job, but I could imagine any little thing goes wrong and we find ourselves in a sticky situation like we're currently experiencing, but hopefully not too much longer, and we get that game number 2, and then hopefully we get all our answers we've been asking ourselves for quite a little bit now. Did Rumble end up winning, or did LeBlanc find some out there? So we'll see hopefully soon. We'll go ahead and answer some questions in chat. Anthony saying, where can I buy a starter deck? Anthony, where are you from? Because a lot of my locals, even Walmarts, have starter decks right now. How is your guys' local area in general in terms of product right now? Because I've heard good things for most parts.
Yeah, definitely for my area, plenty of product available at multiple LGSs, even at Target. I think Riot or UVS, both of them in tandem. However, it shakes out. They worked really hard to make sure that product has become more and more available with each successive set, and definitely Unleashed has been the best so far in that realm. Nobody's had any issues getting product around me that I'm aware of. Everybody's been pretty happy with being able to pick up any Vex decks or Vi decks they need, plus packs and things of the sort. Actually, a lot of extra pre-rift kits available for sale at many LGSs I've been seeing.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know you could sell them. I swear it says not for sale, but what do I know? Either way, I think we get our answer. He was looking for a Victor one. That's going to be a little bit trickier. Any set one product, a lot of places don't have it. So your best bet, probably somewhere online. And it's going to be a bit more than MSRP. Honestly, I can't remember even seeing a Victor / Jinx. It was Victor, Jinx, and Lee Sin starter decks. Is that what it was for set 1?
Uh-huh. Yeah, those were the 3.
There was a Lee Sin one? Okay.
I remember. I'm pretty sure. Oh,
Yeah,
and
Victor,
guys,
Jinx,
it is
and Lee Sin.
finally time. Apologies for the extended delay, but hopefully no more going forward. Let's head over to this featured table on Sasuke and Mr. Plus. Oh, it's a 2-0. Wait a minute. This cannot be real life right now. No
We were
freaking
robbed.
way. Unbelievable. They're going to cheat us of an awesome 2-0 round 3. I'm about to go cry in a corner.
All the question marks, even in the Chinese chat, everybody's like, what? How?
What? Wait. All this talking that the casters were doing, we
Plus,
couldn't watch the game. How was the game going
Mr.
on?
Plus
Chat,
didn't-
question marks in the chat. What in the world? 2 games?
Richard
We
Plus, you don't
blinked.
remember casting that? Yeah.
Yeah,
You were here, Jared Plus.
yeah, it was an alternate dimension, I guess, that we slipped through space and time and ended up at the end of the match there, and Rumble apparently was able to take it 2-0. That seems a little bit wild, unless
Right? Because
I can't
Rumble-
even begin to believe
Rumble
what.
beat LeBlanc so hard they weren't even willing to show it on stream. They're like, that's violence.
yeah, that
Yeah.
was pretty much a massacre, apparently. That it was inappropriate for the viewers here at home. But unlucky, chat. You guys know this is over on the Chinese side of things. We have no control over this kind of things. So it just ended up being how it ended up being. And they showed it. I mean, they played it, but they didn't show it on the feature table stream. But it is Rumble continuing that undefeated streak going forward. I don't know if they're going to show us another Rumble since they just showed us one, but maybe they can make day 2 and we catch a little bit what this Rumble is doing, because to take down a LeBlanc is no easy feat. To 2-0 a LeBlanc while she's on her infamous windswept Hillock game is even tougher to do, and that's most likely what Rumble was able to do, probably.
Yeah, I'm trying to read the chat to see if anybody. I think it's funny. I have obviously Google automatically translating, but some of the translations are kind of funny. It translates Rumble to Rambo, so Rambo won, which is pretty funny. But yeah, not seeing anything, no inside information about what actually went down there. But I guess Rumble had the sauce 2 games in a row. I mean, that game that we did watch, Rumble looked like he was in a pretty comfortable spot in the matchup. Like he was ready and prepared to deal with LeBlanc.
Apparently, and it looked like he did just that. And it looked like, because I can't remember when round 3 started, but there's still a good amount of tables left. I saw 160 plus tables still remaining, so I think this was just a speedier game. I don't know what happened. Maybe LeBlanc completely bricked in game number 2, because we were thinking we were going to catch a game or two, but how did the game finish? Were we really all offline for that long? I didn't even keep tabs on the timer there, but it didn't feel like it was that long. Like, what was it really a 20-minute blackout? I can't remember. I don't think so. Was it?
No, I don't think it was that long. I mean,
think
there
so.
could have been some judge intervention or something. I don't know. Maybe they gave a game loss to LeBlanc for some reason. LeBlanc had a marked card or something during the blackout that we didn't see. I mean, it could be something like that, because I don't even think you could physically finish a game of Riftbound in the amount of time that we were off stream there, considering that the previous match hadn't even finished by the time we lost the feed. So
Right, maybe
yeah,
what we didn't see is LeBlanc player stood up and punched the camera in the middle of the stream out of rage to losing a rumble, and then they somehow, got carried away from there, DQ'd him. Because, I don't know, it doesn't make too much sense, but we'll give Rumble the credit that a lot of people don't give him the credit for. I think he just found a way to find some success here today and found it against LeBlanc. As I said, hopefully we get to see a little bit more of him in day number 2. At the minimum, he's pretty posed to do at least a best of winning Rumble at the minimum, because undefeated 3 rounds in, only about half of the day still left, and he's running hot. He definitely is. So we'll see. But chat, we already had a bit of a break. It sucked because we basically didn't get a round 3 right. They cheated us on an entire round, which is pretty sad.
yeah, no backup table is a little bit perplexing because of the quality of the streams that they put on for these Chinese events. You would think that they would have a backup match like we have for the English speaking events, the RQs that we stream. That's something that I've really enjoyed about the production about our RQs, is that it seems like there's always gameplay going. There's very little downtime, which is definitely not something that can be said for the Chinese events all the time.
Yeah, these downtimes are killer. But Sasuke, we did just commit for round 3. Granted, we didn't have a little bit of round 3, but I know it's getting super late. So I guess we get a nice little early release day over here on the Chinese Regional. If you want to go ahead and leave us with any little final remarks before you head on out of here, get some good re-energize, or get to re-energize for tomorrow, because Sasuke's gonna be back and he's gonna be holding it down for the final 2 rounds alongside Bandit. And if you guys didn't hear the news online today, Bandit has just been named one of the casters that will be co-commentating the Utrecht, or how do I say this? Or Mr. Plus and Sasuke, or Utrecht?
I think it's Utrecht. I think you said it right. I think it's Utrecht. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's how
Bandit
I've heard
will be one of the casters out in Utrecht. So fantastic grand finals and semifinals from Bandit and Sasuke himself tomorrow. So let him rest up now. And then me and Mr. Plus will hang out for a little bit, but we'll probably take a little bit of a break as well, because 140 tables might take a bit too long, longer than we would imagine. But yes, Sasuke, if you want to let us know where we could find you online, or any little fun remarks you want to leave us on, I think now would be perfect.
Sure. Seriously though, guys, if you haven't already, hit Bandit a follow on Twitter. I think it's just Caster Bandit on Twitter. You can find me at SasukeX on Twitter. You can find me at Sasuke TV on YouTube. I just did a deck tech with Sam D. Sherman on Rengar. And then later in the week, I think either tomorrow or at the latest Sunday, I have another deck tech coming out with the Best of Master Yi player. Houses are big. So mostly just do deck tech stuff for YouTube. And then also, guys, if you haven't already and you're on Twitch, you're on YouTube, hit that follow button for Runes and Rift. Hit that subscribe button if you're on Twitch. Yes, I said subscribe. Don't be lazy.
Thank you, Sasuke. But that should be fun. I actually saw a little bit of it. But how was it talking to Sam D. Sherman? Because he seems to be quite like a brainy kind of player where he just thinks about so many lines. He reminds me so much of Prismaticism, where they both have their little things where you could just tell they're thinking about so many different lines of play. But I haven't really seen too many interviews from him. What did you think about, what did you kind of get from Sam D. Sherman talking to him?
Well, yeah, sure. So first off, very, 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 very smart guy, like you alluded to. But also just like off camera and on camera, he really felt like the same exact person. And then also just, when I met him the first time, he just had such like a warm smile, very welcoming person. So really, really enjoyed the guy. Seems like a very genuine person, and really hope to get to work with him again in the future, honestly. He was just really nice. I don't know. It's really not much more I can ask from a person. Be nice.
I mean, there's
smart,
no
be
doubt we're going to
mindful,
be seeing more of
all
Sandy
those
Sherman,
things.
one of the better players in the current game. Not a lot of players, if any, besides Alan ZQ, have made 2-time final appearance. And you guys know the little thrill of the hunt play he could have done, but woulda, shoulda, coulda. You had to see the line, but that's a line that no one could have saw in the moment. But there was a line where he could have 2-0'd Allen. We could talk about it a little bit. But Sasuke, thank you so much. I know it was a little bit upsetting we didn't actually get to see a round 3, but we saw a little glimpse of Rumble and LeBlanc action. But I'll let you rest up, and we'll catch you back here tomorrow.
All right.
Thank you, Sasuke.
Have a good one.
All right, and Mr. Bluzz, we're just hang out for a little bit. Let me know if you do want to go on a break now. Just hang out and chat with chat in the meantime. But I was excited for that matchup, right? It's not every day we get to see a Rumble on stream. So I guess we saw Rumble. We saw a Jax previously before this. Any of those lower tier legends, I say lower, but they're doing good today. But, quote unquote, lower tier legends that we don't see too often, but maybe can do quite well this weekend.
Yeah, I think that this format has really shown us across the last 2 RQs how diverse it really is. I mean, there's a lot of people that will discount that by saying that the best of legends is what's really promoting the diversity. But if you look beyond that and just the placings from so many decks themselves, like if you go to Vancouver and look at that best of list, a lot of these decks ended up in top 32, top 16, just short of top 8. Prismat on the bubble, Azir on the bubble, Victor on the bubble rather. We saw Kha'Zix up really close. Obviously, the big surprise by Sam D. Sherman with Rengar. It just is one of these formats where it really does feel like if you are very practiced with your deck and you are prepared for the matchups ahead and you've been tested into the gauntlet, as it were, then you can go far and make a really big splash with almost any deck in the game. Obviously, we have a couple decks that still are really struggling to find their footing, stuff like Leona and maybe Lux, some of those champions that are still lurking and hoping to get into the limelight soon. But quite a few heroes all have the capability to go really far, and I think that's been a really big breath of fresh air for Unleashed, for myself anyway.
Right. I'm glad you bring that up because it seems to be the big takeaway from a lot of these regional qualifiers is that skill expression kind of trumps a lot of other factors that previous TCGs aren't as consistent about. So I do love that about Riftbound. We see the same players more often than not at those top tables, like you mentioned, Prismaticism, like Diwali, the first ever regional champion, Alan ZQ, of course, and there's so many other bright players, and we'll continue to see those same players in the meantime. Once you kind of get into that top 8 position, you get so much rewards. And then on top of those best of metal cards, a lot of players have decided to kind of go full time with it, and it's kind of paying off quite handsomely. I mean, you're not getting paid. I mean, some of these guys, right? If you do the coaching, if you do the Metafy guys, you're getting up there in terms of salary. But at the minimum, you do feel comfortable because I know Prismaticism, I don't know his position before, but once he won and once he got a couple best of Annies, he's chilling for a little bit, isn't he, Mr. Plus?
Yeah. I think Prismat, I heard him, I was watching his stream the other maybe a week ago now or something like that, and somebody in chat had asked him like, how much do you think you've made playing this game so far? And just his rough estimation was uh, rather high. I don't know. Yeah, obviously he said that he hadn't like sold any of it yet, but he was saying that if he had, he probably could get around this much. So quite a bit of money already,
Yeah,
and
I
not
wouldn't be
that
surprised
far
if it
into the
scratched six
game, you
figures.
know.
What do you think? Was it up there?
Yeah, I think he said six figures. And so, you got to think that the game only came out in February of last year. So we're only a year and some change into the game's lifespan. So that's a pretty good, return on investment so far, for sure.
Or October, you meant, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, October. I was thinking of when Spirit Forge came out,
Right, right.
February. So we're not even a full year in. Yeah, we're just blazing through sets so fast. We're already looking at spoilers for set 4 coming up in like a month, and it's been nice to see how quickly we're like progressing in Riftbound as a new game that a lot of people were skeptical about in the beginning, but I think given how well these RQs have turned out so far, this game looks like it's going to be in it for the long haul, and I'm really happy to see that.
Same here. It really does feel that way. On top of all the amazing things Riftbound has been doing, it feels like every time you're like, oh, it can't really get too much better. They already have Best of Metal Legend cards incentive. What else can they do? Out of nowhere, they kind of throw us what are they called? In other TCGs, like the qualifiers. What do they call them here? Do you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Plus? Is like the local level qualification
You're talking about
for the
showdowns?
championships. What did they end up calling these?
The new showdown events, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Showdowns were just announced, I believe, a week ago now, where they
I think at Vancouver.
Was it at Vancouver?
I think that's when they announced the Showdown series was at Vancouver, if I remember right. But they put out a whole roadmap for it already, and there's quite a few on the horizon already.
Yeah, I saw it. It's awesome because, some great organizers were already throwing awesome events like the 25Ks from PPG, the 25Ks from Charlie's Collectibles Show. The PPG one, I believe, in Dallas has become an official Riftbound Showdown event. So now you do have the potential to get your regional qualifier or your regional championship qualification from an event like that, on top of the money that was already there up for grabs if you have the skills, of course. So I love that they're doing that, and it seems like it's only going to get better and better. So a lot of people have issues kind of traveling to all these places, but eventually you're going to have the opportunity to hit one of your more locally areas, so you don't have to travel too far to try your best shot at competing at this big level.
Yeah, and it's just more events, which is what pretty much the biggest criticism, I guess you could say, I've received from locals at my LGSs in terms of people trying to onboard people into Riftbound. I come from Flesh and Blood, so trying to get some of my previous like Flesh and Blood player friends to go over to Riftbound. One of the common gripes was that there's just not enough events, and that when you do have these big events like their RQs, they can be hard to get into, and if you don't get a spot, then it just feels like, well, I guess I won't have anything to compete in for 3-4 months until the next RQ.
Right.
So these showdowns coming in and filling in that gap and giving more opportunities to play a competitive level event is really nice. And I know that it's probably just the beginning. This is only going to get more expansive as time goes on, which is really exciting to think about.
Yeah, I love it. Keep in mind, guys, we're still in the first year of Riftbound, and they're moving at a light speed pace, and not, at the detriment of like having lower quality. Because usually, like fast speeds mean like lower quality things. They're still taking their time. They're still doing enough of research and development to make sure these are kind of proper moves to go ahead and put out into the organized play for Riftbound. But if you guys don't know the events, I have them right here on the screen. Let me know if you want me to link them over to you, Mr. Plus. I was going to ask you, are any of these events kind of close to you that you're going to be able to tune in, or not tune in, but kind of go and compete yourself?
Yeah, I had considered potentially doing the Fort Worth, the PPG but being that it is 4th of July
I
weekend,
know.
I don't think I'll be able to swing it. I'll probably have a family event or something to do instead. But outside of that, potentially Florida all the way in October, but
Okay.
that's a long ways away for me. So maybe if I could get something sooner, I will, because I am itching to get back into playing another competitive event. But we'll see what opportunities present themselves. But I mean, looking at this list, 2 events in July, 4 events in August, an event in September, 2 events in October. They really did try to spread out and give quite a few extra opportunities on top of the RQs that we know are already in the works with Utrecht. And what is the one after Utrecht? I'm
I
drawing a
believe it's
blank. There's
Barcelona, Singapore, and then Los
and
Angeles.
Hartford is the one that I'm
Oh,
forgetting.
Hartford,
Yeah,
of course, of course. Literally the one after. I thought you meant after set 3, but yeah, Utrecht, Hartford, and then I believe it's Singapore and Barcelona, and then LA. And then,
Yeah.
of course, we haven't mentioned, but Riftbound has given us that there's going to be 3 championships in 2026, and they're not going to overlap. So China has a regional championship, EU region has a regional championship, and then NA as well. I don't know where they're going to fit all these events, but we'll try our best to cover as many of them as possible, because that's going to be some exciting Riftbound. The top 64 players from every RQ / this regional opens that we're spectating here today coming in at the same spot. There's no free rounds. Sometimes at regional qualifiers, you get a couple, 1 or 2 free rounds. In these bigger places or these bigger regional championships, everyone is a heavy hitter, so that's going to be exciting. We haven't had an event like that for Riftbound.
Yeah, that'll be super fun to watch. I can't wait to see what kind of, showmanship they do for such a big event like that. I would like to see, some grandiose, over the top League of Legends, LCS level production value to really hype it up and get to see the full force of Riot behind it. But it's going to be really cool to see how the 3 regions differ as well between their meta games.
You do bring up an interesting point. I saw someone in chat bring it up. Are we ever going to get something like the overnumbered best of Metal Legends? I don't know if it's going to be at the championships, but if there was a time to bring those out, it has to be for Worlds. Worlds is slated to be in 2027 as of right now. There's no date, but it is 2027, so maybe for Worlds there might be overnumbered best of Legends. That would be crazy, because those would truly be one of one that you could only get every 2 to 3 years, which is insane.
Yeah, it would be pretty sweet. I mean, there's just so much that they can do, honestly. It feels like, it's a great time to be a Riftbound fan. I'll just put it that way. It feels like there's a lot of stuff to look forward to on the horizon, and there's just a large window of opportunity for so many things that UVS and Riot can do to keep pushing the envelope. So always excited to see new information come down the pipeline from them. So I know for myself, I'm just like waiting on bated breath to see these forbidden color combinations finally to know who's going to be purple yellow, who's going to be red green, who's going to be blue orange, and what are they going to do. And it's going to be super fun. And I like too that they're not shy about giving us a little taste of even the next set after that, spoiling the Seraphine card from Radiance, and then showing us Evelyn and Echo as well, not their effect, but just getting us like, hey, I know you're excited for Vendetta, but this is still coming this year also. So lots of stuff to look forward to in this 2026 for Riftbound.
Right, it almost leaves a question like, how do you one up year 1 of Riftbound? But usually how companies work is that you improve with time. You kind of learn off any lessons you previously had, any things that didn't work so well, and you get better. But I feel like Riftbound is setting such a high bar. I hope that doesn't kind of raise all their expectations, and anything that kind of falls short, we get a whole lot of complaints and stuff. But we'll see. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Riftbound that they understand and know exactly what they're doing going forward. So, as am I. I'm super excited for the future of the game, especially Vendetta, especially Radiance, which it seems to be, we talked about it earlier on today's co-stream, might just be the collectible set, like KDA skins, probably a little bit more than that. And, you know, they're dropping it right around the holiday season, so people are going to go crazy for those Christmas gifts. I could only imagine they're definitely going to print a good amount of Radiance product.
And you already know that those best of legends are going to go crazy. You know, we've seen just how much Ari flies off the shelves at these RQ events. Once we have a best of Evelyn and best of Seraphines available, it's just going to be a market for these best of legends that is really going to promote more and more people to come to the game. It's kind of like this interesting, like, secondary factor that makes Riftbound unique from other card games in the market right now, is that best of system has been really pushing a lot more people into the game to try to hunt down their favorite legend.
Right, not only is it fun, but it's very incentivizing in the sense that everyone wants to get rewarded for their efforts. And, you know, we hate to say it, but life does come down to kind of having some kind of resources in terms of income, right? So it really does help out in that department. But I do want to go ahead and pose this question over to chat, and then we'll discuss a little bit over here with you, Mr. Plez. Do we think Riftbound is already cracked the top 5, maybe even the top 3 in year 1? And I'm talking about TCGs overall, because if you guys are familiar with the space, you guys know I think Pokemon has reigned supreme for quite some time. Or it might be Pokemon and Magic the Gathering that might be 1 and 2. But then number 3 is pretty much every single year Yu-Gi-Oh! And then everything from that is always varying from year to year. Sometimes it's One Piece. Recently it was like Lurkana. Has Riftbound already cracked top 5 and going into top 3 in your guys' eyes? What do you think about that, Mr. Plus? Is Riftbound a top 3 game currently?
I don't think it's top 3 yet, but it has the potential, I want to say. I mean, it's really hard to dethrone the top 3. I mean, these games have been around for decades. Magic is the OG. Pokemon is going to forever be lucrative because it appeals to such a wide audience. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh's got its fans and they're diehard for Yu-Gi-Oh! And you can't really do anything about it. They won't budge. So it's that top 3 almost feels cemented, and to see any of them get dethroned would be a huge feat. But I do think Riftbound can easily be in that 4th or 5th spot. I know personally from speaking to LGSs in my area that they've just told me that as far as, you know, online sales go through stuff like TCG Player, that they've had last couple months be that just reflective of that, where they've had Riftbound sell as like their 4th highest selling TCG. And I think that that's a pretty good metric. I mean, obviously it's not maybe the same everywhere in the world, but at least for this area of Southern California that I'm in, it seems like Riftbound's really doing well, which bodes well for the long-term success of the game.
Yeah, you're totally right. Cracking that top 3 is going to be a huge feat, but I think maybe Riftbound year 5 can maybe kind of put up a big fight for it. We'll see though. Time will tell. I agree with most of you guys in chat saying top 5 for sure. But Francesco, those weren't real cards. They did like a fan contest, a fan art contest for some cards. And I think the first place, first through third, actually got their cards printed. Not officially, but just like a fun little token or something of that. So I wish some of those were really cool for sure. But chat, it looks like 160 tables have been brought down to just 7 tables remaining. So hopefully not too much longer. We kind of got cheated away. If you guys are just joining us, we were spectating a round 3 match. It was Rumble versus LeBlanc. But then there was some huge technical difficulties out on the Chinese server side of things. And it's just a big blackout. We couldn't see anything was going on. And next thing we know, when we did manage to tune back in, it was a 2-0 story for Rumble taking down the LeBlanc. So no round 3 today. So hopefully they make it up for us in round number 4. Hopefully we get a good matchup because that Rumble LeBlanc was already spicy enough. Let me pull up the deck distribution for anyone that hasn't seen it. More specifically, let me pull it up on the second page because those are going to be the more spicier legends. and let's see if we can kind of predict. Are we feeling maybe a Renata? I don't think we've seen Renata at all in season 3 for Unleashed Regionals, at least on China's side.
Yeah, I know we had Renata on stream in day 1 of Vancouver, and at the time, I think Renata was actually doing rather well. I don't
remember
know how
that.
they ended up finishing, but interesting deck. I mean, I looked at that best of Renata list, and there's some pretty funny stuff in there, some cool ideas that I hadn't thought of, like the what's it called, the Echoes drive, the gear from Spirit Forge that when gives death now, banish this, and then
I know what you're talking about.
spend,
Yeah. And then
it's
when
something
you at a
drive.
certain point you could play all the banished cards or something similar.
Yeah, so I thought that was kind of funny. I hadn't thought of that idea yet, but you know, you steal with hostile takeover, you put the drive on them, and then whenever they die, they get banished, and then you get the drive back, and then you can play their unit when you do banish the drive, which is kind of funny. So, plus there's also sacrifice, great line if you're able to do the hostile takeover and to sacrifice on a big unit. So there's some cool stuff that Renata can do. So I'd like to see maybe her as one of the lesser represented decks potentially to do well. I know last time we casted, there was a Vi that was
True.
doing decently, so maybe see a Vi or something like that as well. But as I said, there's just so many good, fun decks in the format right now. I'd really be happy to see almost anything. There's not a lot of duds going around right now, except for those pesky Aurora players.
Right. And some people are a fan of Auroras. They don't mind
Yeah.
checking out an Aurora game. But as for myself, I would try to stay away from it just for the first couple rounds. Maybe we'll see them in day 2. But you know, the more I think about it, the more I want to see a Rain Guard come into the picture for this round number 4. Give us some Rain Guard, China's production team, because I want to see more. After seeing so much good stuff from Sam D. Sherman last weekend, I feel like he kind of opened everyone's eyes and said, like, hold up, wait a minute. Maybe Rain Guard is one of those top contenders. I don't know if they're at top 3, but maybe a bit more than a lot of people have been giving him credit for currently. So I would love to see a Rain Guard matchup, or at least sometimes between now and the end of this day 1.
Yeah, me too. I love Rengar. He was my second deck behind Pike, so I had taken Rengar to locals for Nexus Night, I think twice, and I went undefeated with it both times, and I was thinking like, oh man, maybe I should switch to this deck, but it was not close to Sam Sherman's list. It was some other list that I had thought was pretty good, and now that I'm testing Sam's list, I'm like, oh my god, this deck was even better than I thought. So I'm really, really pleased with how Rengar's been performing. It's just a fun deck to play. I mean, the shenanigans you get up to with the ambush and moving things around, that Fey Folk. There were so many cool lines over the weekend in Sam Sherman's games, and I still haven't even got to watch every single one of them. I still have to go back and watch some of those VODs, but you know, that deck is definitely one that I'm really happy to have seen perform that well, and I hope we get to see more of it, like you said.
Same. I don't know if we could have a similar pilot as Sam, because he is just built a little bit different, but hopefully they can do Rain Guard justice nonetheless, as there's just about 2 tables remaining still in this round number 3. But chat, let's go ahead. Me and Mr. Plus will take a small little break. That way we come back fully refreshed to get round number 4 started. Let's do a little bit of praying in the meantime that we do get something like a Rain Guard for the featured table, or at the minimum something we don't get to see too often. I say that, let's knock on wood before we get an Aurelia Master Yi matchup. But no, they've been doing good. I wouldn't be too surprised for them to maybe surprise with a team that's undefeated currently.
Ooh.
But we will find out when we return. So me and Mr. Buzz, a quick little food, bathroom, water break, whatever you guys want to do. We will be back in about 5 or so minutes. And then hopefully we're moments away from this round 4, because this was a little bit of an extended break, but that's what happens when Rumble kind of kicks LeBlanc's butt super fast, apparently.
Super Saiyan speed.
All right, Mr. Buzz, I'll go ahead and take away these cameras. We'll be back in a little bit, chat. BRB.
See you soon.
All right, guys, we're back. It looks like there's not any kind of indicator on the screen of how much longer we have, but it shouldn't be too much. It looks like all the tables are done. So Men CH or Mech, I don't think there's any players slow playing that needs to be DQ. I think they're just doing the preparations for round number 4. So for anyone just joined us, we have 3 rounds in the books. Things started off, I believe, round 1 was, no, it wasn't Jax. Oh, what was round 1? I wasn't. Oh, we might have to look back, but we're kind of getting in right on time, Mr. Plus. It's almost like we knew it was right around the corner. Are you excited for this round 4?
Always, always. I can't wait to get into another match of Riftbound. You know, after playing in a RQ, all I could think about after the weekend was all said and done is, you know, I can't wait to go watch some more Riftbound. And now getting to watch and cast it is even that much better. So looking forward to a great match number 4 coming up today.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I was right there with you. I didn't even get to play last weekend, so I was watching on the sideline because, guys, we wanted to do a Vancouver co-stream, but things kind of didn't come as planned, where I had to end up watching my daughter, which I'm not upset about, of course. Any extra time with my daughter feels good with me. But chat, it looks like it's time. Hopefully, we don't get shortchanged like we did in round 3. Hopefully, all those issues have been corrected, and we get a nice smooth stream for the remaining of this day 1 Swiss. But Mr. Plus and chat, if everyone is ready, let's go ahead and join these players for our round number 4 of this Tianjin Regional Open.
It looks like we're getting the reveal for our first player, and it will be Annie the Dark Child with the coveted Tibbers animation coming out, even though you will most likely never catch an Annie player rocking a Tibbers in their deck. And across the way, we have Diana, Scorn of the Moon, coming out with the Lunari Chosen Champion. So a classic blue-purple versus red-purple matchup for round number 4.
Right, nice little chaos matchup for this round 4. And you know, I like these two legends, very similar. They have a lot of parallels in terms of, like, you know, Ezreal is the draw blue purple, Draven is the draw purple red, and then Annie and Diana, they're the more rune economy related legends, right? Annie retaps 2 at the end of the turn. Diana gets a free energy every showdown by exhausting the legend. So interesting to see these legends go at it. Very similar. I don't think last time we seen a high level Diana and Annie, I believe it might have been. Wait, was Atlanta set 3? I can't even remember now. Oh, no, it definitely wasn't set 3 because I was playing, because I guess it was the Ezreal versus Annie, but this could almost be what a future game of Allen versus Prismaticism might be with Annie versus Diana. On paper, who are you liking here, Mr. Plus?
Well, if it were those 2 players, we might have a different story. But I think in a general sense, I would probably, on average, say Annie. I just think because of the removal that Annie has at their disposal, you know, we kind of talked about this before with how Falling Star, as we see now in the hand for the Diana the Hui, with a powerhouse that has been added to blue domain here, has been, you know, carrying a lot of these Diana decks across the finish line, and Falling Star is such a strong answer to that card, such a clean answer. And, you know, I think that extra resources that the Annie gets to stand up every turn also will give them the ability to kind of stop Diana from getting off the ground, whether that's being able to hold up a Gust or hold up a Void Seeker or anything like that. Really, if you can keep Diana off the battlefield, a lot of the time you can stop them from really snowballing, and I think Annie has the tools to do just that.
Yeah, speaking of tools Annie has access to, she often is seen running a lot of ambush creatures, just like we've seen from Prismaticism, like those Rengar pouncing. Sometimes he even ran Infernos and the Grim Apothecary, I believe that's the name of it as well. So I'm curious to see if this Annie player is kind of taking a page from Prismati's book as well. Because if that's the case, Diana having a bit of a counter battlefield to that, and he does have the Grim as early as that opening turn. Not a fantastic curve to start things off, but it is a 0 power card just to kind of play any unit. At the minimum, it is stronger than a Tide Turner. So not too shabby about that. But what I was getting at was the rockfall path not allowing you to ambush units onto that battlefield, which we've seen a lot more rockfall paths recently since set 3.
Yeah, Rockfall Path finally getting its flowers in Unleashed, being a very powerful battlefield against how many ambush cards were introduced in this set, as we see Tide Turner come into the Rockfall Path, threatening that Conqueror, opening a showdown. Our Annie player is going to respond with their focus, playing out a stacked deck, looking at a Vex, a Flash, and I didn't catch the third card there, but now taking a second to look at their hand and consider which card might be best, as we see Kaisa, Traveling Merchant, and Forerunner. Looks like that third card was Starcrossed, but we are taking the unit, I believe, here.
I like it. You know, most often you see the Vex Cheerless coming in from the sideboard, but main boarding of Vex Cheerless adding an additional energy and power during the showdowns. It kind of gets negated slightly from the legend ability from Diana, but it's still just a nuisance to deal with for any deck, but especially a deck like Diana that kind of thrives on kind of playing their spells during the showdowns more efficiently than not. So I like it as a main board addition, because if you're any player, you have to know that Diana is going to be running around, and it actually does really well against the other two legends that are quite prominent, Aurelia and Master Yi. Punch versus, you can't play them for a single energy. Aurelia, we know how crazy that can get. She has cheaper spells like On Guard, Discipline, or Defiant Dance, but if you have to pay an extra energy and a power each time for those, that's just way too expensive, as they tend to be super power hungry throughout the whole best of 3 series. So I like this. I think this is a smart adaptation from these Annie players.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that, you know, in Annie, you kind of have this capability to just send it in a way with that Vex. You can, I mean, obviously, this isn't the line we're seeing here. Looks like we decided to attack into the Rockfall Path, attempt to clear out the Tide Turner, but Diana answered with an activation of the legend ability to pay for a Stupefy, making it 2/2, and is now also playing a stack deck on top. But in any case, you know, being able to untap 2 at the end of the turn allows you to tap out for something like Vex Cheerless and then still have the mana to defend it. So
Right.
opting instead to go for the attack on Tide Turner is somewhat questionable, I would say, given the fact that, like you said, the Rockfall Path prohibits any type of ambush, so no kind of reinforcements there to be able to help. And should he have been able to conquer that battlefield, you can't even deploy the Vex directly there because of the Rockfall Path. So maybe not the ideal line here, but the board is cleared, or the Rockfall Path rather was cleared out nonetheless, both units going away, and now the Vex Cheerless just being deployed to base as he passes it back over to Diana.
And a quick little side note, Mr. Plus, are you seeing those flashing lights as well? Hopefully those
It
aren't
looks
kind
like
of
they are.
indicating some potential little things to kind of go down. But I think they're just flashing lights from the production, as in like to put on a bit of a show on their side. Because it almost looked like some police sirens or something. But back to the game on Diana's turn, having her coveted chosen champion that lets her get some nice hand generation. And on that topic of hand generation, something I noticed, especially when Prismaticism plays Annie, is they don't really have too many tools to replenish their hands. So if it comes down to that kind of battle, I do tend to give the edge over to Diana, because they do have so many cards like Stupefy, of course, is chosen champion, and even some other cards that I can't recall right now. But I don't think Annie you could say the same thing about Annie, right? What are her ways of kind of generating card draw? Is it just the Kaiser Survivor?
I think from what I've seen from a lot of these Annie lists, it is just that, just the Kaisa Survivor coming in and being able to net you some card draws. But usually you're trying to win on the value front by being able to extend your hand or your plays a little bit because of that extra energy, utilizing that energy that you get up at the end of turn from Annie to play out an additional unit in the form of these ambush units is usually where you can start to squeak out some extra value. But Rockfall Path, like we've already mentioned, is going to put a damper on that plan, and I think that could be a big issue for Annie here. As you said, they don't have a whole lot of other card draw, and Diana being able to kind of stuff that Vex before it even got a chance to gain any value was a big play. So I think Diana's feeling probably pretty comfortable here now with Lunari back in base, sitting safe and sound. Could get hit by a falling star here, but you never really feel great about falling starring a single unit like that. Instead, just gonna elect to set up in base with a Kaisa and Traveling Merchant and then pass it on over.
Yeah, crazy play here would be something like a singularity to kind of take down the board one more time. But of course, chat, previous statement I said about the card generation, the one card I was forgetting is the card we're currently seeing in hand is the Hui. That is one card that makes a world of a difference. And he has a mini Hui in things like Traveling Merchant, but Hui just so much more versatile, having the ability to pitch a spell, gear, or a unit to make sure you kind of have what you need in the meantime makes really a huge difference, especially when we get things carried away with those ride the wind combos, as we've seen some very successful Diana players do. And of course, one of these technically have a signature spell and the other one doesn't, because as you mentioned, not too many Annie players running that Tibber signature unit. And that is a heck of a signature spell. So, I mean, the more we think about it, we were kind of giving the upper hand to Annie, but I think there's just higher quality cards in Diana currently.
I think things are just kind of breaking Diana's way at this current point. I don't want to count Annie out yet. I think definitely Annie in the matchup has the tools to get the job done, but I think things have just been kind of going our Diana players' way in terms of draws, and maybe not as lucrative over on the Annie side for their draws. Still no falling stars to be seen, but a random or a blind hit on the Moonfall, by the way, since the predict from the Diana did force him to bottom deck the top card as it wasn't a spell, evidently. And then the blind reveal off the top was that Moonfall. So yeah, that just kind of goes to show that things are a little bit fortuitous for our
Right.
Diana player in this game one. But hopefully Annie is not discouraged and is going to try to find their way back into this game, as it is only 0-3 at the moment, and we haven't even crossed the 10-minute mark in this game one. So I think Annie definitely poised to make a comeback here if they can get a good board setup. I see that Ferris Forerunner in hand, which of course is a very powerful unit, but very scary against the likes of a fellow Chaos player who has access to Starcrossed, as we have seen that already come out to punish the Vex Cheerless earlier. Could see another copy come out and answer this Forerunner should it come down right now.
Right, and that's the one reason we don't see Ferris Forerunner as prominent as we've seen him in the previous metas, just because that one Starcross, and then when you add cards like Fizz to go ahead and bring those Starcross back to play, it just gets a little bit too crazy for those Ferris Forerunners to stick around. But off the previous stack deck, if you saw it, Mr. Plus, there was a nice little cheeky card that we pretty much never seen in any player's decks. It was a Fresh Beans. Did you catch that?
I did not see the Fresh Beans, but that is funny after we were just discussing how Annie could probably use a hand in terms of draw power. Fresh Beans could potentially be that answer, but obviously I don't believe that was the selected card off the stack deck, so not opting to go for Fresh Beans to try to supplement the draw here, as the selection for this stack deck was also not what I anticipated to see selected there.
Oh,
Now,
another Moonfall. So having two of them in hand, this is a nightmare situation for any player. Stupefy bringing it down to 3-3 as it stands. But of course, Annie waiting for the Inferno to come down. So an additional +3 might being granted from that Inferno. So just train the Kaiser so that you deny him the draw. So not looking too good, in terms of cards in hand. Diana's just kind of getting way too carried away. If you look on the UI, I believe they do tell you cards in hand. Currently, Diana's sitting at 8 cards versus Annie's 4, so quite literally double. But Starcross trying to get the tempo back on board. Once Hui is eliminated, that's 2 potential points. or you do have to send one back, but at least at the minimum one hold point to try to tie things up, unless Diana wants to invest something like a ride the win to kind of accelerate your way onto these battlefields to contest them.
Yeah, interesting too there that you see the Annie player opting to get the point on board and go for the conquer at the Star Spring. I honestly would have considered potentially utilizing the Star Spring to pull the Kaisa back off of the Inferna play and then just allowing the Inferna to trade 1-for-1 with the Diana there, since I think in this current state, given what you just laid out for us at the time, 8-4, now 10-4 in terms of hand size, I think that Kaisa was kind of needed to stay alive to try to get us back at some attempt of keeping up in hand power. But with Kaisa gone now and Hui coming right back down onto the board, I don't know if Annie is gonna be able to keep up in the long haul.
I like what you're saying. You're saying trigger the Star Spring from the Inferno, right? So 3-3 from Inferno, and then you have Survivor for right now.
Yeah, so then Survivor could come in this turn, net us a draw on the Star Spring, and if you wanted to then play a unit to Star Spring and move the Kaisa back again, and just keep allowing that Kaisa the ability to move in and conquer, I think we could have probably gotten a little bit more mileage out that way. As I said, I don't believe that the 1 point at this current juncture in the game was super necessary. Obviously, wanting to get to an even point total going up to 2 there is always alluring, but now sitting on 3 after the hold and not looking like we're probably going to go to 4 over at the Rockfall path, I think at the end of the day might have been worth it to prioritize keeping the Kaisa alive. But alas, we are where we are now as Annie sits with 9 runes available, Inferna at the Star Spring, and is staring down a Hui and a Ravenbloom student across the way in Diana's base. No runes up, but that Diana ability still ready to deploy 1 rune, or 1 energy rather, in a showdown that could be for Gust or a Stupefy. As we see the Inferno move into Rockfall path, nothing is going to come out from Diana, so we are going up to 4 points here, and Star Spring putting in a little bit of work now, as that was what facilitated our ability to get that Inferno over to the Rockfall path.
Yeah, definitely utilizing it this turn, and it looks like he brought back the Starcross that was in the trash to bring back the Hui in hand, and even better, bigger value there, getting the Anti-Stubborn one more time, so you're able to regenerate. I believe it doesn't work. I mean, yeah, it's able to get one from trash every single time, and it doesn't have the same line of text that Fizz has, where you have to recycle the cards, so you could technically keep redoing it over and over again. Granted, it's a lot of energy, it's a lot of power at the end of the day, being 1 purple for Annie and then 1 purple for Starcross, but it's a way of kind of making sure the Hui never really gets off the ground. But I don't know, it's almost just delaying a bit of the inevitable. You're kind of slowing your own tempo down, but you're slightly ahead. So let's see what he has to say about it as Diana tries to make a push. Ravenbloom with the Moonfall to bring in the Traveling Merchant in, trying to take a 2-for-1 in this turn. And I think he will get just that.
Yeah, we're seeing the Traveling Merchant move in from the Moonfall, going to trigger that on-move ability. So Annie now thinking about what to discard and draw. But I don't believe there's anything that Annie could have with 2 runes in this situation to get them out of the scenario, being that Rockfall path is not going to allow us to ambush any assistance in from the hand. It's just going to be a easy cleanup for our Ravenbloom student. And now Annie's sitting on an empty board, feeling like they're kind of back against the wall, I'd have to say, being at such a big hand disparity. And Diana, I mean, can redeploy the Hui again, but is perhaps, I don't know, is going to go ahead and do that. But, like you said, the Annie can basically indefinitely loop Starcross to keep this Hui off the board should they want to. Unfortunately, that is going to be a 7-rune play every single turn, and a recycle cost of 2 purple each time. So
Right.
never being able to excel or get their rune total up high enough to do anything else on the turn. So more than likely gonna have to just let this wave finally get a move trigger off and do some setup in base.
Right, I just don't think that juice is worth the squeeze on those plays because you're not really going to be progressing your board state. You're just kind of putting the Hui back in hand. Yes, you're kind of denying them those draws, but there's still a unit on the battlefield that's going to be able to hold to 5 next turn. Another turn passes by, you're going up to 6, and then Diana sitting good at a potential 1 more turn to close things out. So has to find a different line of play. Man, the Rockfall actually putting down a lot of problems for Annie because right now I saw 2 Rengar pouncings in hand. If she could find a way to kind of accelerate the Kaiser Survivor and then Rengar pouncing, that would be traditionally a way of dealing with the current board state. But just because the Raven Bloom is on that battlefield, he's having a bit of a harder thought about how to actually deal with the current board at hand. And just going for a bit of a development turn, saying I can't really take away these battlefields, so let's just bring out the biggest unit we can this turn, follow things up with that Rengar pouncing we mentioned before. Not too shabby. So just saying I'm gonna let you get up to 6 points, but I'm gonna try my hardest I can to kind of deny you any further advancement, because right there for 6 is a very dangerous zone for any player.
Yeah, and this big grip in hand for Diana's definitely got to be daunting to see across the table for our any player. So electing to set up Ferris Forerunner and Rengar and having a chance at coming back in the following turn with a good attack. But now we're going to see what you mentioned before, the ability of Fizz to not loop, but reset, cast the Starcross that was utilized earlier, bounce that Ferris Forerunner back to hand, which is exactly what we said is why Ferris Forerunner has kind of fallen off in favor once again in a very chaos-heavy format. Starcross able to answer it in base, so really not anywhere safe for it to hide in this format now, especially when you are seeing so many lists run triple Starcrossed +2 and even sometimes all 3 Fizz, so having so much redundancy on that effect, it's really hard to get that Ferris Forerunner to stick. And now Diana moving up the way, conquering the Star Spring, going up to 6. It is a tall order for our Annie to make this comeback here, but gotta hold out hope and see if she can still get there.
Yeah, let's see what Annie can do. But I agree. I feel like just 2 fizzes are enough because you're able to go ahead and bounce it back to hand from the Starcross anyway. So you basically have an infinite amount of fizzes either way, playing out most likely the same exact fizz he played before. He has a Moonfall in base, or in trash, I should say, to bring in the pouncing. He gets the assault, but you do get the -2, so only going to be swinging in for 3. He is the attacker, so if you have things like a Cleaver, Blood Rush, it might be the time. But Hui moved in, discarded a unit, so up at defending for 8 total might. This might just be a little bit too tall of a task because you only get up to 6 with a Cleave. And that's just complete and efficient removal from this entire board state. But forget the Cleaves Inferno to save the day. Star Springs triggers Rengar back to base. Takes the little sacrificial Inferno. That's okay as long as you have the bigger unit to push in on your offense. But I think the damage has been done. You're up at 6 points. Diana has 8 cards in hand, still has the Fizz to work with. Or actually, I think the Fizz is currently on board, but still has to with a lot of great cards. One of them being Moonfall again, so it didn't work the first time. Attempt number 2 should be successful.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt you. A double Moonfall. If you thought they could buy themselves out of that first one with the cheeky Inferno plus Star Spring proc, but unfortunately, the second Moonfall was waiting in the wings, and now, once again, sitting on an empty board. It doesn't look like there's much hope for Annie to stop our Diana in this game, number 1, so might have to start looking towards some answers in the sideboard to make this a little bit more manageable in game 2. I'm not sure that there's much in the way of tech from the sideboard that will really open this matchup wide open for the Annie player. Obviously, not willing to go down without a fight, as we see Kaisa get deployed with Accelerate, opting to move that in over to the Rockfall path and take down our Ravenbloom student. Gonna get us up to 5 and net a draw. Top
Okay.
decking a Falling Star, finally getting to see this card come out. Only 4 runes available, but Falling Star is enough to kill this Hui right now. So kind of has to come down to what is this hidden card. As we see the Falling Star come down, hidden card is going to be revealed. It is a Tide Turner. So Tide Turner going to be able to maintain control of that battlefield, and actually opting to utilize the Star Spring to move Hui back and get 1 extra trigger. And now discarding a Hui, so the Hui will actually go up to 8 and
Unreal.
survive the Falling Star. What a play. That's going to get the fist bump. And Diana really sticking it to Annie at the very end. What a play.
What a play indeed, right? No one saw it coming. You're like, oh, Falling Stars, Diana and blue-purple decks, you don't have a lot of might increases capabilities, right? You have a lot of might decreases with those Stupefies, with those Moonfalls, but you're like, there's no way a Falling Star doesn't go ahead and take this Hui out of the picture. But of course, triggering the Star Spring, as you mentioned, get an ability and up by 3 total might. Fantastic job. Let's head back over to the casting booth for the time being. And yeah, Chopper, big brain move. I couldn't say I've seen that play before, but this Diana is playing very sharp, very cleanly. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of our last remaining Dianas, because they're currently undefeated here in our round 4. And they kind of just dismantled a undefeated Annie player. I mean, Annie was doing okay early game, but ever since he kind of took control in that middle, once Diana hit that 4-point metric, it was almost just one-sided from there. At least it felt that way. Did it feel that way to you, Mr. Plus?
Yeah, I think, you got to see the removal early. Obviously, like we mentioned there, that was the first Falling Star of the game at the very tail end, and it was too little too late. I think when you see those earlier and are able to get that Diana off the board quickly so it's not able to continually get the showdown proc and see multiple cards and generate that big hand advantage like it did in that first game, that's when you can feel like you're playing a little bit more of a fair game against Diana. And I think really that's what it comes down to, is being able to answer the board in that early mid game really quickly. And unfortunately, Annie just wasn't able to do that in game 1. But hopefully Annie can bounce back from that loss and come back into game 2 ready to fight and take down this Diana and give us a nice showing and potentially game 3 here. I think there might be something to be said for potentially like putting in down. Well, I'm not sure
Okay.
what you could really see out of the sideboard from Annie here that will kind of help in this matchup as much as, just seeing those early removal spells. Potentially some extra gusts if we weren't on all 3 copies in game 1, just to stop Diana from getting onto board.
Right.
I'm not really sure
I
what
think
else I
you
can
nailed it
think
pretty
of.
perfectly. I feel like additional Gust could be good. Get the chosen champion back in hand, as well as Hard Bargain. I know Annie doesn't have access to too many
Yeah.
counter spells. The Abandon is one, Hard Bargain is another. A lot of ways Diana players like to do is they leave just 1 rune open, saying like, oh, I only have 1 rune, and then they use the legend ability to get 2 runes. So I think Hard Bargain could kind of catch them off guard, which could be pivotal to take care of those Moonfalls. But it looks like the sideboarding has already been decided, and it looks like game number 2 should be underway. A big difference between this game number 2 versus this game number 1 is just the battlefield alone. It's going to be such a breath of fresh air for any player. Doesn't have to be held back on one of these sides by the Rockfall path. So we're going to see Annie at full power, firing on every single cylinder she has. On top of that, that's Arena's greatest. This is an aggressive deck. Hopefully, we see the true colors from this Annie player, and we do, as you mentioned, get into that game 3.
Yeah, I would love to see a nice, aggressive early start from our Annie player here. Get that Arena's greatest trigger. Looks like we did just top deck that Traveling Merchant, so we're going to have a turn 1 play. Have a flash in the hand. Always nice to have Flash is an Annie player when you ready those 2 runes at the end of the turn. So looks like we got off to a good start for our Annie player. Let's hope it goes their way a little bit more smoothly than it did in game number 1. As we see the battlefields this time is that Arena's Greatest that you mentioned. Hopefully won't be seeing a missed proc here as a channel and draw and a deploy, and did not
He
tick up the
passed the
Arena's
turn. Don't
Greatest.
tell
So
me it wouldn't be a Chinese regional if they didn't forget their own battlefield trigger. This is so upsetting, chat. I cannot believe Annie missed her turn 1. I was like, okay, he channeled. Okay, he missed it the beginning step. He drew. He missed it at the draw step, but then he passed the turn. He missed the entirety of his turn. Unbelievable. I can't believe. I mean, maybe Diana just got a little bit to his head in that game number 1, but this is devastating. You definitely want to be up 2 points to 1 currently. But we'll see if he can kind of make up for his mistakes, as he does have a decent hand currently. So let's see, but that is a bit unfortunate for sure.
yeah, it's funny too that you said it wouldn't be a Chinese regional without missing your own Arena's Greatest trigger, and all I see in the feed for the chat for this stream is classic. So I guess they
Classic.
agree with you. That is definitely something that happens quite a bit more than it probably should, especially as an Annie player. You definitely do not want to be forgetting that Arena's Greatest, but nonetheless, here we are. We did see a Vex Apathetic deployed to base, and then a pass on over as Hui was deployed to base for Diana. So both players just kind of setting up here, nobody moving up to the battlefields just yet. Of course, the point lead in favor of Diana, thanks to not forgetting the Arena's Greatest trigger, as an invert timelines is actually seen off of the stack deck, which more than likely was in from the sideboard, as well as maybe this against all odds as well. So a couple sideboard cards, even that abandon could have been main board, and maybe we just didn't see it, but a Kha'Zix as well. So quite a few cards that we didn't see in game 1. Not sure which of these is main and which of these are sideboard, but invert timelines, given how big of a hand disparity we saw
Right.
in that game number 1, might be a big consideration here, as our Annie player continually goes back and forth between hand and the top 3 and trying to determine what the pick is, and it will be that invert timelines.
You're totally right. It could be a very good way of stabilizing and kind of equalizing the playing field in terms of hand size. As we saw, it was double the cards in hand for our Diana player. So a little bit down the road, once Annie starts to kind of dwindle down in hand, saying, okay, let's go ahead and take down all those cards you generated from Hui and just go ahead on an even playing field and kind of start from square one from there. But now has the option to go ahead and push one of these Vex onto the battlefield. It is risky business, of course. Vex is only going to be defending for 4, and you have to defend against a Hui that can go ahead and do so much more than that. On top of that, I think one of these decks plays a little bit better in Abandoned Hull. I will say one thing that Vex Apathetic does have going her way is the simple fact that she has Deflect. All the spells target her, right? You can't just play Stupefy. I guess technically you can play Stupefy on your own units, the one in the base. But more often than that, you want to get the value on kind of reducing the might against your opponent. So if you're trying to do a lot of spells, it's going to be quite expensive. So I like to see how Diana kind of works around this, but I do think Hui might have what it takes. But look at all those runes. Or actually, it's still... I thought
still
he just passed the
it was
turn. I
still
thought he previously
Annie's,
passed the
yeah.
turn.
It was Diana was utilized the legend ability to create a resource during the showdown, and then play stack deck and actually grabbed Ride the Wind off of that stack deck, which is, you know, one of the deadliest cards in the entire arsenal of the Diana deck, in tandem with this Hui, the infamous draw discard menace, who is basically the blue Stellarcorn herder most of the time, as he comes in to our Abandoned Hall. Gonna go ahead and draw, then discard a Fizz to get that +3, attacking 8-4 against our Vex player. Our Annie player, who is going to utilize Flash now to defend the Vex.
Not
And
too shabby. I was almost certain there was going to be something like a Rain Guard pouncing coming down, but not trying to risk anything, just saving the Vex for down the road. Granted, Diana had so many other plays she could have done there. Ride the win back to base, getting an additional move, potentially even an additional +3 there, up to what, 11, and then an additional move back to the base, getting up to 14 total might just from the Hui's ability alone, without taking into account the abandoned hull triggers as well. So the potential was definitely there for the side of Diana. So I don't blame Annie for not risking anything, just a nice little simple flash back to base. And now you just have to see how are we going to be dealing with this Hui, because I don't think we saw a flash, a Falling Stars currently in hand, but I feel like a kill spell might be exactly what Annie needs, because you can't react with Ride the Wind, of course, and there's no Star Springs this time around, so I'm pretty sure Falling Stars should be able to stick and take the Hui down this time around.
Yeah, now we see the Vex Apathetic be the selection off the stack deck for our Diana, so maybe looking to opt into playing down an Apathetic of their own to once again essentially turn off those ambush units, as we are going to just lead off with the Ride the Wind to start, as Ride the Wind is going to be allowed to resolve. Way moving over to the arena's greatest, going to get that draw and discard. Let's see what the discard is. It is Abandoned, so netting us another draw. Draws into a flash, offering our Annie player the chance to respond, but gonna let the Conquer go through, bring us up to 3, and now Hui gets to move safely back to base and net us yet another draw. So Hui is
Unbelievable. We've
off
seen
to
this
the
before,
races.
right? In Aurelia decks, as you mentioned before, a bit of a Stellar Corn, but sometimes even better than Stellar Corn, because you have those potential might increases, as we saw in this turn alone. So netting from that one Hui, it was 3 might from the discard of a unit and then 2 additional draws. But you look through so much more cards than that, right? Each time you drew for Hui, so that was 3 draws in the turn, plus 2 net plus draws. So 5 total cards you just dug from your deck. That is the power of Diana. Is why we're seeing so much success from Diana players in the recent history of Riftbound.
Oh, and now that invert timelines that we found off of the stacked deck earlier that we mentioned as an equalizer to try to mitigate the hand advantage generated by the Hui is going to come out right after our big Ride the Wind Hui pop-off turn. So Annie putting down a Traveling Merchant onto the board and then Kaisa onto the board, and then electing to cast our invert timelines to reset both players back to 4 cards in hand. And now it's 4 cards in hand each, 3 units on board each. It's essentially a tie game in terms of board state, but obviously the point advantage is over on the Diana, as Vex Apathetic moves into the arena's greatest to get us up to 2 to 3. Will we see the double conquer from the Traveling Merchant? Not a whole lot of things available to protect these units here at these 2 battlefields, as we pass it on over with 3 runes at the ready after our Annie effect.
Right, and a great play with that inverted timelines, but you still didn't deal with the problem at hand, or in base, I should say, being the Hui. So he's just gonna go ahead and do exactly as he did the previous turn, of just continuing generating some cards for our Diana players. So this is still a tricky situation, but I like it. I like it though. A very similar, as I know, Mr. Plus, you played DBS. If you remember the old school chain attack Zeno. That's what that reminds me of, inverted timelines. For any DBS fans many years ago, you guys would know what I'm talking about. But it's essentially the whole same thing. You reset the hands for both players essentially.
Yeah, and if you can combine that with Downwell, you got yourself a real deal chain attack Zeno in
True.
Riftbound. But 11 runes and 3 purple power is a tall order to achieve in a given game, so you probably aren't going to see that very often. But invert timelines doing a bulk of the work of that whole combo to begin with is going to be getting us back to parity here, as now the Hui moves in and discarded a unit to be able to attack for 8, but is answered by Existential Dread. So a stun card. Once again, I would like to know what of these cards for the Annie player were in the main and which ones came in from the side. Existential Dread is a card that I go back and forth on how my opinions on how powerful the card is. Being that you can only use it on defense, it is a kind of a interesting card to build with. And here it came out huge as it was able to stop the Hui from going on another reign of terror, as we did see, I think, a second Ride the Wind drawn for our Diana player as well. So could have opted to go crazy with Hui once again, but now that it'll be stunned for the turn, probably going to hold off on deploying that Ride the Wind anytime soon.
Right, not too worthwhile, but we did see the Eclipse on the Vex, so Vex down to 0 might as 4-4 is there, so easily able to take care of the Vex. And with the Vex on Diana's side currently being on the battlefield, your whole ambush strategy goes out the window. You can no longer go ahead and support this attack from the Survivor, from Kaiser Survivor the very next turn. So things are kind of going from bad to worse. We thought a bit of a saving grace was that inverted timeline, but it just didn't do enough. It looks like 3-5 currently, and in a very, very tricky situation for Annie. Has Starcross, has of course always access to the champion unit to regain something like that Starcross once you use it again, but you currently only have a single unit in the base, so you have to conquer, get it back, or play something small like Inferno, then a Starcross. This is just tricky. You're not doing two ideal lines, but let's see if there's anyone that can figure out the best sequence of cards on this turn. It might just be our undefeated Annie player currently. Let's see if he can show us exactly why he has been undefeated this day number 1. Or is just Diana a little bit of a better player currently? Because he's definitely playing so far this way.
Yeah, our Diana player's been playing very, very well. That's definitely nothing to discredit them for on their line of play so far. So it's just been Annie trying to find a way to get through this Diana player who has been performing so well and whose deck has been drawing rather well at this point as well. But you know, we did see the Starfall in the hand of Annie, so might be able to get this Diana off the board with Starfall and then potentially go in to get a draw here, go up to 4 points. I mean, it's so hard to see what the correct line is here because it just feels like there's so many options at Diana's disposal, and this Vex just makes things so hard when you're playing a deck that wants to ambush in creatures like this Inferna in hand. You can't really get the full value or any value really off of this these ambush units, and it makes it really difficult to push through. And like you said, the Starcross can answer the Vex, but you got to bounce one of your own units, and you don't want to bounce your only unit when you're trying to conquer with her. But it looks like that's what we're going to have to do, as there's no other option here if they want to keep this Kaisa alive. So opting to Starcross Kaisa plus Vex, paying through the deflect. But now in response, Tide Turn are going to come out from the hidden spot over at Abandoned Hall and switch places with Hui, who will be draw discarding a Gust and netting us another draw. So that hand disparity only going to get worse for our Annie player.
Does decide he had the falling star from the beginning of the turn, but does decide to go ahead and deploy it out now. So trying to target the champion from Diana's side and the Tide Turner back there in base, but you're leaving the Hui on the battlefield. You have no further access, just plays a nice little Inferno. And you know, just that one card, Vex Apathetic, just throwing such a huge wrench into the game plan, because we saw the cards in hand for Annie. He had a Kha'Zix, the purple one. He had the Inferno. He just didn't have any means of doing any other things. He didn't have those combat tricks, and that is where he was significantly lacking to kind of make too much progress on that turn. Because now Moonfall, to make matters worse, the way to take down the Inferno, you don't even have enough runes for the Kha'Zix as we saw previously in hand. Things are just not looking too good. I believe this is going to be a swift 2-0. I mean, well fought. Like, it was a good, well-earned 2-0, but at the end of the day, it still was a 2-0 as Annie wasn't able to get it done. I'm wondering, even with the arena's greatest trigger, he's only going up to 4, so I don't think it would have made too much of a difference either or.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it just seems like Diana was kind of banging on all cylinders here. The deck was humming, doing what it's meant to do. Obviously, being piloted very well. We saw some creative and cool lines come out from our Diana players. So definitely a pilot that knows what they're doing on this deck. So you can't really disparage the Annie too much. I don't think that Annie has taken too many suboptimal lines or, had too many glaring misplays outside of the infamous arena's greatest miss trigger. But at the end of the day, I don't want to say that this is entirely Annie's fault. I think our Diana player may have just really been, you know, kind of on the ball here as we see the same victory condition we saw take down RQ Vancouver. The Tide turn to pull back the Vex, and Vex walks in to get that 8th point conquer, and that will be a 2-0 in favor of Diana, scorn of the moon over Annie the Dark Child.
That's right. GG's. Insanely well played, though, keeping it clean throughout the entire series there. So well earned. As we said, let's head back to the casting booth for the meantime. And this is exactly why a lot of people do consider Diana as the #1 deck. I think it just came down to, we mentioned it a little bit early on, just sheer card quality. When we're talking about cards like Hui, when we're talking about cards like Moonfall, of course, both have access to Starcross, but just those difference in the blue side, it makes a huge difference in a best of 3, especially when Annie didn't have access to half her deck sometimes with those Vex Apathetics, with the Rockfall Path in game #1. She really did an effective job, or an efficient job, I should say, at shutting down that Annie game plan. And I guess it's just good currently, because I would imagine it kind of shuts down a bit of what Master Yi wants to do as well, because Master Yi has been riding a bit of that trophy hunter wave as well, as we've seen a lot of Master Yi's playing, I think, full set of trophy hunters. So I believe that Rockfall Path might be something to do with Master Yi's as well. So I like it. I like Diana's position so far. Do you think Diana has what it takes to go back-to-back weekends, Mr. Plus? We saw her win in Vancouver. Is she going to win in Tianjin today or this weekend?
I think she definitely has the capability. Diana, I think maybe just blue-purple in general is this very interesting color combination that rewards super thoughtful and skilled players, to be able to excel. Like, I mean, we saw Teemo put up some crazy results in the right hands. I mean, Prismat played Teemo to start. Alan obviously infamously did so much on Ezreal and now has come away with a win on Diana. So it seems like just maybe blue purple as a color scheme is this domain combination that really rewards players that can put in the time and effort into mastering all of these different intricate lines that this color combination affords. As we saw some really cool play lines from the Diana there, I think it kind of shows that this deck, Ezreal, Teemo, any of these blue purple decks in the right hands can probably go all the way.
Right, blue purple tends to be more the bigger brain type legends apparently in Riftbound, but I like it. I like every time we see a high, well piloted build come into play, as we saw in this round #4. And I couldn't agree more. I think Diana definitely has the tools available to her to take down this entire event. I think one thing that a lot of people took from Vancouver just past weekend is that she doesn't have many interactions for cards like Ruin Runner or any cards that say untargetable, because a lot of Dianas have kind of put Watcher to the wayside, right? Because I believe originally they were running like 1 Watcher, maybe 2 Watchers at most. I don't think Alan ZQ or Diwali were running a single Watcher. And without that, you're just going to have to rely on Hui to get tall enough. But when you have things like Punch, First, Grim Resolve, I know Houses Are Big had something like Primal Strength in his Master Yi build. It gets a little tricky to do so, because at the base, it's already sitting there at 7 total defending might. So I do think if there's a good, strong Master Yi out to play today, they might have some good, they might have a big contention. Might be making it really tough, I should say, for our Diana players out here. So we'll see. Hopefully in day 2 we see that matchup go down, because I think on paper, if they do start leaning more towards Room Runner, I have to give it a little bit more towards Master Yi. Do you feel the same way, Mr. Plus, or is there ways around it?
Yeah, I think Hui is obviously the big, I mean, as they're highlighting here, the big front runner for the deck that can get you past those big go tall defensive boards. Obviously, like you said, you can get a move trigger, go up to 8, ride the wind, go up to 11, come in again, be all the way up to 14, and Quay by himself just becomes this massive unit. And that is one of the main ways I could see them getting over that strategy. But also, we saw in Alan's list, I believe, the double Baron in the sideboard. So kind of this way to offset that +2 on solo defense from the Master Yi deck. I would imagine that was part of the reason why the double Baron was in the sideboard, just to facilitate that that extra 2 might on all of your units to be able to push over some of these big hold board states.
Right. We'll see exactly when it comes down. And you just reminded me, I said a little bit earlier that I couldn't remember who was in our round number 1. Shame on me, because guys, it was Randy. If you guys are just tuning in, it was Randy on stream versus, I almost want to say she's a bit of an influencer in China as well, because she had all this swagged out cards, runes. She had the ultimate rare Baron Nashor in the deck as well. And then she had a Best of Metal MF Legend signed by Jackie Love, which I believe is a League of Legends pro. So yeah, she was just swagged out, and she almost took a game away, or not took a game away, but took this series away from Randy. But of course, Randy, being the pro player he is, did manage to take out that game number 1. So that was a good matchup. It was Aurora versus Aurelia, so it wouldn't sound like it's the most exciting, but it was a fun watch nonetheless. So that was a good one. I don't know if they're going to give us Randy any more in this day number 1, but hopefully we've seen him where we've seen him before in day 2. I know last time we saw him, or the first time around, where he was on his Silver Miracle package. I think it was a top 16 scenario, so we'll see. Wishing Randy the best of luck this weekend. But I guess we didn't talk about it earlier, Mr. Plus, as we tend to talk about it every time. We're talking that Diana has what it takes. Is there any other decks that you feel might just be winning this whole event this weekend?
Well, I had one of my friends in my group have quite a bit of confidence in Lilia actually going into Vancouver, and I think after we saw Galewinds put up the best of Lilia and perform pretty well with the deck, I think Lilia could be a bit of a sleeper pick that might be able to sneak their way in. With the right build, I think Lilia could potentially get there. But Diana's just one of these decks that feels like it's, got almost an answer for every scenario. Almost, it feels like sometimes.
I think so.
Definitely,
I think she might have an answer for most situations, right? With just the cards in hand, the signature spell, Eclipses, Stupefy for the draws, Ride the Winds, as you point out before. It almost feels like what did Diana not have, which is why we've seen, I feel like most people will consider her the ultimate toolbox, or maybe Ezreal could kind of give her a run for her money on that title.
Yeah.
But either or, blue-purple, just such a good color combination. But the key thing is, you have to know how to pilot the deck. It's a deck that requires many reps. It's not a deck you would probably give to a new player and say, do well with it, right? So I think they've earned those kind of, I guess, good plays, if you will, because they've done it hundreds of times in the past.
Yeah, definitely. And I know in round 2, to my dismay, we saw Pike get O2'd by Jax. So unfortunately, no Pike performances to speak of on stream just yet, but the Roy's Pike play over the weekend in Vancouver was something to behold. I got to stand by the show match tables and watch him play live and see those lines come out. And his deck is very, very cool. I like the 11 1-ofs, just being, like you just said about Diana, this toolbox deck where you kind of dig through and find the answers you need for any given situation. I tend to like those decks a lot. I know for myself, I had 8 1-ofs and I thought I was crazy. And then I saw Roy's deck with 11 1-ofs and I was like, oh, okay. So I was supposed to go even further into the toolbox. So
Was Roy
hopefully we'll get to see some.
the Bewitching package as well, or was he not going
Yeah.
that direction?
Yeah, he still had triple Bewitching and triple. Actually, it might have been double, but he had Pack of Wonders.
He did, okay.
Yeah. So, but he wasn't playing the list or anything like that. He was playing a little bit more mid-rangey in terms of, at least in regards to the way he talked about it in his write-up that he put up for Metafy, which is free. So if you're a fan of Pike like myself, go ahead and go find that and give it a read. He put a lot of work into it. It's been a lot of information that I've been gleaning from and enjoying myself. But he was talking about all these different card options that he tried and thought that they left a little bit to be desired, and that's why he ended up with so many different 1-ofs and made it so toolboxy. But having Darius, Beast Below, Kaisa, all these 1-of big units to answer different situations, and then not being afraid to utilize the Pike to just bounce them back up. You don't normally think of Darius as a removal spell, but in his eyes, he was like, you basically just run Darius in as a 7/7 and then bounce him back in hand so you could do it again.
Nice.
So you just treat him as like a big removal spell, which has definitely changed my outlook on the deck. So I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board myself and try to learn a little bit more about the ins and outs of what I thought I knew about Bite going forward. But there's just so much to learn in this game, and that's one deck. And we were just talking about how much Diana has available to them as well. There's just always something to keep plugging away at and learning in Riftbound, which is why it's a game that just keeps us coming back for more.
Right, it definitely does. And it makes so much sense that you bring that up, especially in a build like a Pike Legend, where you do have the ability to bring it back to hand. So those 1-ofs end up feeling like 2-ofs or 3-ofs in that legend. But to that same point, I feel like Riftbound is a game that does reward these 1-ofs, especially because we're only talking about a 40 card deck. I'm trying to think back at other TCGs. The ones I played recently, like Lorcana, they're a minimum of 60 card deck. That's way much more. Granted, their mulligan's a bit different. I think you draw 7 and then you put back and then get it back up to 7. Either or, having only 40 cards and you can't even increase from that 40 limit, right? So you have to always run exactly 40. You're so more often than not going to be able to see your 1-ofs, and they can be difference making 1-ofs. So I like it. I think every deck should probably have 1 to 2, maybe even a couple more 1-ofs, because you never know what kind of situation they are able to get you out of. But chat, that is the midway point for today, or a little bit over the midway point. 4 rounds in the wraps and 3 more rounds still remaining. So we'll hopefully have a lot more Riftbound action, exciting Riftbound action. Hopefully, maybe not too much Auroras to go. But what were you about to say, Mr. Plus?
No, I was just looking at the counter, seeing that we still had 46 tables going. That 2-0 was a little bit swifter than I realized.
Yeah, it definitely was. I believe there's still 20 minutes. And God, I saw one of these days, because I don't think they just have one feature table. I feel like China definitely has at least 2 feature tables. They just don't have the recording of the other one. I don't know, but it feels like a bit of a how would we put it? Like a bit of a missed opportunity, I guess, for China to not have a backup match, because no one, I mean, especially because they've seen the RQs from the other side of the world have such low downtime that it makes sense. I mean, they may go for it with the awesome table, with the awesome quality of production, with the animation of the graphics coming into life. But still, I would trade it off for a little bit of a backup match. Maybe not trade all of it off, but a little something would be nice, at least in between these bigger breaks.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to cut to a backup game, and even if you're jumping in the middle of game 2 or game 3 for that matter, just being able to get a little bit more coverage and see some different decks in action is always nice. But we live with what we got. We do get this nice increased production value in terms of animations and cool stuff, but would like to see a few more matches, especially if we enter, those dangerous territories like the previous round with the technical difficulties and
Right.
the long delays. But
Yeah,
we'll
that
see
was
if
crazy. We've
China.
never seen anything like that. Hopefully, that's one of the last times we ever see it. But
Yeah,
things just happen, right? It was out of our control. It's unfortunate that it happened on such an awesome matchup like Rumble versus LeBlanc. I feel like everyone wanted to see how that went down, especially when we talk about Rumble 2-0ing LeBlanc. I mean, how do we think that game 2 even went, right? Because LeBlanc was definitely on the play and she was definitely on a windswept hillock. How did Rumble manage? I mean, is it just lack of familiarity with the matchup from LeBlanc's side? I feel like they might have expected things like Power Surge, or maybe forgot that Rumble had Shield 1. I think things like that kind of got the better of LeBlanc.
yeah. I mean, I'm still not sure that there was a legitimate game 2 played, given how long that game 1 took and how little time we were on break. It just doesn't seem like a full game of Riftbound could have feasibly been played in that amount of time. So I want to say there was something to do with the judges, but who knows?
Right.
Maybe there was just the like you had said at the time, just the biggest brick of all time.
Right.
Maybe LeBlanc just happened to draw, or 4 8 drops or something and do nothing for the
Yeah, or her end
entire
game,
early
right?
game.
Rip Herald, Harness Dragon. Maybe that's what happened, but I'm kind of leaning more so what you're saying. I think some kind of judge call happened where the player just ended up getting DQ'd. But to be honest, when we got cut to the break, or when we got cut back to the featured table, he seemed pretty prideful. He was repping the Rumble like he was a well-earned win. Usually when you win by DQ, you're not like as super proud. You get the dub, but it wasn't like a fought-earned, deserved dub. But if
Yeah.
you remember, Mr. Plus, he was proud of it. So something's telling me that he did end up just 2-0ing the LeBlanc.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some VOD from in the future at some
They
point.
have it.
Do
They
they
have it.
ever? Yeah, they do. Okay, I was wondering whether or not if they had some type of channel somewhere where they put the VODs up for these events.
Yeah, maybe you know what? I'll maybe hit you up to do to cast over the actual action, because I think there's two things. Like a
Yeah.
lot of cameras, they're one going to the live feed, but one that's perpetually recording the whole time. So they do put up the recordings on Billy, if you guys are familiar with the website. So I'll try to get the website, and then maybe we could do like a nice little casual cast over the video or something. That could be cool.
That would be fun. I would love to do that.
Yeah. But chat, since there's still about 20 or so tables, I think we're going to go on a short break. Mr. Plus will be joining us a little bit tomorrow, but that is it for him for day number 1 of Swiss. I know we didn't get too much round 3 action as we were just discussing, but hopefully this
Yeah.
round 4 made up for a little bit. But tomorrow should be super exciting nonetheless. Hope you still enjoyed yourself. And before we go on a short little break, it looks like these tables are moving quick. So we'll go on a short little break as I bring in our next caster to help out close out today's day 1 regional. But before we go, as I was getting at, Mr. Plus, if you want to do what we usually do before we head out, if you any little closing remarks or any final shout outs, now would be the time.
Yep. As always, thank you, Plus, for the opportunity. It's always great to get on here and cast some games. I've really been enjoying the casting, especially, like I said, in light of my Vancouver performance. I couldn't wait to hop back into the booth and just talk about some great Riftbound games after not being able to play as many great Riftbound games as I wanted. I at least get solace in being able to cast some great games And I'm looking forward to do so tomorrow with day 2, where we get to see the cream of the crop rise to the top. So thanks again. And just as always, shout out to Top Deck Keep. We still having locals 2 nights a week, Tuesdays and Fridays, down here in Riverside, California. So come on down if you want to play some locals, get yourself some Nexus night packs and all that jazz.
There we go. And I mean, when are you guys doing your summer scrimmages?
We have one next Saturday. So
Okay.
next Saturday, the 13th, I believe, is the day. Yeah, Saturday the 13th will be Summoner Skirmish over at Top Deck Keep in Riverside. And then I don't know if there's going to be more than one this go around, but for sure that is the next one coming up.
Nice. I definitely want to catch one of these. Hopefully they do line up where I need one on the weekdays, because we're always doing these co-streams on the weekends, but I'll figure it out. But for now, we'll catch Mr. Plus. I believe the show starts off with top 64 and then top 32, obviously, after that. And he will be joining us for those rounds tomorrow. So, Mr. Plus, thank you so much. I'll let you get some rest for the time being, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your night.
See you.
Bye,
See you.
everyone.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, chat. Moments. I think they might forget a lot of these streams are delayed. What do you mean it's delayed? As in, like we're behind? Like it's pre-recorded? Because China doesn't do it the same way that the RQs do it. This is actual live. Granted, there's a little latency, but they're usually pretty live. And Vancouver, the stream was live, but going by the match ended. Yeah, that's the Western regionals, right? For China, this is the reason why we don't have a backup feature match, because they don't have any pre-recordings to go off. But chat, let me go ahead and take a small little break myself as the tables keep coming down. We love to see that, because usually once the tables are down, it's about 5 to 10 minutes for those table preparations to go into round number 5. So let me go ahead and contact our next caster to join us. And man, our next caster, Alguito Swiftly, we haven't been on the booth with him in quite some time, but a great friend and an awesome caster at that. And he should be able to join us, I believe, for the remaining of today's Day 1 Regional in Tianjin for round 5 through 7. And hopefully we have some awesome Riftbound matches to spectate for us. So I'm excited. They've been doing pretty good. I still want to see a Teemo. I still want to see maybe something crazy like a Renata Lee Sin. Is there an undefeated version of one of those decks? Probably unlikely. So they've been pretty good right now of only showing us undefeated matches. So I'm happy. Either way, we get some high-level Riftbound. So chat, I'll be right back. A little 5-minute break, but I'll bring the next caster in, and then we'll see where we go from there. Be right back, chat. All right, Chad, I'm back. Got a much needed food break, so not feeling too down. Even though, weirdly enough, Chad, I'm feeling a little bit tired than I normally would. I feel like I just didn't sleep good. I normally do for these streams is I try to sleep during the day, treat this as, treat the day as my night and then my night as my day. But I don't know, this time around I'm feeling a little bit different, but hopefully I can hang in there. 3 more rounds remaining. That's 4 rounds behind us. Technically only 3 real rounds behind us, because that 3rd round was kind of just an overall dud, if you will, right? Because it wasn't really a show, but it is what it is. I guess hopefully they make up for it in these final 3 remainings. Alguito will be joining us very shortly. I mean, no rush by him. We still have some time in between this break. I don't know how much longer we have, but it looks like all the tables have been already concluded, so we're just waiting for a little bit of a timer indication. Or usually when they don't give us the timer, it's like within 10 minutes at most till we get that round number 5 going. Is this playing? Let me put this on. And man, chat, I'm super jealous of all you players getting on your Summoner Scrimmage grind this weekend. There's definitely one today, but there's no way I'm going to be able to play it. If I did, I would probably be running Vex. I've been testing the purple Kha'Zix in Vex. It's been feeling good. It's giving a little bit of offensive pressure onto Vex. Let me know if anyone in chat also plays Vex, because I'm trying to find a solid build. I might just take Vex to Hartford. We'll see. We'll see. Because part of me wants to try to contend and try to get to top 64. I did okay with Aurelia in Atlanta. But then I ran into, just because I didn't get enough reps under my belt, that I just ran into too many ties against Ezreal's. And hey, I wonder if you're able I wonder if you're able to, I don't know, put on a replay of previous regional game. Perhaps you're just thinking of something for Chinese dead time. Yeah, I did that last week, and I can't remember why I didn't do it this time around, but you're so right. Let me go ahead and do that. Let me pull this to the side. And then we'll put up a game just to have, are you saying you want to watch like a full screen game, or just to kind of have on watch here behind my head? We'll go videos. And I should go to the playlist. I'm trying to remember what was a really good matchup last weekend. I mean, the Kha'Zix vs LeBlanc wasn't too bad. Yeah, thank you for the fantastic idea. That's how you know my brain isn't really up to speed this weekend. But should I leave it? Should I just put a sound? Should I have the casters on? Let me see who was casting this round.
In on the fun. So just bear
Oh,
with
I
me.
was
We'll
casting this
entertain
round.
ourselves
Oh
for
no,
the
this
time
was
being,
a solo
but
cast
let's
by
go
me.
ahead and see what legends
I
we
remember, so
have
maybe we don't
for
get the
this match.
caster on.
And
Maybe we'll
LeBlanc,
comment a little bit over it. But I'm just joshing. Were you here 2 weeks ago? Did you see a little bit? Or maybe you caught some of them on YouTube? Because yeah, we cast them live on the co-streams, and then we pretty much upload every round. The beautiful thing about the uploads is that we put the deck list on every single, for those wondering like, oh, what was the Rumble deck? What was the Aurelia deck? What was the Jax deck? I'll put those in the video description and the pinned comments when those come around. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Just nice match to watch until we get. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do it when I was doing the breaks last weekend, or the last regional co-stream. I had, every time we took a break, the thing. So thanks for the reminder. I'll write that down so I remember for the future. Hey, Agito, let me pull you in here. Did you join the camera thing? Okay, no worries. I'll put your audio in here now. But guys, it looks like Alguito Swiftly will be joining in on the fun for today's Tianjin Regional Open. And he's going to be hopping in here pretty soon as I get his camera set up.
I'm here, everyone. I know what's behind me. I'm not looking.
What was that?
It says, I know what's happening behind me. I'm not looking. No, it's my wife putting the green screen on. Thank you, my lovely wife.
Yeah, just give me the go ahead. I haven't brought your camera just in. They just can hear you.
That should be enough, as my wife has broken her toes. Yes. I think
Okay,
we're in.
just let me know. I'll go ahead and add it, and then we'll see. But how are you feeling, Alguito? Doing good?
Good, good. I've had a 7.5 hours sleep, so that's pretty good for most people.
Yeah, that's actually wonderful. Yeah, 7.5 hours to 8 hours is as best as you can get. And if you're ready, do you want me to pull in your camera now?
You can put in the camera, good sir.
All right, guys, give a good welcome to Alguito joining in. And I know already actually how you doing, but it's been a little bit of time. Have we done a set 3 cast together or in general, Alguito? I can't recall.
Did one of the local ones. We haven't done one of the event ones this season.
Nice. Yeah, so no co-streams just yet, but maybe I think I remember, did we do the triple box event we had recently?
We did. I think we did like one of the middle rounds, like 4 or 5, and then it was all top cut, baby.
Awesome, awesome. And Alguito, do you have the stream pulled up on your side? Not our stream, but the China stream that I put on the Discord.
Currently, if you're a fan of getting yourself a new Secret Labs chair, have you tried the Titan?
Perfect. You know, the Secret Labs chairs is an indication that the round number 5 is moments away. So guys, let's put a nice little pause on this. And then let's head over to the feature table as I believe Alguito joining in on the perfect time. As these players, it looks similar to the match we had previously, but these are definitely new players. So Alguito, if you're ready, let's go ahead and join in for this round number 5 of today's regional event.
I'm ready. Let's jump straight in. So have ourselves Wuju Master. Very cool.
Yeah, first Master Yi of the day. One of what we'll probably see many of coming into day number 2, but it is the first one we see today. I'm just hoping, Alguito, we don't see an Aurelia on the other side of the table. Hopefully something a little bit more low-key. So let's see what it is. A mirror match. What is going on this regional? Okay, fair play to them. They wanted to give us a mirror match. It better be a epic showdown. Master Yi versus Master Yi. How do you feel about this matchup, Alguito?
Each one of those where it's whoever gets to the battlefield first and is a point ahead just gets to stay there for the rest of the game. Something similar to what happened in the semi-finals against Sam and Houses Are Big. It was just a game basically of attrition, and then you just have to hope that you can get a bit bigger towards the end of the game. But with having all of those defies, all of those disciplines, all of those unguards, if they're playing them, and punch first, do make it very hard to sort of take back a battlefield if you are the defender.
Right, I'm trying to think back if there is kind of a difference maker in this matchup. If there's someone like Rune Runner, I guess whoever is running a bit of a later game strategy, because we've seen the original early on Master Yis, they were running things like Valmons in the deck. Of course, the Trophy Hunters have been still sticking around, but I don't think any of these Master Yis would be going as far as playing like an Aurora version, because if it was, I would probably favor Aurora. Bigger creatures probably a little bit better in the mirror match, but let's see if these guys have a similar strategy working with a similar strategy, or if they have something a little bit different in mind. So far for the Battlefields and Chosen Champions, nothing too indicative of Aurora, so this is probably just a good old-fashioned mid-range G versus mid-range G.
That's what I'd presume. It seems like the common version these days is the Rengar jumping in on a battlefield that gets taken. You are now the surprise defender. You're an 8 might into 6, or whichever might he has available. It's a fairly easy card to get to by turn 2 if you go second, or turn 3 if you're going first. So overall, it really just depends on who is going to be here to essentially take back the plays if they can.
Bro, we'll see. Of course, a good card in this matchup. It's going to be those punch first, as you don't really have any interaction with those punch first. You can't defy, you cannot so passive, and Master Yi doesn't have access to things like Abandon or Hard Bargain, so those punch first are 100% able to go ahead and resolve So whoever kind of sees a little bit more of them will be able to go ahead and defend a bit better than the other player. Oh, and of course it will
What a
depend
beautiful
on
hand.
who has a little bit more of, I guess, who tech more for Aurora, and see if it kind of hinders them in this matchup, as I don't believe Master Yi's are running too many gears. If they are, it's probably something like the Trinity Force we saw earlier today. Do you feel like Master Yi should be running Trinity Force, Alguito? Do you like that card?
I don't mind it. Sometimes if you are just going to go for the whole strategy, having one or two in the deck just to make it go a little bit quicker or make your opponent panic a bit sooner, it's always good to sort of have a second game plan if you can. But we do see a lot of Guardian Angel still in Master Yi.
True.
It's an action with a very similar hand now for both players.
Yeah, we got the early game. We have that action, as you pointed out before, and both players do have the Trophy Hunter, but one of them is the alternate art, right? So maybe we give a slight little upper hand. On top of that, he has the blinged out overnumber Poro for his Lonely Poro as well. So he's got more invested into the game. So we'll see if that means he's more invested in general in terms of playtime / practice. But this is it. We are here. Round number 5, game number 1. We have a mirror match, but let's see if it's going to be an epic showdown nonetheless. As Alguito said, it sometimes does come down to who's on the play, who gets onto these battlefields first. But I'm curious to see how they kind of maneuver their way in the eye of not being on the play. So it's actually going to be not a unit, which is kind of good for the guy going second, actually.
So there you go, you get your Pyro out instead, so you are one on the play, but having that Zonyas does become quite the battle of attrition later on if you are trying to clear battlefields.
Yeah, it seems to be so nice. Does get that little lonely Poro for the time being, so it looks like our Master Yi on FSW side will probably be the Master Yi to get first onto these battlefields. And I'm thinking he most likely wants to go ahead and try to get onto the Star Spring, but he does bring in that Treasure Hoard as his battlefield, so probably maybe has some plays to do with that card. I would imagine gold isn't the biggest deal, but as I say that, we see an immense amount of power costing cards to punch first. So I guess gold will be a big thing to kind of note going forward. So I wouldn't blame him to go ahead and put himself into that treasure hoard for the time being. But okay, my initial instinct was correct. Goes for the Star Spring for now. But this is going to be tricky, right? Because you do want to leave enough rooms for something like Rain Guard. But then tapping out for Rain Guard means you don't have access to those punch first. But honestly, I feel like this Lonely Poro is okay to go ahead and sacrifice. So maybe just in the base as he's doing now is the correct line.
I hate this. Again, you've left yourself one card up so you can go into a punch first if you need to. Just be a 9 might Lonely Poro for the sake of being a 9 might Lonely Poro. They could have done, as I believe they did have a first mate in hand, they could have played that to the Starfield. Pushed out the Lonely Poro, it unsuspends, and then can walk into the Treasure Hoard to go to and get a gold. But again, doesn't necessarily matter too much. But we do get to see the Rengar coming in here as a 6 versus 4. But as we did say earlier, they do have access to the punch first, which I think right now would be great as the opponent could come back with it themselves. We know they've got it in hand, but they're just going to go for a draw. So again, perfectly fine.
You know, I want to say there's a little bit of merit of a punch first right now. The only downside is being it's so expensive, right? You're getting rid of 2 order runes or 2 body runes just for that play, and you're barely taking down the Rengar because you're defending for 4 up to 9. And if something like an on guard comes in, I guess that is 8 to 9. So there wasn't too much risk. But I think just putting yourself back an entire turn was just something that this Master Yi player on our left side didn't want to do. But now double conquer turn 4 Master Yi on the right side and only a single unit. But you know, 2 can play at the same Rain Guard game. I'm smelling the Rain Guard on the left side coming very, very soon.
To be fair, I thought he was going to keep the 5 up just so he could Rengar himself. But overall, I think it's okay where we are currently. Do have a Sabotage to check the hand just in case there's something to deal with the Rengar in terms of might gain values. I do like the charm. Sometimes I've seen people pull creatures out or move things across. That way you're the surprise defender following another turn, which is something we can do later on. But right now it is 6 might and 8 might on the battlefield as they are defending alone.
I like the potential charm, right? You bring in a unit over to the same battlefield. That way you don't get the additional +2, which is effectively +4 on this turn on each respective battlefield. So you're kind of taking that away from that defending player. So let's see what he has to do. He goes for the action, most likely on the Zhonya's Hourglass. And this is why we're seeing him being conservative on his rune economy, because he wanted to make sure he had access to action. So this is interesting though, because he only has 3 working runes for the remaining of the turn. So nothing like a Rengar Trophy Hunter as we were kind of anticipating this time around. But do you go ahead and punch first your Master Yi now? Because that's going to be 4 runes going back to the bottom of the rune deck, which is insanely expensive. But if you get rid of one of these units, it wouldn't be that terrible, as Yi is completely tapped out. So it'd be the time to do so. But I don't know. It feels like that Zhonya's Hourglass, it was good to take it. But I don't know. Spending the 2 body runes just for the Zhonya's Hourglass, I don't love it, I'll say.
No, I think a lot of people do sort of pivot around this, so that way they have themselves the extra unit available. Now they themselves have the extra unit available, they can walk in with the Master Yi, they can try and push in with a punch first themselves. Their opponent is fully tapped out, so they can't really come back with anything. So you get to choose really, do you want to go into the Rengar, do you want to go into the Master Yi? They're going to punch first now. You said you can't defy it, but again, the tapped out, so it doesn't matter. And now you just go, hey, I'm going to walk to that Rengar, I am a 9 to your 8. I'm taking the battlefield. Or make it even simpler, we're going to go to 9 into your 6.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because you had enough to take down the Rengar Trophy Hunter, which is their biggest unit, but I think this is more so an ode to kind of denying any further XP generation from that Master Yi side, because he had the Conqueror Hunt too. So as we see the XP trigger being, the XP indicator being at 2. So if he held, he'll go up to 4, which is just one more conquer / hold away from being at that level 6, allowing him to get the ganking and deflect online. But this is what he had in mind. Of course, now you are the defender, even if you needed it, right? Because you already have the punch first for the remaining of the turn, the charm, taking down 2 units in a single turn. What a swing of events for FSW, doing a fantastic turn number 3. And it couldn't get any better than this, huh, Gito? You took away the Hourglass. It did come at the big expense of 5 total runes this turn, but I think looking at it now was a worthwhile investment.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, they don't have any more units available to them. They do have an action, so they can bring back their own Zhonyas, but again, do you really want to deramp yourself by 2? They've got a first mate in hand, so they can go for deramp, get the Zhonyas back, play the other 3, get the unit out, put the action back into the battlefield and keep going. So it's not all or nothing right now, but again, they're both at 2 points. The Yi on the left is in a much better position right now, but they are going to get back theirs on his Hourglass, so they can be a bit more frivolous with their units.
Yeah, just a little bit of takesy backsy, saying my Zhonya's Hourglass all along back in the base where it started. But, oh, okay, being a little bit more on the offensive. So Action coming in, allowing him to, at the minimum, conquer the Star Spring. But this is just a moment of mini success as you're completely tapped out one more time. So you're most often than not able to defend his Action. I say that, but as I kind of think about it a little bit further, how many body runes went to the bottom of the deck? He might not have enough body runes this very next turn for something like an additional punch first, thinking about it.
Say 4 went to the bottom of the deck. Hopefully he's running 6 and 6. So he still can't punch first again. But we do now have access to a GA. I was hoping we might have a discipline in the hand, but we don't. But we do have Sabotage. We can have a quick look at that hand if you really want to spend that last body ruin just to get yourself going. Or do you want to keep it for Rengar and keep some ruins up? Again, you're at 4 though, so it's not as though you can do that this turn. So maybe you should be able to be a bit frivolous with that Sabotage.
Let's see, of course, a rain guard. Actually, you don't even have enough runes for a rain guard. This is the destructive nature of kind of going down 5 runes in a single swoop. We don't really see that too often from Master Yi. The only legend I can only think about that goes down so heavily in a single swing is things like Aurelia with their legend ability to restand and then attach equipment. That kind of gets a little bit in the same neighborhood. But let's see what he has in mind. As you mentioned, you do have the GA, but that's only going to be able to get you up to 5 total might. Right now, Action's defending for 6, so this could have been a heads-up play saying, you know what? There's no way you have A, another punch first, or B, the runes to utilize the punch first. So having to use the body rune on a sabotage was this. Oh, actually, I misspoke. There was a gold there, so you technically did have enough for punch first.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that myself, and I was like, no, there's a gold there, so you could punch first the action, then walk in. Your opponent is tapped out, and then it crushes the hourglass. But overall, you're not exactly safe yourself. You do need to be careful of your opponent's retaliations of the following turn, and then you have to probably equip that GA just to make yourself a little bit tougher for the turn.
You know, a great card. We said whoever has the bigger creatures might be getting the upper hand. That is a Volmaw in the hand. It would have come down at ambush speed. Currently a little bit out of the range in terms of runes currently for the next turn, because I believe that's 5 going up to 7, so just 1 rune shy. But once he does get the runes enough, something like a first mate pushing in is going to be so problematic for our left Master Yi to deal with. So he's thinking about it, doesn't like what he sees. But if it's between these 3 cards, Discipline, Punch First, and Defy, what are you getting out of the hand?
I think, yeah, punch first.
Right.
You can't discipline it, so you can't defy it, so there's nothing to do. You're generally not going to be running a wind wall to just counter anything. There is that, we call it, is it Flurry of Birds, the new counter spell? I don't know how that counters, but that's like 4 and 2.
Right,
so again,
the Ivern counter spell, they call it.
You either make 4 birds or a counter spell. You probably aren't running it in this. It's very incost effective, but it makes sense in Ivern. So essentially, I think the play would be GA, probably equip it to Master Yi, so he's 7 on your opponent's turn. You've got rid of the punch first now. From what I'm seeing, most people are playing 2 punch first rather than 3, which I think is a little bit crazy. But again, deck sizes and variants need to be what they are. But as you said, you do have the Varmors that you can bring in. Not next turn, I think it's an 8 cost. So you've got to wait another turn on the side of the right hand Yi. But currently, we're feeling ourselves a bit safer here.
Yeah, you know, I think the reduction of punch versus in the main board or in the deck in general goes because there is a couple more options that are relatively similar, but a lot less power intensive. Things like Grim Resolve, you get a +3 additional might versus the punch 5 or the 5 might from punch furs. But it only costs 2 energy. So we've seen these 2-2 splits previously, where it's 2 punch first, 2 grim resolve, and then just one of recently, and I know Houses is big, the number 1 seed going into top cut. He ran 1 primal strength, which was catching a lot of people off guard. Because when do you ever expect just an extraordinary +7 might in a single card? So I like it. I don't know if it's going to catch a lot. Maybe people are kind of playing for it. You know, it is a card that is defiable, so it's a little risky to play, but a good card nonetheless. But it looks like the point tempo is still leaning towards our right side. Or I guess we could call them red Master Yi versus blue Master Yi, since those are the colors on screen.
Yeah, but as you said before, now you're in a position to be, you know, it's 5 against 3. Next turn, you sort of have to wipe the battlefield so you can go 5 to 5. We know that there's a Varmors in hand again. Can't play until the following turn. Maybe you want to bring back maybe you want to bring back the action. So next turn you can move the action in and then play the Varmors to take over a battlefield and then put yourself at 6 or 7, depending on how they want to conquer their battlefields the following turn.
Right, I guess just felt that he had a bit of the safety net because of that Zonya's Hourglass, so just kind of left it there to provide that pressure, provide that value from that legend ability, so not feeling too threatened from that. One thing to point out is that the blue Master Yi did forget to get his hold hunt too, so he should be at 4 XP, just 1 more conquer away from getting into that level 6, but we're still seeing a 2 number on that dice. Another thing I want to point out for the folks at home, I see a couple questions of it. It is a gold token. It was a TFT crossover they did with Riftbound. So I believe currently they're only China exclusive, unfortunately. Maybe you could find them on eBay something, but they should be called like TFT Go tokens or something. As that's your little, I forget what they call them. Do you play a little TFT Aguito?
Not recently. I think his name is Chubbs. So it's
Chubs?
like Chubbs
Okay.
Gold.
It's like the guy you're able to click around while you're clicking your units.
I think in the UK they're going for about £10 each currently, but I think if you just put Chinese exclusive gold token, generally you find it on eBay.
There we go. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to find. But what is hard to find is the perfect line right now that kind of leads you to success, because having to go with 2 units to 1, but it is risky business when we're thinking about the simple fact of a punch first being in hand. You took care of one of them with the sabotage, but is there a threat of having another one? You know there's at least a discipline, so you have to get over 8. So discipline is deployed. Action on the red side does go up to 8 himself. He's swinging in for 8 to 8 currently, so this is tied.
So punch first is going to have to go. There's no point of you losing a unit for no reason here. And then you just have to say, which one's more important? I think the Yi is more important because you will get ganking at 6 experience. So on the following turn, if you can hold for the turn, you will just gank across. Right now, it's do or die.
Does feel that way. Keep in mind you only have 2 body runes currently, so if you play a punch first, you're not going to have enough body runes for that Rengar Trophy Hunter you were probably thinking about for the left hand battlefield, or for the treasure hoard battlefield I should say. So this is tough. He wishes he even had an on guard. Granted, you're not alone, but all you need is a pump by 1, right? So 8 to 8 currently. What is he going to have to be? I guess he's gonna have to invest the punch first. In hindsight, shouldn't he had attached the Guardian Angel? That's an additional +1, no?
I would have done, but I would have presumed they would have killed the thing that didn't have the Guardian Angel on it if they couldn't get over the might. But as we did say about the Rengar just jumping in, taking over that battlefield, and then we do have one to get ourselves a gold for the following turn, which again is kind of a big thing here in case they don't draw into a body ruin next turn, giving them a chance to actually at least play the punch first on the following turn for themselves. But right now, Rengar sitting here pretty. Do we want to make the gold? I feel like we should make the gold. And then we go to 4 versus 5 on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, looking to try to climb things back. Of course, the Zhonya's Hourglass protects the Akshan, so you're able to go ahead and push in, and we all know what's in the hand is going to be in the realm the very next turn. Those ambush Valmons coming into play, and Master Yi on the blue side is completely tapped out, so doesn't have access to the punch first, which is going to be very detrimental, because usually you could get that Rengar up to 11, which is indeed higher Valmon, so you're able to do the combat damage. Okay, I like this play. Even though you're not going to gain point tempo, at the minimum, you should have a bit of a clapback for Valmon's layer the next turn.
That's the plan you want to be, really. You want to be sitting here. You're a little bit bigger now. You're a 9 might into the current 4 on the side of Akshan. With Varmors, it should be an 8, which means that because you're 9, you can actually fight back and take it down with you. You will, unfortunately, pass into the Knight, but then you can come back next turn with the effect of the GA. Hopefully there's no action in the hand drawn now. So we have ourselves a Charm. We know we got the Ambush, Valsmore, we got the Lonely Pyro, got a Discipline, I believe, still, as well as the Charm. So do you make Rengar become the not-so-surprise defender anymore? Put action in first, move it over, 7 into 9, and then you drop the Varmors afterwards?
I believe so, right? Because right now it is the perfect opportunity. Valmol coming down. And you know the perfect thing about this for the red side is that you have a single energy remaining. Once you're able to take down Trophy Hunter, you're just able to go ahead and charm them right back to where you started. And that's going to be a complete blowout for our blue Master Yi. I don't like his position. Not only are you going to be able to go up to 6 for our for the attacking Master Yi currently, but you're completely taking out every single unit on the board, and there's not a lot to work with once this Rengar goes down, because we saw the hand. There's a punch versus Zonya's Hourglass and the first mate. You can't even ready your own first mate, so this is a very tough position, so much so that I think Mashi might have won from right here.
There's a 60% chance right now that this is just going to be game for the red Master Yi, we've dubbed him. Going to 7.
Oh, you
You
know,
can
I misspoke,
charm it.
Agito. I thought Valmont had 10 might, but of course it only has 8 might, so it was 8 to 8. With the Guardian Angel, it was actually 9, so it did do combat damage. So for some reason, I thought it was 10, where it wouldn't do combat damage. So this definitely changes things up, but looking to just trade 1 for 1 doesn't have any additional increases. So Akshan defending for 6, attacking for 6, and now the Lonely Poro truly in a lonely position. But it's still 7 nonetheless. All you have to do is hold a single battlefield, which he might be able to do. Oh, what a top deck off the top. Rainguard Trophy Hunter to save the day for our blue Master Yi. Is that enough, though? It feels this way.
Right now, for what we know what's in the hand of the red Master Yi, this is also just going to blow him out the waters. So, yeah, drop that Rengar, take out that Poro, make another gold, you might as well, to be fair at this point. And then you just got to start holding for life.
Yeah, not too shabby. Couldn't draw any better card. It was pretty much game on board, but thanks, that is the heart of the cards coming into play sometimes. And thinking about looking to hide something, so most likely trying to be a little bit deceptive, but that is a Zonya's Hourglass to just keep that Rain Guard nice and safe. If anything does come, like an additional Trophy Hunter on the side, there is an accelerated option with the Tasty Faithful. So Valmont number 2 is in hand. Lonely, Defy, and the Tasty Faithfolk, but Faithfolk alone isn't necessarily enough, as it only going to be swinging in for 6, and I believe Rengar is currently defending at 8, so going to be taking a little bit more, going to have to invest a little bit more, but I don't think there's actually is. He's just going to play the hold game from here.
So get a draw. Get your own Zonyas again. I mean, right now, do you play the Lonely Poro? Do you just hide a card yourself? I think it's the best plan here, just in case they do drag you across with another charm later on. Yeah, okay then. So what we do now is we move back the Rengar, then we first mate to ready it, and then first the... We do have 2 first mates now.
Yeah. And unbelievable. If he was 1 point higher, this would actually be GG. But the fact that he was off even, he was only at 4, hold up to 5, and only kill the Tasty regardless, and then save the punch first. Actually, you can't even kill the Tasty without using the punch first. So this is actually a really tough position for him.
So yeah, I think you pop the Hourglass, have it in the back, move the Rengar out, punch first, do the effect of the first mate, first mate, ready the Rengar, walk him in at his now 9 into 8. They are tapped out, so they can't use anything against you. Defy doesn't work against punch first, as we already know. You take out the Tasty Faithfolk. They walk in with the Lonely Poro. They will then use the very scary Varmors to ambush you. You go 1 for 1 with the Varmor / the Rengar. Rengar survives due to the Zonyas, and then you just walk in with the... I mean, this works too, but it's not the way I want it to do.
Right, no, I think this has to be the right line, because you either have to expend the punch first on offense, and then you have nothing for defense, right? And we know there's a Valmont in hand. Maybe blue side has caught wind of the extra Valmont in the hand as well. Rengar gets saved by the trophy, or by the Zonya's Hourglass. But let's do the math here. That first mate will be going up to 5, and then an additional 5 is up to 10. So is able to take care of the Valmont. And right now, with only, actually, this might just still be game, right? Lonely Poro could conquer the other one. Valmont comes down. A punch first is just not enough to get rid of both these units. And yeah, makes him spend it, but we do know what's in hand. I think red side, despite the crazy top deck from our blue side, is going to be able to take this game number 1 in an incredible back and forth. These guys went down to the wire.
Yeah, and that's how this gameplay just works out, right? Although what they could have done is, if they really wanted to, was walk the Lonely Pyro into the other area, get the additional draw, and then do the plays with the Varmors and the Tasty Faithfolk on the other side. So we're going in here. Very cool, very cool.
Yep, as anticipated, exactly what went down. The Valmont does come in at ambush, allowing him to get over this first mate. One of these units survives as a conquer up to 7, not just yet 8, so we'll get a draw. But then the Lonely Portal to close things out does allow him to go ahead and end this game number 1, going in his favor. So well-earned victory in this hard-fought battle. And yep, scooping things up. Brilliant plays, and on both sides, you could totally tell why both of these players have found some good success early on in today's regional and has still remained undefeated, because they didn't do things that a lot of players kind of went straight forward. They saved the cards when they absolutely needed to use them, like we saw that punch first on defense. So really good stuff. I was definitely impressed, and I'm excited for this game too now.
Yeah, I'm down for this. I think it's really cool. I quite like watching these mirror matches when it comes to things that aren't exactly just counter, put things back in your hand, because it's more of a gameplay. You've got to be a bit more methodical. You've got to think, how do I need to be the biggest thing on the field while also just keeping things going? In this case, it was a simple matter of everything is +2 if you're defending alone. Makes things a little bit easier.
You know, Agito, I think we said it earlier before this game started. The big difference maker feels to be anyways the Volmals coming down. I don't think our Blue Mastery has any access to anything bigger than Trophy Hunter. We didn't see any Ruin Runners. We didn't see any Volmals of his own. So I think that's going to be the biggest problem card. Once you have enough runes to utilize that Volmal, it's just posing such a nuisance on our blue players. So we'll see if he can kind of combat this in game number 2. Granted, when you don't have so many late game cards, you tend to have a bit of an advantage early on. You were going second that game, so you didn't get to see too much of the advantage early on in game number 1, but maybe it'll show a little bit more evidently in this game 2. So we'll see. I mean, any little adjustments you think our Blue Mastery can make, because I don't know. I think maybe Red just had it the whole time, it felt like. You almost had it with the Trophy Hunter top deck, but without that, it was definitely over.
Oh, definitely. The Trophy Hunter coming in clutch very much so towards the later end of that game. I know a lot of people have mixed feelings about Valmors. I myself on that fence as well. It feels like a great card if you're already winning. Not always the greatest if you're on the back foot. But again, in a mirror match, it's obviously more pertinent to have the higher DP from the Valmors coming in. But it's more the fact that when you're playing against anything other than yourself, Valmors just feel like more of a win more card as opposed to being a necessary key item to kind of push the game forwards.
I agree. It feels kind of heavy sometimes. Like if you draw them early on, you're kind of just sitting in the hand for a little bit too longer than Of course, you want cards that you're able to play out, especially if you're running more than one Valma. One Valma, I feel like you get away, but sometimes Master Users are running a full set. I guess it sometimes makes sense when you kind of have things to back up that rune economy, like a Tasty Faithful, so you're able to, justify getting to that late game a little bit sooner than later. But we'll see. I think the red Mastery is playing a very earlier, and by earlier I mean like the Mastery we saw earlier in set 3 meta, and then the blue side is playing a Mastery that's kind of more recent, like the one we saw recently in the Vancouver regional. It feels that way. So we'll see. I mean, we didn't see any Ruin Runners, which I don't think is going to be the most impactful, as I believe the red Mastery has the tools along with those ambush units to get over the Ruin Runner. But it's still tough. You can't charm them anyway. You can't charm them back. You can't charm them into a battlefield. But it looks like they're done with the sideboarding. So Agito, if you're ready, let's join these players for that game number 2. It looks like start to peak. So definitely on the rune economy game plan of just generating as much runes as you can, which is interesting because we didn't see him be able, I guess he's just taking into account the power usage, right? The treasure hoard uses power with gold. Start to peak is essentially extra resources for power, and there is a Volmall now in hand. I'm wondering if that's sideboard tech.
It might be a sideboard specifically for the matchup into yourself for the mirror. I think this is a fairly good opening hand, to be fair. You've got a card for later game. You've got... Oh. You just drew basically back into the discipline and Azania's instead of a GA. I personally prefer GA because you have the extra might, so you're going to be on the odds rather than the evens. I thought that was a very good opening hand, to be fair, because first turn you play a GA, Second turn, you play Master Yi, and then you want to go in on the third turn, you just equip it and start walking in and taking battlefield to start getting your experience up.
I like it. We saw how fruitful it was for our starting player, the game number 1. He did a very similar line where he did turn 1 Zonya's Hourglass, turn 2 play out the Chosen Champion. But let's see what else he has in mind for this second game of this round number 5. The Yi mirror match, 1 game up is the red side with, I believe, the Poppy Altar sleeves, which I don't think we have those here. Maybe we do, but I just haven't seen them. But he is starting very reminiscent of this game number 1 on the other side of the board where it was that turn 1 Zonya's.
So both players have the very happy kitty in their hand right now. Very fun. Obviously, if we're going second, you can get both battlefields with the Rengar effect if your opponent moves into the opposite one. And just to answer the question before, the Poppy and the Master Yi alt art sleeves are part of a Chinese exclusive bundle.
Okay,
So you
nice.
can get it from like AliExpress, you can get it from Temu if you really wanted to try it out, but unfortunately nothing over here in the West currently. Is that a dragon?
That is a dragon, Aguita. I was just about to point it out. I was going to say, we were talking about earlier, the bigger units in this rear match tend to get the upper hand. Nothing gets any bit bigger than an Elder Dragon, and it's justifiable. Normally, it takes way too long to reach that coveted 12 runes, but with things like Tasty Faithful, I believe that might be the only rune generation that you have in the deck. That alone is okay, but when Elder Dragon comes down, it makes the game so much easier. Not only do you go ahead and essentially take 3 units away for just coming down, but every little hint of damage, things like swinging with your Lonely Poro, you could take down 2 units at a battlefield with a single Lonely Poro with the way Elder Dragon works right now, which is insane. So this might be the big difference maker card we were discussing earlier on. And it might be 2 dragons. No. It looks like 1. Yeah. There's not the same power there.
So you got a Rengar and then the dragon next to it. And then I think that's Akshan in hand. So you got a fairly good hand, to be fair, waiting to go for next turn.
Speaking of the kitty, it does come down on the blue side. So Rengar Trophy Hunter, the first one of this game number 2, taking the first point on his side, so is able to double conquer. You don't feel that bad taking out Valmon's lair with your Chosen Champion, because eventually he does allow him to get ganking. It's just a little slow to say the least, but I like this charm coming down, making sure your opponent has no units to be played to kind of get that ambush value that they were finding so well in this game 1. And so far, a whole lot of tempo in the favor of our Blue Master Yi, which is looking to do a fantastic job. So much so, if we don't get a good unit getting played out on our other Master Yi, this might just kind of roll out of control a little sooner than we thought.
So right now you can do the ambush trick yourself with the Rengar. You can then give it the discipline effect to go up to 8, so you're bigger than the Master Yi, and then you can charm over the other Rengar as you're now the defender for 10 to take that out as well. So basically, an eye for an eye.
Definitely the only thing holding that play back is the lack of runes. Currently, you're at 7 runes, so Rengar 5, Discipline 2, you're having 1 rune shy, because you're so right, Aguito. That would be a brilliant play if you're able to go ahead and get all those things off. But having to trade one of those off, I would imagine you still do something similar, but there is that Zonya's Hourglass we have to stay considerate of. So I'm wondering if there's something like an action play, but I like what you're saying. I think Rengar definitely should come out this turn. And the only obvious target has to be the Master Yi. Oh, and to base, this is interesting. So kind of just saying, get your points. You could go up to 4, but I'm going to go ahead and try to stabilize from there forward. So we'll see if that does pay dividends later on, because this is a very slow tempo play. As we said, 4 points generated for our blue side, and feeling good halfway to the race, and things have just really started, it feels like.
Yeah, so this is only like, what, turn 3-4 for the blue player as he did go first. Were they concerned that the follow-up play would be a Master Yi going in with a punch first or the discipline of their own? Not so bad. Obviously, we have hand knowledge. We know that currently in the situation, the Master Yi couldn't have dealt with the Rengar on the following turn if it did survive with the Zonyas. But unfortunately for the opponent, you do have to worry about it coming in again. Now, that was a very lucky second charm, but gameplay says gameplay. So we can trade here, pop with the Hourglass. So we can go in, spend the 2 for the discipline, if you really wanted to.
Yeah, is it a worthwhile investment? I mean, he's thinking about it. He wants to go ahead and get the discipline. If he has a Defy, that's exactly what he wants to do. But it looks like these are a true mirror match. Both players having access to a discipline and drawing the Defy just one card too late. If he was able to actually defy the charm, he would get out of this position. But wait a second.
She also disciplined.
Oh, it was a discipline. Hourglass, but that's not going to be doing too much. Yeah, this is a really, really rough spot for our Master Chief player.
So I think now with the double action in hand, it's probably just worth, because you never get into that dragon at this point, just put the action down, still the Zonya's Hourglass, and then the following turn you walk in there with Primal Roar and you just do the best and then you charm over.
Probably the best line. I wouldn't be too upset to just go ahead and play 2 actions and actually not even utilize the ability, but just go ahead. I guess you do what you have to do. It just means, as you point out, you're just never getting to your Elder Dragon as you just put yourself back an entire turn. But 2 actions coming down this turn, but that's Mashi going up to 6 with a full grip of runes the very next turn. And that means if you have some defensive combat tricks, it's going to be an insanely tall task for our Red Mastery to take down both of these battlefields. So we'll see. I mean, granted, he drew one of the better combat tricks that we were kind of discussing early on. He does have access to Primal Strength. +7 is never a card to be anticipated. So 7 could be the difference threshold between these two players. But I'm seeing a lot of great cards as well. The Ambushable Valmont as well. I wonder if you just leave all your runes available for something like that.
They're pondering, do they do the action themselves? Do they get back to the Zonya's Hourglass? It's going to be one of these turns, like you said, do you just keep the Valmos up for yourself? Or do you try and like do a play where you get the Zonya's back so you feel a little less risky, something dies that turn? But again, I think the play is going to be walk an action in, give it the Primal Rage, Primal Strength, go +7 into their, what is now 6, so you'd be... well, no, 13 into their 6. If they do have a punch first, you just trade. No, 11 into 13. My brain's not working today.
Yeah, no worries. A different time of the day than usual, but Action does come down and he does go ahead and utilize the ability to get the Zonya's Hourglass back, dropping a little bit of his hand. Slight indication that he's slightly nervous about the play, so keeping Zonya's Hourglass for now, double the trouble. So both of these units allowing to stay alive most likely for the next turn, and we're talking about 6-1. So if these units die, he's gonna have enough units to go ahead and clap back on the very next turn.
Ooh.
And he still has enough units for that ambush potential as well. Blue is such in a good position. I'm curious to see exactly what this double action play previously, what he has in mind, because there's a couple lines there I'm seeing. The Charm and Challenge could do something after these Zonya's Hourglasses have already been used, of course.
In my very small brain, I'm thinking that you Primal Rage, you then challenge the Rengar, because obviously it's only a 6, not an 8. You're 11 into their 6. If they have a punch first, they go to 11 into 11, so it's just a trade. Zonya's pops. But they don't have 2 Zonya's though now, that's what I didn't notice before. If you survive, you then walk in, heal yourself, so you're at full HP again. Then you charm in, and this works too as well, charm in the other unit, and then you just go from there. But I was just thinking, you don't really want Action stuck on Valmor's there, just because it is stuck there. So if we do the Primal Shout, we go to 11 into 6 currently. And then... that's it. So then we can charm over, and then we have enough then for challenge as well, so you can kill something a second time in the back row.
Yeah, so Master Yi does stay alive hitting the base, and as you said, I do expect something like a Charm to bring in the Trophy Hunter and then going ahead triggering the Zonya's Hourglass. But now everything is an open playing field, so as you mentioned, Aguito, Charm does get deployed out, bringing most likely the Rain Guard into Valmon's lair. That way you're able to take down another unit, so doing the best you can. But even with a challenge, let's see what goes down, because you could challenge, get the Rain Guard out of here, but do you have the defensive potential with just a single rune to go ahead and deny any of the units? So challenge, does come out. Rengar does hit the trash, but those still 2 units in the back. Unless there's any other card, there's a Elder Dragon, of course, and then there's a Defy. So literally out of options. This is his final front. Can he hold off with just 6 might on each battlefield? It might actually be enough, crazy enough. Let me see what's in the hand for our Blue Master Yi.
They currently, right now, right here, this is enough to keep things going. Obviously, we do have access to the Varmor, which means you can take 1 battlefield. You do have Charm, so if there's enough, if there's 9 cards on the battlefield, this could be all she wrote. As they are at 6 already, so yeah, this could be the turn they go for it. So if you want to walk in the Akshan, play out the Varmors takes control, then you just charm the other one over. They can't fight anymore. So right now, there you go. So they can't fight in this battle. They're just basically frightened to death by the Varmor coming in. Because anything with less might, then the Varmor just can't fight back. They instantly die. And then you just charm over, and then you walk the other Akshan in, right?
Right. Yeah, this is GG. Well played. The charm comes down, allowing the Action to kind of to do the final push. Does he have... Actually, we do know he has the Defy, but you're realistically not getting rid of the Vama on the very next turn. So Defy or not, that is all she wrote, and we are heading ourselves to that game number 3. So I'm actually happy. This might be the first game 3, at least we've had since round number 1, which means a little bit less downtime most likely, as I would imagine we're still at least 20 to 15 minutes remaining in this round. I didn't catch the round timer. Did you, Agito?
I didn't. We just started slightly before 10, I believe. I think we started at like 9:58, so we've had about a 45-minute game so far.
Okay, not too shabby. So most likely in that neighborhood of 15 minutes. But these would be good. I mean, for a mirror match, it doesn't get too much better than this. I wonder if our Red Master Yi player was just cooking slightly too much with that Elder Dragon. We know that Elder Dragon was most likely not in the main board. It was like a sideboard addition for this mirror match, but realistically, with those punch versus with those actions potential, are you ever getting to 12 runes? It feels like it's way too out of reach. How are we feeling about Elder Dragon, Agito? Is it unrealistic, or there's some merit to it?
I think the idea in the mirror match makes some sense in a weird world where if they're holding on both battlefields and their might is like 8, so you can't really fight back with a Varmors to take back, or they've got 2 Zonyas up and you just need to clear battlefield somehow to go for the win, then perfect card. Makes loads of sense. But as we know, it's a 12 cost that costs 4 runes to use in a deck that consistently wants to recycle its runes to get stronger, get bigger, play Rengars, play Varmors. Like you said, we're never really getting to 12 open runes realistically, but I like the idea as a whole, just not in practice.
Right. Didn't really plan out too well. You know, I think he is going to be siding out the Elder Dragons. I think if there was an opportunity or a window of opportunity to get those Elder Dragons deployed out, it is when you're going second, when you do have those extra runes, at least the initial extra runes. So I see what he was thinking, but the game plan didn't necessarily go in his direction. Granted, I feel just that Blue Master Yi had all the right cards. When it was Charm, or I'm trying to think back at the play, there was a play... It ended up with Charm, but something right before the Charm as well. It was such a good play, and it allowed him to pretty much seal the deal. It was just back-to-back deleting the entire board for Master Yi on the other side. That kind of was too much tempo lost, especially when Master Yi doesn't really have access to too much accelerated pressure. The exception being things like the punch first, or not punch first, but the first mate potential. But other than that, Tasty Faithfolk is way too expensive. 8 energy to accelerate a Tasty Faithfolk. You're realistically not going to spend all that energy to do that. So if the charms, if the challenge hit the right targets and you're able to go ahead and do exactly as he did, take care of the whole board, and you have battlefield control, things are kind of completely spiraled out of control. And that's what ended up happening. I think Master Yi on the right side only scored, what, 2 points? Or was it 3? Maybe up to 3 points, but that was a dominant performance.
It really was. It was all the side of the Blues, to be fair. They did just kind of push it through here. And then we kind of see more of an opposite effect here. We're now having the star versus the stripes. So that way we do have access to when you, on a following play, ambushing, you can bring back a unit so that way it stays safe, or the Rengar does its thing. And on the opposite side, we get to have those 2 runes at the end of turn, which in this matchup is a big deal.
Yeah, I think so as well. Right, start to peak. We've seen it used to perfection in Mastery decks. As you point out, ambush comes in, and then you still get the surprise defender. You push your unit back, and then you get the additional value from the Mastery Legend ability as well. So we'll see. Saving the best for last. Star or not? Well, Star Spring. They're both stars, so throw me off a little bit. But here we go. If you guys are ready, it is game number 3, the final game of this round number 5. Who's going to be remaining undefeated in these mastery battles? I want to say, as far as whoever wins this matchup, we probably will see this mastery in day 2 at the minimum, potentially a little bit further along top 64 and onward. And no, I like this card. We haven't seen too much of it in this series long. It's a back off. I think this is a fantastic one of, sometimes even two of the mastery decks.
Everyone loves a Steve, right?
Oh, do you call Scuttle Crab Steve?
Yeah, call him Steve.
What's the lore behind the Steve? Because I know him as a different name, and I'll tell you the lore behind that.
So for me, it was a friend years ago who just wanted to name all the creatures. And because Scuttle Crab is just an S, it was just Steve.
Okay.
So just Steve the Scuttle Crab.
Fair enough. Another S starting name is quoted from, I guess coined from, the only person I've heard it was from Bandit recently. He calls him Seymour because obviously, as he points it out, it allows you to see more. So we could call him Steve, we call him Seymour, but Scuttle Crab is one of the better green cards, especially early game, that has found a home in a lot of meta decks like Aurelia, like Mastery. So I'm a big fan of Scuttle Crab, one of the MVPs so far in Unleashed.
Oh, I've loved it since it got revealed. The fact that it's just a Lonely Poro a turn earlier, essentially, and then you get some free hand knowledge is always really good. It's very scary when you know what's going on in your opponent's hand. Like you can see here, Rengar coming in early, getting rid of that Star Peak, so that means we get 2 extra runes at the end of turn, which is fantastic again because Rengar has tapped you out. And then Steve, just walk yourself in, buddy. Just get that point.
Keep yourself at that even point tempo. Paid quite dividends in that game number 2. Looking to do the same in this final game number 3. So up to 2. But now I'm feeling a similar story being written on the other side of the board. We saw a Trophy Hunter on blue. Can we see a Trophy Hunter on red? And this is just truly the battle of the kitty cats. It feels that way. And he has enough for, I believe, a Rain Guard and a Charm, which we've seen how impactful those plays have been. Granted, there's most likely that Zonya's Hourglass, so potentially able to save his own Rain Guard, which probably feels pretty good at that. So let's see what he has in mind, because he has the potential to push in. Steve isn't strong enough to defend 4 Might from this Mastery, and then Rain Guard. Oh, this is tricky, right? Because of the defending value. You got to get over 8 so far if you're trying to take care of this Rain Guard on start tip.
That's it right now. You are sitting at 8 Might currently, 4 from the Yi, 6 from the Rengar. So 8 into 10 obviously doesn't math very well. But at the same time, you're going to lose your Rengar. And then this Rengar's going to walk in the following turn with possibly the Yin Guard and just take back that Star Peak. So overall, is it just worth taking care of the Scuttle Crab for now, getting yourself to 2 points so you're going even with your opponent, and then on the following turn look to do some cool plays. But at the same time, though, with Yi, wait till he gets to 6 experience, which is only 3 turns, and then you can start ganking across and you can start doing some other terrible plays to your opponent.
Yeah, it looks like he has a couple plays in consideration. Does have the potential to take care of the Rain Guard, but you're actually just going to be trading 1 for 1 because that additional rune, instead of using it for something like a Charm, or what about the play of Rain Guard onto Scuttle Crab, charming the Rain Guard over to Star Tip Peak, or not Star Tip, but Star Spring, and that's kind of a way of dealing with it without having to deal with it, and then you go ahead and conquer with the Mastery onto Star Tip. That might be the better line. It still saves it. It still saves the Rain Guard. I guess it's tricky, but he's taking the line either way.
But no, I like this because it works, because you get to take this battlefield here. Your opponent's tapped out, so they can't save it with any might increases. They go bye, as you said then, and then you can just chime it across. So you go to 2 on your side currently. Obviously, you get to have quick hand knowledge. You now go, oh, they've got 1 up. They've got charm in hand. Can't see what's coming now.
Yeah.
When you rip over the Rengar, you flip over the Zonya's Hourglass. Saves the Rengar from being killed on this turn. But you also know that your opponent has 2 Zonya's Hourglasses in hand. So It's not going to be so simple for yourself either on the following turn. And then you
You're
walk
totally
the Master
right,
Yi
because it is a little bit expensive, but you do have the potential to hide both Zonya's Hourglass on both these battlefields. As we noted, the charm does allow him to get rid of the start to peak defense, so you're able to just leave that open battlefield, conquer, or rather, he already did one conquer number 2, and then hide at least one of these Zonya's Hourglass. I would imagine he's going to prioritize safety of the Tiger, or Lion, or maybe just Kitty, we should call him. Just the Rain Guard. But it seems to be pretty much straightforward, as we pointed out. So does look to deploy the charm. So yeah, things are just kind of playing out as expected. So I like this position. If there was one play to get him back into this game, because it was looking a little bit rough, and it wasn't a Zonya's Hourglass, Alguito. That was a back off. This is huge.
That is massive. No, I thought it would have been Zonya's, because it makes sense in a situation like this where you know it's going to be Mike for Mike constantly in this fight. That Zonya's would have been the best play, but no, that's really put him back. That could be nearly all she wrote, to be fair.
Yeah,
now it's
that is like a
8-6
disastrous type of situation. You thought you had the Zonya's Hourglass. You were kind of playing around the Zonya's Hourglass, but no, the back off kind of working against him. Usually a fantastic card, because stunning a unit coming in, stunning the Rain Guard, acting as a Vex apathetic essentially, but nope. Not looking to be too fruitful in this situation. And I could definitely agree with you, Agito. It almost feels like all she wrote this early on, but keep in mind that did come at the expense of just going down to just 3 little runes, so he's not going to be able to do too much going forward. But the question is, does he necessarily have to do too much? Because 2 units on 2 battlefields, we saw how fast things kind of got out of control for the other game too. It looks to be a very similar situation in this game 3.
So I was very scared. I was just going to throw the Rengar to its doom for a second there. That was a bit worrying. You do get the extra runes now, thanks to the Star Peak. As you did hold. I mean, next turn we know they've got the Rengar available, so they can Rengar in. They've got the Discipline themselves, so they can go to 8-6. So it's not the worst situation to be in. 4 player on the blue side. We don't have anything at the back there, so Action's not exactly going to be useful this turn other than just being a body. But again, it's probably just worth saving for another turn. Would you just hide the other Zonya's Hourglass? Just to do something this turn?
It depends. I mean, you got the free
rune.
rune, as you mentioned, from start to peak, so I wouldn't blame him for hiding him. He could also just play it out, but you don't have a turn 3. I mean, if you do want to just go ahead and develop a body, Zonya's Hourglass, just raw cast it, have it on the base, and then just a first mate to kind of have some unit pressure on the battlefield in case one of your units does fall. You do have the safety net, as we point out from the first Zonya's Hourglass. You have the safety of the hidden Zonya's Hourglass. So even if your opponent finds a way of taking down both of your units, they're not truly going away. But he's saying, I feel confident with this current position. Even if I don't have too much combat tricks, I'm going to bluff that I do. At the minimum, you're bluffing an entire Rain Guard there with the 5 energy. So I like this play from Master Yi. He's looking really, really strong so far.
You can Discipline. Go to 6.
True.
So, I'm trying to think here. The issue you got here now is obviously your opponent also has the same kind of battle tricks. And that's the Zonya's. So you can go to 6. You can challenge. You have to hope your opponent doesn't have something in hand. We know they've got an Engard. I don't know if Engard was there originally. So if he knows it's there, then it's a bit of a situation. You can then walk the Yi into the empty space now. You can then charm the Rengar over because you'll be at 8-6. So that way if you want to use the Rengar too early.
Well, first things he needs to at least get one of these units off the battlefield. So as you point out, both players do have on guard, but do they have anything on top of that? Well, I'm seeing a Discipline all the way in the back of the hand as well. So on guard Discipline does bring it up to 8, a total attacking might, which might just be enough. But I think either of these, the lowest one defending for currently 6, on guard brings it up to 8. So that's just going to be tying. So not feeling too spectacular about that. This is rough. I see a charm in the mix of the hand as well. There is some good plays you could always let down with that as well as a trophy hunter. So a plethora of options, but not the most ideal, but does start off with the trophy hunter nonetheless.
Is 6-6 currently. See, I would have preferred the other way around and then keep the Rengar available for next turn, but again, you are kind of just doing the Hail Mary right now. So that's it. So it's 8-6 currently, and then they do their own.
Most likely will go ahead and deploy out the on guard of his own. As you mentioned, he's praying there isn't a Defy in the hand, because the Defy will go ahead and allow his blue opponent to get that conquer point. But the on guard most likely will resolve. But the Defy, I thought it
There
was
we
the
go.
discipline in the back. It was the Defy. So allows him to get the conquer. But that's just step one. You only go up to 3 points. Oh, does flip it. Prioritizing saving this unit because he feels pretty confident the Rain Guard is able to stick around as your opponent just completely tapped out. So just raw might, you're never getting over the Rain Guard on Star Spring. So I like this play. I like the play of revealing Zion's Hourglass. He's looking still good. Most likely should be able to hold up to 6. I don't know about conquering up to 7 this very next turn, because I think you're out of combat tricks after that on guard got ripped.
So currently, yeah, it's just units in hand and then the other Zonyas. So right now, Rengar's defending for 8. If you top deck a Charm or a Challenge, maybe you just go 1 for 1. Top deck a Charm, fine, whatever. Pull it over, 8-6. You're tapped out. You can't use, if it is, maybe there's still a Discipline in hand. Maybe it wasn't the Defy that we saw, as the angle isn't the greatest, but I think there's a Challenger Charm and a First Mate currently in the hand for the blue player.
Oh,
Okay,
we like
okay.
this line. You have the potential of a charm over the Rain Guard, similar to what he did before, but prioritizing getting rid of both units. He's saying, I'm going to push both in. One of my units survive, and let's save the charm for the backline Master Yi. This is looking to be the final nail in the coffin, just taking in complete control of this matchup. And I just go ahead and send it. We saw there was a lack of accelerated pressure coming out for Master Yi, so the charm is invested. Master Yi sees the doom that holds him, and down he goes. And I think that is going to be it. You have to go ahead and take both of these battlefields away. What a really well played game from our Red Master Yi. Honestly, from both sides. But is it so much, as you said before, whoever just kind of gets to the races first, off to the races first, I should say, and onto these battlefields? Because both players, when they were on the play, almost a dominant performance, it felt like truly was.
That's it. If you open yourself a 2-cost unit going first, or a really good Zonyas or GA, generally that person's going to be in the driving seat for a bit longer than the opponent. This game was a little bit more back and forwards in that sense, because we had Scuttle Crab come down turn 1 for the blue player. We had Lonely Porro come down first turn for the red player. So unlike the other games where it was like a nothing round 1, or turn 1, this time they both had something to do. Both took a point early. Got hand knowledge early from the opponent, although that didn't really matter towards the end, because obviously you're cycling through cards quite quickly in this matchup. And then it was just essentially more of a blue player took control early, got the Rengar down early. I think they had a Charm play early as well. And then access to the additional Zonyas was just icing on the cake for player on the blue side.
It really did feel that way. So great stuff. For a mirror match, it couldn't get too much better than that. So that was a thrilling round number 5. 2 more rounds remaining following this 5th round. And, you know, in that matchup, it was the battle, I said it before, of just Rain Guards. I believe on curve every single time, both players Rain Guard after Rain Guard, and sometimes even 2 times in that single game, as we saw in that game 3. So it goes to show how strong that card has become in Unleashed. Almost every body deck should be running it. We've seen like a full set in decks like Kha'Zix, which makes a little bit of sense. But of course, Master Yi does use it to the best of its potential with the free little might increases. So I know we said it earlier in today's co-stream that Master Yi might just be a nice little counter pick to the abundance of Diana appearing because of Alan ZQ's win last weekend in Vancouver. So I wouldn't be surprised that we see at least 1 Master Yi, possibly even 2 Master Yis in top 8 this weekend. I'm impressed.
Like we saw last week over Vancouver, we saw there was a top 4 Master Yi, very good deck. We saw that Sam got 2nd place with Rengar itself.
Oh yeah.
Again, also a very similar deck that just wants to ambush. And then when you have access to the Star... I'm going to say Starcross. No, it's not Starcross. The one that lets you play a unit out and then bring it back if you play it. Grim can target itself, which makes things really interesting. So there's quite a few plays with Rengar itself. Kha'Zix being able to play Rengar is kind of funny, since they are enemies in the game, as it is Alien versus Predator. But yeah, body decks that aren't playing Aurora should be abusing and using this card. Luckily, the first skirmish for everyone, because the price of that card's going sky high right now, is
Right.
Rengar. So top 8 you get access to that Rengar. So get your playsets where you can.
I like it. I like that Riftbound is doing that because usually they don't give us like a truly playable card. Rengar Trophy Hunter is a truly playable card, so I love that they're doing that. Most likely should be able to bring that card down in price, similar to how we saw flashes when they got distributed to every single locals across the world. It felt like that price went from like $40 down to a couple bucks. Even at that, guys, what is Flash currently sitting at? It's probably like $2 currently.
It's like £2 over here in the UK. But
£2.
yeah, I was
Okay,
quite
so like
lucky.
$4.
Went to locals yesterday. Got my playset. He says, got my playset, so I'm happy now. So
Nice.
really.
I remember at the Houston Regional, I was playing Annie, the very first regional, and I came into the event with 2 flashes, so I was running everywhere to every vendor. I'm like, do you have a flash? Do you have a flash? No vendors had it. So, desperate calls, it was just desperate measures. I just started asking everyone I saw in the regional. I'm like, hey, I know kind of random, but do you happen to have an extra flash I can buy off you? And I gave up. No one had flashes. So weirdly enough, I went to the bathroom, and then once I came out of the bathroom, there was this one player that was like going and like organizing his cards. I'm like, what the heck? I'll try one more. Just the final player, then I'll stop annoying people. I asked him and he said, yeah, I have 3 extra ones. You could buy one. So I bought a flash from him. At the time, I bought it for $35. They jumped to like 40 something, so I didn't feel too much of an L because Annie won the event. So I picked the right deck, but didn't have the right skills at the time. But yeah, I'm happy to see that it's super affordable for everyone that needs it. No longer in that 35 neighborhood. So hopefully Trophy Hunter could be about the same.
Right now, Trophy Hunter over here, even with the skirmishes going on currently, is still sitting around about that £20. So
Okay.
$26, give or take, for you. Over here, I know someone was saying that a playset of Seymour's was like $40.
No
over
way.
here, he's still around about a pound. So that's like
Chat, how
$1.50.
much is Scuttle Crab? I got lucky. They're only rares. How are they so expensive? Rares are so common. Let me look up on TCG Player.
So over here, even with the amount of players that are playing in Europe, stuff is still quite abundant. And obviously we have the French stuff now, so we do have some more extra cards in our card market. Whereas over in the States, I presume you are playing either just Chinese or English cards. As Canada's getting some French cards.
I'm seeing them for $1, Aguito. Wait. There must be something between what we're. You said a full
Someone's been
play
joking.
set for how much?
I think it was like $21. That's what was postage. But yeah, I thought it was very strange that you guys are having like such a crazy spike on the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I mean, not too much. I mean, maybe the spike didn't last too long because I'm not seeing. It seems like they're $1 or $2 currently. But chat, let us know if you know what Aguito's talking about, where they kind
It
of
might be just
spiked
bought
a
out for a
bit.
second, and then people just put cards back in. Because I know sometimes with us over here, people just buy out all the regular price cards, and all of a sudden you've got like 10 that are like 60, 70, 80, and then it just refills again.
Yeah,
So I
we've seen that in the
like
past
$7
too.
each.
And
And then,
BMU
BMU.
saying no one wants to play French cards. I'm sure there is, but I know you're memeing us. I don't know,
Look,
guys.
I'm sure Randy will play French cards as the only French competitive person I know.
True. I mean, there's definitely a big French community, which is probably why they were the second to English to get new cards. I mean, I would imagine next has to be something like Spanish cards. I feel like they don't get too much love, which would kind of be a nice little gesture to the Spanish community. I wouldn't hate to see something like
the
that.
next one is Korean.
Oh,
they've
that
said.
makes sense too.
So it's going to be Chinese, English, French, Korean, and then possibly Spanish, because that makes sense then as another language that speaks, and plays quite a lot here. But yeah, Randy only plays Chinese cards because he can buy a case for like €200.
Right. Way
sense.
more cost effective out there. But not too much different. I was going to get at, if anyone has access to French cards in chat, do they feel about the same? Because sometimes the card stock is a little bit different depending on the region they're printing. I know Chinese cards are a little bit different than English cards. So if anyone got their hand on any French cards, let us know. Because I'm pretty curious. I wonder if they are different, or honestly, with Riot having like checks and balances across the company pretty good. So probably pretty similar is where I'm guessing.
I suppose we can always ask Leroy if he's gone down to his locals and picks up anything.
Okay. And Shadow saying Scuttle was 6 for pre-release prices. Okay, so I guess 20. I guess 6 times 3 is 18. So I see where you're getting at, Gito. Maybe it was something like that. And French here preferred staying full in English. Interesting, Nama. Okay. Fair enough. I think you can never go wrong with the English cards. The one thing I will add is that the Chinese foiling is so badass sometimes. Like I remember when I first saw a Kaiser Survivor for the first time in Chinese, it looked way different. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, not way different, but you could clearly tell there was a different foiling on the Survivor. So I'm curious to see if there's a different foiling for French cards too, because I actually prefer the foiling on Chinese cards versus the English cards. So that's the only time I would probably get Chinese cards.
Yeah, the Chinese foiling, which has been dubbed Chinese foiling, is really nice, especially on the runes as well. When you get the alt art ones, because they just really pop.
I can see that. I don't know what kind of printing methods they're doing it, but they're doing it right out there, as they tend to do a little bit. The only thing they don't get right out here is a backup feature match. Granted, I think that one went down to the bitter end where it looks to be only a single table still fighting it out. So we shouldn't be too much longer. Ideally, it should just be about a 10-minute window. In the meantime, I think me and Agito are going to take a little bit of a breather here. That way we get fully energized. I know Agito just hopped on, but let's just take a quick little 5-minute break. I'll throw on a video this time so that you're not just sitting watching these commercials, chat. But we'll be back in just a little bit just to chit chat a little bit longer and kind of preface what we expect to see in this second to last round of round 6. Because I know, Agito, we kind of wanted to chat earlier on, but let's save it right when we come back from this break, all right?
That's good to me. All right, guys, hydrate. Go, go, go.
All right, be right back, chat.
Probably, I guess you could still play out the Ari, the
Okay, and we've got a player called Nirvana here, along with a
it's a cool
player
name.
who looks like he's from some team. Again, with the nails. The nails are on point for some of our players today. I know chat was popping off in game 1 about the thing. Ari, okay. That's a legend we also
Wow.
haven't seen. When I first saw the cards from set 3, I did think it'd be good for Ari, and plus is going to get his Rengar.
Yeah,
There we go.
Right.
Offense versus, well, I guess Rengar's not really offense, because just when you play it, you can ambush on your opponent's turn.
Look, and it's the Chinese exclusive Rengar that we are not going to get. Very cool. Thank you, right?
said
But
this last week,
anyway, the Ari is kind of interesting. They are opting to play the green Ari instead of the the blue. I feel like generally it's the blue one because it's just a little bit higher value on its own, right? You play it and it's getting value every combat, whereas green is, well, you have to hold, which, as we discussed when we were talking about Vex, holding is not guaranteed by any means.
Yeah, Starspring, as well as the Raven Bloom Conservatory. Starspring gonna, I think, pretty obviously going to be the Rengars, whereas Raven Bloom is the Ari staple. Going back to your point there, Fritz, about the sort of green versus blue Ari. I think in set 1 and set 2, for sure, blue had a lot of value, and it's sort of a low guaranteed cost that you can play out very easily. But in set 3, I was saying one of the things that excited me about Ari was that there's a lot of cards that strengthen your hold now, right? You've got Valmaw, you've got Alpha Wildclaw. So it's much easier to protect green Ari now once you're set up. And you don't even have to go first anymore. As long as you get onto a battlefield of your choice and start stacking all those defensive measures, once you've got any sort of tank or Valmaw down, Ari can come out and then she'll swing the game so that even if you're behind, you'll catch back up in points and pull ahead.
Okay, fair enough. I trust your judgment there. I cannot say I have played a lot of Ari in set 3 yet.
Yeah, I thought about it, thinking of the best of. So that's a bunch of friends who are just kind of testing around with it. You're still relying on a lot of the old stuff, but you can already see with the Blue Sentinel, with the Sona, the idea of just holding and getting all those hold effects can be absolutely massive. Blue Sentinel and Sona, especially together, oh my goodness, it just gets, it's kind of ridiculous. It's like Annie and steroid.
Yeah, no spells in hand, only units, which is a a little bit spooky, but when you're going first, you really can't complain, right? Having the units, because you are going to almost guaranteed get that first hold. And then at that point, you can start loading up and building your wall. Rengar might be one of the better leaders at dealing with that, though, with the ambush, and does have the ambush champion as well.
Yeah. It'll be interesting because Ari will negate it if you're using the ambush offensively, but as we mentioned as well, if it's as long as you play a unit, it gets a +1 on that turn from Rengar. So defensively, it could potentially make a difference. If there is one thing that Ari does struggle with, it's actually kind of conquering and moving up, challenging into fights. A lot of times they're trying to use spells to remove people. Raven Bloom, of course, the 2-drop that we knew was available, should, as you kind of pointed out, guarantee the Raven Bloom conservatory for the Ari player.
Yeah, definitely not going to complain about that one. And first mate being played down. And gives it says, I'm giving this +1. Here you go. Why not? You love to see it. But should be a pretty straightforward push up. I imagine it will be onto the conservatory, as you said. I mean, seeing the free cards is going to feel good.
Oh,
okay.
I mean,
mean,
for the Star Spring,
I don't hate this either. You can say, hey, I'm going to deny this from the Rengar, and I'm going to instead cut their mobility off. I think I'm going to get more value by limiting their options than giving myself more options, giving myself draw. In this case, they're going to say, I will choose to not get these extra draws at the cost of making it a little bit harder for my opponent to move around. Because the Star Spring is a lot of mobility, right? Especially with the Rengar deck.
And I guess if you're Ari and you're going first anyways, you're able to get onto a battlefield so early. Raven Bloom Conservatory doesn't matter if you never attack it. So the Ari might be saying, okay, you can take that. I don't care. I'm already on your battlefield. I'm just going to deny it away from you. I'm just going to hyper stack here. And there's nothing you can do about it. And one thing about ambush, of course, is that when you're ambushing, you can't equip gears or anything, right? Like it's only reaction speed that can really follow up, or maybe action speed as it goes into showdown. So, with an Ari, with the -1 as soon as it pops up, once you hit sort of critical mass, it does become almost impossible for a Rengar to be able to remove with just the options that they normally bring to the deck, unless maybe they have like an Elder or something, but I can't say I'm very familiar with Rengar decks. I don't imagine that Elder is something that a lot of them are running unless they're running the Aurora variant.
So this will be the moment where we get to see if Rengar does want to contest the Star Spring. I actually don't hate contesting the Star Spring here, but opts to instead go for the Conservatory, which is probably fine. It does feel a little bit spooky the moment you start letting the big hold build up, as there's the Sona there, which, like you said, is going to get a lot of value. And then we know that it's Green Ari. The Green Ari will come down at some point, and we saw the Sentinel in hand. So there's a lot of hold value. Yeah. And instead, opting to move up for the Conservatory. To be fair, it is Rengar. Like, there's ambush. There are ways to deal with stuff. And as I say that, comes a challenge.
Yeah, and this is where things get a little bit dicey, right? That's the Rengar player. Yeah, because you had to assume that there was going to be some sort of combat trick to protect those champions that were sitting on Star Spring. That's why you play the Sona on turn 2, to ready up those runes for combat tricks. And it's almost obvious that it was going to be the Discipline, just because if it was the On Guard instead, they would probably have kicked back the Raven Bloom student off the Star Spring, so that it's holding alone, and then the Sona gets kind of big. So if you were going to challenge and try and kill it, I do feel like you should have just swung the bodies in there, throw in an extra ambush. With the Rengar on the side as well, you can get it up to a 5 on the attack, 6 because you played it that turn as well. But yeah, with just the first mate, it kind of backfires a little bit. Ari is still in a very, very comfortable position, and the hold continues. And every turn you're not killing something on that side, it's another turn it just gets rougher and rougher for you to try and break.
Yeah, I definitely would not have hated just throwing my first mate and then a ambushed Rengar there. And then you still do have the challenge when they do try and stop your push. Because then you kick them off the battlefield, and then you stop this right here, where now there's going to be a double score with the Star Spring, and there's still a Sona and a Sentinel on the Star Spring too. So it's just kind of spooky. Like, I feel like you do need to make these aggressive plays.
Well, the Ari player now doesn't have any more combat tricks, so
This is true.
it's a bit of a game of chicken and bluff right now. You've got the
Yeah.
Sentinel, which has shield 2 as well, so it's a 6 defending. You've got the Sona, which is a 4, so that's effectively 10, and you've got the -1 on the swing ends. We do see a punch first, so it's a question of how much does Rengar want to commit to make this work, and also how brave is he, right? It's a game of chicken. You've got one unit up, you've got your
Yeah.
pit rookie, you get a swing to one side here. Which
This-
side do you go for?
Were there no red runes? It's so hard to tell. I can't. I'm not
there's a red
colorblind, but no. On the previous turn, because
Oh.
someone in chat is saying there were no fury runes. But I thought I saw a red one.
Okay.
But maybe these body runes and the fury runes, especially the alt arts, are so close looking to each other. Especially when you're mixing up all the arts. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Are there literally? Wait, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it literally 5 different? No, arts on
Different
the
types of
table right
runes.
now, I think.
The different arts. Yeah, he certainly has a spread.
Wow.
Yeah. So can confirm he was on 5 body runes
Yeah.
last turn. So
Okay.
yeah, good catch from chat once again. I keep forgetting to look at the color of the runes. I just always assume that they have the runes to be able to kind of do the things they want to
Yeah,
do. But
that's fair. That's fair.
now it's complicated because even with pit rookie, even if you bring Rengar in, that's 6, that's 8 total. You need to punch first, and it would deramp you so heavily this turn for you to do that. So, for now, looking like it's going to go for the Ravenbloom Conservatory, going to go for the trigger first, and keep in mind the pit rookie has a -1 on the swing, so you will need to buff up the pit rookie.
See what we hit off of the defend trigger here.
Oh,
That is a good one.
we don't have to use it yet though. We get to see what pump now, and as a Rengar
Yeah.
player, it's like, well, do I still want to pump now? Is it worth it?
Oh, that's demoralizing. Now it's
Very
like,
much so.
do you even want to commit? Because now you commit and it's just getting stunned. Yep. So it does opt to play out the pretty kitty Rengar.
Oh, the graphic they had was the base art. Unfortunately, come on, give
Yeah, I
us
know.
the pajamas. There is still the potential for punch first as well as the Nidalee
Yep.
in hand. But the problem is either way, you've already deramped one rune. Do you deramp another for Nidalee?
Yeah. You have to pay so much to get this to go through, and all you deal with is a single Ravenbloom and a card they got for free. So it does not feel good at all.
Okay, and he gets to draw a card. Imagine he hits an on guard off of that. Like that's just nightmare fuel at that point. Because Ravenbloom is gonna get a +1 from this. If he hits an on guard, it'll be a +4 total. So that'll be a 6 might Ravenbloom. Even when you throw in that Nidalee, you just trade at that point.
Yep, so does opt to throw down the Nidalee here.
Oh, he did not. He did 1,000 tilt off of it. Okay, so
Not a card you quite need in this situation when you have that nice big hold built up. Have the point lead. I think I see a Fade the Dust in the hand. It looks.
yes, turn it up in hand. Blue Sentinel, 1,000 tailed. I think it was guard. Oh no, the other one. Oh, I always get those two mixed up.
Desert's Call, right?
Desert's Call, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I always get those two mixed up. They're two different colors. Desert's Call is the green one, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
so first.
But unfortunately, didn't have the extra pump spell he needed. Didn't have another spell he could play. So Ravenbloom can only take out the first mate. And with the Nidalee conquering, card draw for the Rengar, more options. Will be tapped out for this turn. Will still be behind in points, and that's not getting better anytime soon. I don't think.
Yeah, definitely does not feel good. Ari will be going to, what, 6 runes, I want to say?
Yep.
Which does mean that we probably, I guess you could still play out the Ari champ if you did want to, specifically because there is the Sona, and you are getting the Sentinel. I want to say it gives a power, correct? I believe.
Yep. On your hold, it grants you a floating power at the start of your turn. So you do have to use it or lose it.
Yes, yes.
Discipline.
Oh.
One turn too late, but does finally show up. Now, the problem for Rengar as well a little bit right now is that in terms of ambushing, it's when you're attacking, but you need something to attack up. There's no accelerate or there's no way to cheat like the start ring because you're on the Ravenbloom side of things. So you're kind of looking for what, a Rengar, the orange Rengar from your side to be able to attack that battlefield directly.
All right, guys, short little break. I mean, a little bit, not too short, but not too long as well. Hope you guys had some good food slash bathroom break as I did. But it looks like we are moments away down to the second to last round of Swiss for this day one. Alguito, we didn't get to talk too much about it, but what are you most excited to see in set three? Is there any legends that you just have a blast casting slash spectating every time you see them?
Now, this might make me a bad caster, but I love seeing LeBlanc because
Okay.
it makes my brain hurt, and I love seeing Lilia because it makes my brain heal.
Right, one a little bit more straightforward. LeBlanc is a deck that, funny enough, some people said it's not like a newer player friendly deck, but I feel the other way. I feel like give a new player a LeBlanc deck. That way they learn all the rules, because there's no other deck
Mhm.
that kind of shows you the awaken, beginning, channel, and draw step, those classic ABCs of Riftbound, quite like a deck like LeBlanc. So I actually think it's a good deck to learn for a new player because it kind of teaches all the rules. But I'm right there with you. I love catching some LeBlanc action. So let's see. It looks like we have a fantastic cosplayer. What legend is that? Is that Annie?
It's either Annie, but I think it's Gwen currently.
Nice. I only just saw the ears. Chat at home, let us know who that is. But let's go ahead and join these players. I believe it is round number 6 of the Tianjin Regional Open. And you know League of Legends lore way more than I do. Do you really think it's Gwen? Oh, it might be a Vex, huh?
Is it Vex? Try to think now. Is there a Vex? It's Soul Fighter Gwen. Yay! So not too bad. This is the matchup I hate seeing if I'm playing Yi or Rengar or anything that wants to accelerate anything, just because of its lovely, powerful new effects. But we do see the Aurelia, which does seem to be the Chinese classic at this point.
Right, you know, just last round in round 5, we saw a mirror match of the body and calm decks going at it. Mastery Proving Grounds versus Proving Grounds Mastery. But now it is the battle of green purple. One from set 2, one from set 3, saying who is going to pull out ahead. I would imagine I'll be very impressed if both of these players are remaining undefeated, but I'll be ecstatic nonetheless if they truly are undefeated. But Vex versus Aurelia, have you seen this matchup in the past, Aguito?
I haven't, but I do see a lot of the new purple Vex in Aurelia, so that's kind of like where you see the tech choices coming in. But I presume both players will be playing the same cards to a degree. But Defiant Dance is not a fair card.
It's really not, right. I think the downside, because a lot of people feel like Vex Apathetic is a strong counter sometimes against the movement potential from Aurelia. But if Aurelia is able just to establish units beforehand, or even in the light of a Vex Apathetic being on the battlefield, once you have them on the battlefield, or rather, once you have them in base and as your next turn, that's where things get tricky, right? If Vex doesn't have those stun potentials, it is Vex, so they most likely do have the stun capabilities, but if they don't, Aurelia can easily overpower pretty much any single unit, maybe even an abundance of units on a single battlefield. So we'll see. There's been a lot of different ways to build Vex. I feel like Vex is one of those decks that hasn't completely found an exact 40 card home, if you will. So I'm very curious to see how this player is building Vex here in this round 5 or round 6.
What an opening hand from the Aurelia player. A GA, perfect first turn card. Flash just to get you out of danger. Let's see the new hand first. The GA and the Defiant Dance staying in hand. We do now have access to a turn 1 unit, at least, with the Tide Turner, and a Discipline hand. Very good hand for the Aurelia player. Do we get to see anything from the Vexos? I want to know. But as you were saying, no, we've seen, I think, like 3 or 4 different versions of Vex. Same with LeBlanc. You have the high-end bait hook version. You have everything to death kill version. You have the weaving and waving version with LeBlanc. But I want to see if this is going to be that weird treasure gaining, gold generating Vex, or if it's more of the hold and stun version.
Yeah, right. There is even the hidden version we've seen, I believe, in the Sydney RQ, but it is Aurelia on the play, which is not where Vex wants to be. Vex, similar to how Master Yi wants to be the first on the battlefield and just try to hold on for dear life going forward. But a nice little curve starting off with Tide Turner. And let's see if you could go ahead and, oh, this might be a little indication that this could be very well something of the like of those hidden packages, because it is a Teemo. Ideally, you don't want to go ahead and play out as your opening play, but sometimes you'd rather have a 2-drop than lack a 2-drop, so it just is what it is. Let's see how things kind of play out forward, because I believe the Stellar Corn Herder is available. Targon P is ready to rune, so kind of shortcutting there. Your opponent didn't realize it there, but Stellar Corn, pretty much the game-winning card if it's able to stay on the battlefield. And Vex doesn't have too many ways of killing it, especially this early on. I mean, Charm if you had a bigger unit, but not too much backline interaction in green-purple currently.
I mean, what a card to have in hand, though. You can just move the Teemo out to the other battlefield, play the Sona, get yourself the extra 4 runes this turn, and then you can also hide the switcheroo as well, so you can switcheroo whatever comes in to kill for the Teemos. The Teemos now are bigger units. I've also noticed it's not the usual stunning Vex that's currently playing in the champion zone. It is the original Vex that is the play things for 1 and a power less, and your opponent has to play 1 and a power more. So this could be quite interesting with the variant into Aurelia.
Very good observation. I actually didn't catch that, right? Because there's been no other Vexes in the past that have gone ahead and put Cheerless in the Chosen Zone. It's always been apathetic. You want to go ahead and deploy it out as early as that second turn sometimes. But Cheerless, I think this could be indication that Diana is running around crazy. You know, adding those additional blockers or additional resources needed to play out your spells is a good thing to have. We discussed it earlier, is actually a really great card against Aurelia as well. Make every single, what used to be small spells, efficient spells, just costing 2 energy and additional power to go ahead and get the plays that Aurelia loves to do is just so much more expensive and so much more not able to do so easily, of course. So we'll see. This is a good setup right now. Zona, one of the best cards in Vex, allowing to restand pretty much every single rune as he restands 3 this turn. So we'll see, does he have at least something to kind of deny the Stellar Corn Herder from coming in? But if I'm him, I'm just going to the free battlefield. I have point tempo. Just move the Stellar Corn for the draw, move back the Tide Turner. You'll kind of deal with it down the road, and maybe this is just the time to bring out the Queen. Nice little Aurelia Fervent to kind of see if you can smash through the abandoned hole in the future, which it is Aurelia. I would imagine you don't have the hardest time doing so.
Right now, I don't think pulling out Aurelia is the best thing in here, just because you will be nearly tapped out. If your opponent has a charm in hand, it's going to be a bad time for you as Aurelia. And I think next turn, when you can start giving it the bonus DP, so you can move it in, or you can add the GA to it, so you can make it targeted, so it becomes readied. As we can see, there's no stun potential currently on the battlefield here, so it doesn't feel that bad. But the charm in hand, though, would be pretty good if you wanted to just charm that Teemo over and get rid of it early.
Yeah, did pick up the charm off that draw from Stellar Corn. And real quick side note, once we get that bigger vision, it had to be the camera because it almost looked like the Aurelia Fervent was blonde for a second, guys. Rewind the VOD, you'll see exactly what I mean. But it looks like our Aurelia player does decide to bring out Aurelia Fervent, saying if you want to go ahead and charm her in, you're going to have to play the defect clause. You're going to have to be very considerate of my 1 energy Defiant Dance, unless I go ahead and play out the Cheerless onto a battlefield that I'm bringing you into first. That's something to be considered of as well. But plenty of combat tricks, has a switcheroo, has the back off, has a discipline. That might even be a double back off. But what I'm seeing is the lack of units. So having to make work with just the current board state, and does play out the Vex. Wait a minute. Or charm. Aurelia can't do any single thing with a single energy. If there's opportunity to take down the Queen in this very moment, it has to be right now, but doesn't take it down, interesting enough. Maybe knows that the Sona would have gone down and prioritizing it, but I like this. You guys know, when you take down the Queen, there's not too many other options they have going forward. As I say that, but Stellar Corn is another bit of a mini Queen, maybe the princess of this deck, actually.
So there was a hidden card, which I'm going to presume would have been a switcheroo. It could have been a back off, so it could have just stunned the opponent's card. But again, using the Vex in this case, it is a 5 and a 1, so they were tapped out for the turn.
Oh, true,
Gonna
true,
feel
true.
really-
Yeah, yeah, they were tapped out, so it didn't have any potential for the charm. I completely missaw that for a slight second. Even if they actually, for some reason, I thought it's just getting a little bit late for me as we're approaching that 8-hour mark in the middle of the night for me. But does go for the Stellar Crab for Aurelia. And for a slight second there, I thought it was Vex with the charm that we saw from Aurelia. So forget what I was saying. We'll get back to business in this game, and let's see if Aurelia has what it takes to take down this entire board state. Because right now, Vex playing the whole game plan, but you can't play the whole game plan when you're behind on points currently, 2-3 as it stands.
Right now, looking pretty good though. Aurelia is now a 7 might unit, so that's pretty good for Aurelia. They need to be Timo's 1, Sun 4, so need to be 10, which isn't hard for Aurelia. You just target something else, right? Playing out the Poro, just so you got some more units at the back there. We have the. Okay. Cool.
Interesting.
So it's now 3-3. Obviously, that other battlefield is empty. There's nothing you really can get over there from the Vex. I don't think there's anything accelerate to playing Vex normally. Does Shadow have accelerate, or can it be played to a battlefield?
Which one?
Shadow, the signature card for Vex.
It doesn't have accelerate, but it enters ready if you play it directly onto a battlefield. And no, a good card in this position with the open battlefield is going to be the Boots of Swiftness. I would go ahead and just attach it on something like the Timo, a little bit more of a sacrificial unit just to get the point tempo, and then just hold. Because once you're at 4, you're going to be able to hold, or you're going to be able to hold 1 point ahead of your opponent from here on out. So I think this is something that she's keeping in mind and pretty much going for it right now, but attaches it onto the cheer list. This is a little dangerous if you ask me, because now you're splitting both of your high value cards away from each other, unless there's an overzealous to kind of reinforce Targon's peak as well. But no, interesting. I feel like Vex Cheerless is a monster in this matchup. I would have prioritized the safety of Vex Cheerless versus any of those other units. I like the player we were discussing. I think Timo should have been the one to go to Targon's.
That's it. You just sneak it out. I think the issue here is they should have also hidden the switcheroo there as well, because they've got one in hand still. I'm presuming the card that's hidden is also a switcheroo. So they had 2 switcheroos, hide it on both. If Aurelia decides to go in there, you don't mind paying the deflect cost, really. Because that way, if it is like a 12 Aurelia to your 3 Vex, they just get switched around, and then all of a sudden it's just a terrible time for the Aurelia.
Right, interesting enough, going ahead and deploy out the Overzealous fan on the Scuttle Crab, prioritizing not giving out any hand information. Keep in mind, she wants to keep that hidden zone truly hidden, as Scuttle Crab would have revealed that as well. So keeping your opponent guessing is what she wants to go ahead and do. And a discipline on the Timo to make sure the Lonely Portal doesn't have enough current might to do so. But I like the way Aurelia is playing it so far, just kind of slowly testing the waters, because at any point you could completely turn up your Aurelia Fervent, especially on something like Abandoned Hall. But will he be caught off guard by something like that switcheroo we discussed? This is going to be interesting.
So switcheroo is obviously a Aurelia fighting back card. Currently it's 4 into 3 and 5. But then you get the extra point for playing the card. So it's now a 5-5 and a 3 on the field. So it's not the easiest sort of penance here for the Sona to get over. But I think it's in its job. I think you've got yourself an extra 8 ruins over the course of this game, or an extra, 11 ruins over the course of this game. So Sonya's done her work.
This is exactly why we go back to the point of keeping your high value cards together. If they wanted to get rid of the Sona, they had to invest resources during the Vex Cheerless Showdown, where everything's that much more expensive. So that play coming back to bite her ever so slightly, and it might be the game losing play. You did go up on point tempo, but But now you're going to be losing Sona that allows you to restand each and every turn. But the switcheroo does come down, but that's pre-Aurelia pump. There's so many combat tricks in hand, I would imagine, on top of the Bandit Hall. Even if you switch these two mites, it's just going to be in the blink of an eye, going to be completely going the other way. I don't know. I don't like my position as Vex. I feel like she had potential this game, but things are kind of getting a bit out of her control. She's kind of, as they say, the wheels are starting to fall off slightly.
I do believe there is a back off in hand still, which means that they can still stun it.
Okay.
If it's stunned, it can ready itself, but it can't fight again.
I like it. If you force them to use enough combat tricks to where they don't have enough for a defy at the very end, or they might not even have a defy period, that might be exactly what they need, because if you have enough might, you should be able to fend off from that Stellar Corn and the Tide Turner.
Okay. Are they just keeping stuff up maybe for the Vex to walk back next turn and just fight the Aurelia that way?
That might be exactly what they have in mind. They also have the Charm, right? So you could kind of be mindful. The Charm brings it in. Of course, that's going to make all your plays expensive, but is the time to get rid of this Cheerless now? I like what you said, though. The back off does kind of pose a bit of a threat. I think Cheerless is living, though. It seems to be the way. So then you could boots on over the very next turn. But I don't know. I guess if there is an opportunity, it has to be in this current state. 3 energy at the ready for Vex. And it looks to be still a good amount of combat tricks in hand. Have you been catching wind of what's in the Aurelia's hand? It seems to be good.
Yeah, there's a Defiant Dance there that we saw from the start. There's a Charm in hand. I can't see it's another a Discipline or a guard, but it could be.
Yeah, looks like she has 6 cards in hand. So as you mentioned, still has the Dance. I believe still has a Discipline. We saw Apathetic. We saw a Charm. So 2 other cards we're not accounting for as she picks up the Ride the Win. And he's going for it, Aguito. Charm to bring in the Cheerless. If he gets rid of Cheerless, the game is effectively over. That's the final straw that broke the camel's back. Let's see if it's going to go ahead and pay off. Is this the game-winning line?
Say if they don't have a discipline hand, which they might do, not fully sure. If they just want to stun it with back off, be fine. I would pay the cost right now just to use it. That way you stunned and get a card. I mean, switcheroo works too, but I mean, I feel like stunning it so it can't fight is the issue.
You still have access to back off. Keep in mind, you're getting discounted 1 energy, 1 power for every one of your spells. So the switcheroo was discounted by 1 energy, 1 power. Still had to pay 2 power because they chose the Aurelia. So deflect coming into play right there. So all those Abandoned Hall triggers applied on the Vex. On top of the Abandoned Hall trigger that just finalized. So she should remember the additional 1. And let's see what goes down. Defiant Dance. I think we have to see that back off, but Defiant Dance is going to be insanely expensive. 2 energy, 2 power currently.
Just trying to think here, what's that? So you go down to 2, so you're still 9 into... Oh!
Oh,
no,
1 energy hard bargain doesn't feel too bad.
So I feel like you shouldn't use it. I feel like you use the back off, stun the target. Okay.
You know, with this said, you still have the potential to back off. Actually, no, you don't have the potential to back off as you just have a single energy. So I think she might have butchered this turn. If she still has the back off, which we haven't seen it hidden. Oh, I like this a little bit more. She had a game plan all along. Ride the win to save the day. You can't defy it as you no longer have enough resources to do so. Bringing it back to the safety of Targon's Peak. This is interesting.
So... don't hate this play. I just feel like it was a very long-winded version of this play. I feel like the back off would have been overall better, because that way you could have traded with. Well, so you could have killed the Stellar Corn. The Stellar Corn dies; they lose their draw engine. You just go back to base because you can't win the battle versus Aurelia, but she stuns and she doesn't fight either way. And you feel like you have the extra 2 cards in hand then. So overall, we got there. I just don't know if it was the best way to get there.
Yeah, and with keep in mind what's in the hand for Aurelia currently, there is actually a second charm in hand. Which you already had the might to take care of the first tier list. Now your opponent's completely tapped out. I think this might be wrapping things up. I believe there's a bit of a judge call. We might go to the commentary booth if there is a judge call just to discuss what might have happened. I think they're discussing I had one energy, but Ride the Wind is only a single energy, 0 power. So I think that everything was correct. I don't see why there would be a judge call, but I believe the Aurelia player making a gesture towards the judges just to make sure everything has been played cleanly so far. And does go
They
for it,
should've
Aguito. Charm number 2.
Right, do you have a second one? Is the question now? Or you're tapped out, so it doesn't matter. Oh, that doesn't feel good.
Yeah. As we said, if Cheerless goes down, that pretty much tells the entire remaining of the story for Vex. That should be GG, especially you're going up to 4 energy next turn. Aurelia goes up to 5 on the hold, 6 on the conquer, 1 more point away, 1 more turn away from winning. Yeah, Aurelia's pretty much at a 2-turn clock on this game. And Vex doesn't have potential to move your units as they come down like the same as Aurelia does. So Vex takes a while to get established onto these battlefields, and that's going to be a little bit too slow. I like my chances early on. I think there was actually a lot of potential to Vex to hang in this. I just think she kind of misplayed ever so slightly somewhere. I think it was the boots of swiftness. If you kept Sona and Vex Cheerless together, I think this would have been such a more difficult conquer for Aurelia to take.
Yeah, I agree. Right now, though, they can go to 5 because they've already got the conquer point for this one. Move the Titan into the other area, hoping to get the extra ruin next turn to keep the game kind of going. As you've said before, Vex doesn't really play anything accelerated, so it's not like it can come in and just start fighting back. But at 2 ruins up 4 on the next turn, it's really looking bad.
And we'll go back to the commentary booth for now. And chat, I believe the judge call, as a couple of you guys in chat have kind of alluded to, does Vex get the conquer? They left the battlefield, but the ruling, as I understand it, because that battlefield hasn't been scored on your opponent's turn, you actually do get the point. Let me know in chat if I'm wrong on this ruling, but from my understanding, as long as you haven't scored it on the turn that's being played currently, it does not matter. It has not been scored on. Exactly, chat. Exactly. So Vex should score on that conquer there.
I'm under the impression, I'm probably very wrong about this, that because Vex was on that battlefield originally and she was holding it, she can't get a point till her next turn because she's already defending the battlefield.
That's what you would normally think, but you didn't score on that turn. But I know chat has some brilliant heads in there. Let us know if there's any judges in chat. I'm pretty sure, Agita, you do have some there is some logic to what you're saying, right? But I'm pretty sure it just comes down to just the simple fact that she didn't score, because you don't hold on your opponent's turn. You hold when it comes back to your turn. And once you leave a battlefield, it becomes uncontested. So if you go ahead and move back in, you apply contest again, and then you're allowed to conquer. I think she conquered. She lost control and then gained control. Yeah, Wasian, I'm thinking the same thing, but guys, we're getting back to it. And she did go up to 4, so it looks like the ruling we're discussing is in line to what proper Riftbound rules are. You do get the point, says you haven't scored on that turn, but it doesn't matter, right? 5 is nowhere close to 8. I think things are just a little bit out of reach for a Vex player.
I think it depends what they've drawn into. If they can get a unit on the field this turn, it doesn't matter. I'll say if they can get a unit on this battlefield this turn, having the 3rd charm in hand is very, very unlikely, but not impossible. And then if you can get that into an area and then you can just charm the other thing across, try and clear the battlefield as best as possible, that would have been the play to go. But right now, I think it's all she wrote.
I believe so as well, right? You don't have the resources to do so. Fizz Bump's going out, and that's game number 1 going in the favor of Aurelia. But had the tools, I know I keep going back to it. I feel like Vex wasn't completely out of that matchup. Had the switcheroos, the double switcheroos at that. Had the backoffs that we even didn't really see get played out in that whole game 1. So we'll see. Maybe they could kind of prepare. I'm wondering, are they gonna keep the cheer list? And I'll go to the casting booth in the meantime. I wonder if they're gonna go ahead and keep the cheer list, because apathetic is pretty good to kind of slow down the pace of Aurelia. But the more I saw that cheer list come down, I kind of like it. I think this is a nice little tech coming out from our Vex player.
It's, in brackets, an orthodox compared to what we've been seeing, but no, I think it makes a lot of sense. If this is more of like the combat variant version where you want to be, ride the winding across here and there, chiming things in, which obviously isn't during battle, so it's a little bit different. But constantly getting yourself a bit cheaper, you got the one cost disciplines, you've got the, so we use the 2 cost back offs, the 1 cost ride the winds, it all comes into play where, especially with the Sona generating so much advantage at the end of your turn as well, so you can do extra plays, that it's not the worst thing to have, especially if you are trying to defend and hold on battlefields.
Right. I think in the name of the game for Vex, more often than not, is once you get that point lead, that point tempo advantage, you do so well. Like, the one thing you do better than any other deck is probably hold a battlefield. Of course, maybe Master Yi could give you a run for your money, but more often than not, Vex has the tools in her deck to go ahead and defend. Sona Vex cheerless off the back of a switcheroo, back of what other tools do they have? Sometimes they have existential dread. Sometimes I've seen some Vex run things like block. So just so many tools to just defend. So I think that you want to prioritize like she did. I thought she was doing good up to that point where you do get the point tempo. It was 4-3, and then you just want to hold. Just hold from there. Do something you do better than any other deck, as you said. But I'm wondering, is that even enough? Because another thing that on the other side of the board that does better than any other deck is getting insanely tall. So I wonder if there wasn't actually a true out. As I say that, it depends, because those stuns come into play as well. So it was tricky. I think there should have been a lot closer. So I'm expecting a little bit more of Vex to kind of get things together, see a little bit more idealized lines. Because I think Vex isn't the worst matchup, but I still, at the end of the day, favor Aurelia in this green-purple mirror. Or not mirror, but kind of pseudo-mirror.
Yeah, in the green-purple warfare, I do think
Right.
Aurelia is still the better of the 3 decks. I think, yeah, Yasuo is unfortunately not a great deck at all, especially with all the movement stuff being taken away from him. Aurelia has enough spells to keep her going, so it doesn't matter too much when they took away the fight or flights. And then Vex is a more of a control version of that deck rather than the more aggressive version, but it just doesn't really seem to keep up with what Aurelia is going to do into you or against you.
Yeah, she was doing things a little bit different. Aurelia known for her offensive potential, and then Vex, as we keep discussing, is known for her defensive potential. And Conkin Chat saying Abandoned Hall will be banned next season. How are we feeling about that, Aguito? Do you agree, or do you think for the moment it's decently balanced as we head back into the game for Game 2?
It only seems like Aurelia is the abuser of it. Even with all the Dianas we see, they don't really get to abuse it, even if they are doing 2 or 3 spells a turn. It's just the fact that Diana's getting, you've targeted me, so you get a plus bonus. You get the plus bonus from the Abandoned Halls. You give me Discipline, I'll go to 4. Well, I'll get another 1 from the Abandoned Hall. And you target me, so now I'm 6. Oh, I've done an guard for 1. I'm now 8 plus 1 again. So now I'm this 14 might unit for the cost of 4 ruins. So it does seem like she just gets abused compared to every other champion that would like to use a Spellslinger-esque battlefield.
I can't agree more. Is that double dip potential, right? Because as you said, you target it and you get the additional. So it's just if Abandoned Hall red, give +2 per spell on something like Aurelia Fervent. So maybe it's not so much Abandoned Hall being the problem. Maybe it's more so Aurelia Fervent getting a little bit overtuned in that Spirit Forge release. Well, let's see as we focus on into this game number 2, second to last round for today's Tianjin Regional. And it looks like they do have their hands at the Vex Apathetic. We didn't really see come into play at all on her side. But it looks like we get our answer for the Cheerless. Does decide to leave it in the champ zone. I think it's correct here. I think Cheerless is a card you most often than not sideboard into Aurelia. Might as well leave it when you can play it at any time you want.
Yeah, that's it. You've got access to this as much as you can. It's a good card. Obviously, it's phosphorus. So if you're going second, it's your second turn play. If you go in first, it's your third turn play. We did see, I believe, an Evelyn in the hand of the Vex player, so it does seem to be the hidden Vex version of the deck that we did sort of mention earlier on. I did see, I believe, a star-crossed I can never remember if it's called Star Crossers, Star Lovers, or whatever, in the hand of the Aurelia. So they are going for more of a take the big things off the field for the Vex player, but we shall see. And it is everyone's favourite Succubus, Evelyn.
Nice, and I think that's the first time we see the animation, at least today. I can't remember recent memory that Evelyn animation looking stellar, but Evelyn does hit the board, allowing her to go ahead and get on these battlefields first. I'm wondering, do we go ahead and play the Apathetic that's in hand? But I don't love it if you don't have a hidden card to kind of back it up. You do in this circumstance with the switcheroo, so you tap out 4. And because you're already conquering / defending start to peak, I don't mind going a little bit more aggressive on my runes by using them to hide something. But foregoing it, interesting, saying, okay, I trust that you don't have things like a Defiant Dance for this Tide Turner to get over the hump. So I could respect this. I could respect this. Being a little bit more mindful / conservative for the runes, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I don't hate this. It's not terrible. It is only turn 2. You know, if your opponent's going to blow you out, it won't be this early in the game. They do have all 3 Tide Turners available to them, though, I believe. So it's not the strongest hand in the world. Last time it was a very good hand. Right now it's just, hey, I'll move out to Sunken Temple. I'll get my point. I'll start getting some points. If you can ban that person, it'd be great. Overall, though, this is starting off on the side of Vex. But otherwise, we're getting there.
Yeah, that's actually my first time. I think actually, chat, I might need mods in the YouTube chat in the near future, but hopefully I went ahead and deleted it. Let me know in the YouTube chat if I went ahead and delete that message. Aguito, can you still see that message?
It's gone.
It's gone? Okay, fair enough. We'll go ahead and focus back in this game number 2. A Guardian Angel does get attached, but it looks like I think the risk has been paying off. You do go ahead. Actually, I looked away for a second. How did this Vex Apathetic go down? The one thing we were worried about is getting blown out on this very same turn, and it looks like her worst nightmare has come to life. Losing the Apathetic, losing the Evelyn. You should have hit a card, in my honest opinion, but shoulda, woulda, could have been. You could fork it over to having caster vision. But I always like to reinforce where you're going to completely tapped out, especially when you have start to peak to regenerated your runes. You have to go ahead and try to defend it to the best of your abilities. But Aguito, I missed it. How did the Apathetic go down?
So it was the Tide Turner went in with the Engard to go to 4 to go in and take care of the Evelyn. And then they played a second one, attached the GA to it, targeted it with the Legend, and then walked in and killed the Vex.
Wow, brilliant play, because, you know, even playing around something like a switcheroo, even if it was hitting because it's 4-4, you can't go ahead and switcheroo 4-4 as it obviously going to be the exact same result nonetheless. So even if you hit that card, I think Vex Apathetic just wasn't meant to be apparently for our Vex representative. And this is getting a little out of control, just like we saw in game number 1. When Aurelia gets rolling and when she has a big point lead, like we're seeing this 1-3, there's very few things that could kind of slow that momentum.
So right now it's 3-1. Is a little bit unfun. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a bit unfun. We can just move these out though into the other one if the Titan wants to try and gank across. Then you can just use the effect of the Overzealous to remove it from the battlefield. Currently, though, it seemed to be a little bit more of a dull start, which wasn't great. But you can put the Evelyn into the star tip peaks and then move out the Vex Cheerless to the other side. That way you got yourself access to the less and more costing controls. Switcher is a pretty cool card, though. Can't defy that.
I like it. You do go ahead and get that Tide Turner out of here. Of course, there is the Guardian Angel to consider, so that Boots doesn't actually get taken off from that Tide Turner. So it doesn't have Defiant Dance. Actually only has 3 cards in hand currently. So Evelyn does get a Conquer up to 2. Has the potential to go up to 3 as well. Still remaining with 5 energy. It could be the cheerless play we were discussing before. But it looks like Edge of Night, Defy, another Apathetic, which might be the ideal play here, and then a back off. So she's actually not completely out of it, it looks like.
I was pondering if it would be worth hiding the the Edge of Night, just so you have a extra defensive play following. Yeah, I think that's the play. Just because you don't want to just have it in hand, use the power cost to get it out of your hand, and then just use it on the following turn if you have to. Right now, though, 2 to going to be 4 in a second. Not the worst place to be in. I do think the Irelia is going to come down though this turn. Maybe they'll try and crash the Tide Turner into the board, so that way the boots come off.
Yeah, right now it's pushing in for 4. He has to go ahead and be mindful, though. He has to play around overzealous. I would imagine as soon as any unit goes ahead and tries to contest the Sunken Temple, you just go ahead and push it back. You don't want to take any risk. You already got rid of one of your Vex Apathetic. I would imagine you don't have another one in the main, so having to do what you can with just 2, which should be good enough, because even if you try to cascade the boots, as long as Vex Apathetic stays on board, you actually can't move the Irelia at all because of the ability, / even if you did move it, it's stunned anyways. So you just need to go ahead and prioritize the safety of Apathetic on this turn. And there you're not looking too bad, I want to say.
I'm just wondering, get the point now to go to 4. Do you Starcross to take that and the Apathetic off the battlefield? Then play the Irelia, and then equip the boots. You can't now because the Starcross just costs 3, so...
I like the line though for the future. Still could hold on to Starcross. So has the Irelia already developed out, not feeling that bad. Could even go ahead and completely tap out just to go ahead and get the full use of your runes on your turn. And then next turn, even though you're ahead, you can make sure your opponent never has the potential to come back. Because I like what you're saying. Starcross, Vex out. Tide Turner, obviously just the only unit you want to go ahead and put back in the hand. And then you can just continue on the game plan and just conquer after conquer, especially with Boots and Irelia in the mix.
Did you see what the killing card was? I didn't see if it was maybe a Zonya's or maybe a back off.
Yeah, maybe a back off. Maybe more commonly seen those Tide Turners. Maybe just a second Tide Turner in hand. Goes ahead and hides it to move the Irelia if she needed to. Well, let's see. This is a very important turn. If there's things like a charm, because you don't get to see Irelia tap out too often. As I say that, there is a bit of the safety net with the Fervent having the GA attached. So maybe there's no true way of getting rid of the Vex Fervent or Irelia Fervent right now. So I don't know. As long as she's staying alive, I like my odds as Irelia this game.
So you do know that the Vex is running at least a pair of boots, probably 2 pairs of boots with the fur. Currently speaking, so you are wondering, do you have to move it across? As you said, it probably is a Tide Turner that will then swap positions with the Irelia, as that will then make it targeted, so it gets to have the +1 as well, so it'd be a 6-mod unit going in. But if you've got your own Starcross, why not Starcross yourself, right?
I love it. That was exactly the card I was thinking in mind. I'm like, we were just talking about the Starcross on Aurelia's side, but if Vex has a Starcross of her own, that is one way of slowing down the game plan. Now, the more ideal card that you can have from this position, as you point out, would be a Boots of Swiftness to kind of go ahead and gank on over. But Sona gets deployed, recycling 1, readying the 4. So having to do the heavier lifting a little bit later on. But you do need to find the boots sooner than later, because right now the point tempo is still leaning in the direction of Irelia currently. And you obviously want to change that, as it's 3 to 5 currently, so kind of slipping out of your grasp.
So, you're not in the worst position to be here, as they really are ahead of points still. But yes, as we've said, kind of really need to see those boots right now, right here, and get that Vex working. If we have a second Starcross come down, and they put the Irelia down again, and the boot somehow, that'd be very good.
Keep in mind, as we know, there is a Defy in the hand. At least I remember a Defy in the hand of the Vex. So if that Starcross comes down, it's going to be met at the hands of a Defy, which is feeling pretty good for the side of Vex. The only thing that's not feeling good is her potential to go ahead and find a way over to the start tip peak. But let's see, this is a double draw opportunity for our Vex players. So drawing 1 for the ability, 1 for turn. And let's see, 5 cards in hand. Did they draw the Boots of Swiftness, or even anything that allows them to kind of move over to the other battlefield? A Tide Turner even wouldn't be that bad currently.
No, currently here right now, we do have the Evelyn that we knew was in hand anyway. 2 disciplines, I can't quite see what the middle two cards are. We're just going to get the Vex out, though. Okay. Kind of playing a long game here. I don't mind this, but we do have to attempt to at least try and do something this game.
Yeah, you're playing like you're ahead right now. This is what Vex is known to do, right? There's no way you're cracking this battlefield so easily. Overzealous Fan as protection A, Cheerless as a protection number 2, kinda. The hidden card as a protection number 3. There's just so many little intricacies that you're defending off so perfectly that I would imagine this battlefield is going to be stay in the control of Vex. But right now, if Aurelia really wants to, they could kind of go ahead and stack a battlefield of their own. And tit for tat, that's going to be hold to 5, hold to 7, hold to 6, hold to 8, and win the game for Aurelia. So I wouldn't blame them to go for a strategy like that. Instead of going for the more ambitious strategy of trying to break through that battlefield. Because right now, if you defend, a Boots of Swiftness is actually not even an out for Vex.
No, that's the thing. I mean, right now, they would probably do the same thing they did before, where they'd move the bigger Vex over, so it's 7 into currently 4. They're going to try targeting the Irelia. No target. Okay, Starcross, I believe that was the Vex. So you're paying the... Yep, do you have the Defy there? We believe she has the Defy, right? She does. Then you're playing the cost. Has a second one.
Do you have a second Defy of
You have a
your
second
own? If
Defy?
not, Starcross will be resolving. And what does the Aurelia player have in mind? Because they did the Tide Turner, but they don't have any Boots of Swiftness attached to Aurelia. I'm wondering if the play was to send back the Tide Turner with Boots so that you move Aurelia into Starcross. Actually, with the Overzealous Fan, it probably doesn't make too much of a difference, I guess.
So yeah, right now it's a bit weird. Part of me was thinking, do you play a Discipline just to get the draw, hoping to get another Defy, or a hard bargain? Because you know they play hard bargain. Again, I think Boots, it's either Boots or nothing right now on the side of the Vex player. That can be the issue. Obviously, in the following turns with the double Display in hand, that does put you to an extra 4 might above, 2 extra draws. You'll get 2 draws from the start of this one if they can't get up the battlefield. So it's not all or nothing right now. We do have access to which we believe is the Edge of Night underneath. Overzealous, if you really want to lose a rune, you can to push it back.
I do like this, right? Saying you want to go ahead and pay for deflect, might as well. You're floating a rune, but you do push it back. But of course, the Legend is still in the ready position, allowing him to go ahead and target Aurelia and push in one more time. But first things first, let's get these Boots off a Tide Turner and just trade with the current Vex Apathetic at the minimum. Let's see what this hidden card might just be. It might be the first back off of this match, surprising enough. Oh, the one in hand.
Oh. Stun him. Yeah, get a draw as well, because it's from hand. Okay, then. That's it. Boots with the fur. Tapping. Okay. See, this is probably where I would have preferred the back off. I know it would have cost you basically everything, but if they didn't have to defy,
and you see what's in the hand for Aurelia, the not so fast. So even a switcheroo isn't enough in this position. Not so fast, allowing him, but Edge of Night is just not enough. Conquer up to 7. Every single one of your units has been taken care of. And extraordinarily well played for Aurelia, maneuvering her way beautifully, saying, I will keep ahead, and that's where I like to be, and that's where Aurelia kind of thrives. So well played. As we said before, just Aurelia being too much of a pressure type Legend for Vex to handle, even though she kind of had great tools, switcheroo, back off and things of that nature, but just not enough to hold back Aurelia. She's looking really good so far.
Yeah, I mean, Aurelia's not really looked bad at all. Occasionally, I think it is a case of she gets out-muscled if she doesn't get the right cards in hand at the right time. But overall, Aurelia's always just been a very solid deck. She's always been a top 8 deck, always a top 4 deck, and now we're just seeing, obviously, showing that she's still the best green-purple deck in the format, so...
Definitely.
You can't always muscle the muscle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see at minimum 2 Aurelias. I believe, chat, how many Aurelias topped 8 in Vancouver? Was it 2? I think it was 2. And then in the regional previously to that, I believe it was 4 Aurelias in the China regional. The Aurelia paid twice for readying.
She did.
So
One for
SD,
readying, one for equipping the boots.
yeah, she paid twice from the legend ability, one for the legend ability, and then one for the boots, if that's what you mean.
With the fur.
And Gandhi, I don't think we've seen this cosplayer before. If we did, she definitely have a different cosplayer. But the only cosplayers that I remember was the set player cosplay. But I think that was a guy dressing as Ori. Nothing wrong with that, of course. But that's just the one that I remember. I think this one was a girl, actually.
Yeah, we had the Ori who was a lady. We had the dude who was a lady.
Mm-hmm.
We had the set who was a set. We had a Misfortune. And I think we had the Gwen. This Gwen could have been the original Ori from back in the day, because I do feel like a lot of cosplayers do come back and try and cosplay more than once. We've had the chap who's been Ezreal basically every single event he could do.
You know, speaking of the cosplay, this is actually the reason why we see a lot more cosplayers at the featured table as opposed to maybe the Western regionals, is they actually get incentivized. So similar to like Best of Legends, to play like different variety legends, cosplayers get rewards. So the best couple, I think, you know, quote unquote, top 3 cosplayers, they actually get like, I don't know exactly the rewards, but they do get rewarded. Because I remember seeing on the Bilibili, or on the Chinese socials rather, that they put out like a distribution spread of rewards for the higher placing cosplayers. So it's a nice little incentive they do. Maybe we should get some of that on the Western side, because there's some really cool cosplays I saw in Vancouver. What's the kitty cat's name, Alguito? Is not Lulu? I saw so many pictures of people taking pictures with her. She had a full-on helmet, or a full-on helmet with the fur. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat or Alguito?
So the cats that we have, in technicality, we've got Nidalee,
It wasn't Nidalee. It was like a purple blue cat. Yumi, thank you, BMU. Yumi was her.
Yeah. Let's say we got Yumi, we got Rengar, we got Ori, who's a fox, but I mean fluffy, and then Nidalee, who changes into a cat. So
yeah, it was definitely Yumi. I remember the name there. But yeah, she would have definitely won the cosplaying award if there was anything like that. And thank you, Duo. It was Yumi. Thank you, BMU. Thank you, Duo. But chat, we are down 6 rounds behind us. 1 more round ahead of us, which ends up being the final round for day 1. Everything gets decided right here in this very last round. What 64 players will be advancing to day 2 Top Cut tomorrow? We saw Wonder Aurelia pretty much lock in her spot in this round. I believe some of the undefeated players we saw earlier, you know, I think some of you guys that are just popping in here, you didn't see some of these awesome matches. There was an undefeated Rumble running around in round number 3, taking down an undefeated LeBlanc. If he's still undefeated, we might see a Rumble in day 2. But any little bit of dark horses on your radar, Alguito, that you wouldn't be too surprised to see in day 2 position?
Just trying to think what we had over here. I know it's a lot different over there. They do all try and play the best decks rather than playing for the best of a lot of the time. Just trying to think what I'd like to see. We had like a really good looks, I believe, in Vancouver. I think they went 7-1 to go to day 2.
See that.
And then I think they went 9-3 by the end of the event.
Nice. 9-3 is a respectable record. You know, a bit of a dark horse that has been coming a bit more into the limelight is Kha'Zix. I think Kha'Zix has become not maybe not quote unquote a fan favorite, but becoming something close to that, because a lot of people are finding a lot of fun lines for Kha'Zix. And just cards like Irresistible Faithful, Assault Void, or Void Assault, I believe is the name of the signature spell. Those cards just providing so much kind of problems for your opponent to deal with, where you don't even want to play out units on your turn. You're like, a Faithful? Okay, let me just pass and deal with it later. But then you're not really doing anything on your turn, right? I hate to play against Kha'Zix, but I understand why it's so fun to play as Kha'Zix. So that would be my dark horse to do really well, because I believe they got top 16 in Vancouver.
So very similar to Rengar itself, they both have access to a lot of ambushing techs. Purple obviously has a bit more of the counter plays than the Rengar does. You got Edge of Knights, you got Boots of Swiftness, you've got access to the book, you got Switcheroos if you really need it, you've got access to Abandon, which, as much as I think is like probably one of the worst control cards, it does come up if your opponent's trying to play a big spell.
Right.
Um,
I like it. I mean, you can
BMU
never go
wants to
wrong
see
with
the Rengar.
purple. You know, a card that we've seen Kha'Zix play as well is the Investigator. I think, what's her real name?
Yes.
It's something Investigator. Is basically a sabotage in a unit, which is 0 energy at that too. And you don't even have to pay power. You just pay XP. And we know Kha'Zix is pretty efficient at generating XP. So I think that card, Investigator Detective, or chat,
It's
you guys
like-
let me know
it's
at home.
like
I think
Blue
it's something
Investigator.
Investigator. I'll look it up here shortly. That is actually a
It's like Investigator.
fantastic card, I feel like, in Kha'Zix. But to answer chat
Yeah, it's
real
cool.
quick, Andrea, day one is not over, but we are just one more round left in day one Swiss. So almost over, which I'm a little bit happy about. Not truly happy because I love casting more Riftbound, but after a long day, I'm down for a little bit of rest. That way we come fully energized for tomorrow's day two. And it looks like there's 74 tables still left. Okay. You know, we'll chat a little bit more, but then we'll probably throw it to a little bit of a break as well. And BMU saying Rainguard for me. How are you feeling about Rainguard, Alguito? Do you feel like he can find similar success as he did in Vancouver?
I don't know how many people are playing Rengar. I know you put it up in the chat for us earlier. I'm going to have a quick nosy. I like Rengar. I like decks that want to fight properly. I like aggro. I think aggro is like a really cool type. I think it doesn't get enough love in Riftbound because of how much counter and slow down there is. But overall, if he plays anything like Sam did last week, I think there's a great chance. But again, similar to Kha'Zix, they both have the same kind of playstyle where we're going to get in, we're going to jump on you, we're going to just make sure that you have a hard time fighting back. A card that
Definitely.
people forget about occasionally played in Kha'Zix is Mr. Root. What a bully he is.
Yeah, he's actually surprisingly strong against Auroras, right? Because a 2-cost accelerated unit, not too shabby to get onto these battlefields and score/hold and continue to just apply pressure against Aurora. But I like it. I mean, I would imagine Rengar has some other potential similar things to Mr. Root. I can't recall of an accelerated unit. I mean, Legion Rearguard from set 1, but what else do they have? I mean, Ambush is pretty much pseudo-accelerate, kind of.
Yeah, Ambush is pseudo accelerate, and they have Pike as a hidden card that you can play
True,
for one.
Pike.
Power just to get it out. I love Pike. Pike's such a good card, and has seen a massive spike since the regional. But currently, looking at the chart for today, top deck of the day at 62 is Mr. Yi, as we've seen earlier, the mirror match, followed by 61 by Aurelia, because she's still a very good deck, and then Rengar at 17 and Kha'Zix at 16. So they're still in it, but are they in it to win it?
Yeah, and speaking a little bit higher up there, Rengar, you were saying we don't know how many Rengards are running around, but 17 is the answer. You know, all these decks, the one that surprises me the most is 23 Kha'Zix, because we've seen some good success. We were talking about earlier in today's regional how a friend of the chat, Zenzari, ended up doing, I believe, 11th, maybe it was 15th playthrough with Kha'Zix in Vancouver. And I couldn't really get why she was doing so well, but he told us in chat that he somehow was fortunate to dodge Aurelia the entire day of day 1 and day 2. So sometimes that's what it takes, because in my mind, Aurelia just kind of destroys Kha'Zix. I mean, a good Kha'Zix player versus a not so ideal Aurelia probably could get away with it, but at the same level, same, you know, toe to toe, I feel like Aurelia has that upper hand in that matchup. So I don't know why there's so many Kha'Zix currently being the 6th or 7th most represented deck. What do you think it is about Kha'Zix? Is she always just kind of just strong? Has Watcher, has Falling Stars, sometimes Singularity? Is that enough sometimes?
I think for Kai'Sa, she's just, in brackets, the best spell-slinging blue and red deck. I like Jhin. I played Jhin. I think Jin's a really interesting take on that style, because it's all about spending your runes and getting them back later. But with Kai'Sa, she has that inbuilt tap me to reduce the power cost by 1. She has a lot of spells that are like, you said Fallen Stars, you know, do 6 damage over 2 targets, or just do it all on 1 target. You've got the Hextech Ray,
yeah,
Void, which you don't really see too often. They may play as 1 over 2 of now. They don't really play their own signature because Deflect will be the end of you. singularities. You said watches coming down make it very easy for you to sort of walk in and do stuff, especially now with access to Abandoned Hall, which means you can just pump that watch if you get some cheap spells. Stupefy is a great card still. Some are now taking in the Jin card to get the double draw for 4. Some people are playing the, I say Progress Day, I think it is 4 for 1 power, so it's just a 4-cost draw 4. No, is that one? No, 6 1 power, draw 4, so that's really easy in this one. People are still playing the Forerunner, which is an absolutely undercosted card, 6
Right.
power for 12 overall. Obviously, you kind of want to start that out during your match against LeBlanc. But then again, still has a really good time until LeBlanc. If they side in Smite, you just Smite Sync on your opponent's turn, just cost you 2. Bye-bye LeBlanc, she's not doing anything anymore. They sometimes play the Jin card, which is the deal 3 damage to anything can make a gold. So that's really good for backline hate. So overall, she's got some good tools right now, some extra tools coming in from Unleashed, and it's just a hell of a card. And also, kind of the last time if you want to be going for the best ofs for these champions, as it was a set 1 champion. So you do need to get in there and get these cards where you can. As of July, that's it. They wrote it out, especially and with the Proving Ground one. So everyone is fighting for the best of Yi, the best of, try who's on the list here currently, Kaisers, Victors, Aries, MFs, Leonas, Volibears, Luxes.
All of set 1, really.
All the set 1 stuff. Annie, just trying to who's left here. Sets, Jinxes,
Yasuo's,
Darius's, Teemo's, Mr. Blind Monk himself, and Garen's. These are all basically last time you get best stuff. I think there's a big event for China in July, and is there one more regular regional as well for China?
Next weekend, funny enough, so they don't overlap truly with Utrecht, but they basically overlap because this one's going to start like 6 hours before Utrecht, but it's not going to end 6 hours after that. So they're going to vaguely overlap. But yeah, there's actually the final and 4th regional for Chinese Unleashed regionals next weekend. I don't know whose job of lining up these regionals at the same time is, but they need to kind of get it together for set 4, hopefully, because I don't want to see these regionals kind of line up on each other's dates, because then it kind of gives people, like, next weekend, if we don't cover China, it's not going to exist, in my opinion. Hopefully someone out there covers it so we're able to catch it, but I feel like sometimes it kind of gets overshadowed by the bigger events, because, you know, that's where all the names that we are familiar with are, because Prismat's going to be there, Alan's going to be there, all the Challenger boys, all the new tech, the Secret Sauce boys are going to be there, boys and girls, right? It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time, so we'll see what we cover. But real quick before I take this data spread away, and real quick though, Lodi, what's going on? 8 hours deep, hanging in there, Lodi. But real quick, chat, a trend I want to bring to your guys' attention. Maybe you guys would be excited to hear. I know I'm a little bit excited myself to hear. Is a bit of the continuing downtrend of Aurora. In the first Chinese regional over in China, there was 3 Aurora players that topped 8. It was a Poppy, 2 Sivers. In the second regional for China, for the set 3 in China, there was only a single Sivir that topped 8. And what I'm getting at is that usually Sivir / MF, specifically Sivir, is way higher up. At least she was 17, but if you guys look at the data spread from last week or 2 weekends ago, Sivir was in 6th or 7th to 8th place last weekend. I keep saying last weekend, but last Chinese regional. But she's fallen all the way down to just the 12th spot. I think that might be a continued downtrend. Will this be the first top 8 to have 0 Auroras in top 8? What are we thinking, Agito?
Quick look at the list. 23 Fioras, but again, Fiora doesn't have to be that list. It could just be the Hook variant. It could just be the Mighty variant. MF at 17 and Sivir at 17. There's a good chance we'll see one get through. Maybe to day 2, maybe 2 to day through. But again, people are aware of this now. Green has access to the Adaptatrons. Don't say anything to anyone. Purple has access
We're
to
in the region.
Factory Recall, acceptable losses. Blue has access to Fade. Red has access to Thermal Beam and Detonate. So there's so much gear hate in the format that could be there. So many things with equipment coming in that makes more sense to have more gear hate as well. So overall, Aurora's having a harder time this set than they did last set, and last set it wasn't exactly the best deck in the format. So it is there for this, but at the same time, Elder Dragon's a card, and it's a scary
Right.
card.
You're so right, Gito. Who are we kidding? I think there's going to be inevitably one minimum Elder Dragon / the Dazzling Aurora deck to squeeze into top 8. At the minimum, we're going to see a good amount of them in day 2. Maybe a good amount of them is a stretch, but at least a handful, right? A handful of Dazzling Aurora decks. That one of those handfuls might make it as far as top 8. Because, I mean, in the right hands, like we saw from Ali Ansari. And I know, should he change his name, chat? Do you guys know who I'm talking about when I say Ali? What's his name on stream? Swag YOLO 420.
Swag YOLO.
The casters were having a blast. They were having a ball saying his name over and over again.
Swagiola. I love Swagiola.
Yeah, Swag YOLO 420. I think he has that name because he's well known in the MTG space. So he's kind of not, or he's well known in general as a content creator. So he doesn't want to kind of give his opponent any kind of notice ahead of time saying that he's playing against Ali. And yeah, BMU, Swag, oh yeah, Swag Yellow 420, yeah, apparently. I think that was the full name.
It's just so you answer the question yourself. Swag YOLO 420? Yeah.
Yeah, right, answering the question. But in the hands of someone like him, definitely top 8. I don't know what he does different. I mean, I kind of see what he's done differently. Is the thing that separates the best Aurora players from just your average Aurora players is the plays you make when you don't hit Aurora, right? I feel like Ali is one of the best, if not the best player to play a game without Dazzling Aurora. He's just able to find the lines that a lot of people don't seem so obvious to them, right? So I do respect him for that, because a lot of people say it's a brainless deck, but when you don't have Aurora, what do you do, right? And Ali gives you those answers of what to do. But chat, I think there's still about 10 to 20 tables still left. So since there's just a final round left for Swiss, let's go ahead and take a short little break. I'll throw it over to that Ari matchup. I believe there is still someone in chat that wanted to see the result of the Ari matchup. So I'll throw it over to the Ari matchup. And me and Nagita would take a little bit of a step back. Maybe we'll come back earlier before everything, because it's going to be the last time we come back together. Because Aguito's not joining us tomorrow. So we'll take advantage of Aguito actually having the time today to be on stream with us. So we'll be back, chat. We'll be back. And hopefully sooner than later, we get the final round for today's day 1. Be right back, guys.
See you soon. Mwah.
And then try and buff it up with the punch first. As for Nirvana, the Ari player, yeah, he just needs to keep adding body. He just needs to make this as expensive as humanly possible.
Wait, did he not
Okay.
use the floating power?
Hold on a second.
That is how that
He
works,
stacked
right?
it.
Like,
Yes, I think he forgot about floating power.
oh yeah, look, he's like, he grabbed
Yeah,
the
he's
bomb
like,
and
wait,
the
hold
burn deck there. He's like, no, shoot. Okay, well,
Yeah,
it
and with-
happens. It happens.
Okay, he's gonna hide a card with it, so
yeah,
that's gonna be fine.
yeah. That's a funny one, but I don't think it'll make too much of a difference here. We have Sona restanding everything, and you do have to play into 5 runes plus a fairly big hold there.
Yeah, that's the scary part too. And again, no tank. So you're kind of drawing aggro into the Ari, and you're also saying that, well, I'm betting that you don't have Rengar, or if you do, I'm gonna force you to use it this turn. And how many Rengars are you gonna hit? As you can see in hand, no Rengar. I believe that is that a Pike?
Yeah,
Alt
that's a
art, I think.
Yeah, he's gonna play it here. So paying the optional cost, we'll let it come in ready with +2. So it is essentially an accelerate, and then Rengar going to make it into a 5 might. Probably gonna just throw it into the battlefield.
I couldn't quite catch if he had another sort of ambush card in hand to back this up. No, it looks like with by playing Noxus Hopeful, that tells us that it's just the punch first that you're looking for. Potentially to do more damage. No, actually you have to, because of the -1, so everything is above it, and it'll have to be a punch first to get it up to, what is that, a grand total of 8? So you could kill Sona and Ari potentially.
I feel like if I'm Rengar, I'm just passing priority and saying, if this goes through, I kill the Ari, which is fine because then the points are still, it's not snowballing too hard. And if my opponent tries to buff up their stuff, then I can commit the punch first and then go for like a big yeah. So now I think you commit the punch first.
Well, the scary part is, what do you draw off the discipline? Imagine it's another back off, right? He's got enough mana to do it. Oh, another discipline.
That's a good one. Oof.
Okay, so Pike now is up to, where's he at? 6, 5, 10 might? So he'll be able to kill something. The question is what he actually wants to kind of go for, because Ari is now at a 6. He could go for Ari Sona, or he could go for Sentinel Sona. If they buff up if he buffs up Sona, then there's only one, like, you can only take out one thing at this point. That's the Pike.
Mm-hmm. There's the hidden as well.
True. There's the hidden.
What?
That was the Emperor's Divide. So he could pull everything back if he wants to. Give that point over to Rengar.
It wasn't a call. It's the divide.
It was the Emperor's Divide, right? Or
Okay. No, I believe. Oh yeah, because you can't hide the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Emperor's Divide. Yeah.
So you're right. So you do just pull it back here, and you can pull everything back, right? Everything at the battlefield. Oh, okay. That's fair too. It says I'm just gonna save my Sona and.
So he's just gonna let them trade? Oh no, it'll be 6 and 6 right now. Sorry. So he's just forcing only one of them to die at this point.
Yeah.
Unless Rengar's all tapped out at this point. Interesting choice.
I'm sure I'm missing something because I feel like you just play the discipline there, right? Oh wait, was he too big? I didn't catch how many counters were on him because he got 5. What? So 5 from punch first, plus
and then
3.
he had,
So 8, 9. Oh, it was 10, right? Yeah. So he could not have saved the. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yep.
So Nidoey is now at a 4 on the Ravenbloom Conservatory. So I actually kind of like the call from the Brana. I think it's what he's kind of trying to do is just save the discipline for a potential pump on the next turn. Either as a defensive pump or offensive pump. Either way, you can make something happen. And Rengar is completely tapped out at this point. So the Brana can actually go to 6 by conquering on the Ravenbloom, put the Rengar in a really awkward position where you've got to swing up on both sides. And I'll find something one way or the other. The question is more just how he wants to go about doing this.
Yeah, Rengar has barely any runes left. We're only at 3. It does have a fair amount of units, so maybe you can just say, I'm just going to save these for challenges and stuff. And wow, that is a card.
Set one Eager Apprentice. Yeah, when it's at battlefields, energy costs get reduced by 1. So it helps you kind of pump up more spells. And I actually find it very interesting that, I thought he was going to try and Star Spring the blue Sentinel back and then maybe swing out the other side or something. But instead, no, he's just playing it there. And it looks like he used the Desert's Call. He's going to make 2 Sand Soldiers. Do we just hyperstack the Star Spring? I mean, there is a Noxus Hopeful and a Rengar on the other side. The Rengar will be swinging with the Assault 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could just hold them in base. Yeah, so it does opt to hold them in base. Get the Sona. And it's still pretty scary to swing into this.
Yes. I mean, it should be a 9 swinging, but because of the Ari, if Noxus and Rengar go up together, it's only a 7 at this point. And we got to keep in mind the shield 2 of Blue Sentinel as well means that the defending total might is like 13 might, plus the discipline he has in hand. And again, as the Rengar, you've got to be assuming that there's some sort of combat trick. You don't know what it is, but something's there.
Yep, absolutely. Thankfully, not on even points though. So Rengar is pretty safe here for one more turn. If they do choose to try and play it a little bit slower and develop for a turn, I can't imagine that's the play though, because the longer you wait, the more stuff just gets thrown on that battlefield. It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely. He's thinking about what he has options wise. He's only got 3 mana up, but that's enough for most of the ambush cards.
Yeah.
Don't know what he still has left in his hand right now.
All right, so swinging in for it is going to be 5 on the Rengar and 5 on the Hopeful. So swing in for 10 face value, and then I think I saw a Nidalee in hand. I want to say.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the ambush card I was thinking of. Wait, so actually Rengar's swinging in with 6 right now because he got the +1 from the Legend when Pit Rookie was played. So that'll be 11, so down to 9 currently. And then, yeah.
Isn't it? Well, doesn't he have okay, am I doing the math wrong? I thought it was Assault 2 and then +1 and then -1 for Ari.
Yeah, so that's 5 on the Rengar and 4 on
yes.
the Noxus Hopeful total right now. So
Makes
9
sense,
total.
makes sense.
So using the Discipline early to pump up the Sona.
Okay. So, he has the Rengar too.
both.
Actually, the
Yeah.
Rengar. Does this just cleanly beat? I think it does, right?
14. Yeah, it gets up to 14. Yeah, that should be just one. No, it's not enough because of the Discipline, I think. Hold up.
15, right?
Gotta
Because
love
you get
that.
another +1 for the Rengar leader.
But then you get -1 from the Ari. I hate the Ari
Oh.
Legend because of the constant like
Well,
+1, -1s that you gotta keep
This
doing.
is true. This is true. You make a good point.
If he's short one, I think he's short one.
Oh, that would be quite unfortunate.
Oh, they're also trying to ascertain the math here. Yeah, I think the Rengar miscalculated. He's
Oh,
looking very concerned all of a sudden.
Oh, did he maybe forget that Sentinel had shield?
Think so. Yeah, the shield too. So Igor Apprentice will survive after that, all that madness.
I mean, I guess you could go for this and say like you won't have units. I mean, the Ari deck doesn't play an insane amount of units. It seems pretty crazy thing to hope for at this point, but
Yeah. Especially when you do see the 2 Sand Soldiers back at base as well. It does get
yeah,
worrisome
absolutely.
to say the least. Yeah, I think the Rengar player knows he shafted. Usually, it's towards the end of the game. Usually, when we see the player know that they're kind of cooked, then they start checking and looking through to perhaps learn what is in the deck for next game. Double Thousand-Tailed Watchers as well.
Yeah.
Blue Sentinel. Yeah, this is really it's definitely not an easy position for this Rengar to have to play through. The good news for Rengar is he should be able to conquer at least one side. The bad news is it might not matter because this Ari should be at a 7 and just needs to hold one of the 2 battlefields.
Yeah, I don't even. No, I guess you could go for the hold. I was gonna say because you have double 1,000 tail, I wouldn't even hate just playing a 1,000 tail here, retreating, pushing the Sand Soldier up, so I'm at 7, and then just saying I'm gonna push with 1,000 tail next turn, as Rengar should not be able to hold like multiple 1,000 tails, but this works too. Just gonna develop a bunch of little units. This is actually better. Yeah, this is more might. This is 8 might instead of 7 might. So yep, definitely works.
Yeah, same concept, which is just save the 1,000 tilt for next turn, and you're just everything off. Yeah, the thing with Ari players a lot of times because they're so hold pilled by the time they're, when you play a lot of Ari, it's all about holding and defending. That a lot of times they will try and go for that hold instead.
Yeah. So used to one game, you got to be flexible.
Yeah, exactly. And especially into a Rengar, because the math you got to do with Rengar is that there is assault potentially when they're attacking. So if you can get them to defend instead, it's actually much easier to take over them. So I like the call here from Nirvana, from the Ari player. And yeah, I expect to just see 1,000 tails with the 8 runes or 9 runes that he's got. 8 runes exactly? Yeah, 8 runes. No, he did get 9k. Yeah, just swing in. There's no real good answer from Rengar. Was it 2 cards in hand from Rengar? 3 cards in hand?
I guess the only thing to be careful of is, I guess, like 3-drop Accelerate plus Thrill. Or sorry, 3-drop Ambush plus Thrill. And if they like attack incorrectly.
Sure.
But it's like a pretty high ask,
Yeah.
to say the least.
Oh, they did hit Thrill.
Okay. There's
Look at that.
I mean, it still seems very unlikely, but
He doesn't have enough mana. Okay, because I was thinking like if he has like the orange Rengar or something, right? You could drop that. 6 might plus 1 from the entry because you're defending. It's straight up 7 might, and because it comes after a potential 1,000 tail drop, like you'd be fine. But yeah, right now I like the way he's playing. It's not the immediate 1,000 tail drop. He didn't immediately try and reduce might. He's actually trying to bait things out first, burn the runes, so that when 1,000 tail swings later, he doesn't have to worry about fresh units being dropped with more might.
I mean, this will get a lot more value of the 1,000 tails for sure. He's committed these accelerate units, and now he hits 2 units with the Watcher.
Yeah, and you know that, well, what options do you have, right? If you use Throw of the Hunt, you only have 1 mana up, which at worst would just be a punch first. So, yeah, that's why I really love this. And now your Sand Soldiers are also big enough to conquer these. So you just send your Sand Soldiers in to probe to see, okay, what is your combat trick? What options do you have here?
Yep. Yeah, I don't see a way this wins.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to hope for the punch first, I guess, off the top of the Raven Bloom Conservatory. Not able to find it. Thrill of the Hunt, however, does work. So it'll come back in 5 this time because of the Rengar.
Yeah, because like even if you do hit a wait, so if you hit a punch first, oh, that's a sabotage.
Yeah, if you hit a punch first, you can get that up to a 10. But it doesn't matter because you send a Sand Soldier on to the other side, and then you just swing everything else onto.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is like the same thing as the previous game, right? Like, it's
they just don't surrender.
Okay, so putting on your opponent to misplay, which is it could happen.
It could.
It could happen. We'll see if he does opt to play around a punch first.
Yep, okay. There you go. Okay, to be fair, yeah, I think the Rengar was just hoping for a potential sort of misplay. But the problem is he didn't have punchers in his hand. We saw his hand. So if you I guess he just wants to kind of psych out the Ari player. Sure. I personally don't know if there is a psychological advantage to that. Like when you actually just didn't have it in hand, you're delaying for a couple more seconds. I also don't think it's particularly detrimental. Like,
what are you putting in for Rengar? What's your side deck looking like right now?
I mean, I think just the Valmol pump spells is kind of good enough already. I don't think you're changing that much out from your sideboard from what's already in there pretty much. Because you've got your disciplines, you've got your on guards, which you're probably running as well. Those are big spells to kind of handle most of the things that are coming in. Maybe you put a couple more back-offs because if you don't already have a bunch of them in there, specifically to deal with the likes of the punch first. Because that's really the main thing you're concerned about is just punch first.
Yep. I think that makes a lot of sense. And we did see a cool card that we did catch at the end of the last game there is a Confront in the Rengar's hand. And I like this card a lot in the deck. It does make all these units into kind of, it makes them into pseudo accelerates for the cost of 2 extra energy.
Yep.
And it means that if they are an accelerate unit, well, you don't have to pay that extra power cost. You don't have to pay it for the pike or the any of the units, which is kind of nice. And this really hasn't seen a lot of play outside of like set 1 Yi lists maybe. So, and sometimes these Aurora lists that just use it as like a draw one. Pretty cool to see it actually in a...
Yeah, I think it's very mana efficient, and especially for an ambush deck like this, because like we said, besides the orange Rengar, all your other ambushes actually need an attack to swing up. Oh, here we go. Here we go again. He missed the Arena's Greatest trigger.
No.
I love how like even the scoreboard on the stream like started at 1-1, and then I feel like we see this almost every single China stream. It's like somebody misses the Arena's Greatest. We were just talking about how Ari needs to find a way to get ahead. Yeah. The Rengar just gift wrapped it and served on a silver platter.
Oh my gosh, man. That's ridiculous. And especially when it's your Arena's Greatest.
Yeah.
You can see he is not happy.
All right, guys, we have returned from a little bit of a break. I believe there's still actually, there should be 0 tables remaining. Let me double check on the side. Yeah, so I think it's just a classic 5 to 10 minute break before we get things started with the final round of the day. But it is me, if you guys are just joining in, with Alguito swiftly to kind of end off today's day one Swiss rounds. And I'm excited. One more round remaining. We saw some great matches today, but I feel like hopefully they saved the best for last. What would be the best way to kind of end off the day for you, Alguito?
War crimes. No, no, no. So, what have we seen today? Just something different, maybe.
Yeah, I'm feeling
we've
like a
seen
Timo
a-
would be fun watch. I feel like Timo, we haven't seen it all tournament long. We haven't seen any Timos, but I'm willing to bet they're gonna give us someone on the bubble. So hopefully it's not just something as straightforward as Master Yi, Diana, or Aurelia. Hopefully there's like a Raingard, X1 Raingard. Hopefully, we'll see.
As we said earlier, a Rengar, a Kha'Zix would be cool. Maybe a Pike. Pike's doing some things here and there. We see much blue today besides Diana. Maybe get something else. Maybe a Lilia on the bubble. I'm sure one could be
That could be
6 and
cool.
1 or 5 and 2 going into this.
I like it. And before I ask you a question, Aguito, I know you had a question you want to throw over to chat if you want to ask them now. I actually don't know what it is.
So- No. So, in the next set, we have Vengeance or Vendetta. And in Vendetta, we have 9 legends. Now, currently, we know 7 of those 9 legends. And we think they're rival cards, right? So, rivals are normally between 2 people. But what we've seen so far is we've got 3 ninjas. So, you've got Shen, Akali, and Zed. We have Ambessa and Mel. And we have Rengar. We have Renekton and Nasus. If we turn that into 3 people pods, we could have Akali, Shen, and Zed as the ninjas. Have a lot of issues with each other in the story, so it makes sense that they're over there. For Malan and Bessa, we could finally find ourselves with a Jace. So that would be the 3-person squad over there, between a man, a mother, and her love. And then in the last one, with Nasus and Renekton, we could have Zareth.
Okay, are those last 3, not the last 3, but the 2 that you put into the 2 groups, the ones that haven't been confirmed at all? You're kind of just speculating that could probably be it?
Currently, we have no idea what the last 2 are, unless somebody knows Davatron and has asked them the question themselves.
Right.
Does chat think this is a possibility that instead of it's another 2 one-on-one rivalry, could we have 3 free-on rivalries? I want to see what chat thinks the last 2 could be.
Yeah, let us know, chat. I'm not too familiar with my League of Legends lore, so I don't even know the rivalries you mentioned, but I do recognize some of the names. I know Zed and Shen are going to be fun to play as legends. I feel like those guys might take, because they're on the box, right? They're on that starter deck package, so I think that they're going to be similar to how starter decks are, Vi and Vex, not the highest power level, but still good decks nonetheless. So I'm probably willing to bet they're going to be something similar like that. What were the starter decks for Spirit Force, thinking about it now? It was Rumble and Fiora. So other 2 decks, some kinds had their time under the sun. Fiora did pretty good in Spirit Forge. Rumble, not so much. So I'm wondering if that's going to keep a bit of a trend where it's not the meta defining legends, but still solid. So we'll see.
Look, BMU, I've told you before, when we get Jungle Set 2, then you can have your Fiddlesticks. We're not having Fiddlesticks.
Is Fiddlesticks Fizz, or which one's Fiddlesticks?
Fiddlesticks is the Scarecrow. That's the original demon. That's basically like the Elder Demon. And he's so ancient. It's okay, so lore fun time for people. I'm sure someone will correct me here. Fiddlesticks is so old that he's the original Fear. So he is essentially just the first ever demon manifest into what it is. And each demon has their own emotion. So Fiddlesticks is Fear. So he has a kind of like information about every single champion. So whenever he goes against you in game, he'll essentially whisper into your ear like the things that you're scared of. Fiddlesticks isn't coming to the game just yet. Give him time. He's going to be in like set 6 or 7.
Well, he's definitely like a playable character in League of Legends, right?
Yeah, he's a jungler / mid laner. He has an ult called Crowstorm that flashes it into an arena and then just does damage.
He sounds interesting. The original Fear, he's so old. I mean, they're gonna definitely throw him into Riftbound eventually. I don't know if it's gonna be in Vendetta, but I feel like we would have heard a little bit of him, Cause is he pretty big? Is he like a popular legend? I don't know why. I feel like I should recognize a name like
He's
Fiddlesticks.
not super popular, but he's a good jungler. He's had his time in the sun in the past. He's never been competitive as far as I'm aware, but he's definitely a pickable champion. He doesn't really have a counterpart though, so there's not like anyone going crazy. Someone said to me if it was Fiddlesticks, it probably was BMU, we'd have Nyla as the other one because she's currently going around trying to deal with all the demons, even though she's currently controlled by it. It's very weird. League of Legends lore is very weird at the best of times. So
I believe it.
currently
You
the
know,
only
funny
demon that
enough,
we
I
have in
just
the game-
googled it. I recognize her. Is it a guy or a girl? Because I've seen pictures that look more like she's a girl, or is she just nothing?
Fiddlesticks would be.
A,
So I
a
believe all
deity or
demons are
something.
technically non-gendered. Yeah, they're not. I
Yeah.
don't think demons are gendered. I think
I
they just take the
gotcha.
form because Evelyn can go between male and female, and Evelyn is the demon of lust.
Okay.
So Evelyn does basically just transform to whatever she thinks is more appropriate for the person that she's trying to lure in, and she wants to take their essence of lust at basically their most heightened, and then essentially scares them to death.
Nice. I actually
Just
didn't know
succubus.
that. Does she change her body as well? Because from my memory, I feel like Evelyn has more of a feminine features to her body, right? But does she just kind of
As-
shapeshift?
As far as I'm aware, in the lore, she's kind of like Mystique, so she can just kind of like take on the form that you want to
Nice.
see her as.
Okay. Cool. Evelyn seems cool. I feel like I'm excited because I think Evelyn's going to be for sure a legend in set 5. So a little bit ways
Mhm.
away, but we will get it this year. So a lot to be excited about. But as we currently are in set 3, you know, I never got a chance to ask you, what have you been playing in set 3? Or have you been finding it hard to kind of get your hands on a couple set 3 games?
I've been really lucky this set. I've rotated back into sort of my days off on Nexus Night days. It's not so bad. I've just been doing what I normally do, which is trying to find a deck that I like to play. Currently, that's Jin. Chain to
Nice.
Falls are very fun. But I was playing the Master Yi Rengar deck, which is also very fun. That Saucy K, Mr. Sasuke, was playing for us. That is a really interesting version of the build. It works most of the time, but if people realize that's the version you're playing, they kind of play around it, so it can be a bit awkward. I think I to play. But I've been doing a lot of 4-player games at the moment because I'm trying to get that to sort of pick up. And we've been playing Group Hug Ivan, which is shockingly powerful.
Group Hug Ivern, is that like a 4-player thing? What do you mean by that?
So you play the party favors. So it's like, hey, would you like to draw a card? Would you like runes? And you just ramp yourself crazy.
Wait, but in
And then-
4-player mode, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so it's you versus 3 other people. So it's basically Commander.
I
And
gotcha.
then you just basically group hug it. I'm going to try and do an Ari version so you can play both group hug and I think it's a 6-cost spell that says like everyone reveals top 5 cards of their deck and you can just play a card from it.
Is this actually a Riftbound format or is it more like a fan-made format?
So 1v1v1v1 is an official format that you can play in Riftbound.
I've seen that, yeah.
Same as like 2v2. I want to start trying to get a competitive 3v3 going, but it'll be
Oh.
a best of 1. You side before the game, so that way if you have cards for your opponent, you can obviously play against them properly. And then it's just whoever wins 2 out of 3 games is the winner of that round.
Yeah, that might get a little bit crazy, right? Because, I mean, if 4v4 or 2v2 works, I guess there's nothing stopping 3v3, but I can see why 3v3 isn't an official format as of right now, because that could get a little bit crazy. Even just having a map for like 3v3, but I see where you can have some fun with it. You know, Mr. Plus earlier today mentioned that he just got his hands on for the first time in Vancouver playing 2v2s, and he said to his surprise, he had a time of his life. He didn't expect 2v2 to be so exciting and so fun. So I probably got to try it sometime because I've yet to play anything except, you know, your traditional 1v1s, because that's pretty much where the competitive field is currently. But maybe to have some fun, I think 2v2s is where it's at.
2v2 is really good because there's quite a few decks that do synergize well together. I saw that the LeBlanc Yasuo deck was doing well, so LeBlanc goes first, they play their thing out. You then move it in with Yasuo on your turn. They get to do their reflection counter because they take a battlefield. And it's quite good. No
Okay.
5v5 formats just yet because that would be too long and we don't have enough good champions in the game because you need to play different champions.
And Notorious, are you saying there is a 5v5 or there should be? Because from my memory from reading the or looking at the rulebook, I don't remember a 5v5. I remember there was like a free-for-all, the 2v2s, obviously the 1v1s. Are you saying there should be? I'll get to, there's no 5v5, right? Or am I crazy?
Not an official format. I know that Leroy does his 5v5 where it's like countries, so you pick your 5 best players you know from that country.
Oh, I know what you're
versus
talking about, yeah.
But I don't think there's an actual 5v5 because imagine the size of that table.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I mean, the most we've seen, at least on the stream, on some of these regional streams, we did see it was like a celebrity 2v2s where they grabbed like League of Legends pro / influencers and they had them play it out. I believe that was in the very start of Spirit Forge, maybe the first ever Spirit Forge regional they did in set 2. I don't remember though, but that was kind of cool to see. But I don't think there was too much interest as yet. I think people are just so excited about just the normal, straightforward format for now. But I feel like once people have kind of done it all, I say that, but this is what new sets are about that kind of re-energize the 1v1 spirit. But eventually, I feel like playing enough 1v1s like year 2, year 3, year 4, people probably want to go ahead and dabble into the other formats, and maybe it becomes more of a supported format because I know people are interested in that.
Yeah, I know Skara, who is an old League of Legends pro, he was asking for like 2v2 decks because he was playing it, I think, as a creator in Vancouver. I saw a lot of posts over the weekend saying like, oh, I didn't get into the main, but I'm doing 2v2s. Can anyone give me some information? And there's at least 4 or 5 different combinations that work very well.
Yeah, Mr. Plus was telling me that Mastery Yasuo was a nice little tech that he versed 3 times in a row when he was out there in Vancouver. So maybe there's something to that combo. But we'll see. But chat, it looks like we are moments away for the final round of today's Day 1 Swiss rounds. Round number 7 should be very, very soon as the casters have appeared in front of our screen. And guys, take a pick, take a guess. Who do you think we're going to have as the final legends for today? I said it before. I want to see a Timo. Alguito said it. He wants to see a Kha'Zix. Let's manifest it, chat. Let's see if we get a nice little spicy matchups. Knock on wood before we get an Aurelia mirror match. Before we get a Mastery mirror for the second time today. You know, they were doing good earlier in the regional, but this third regional hasn't been the best in terms of matchups. Let's see if they can make me eat my words in this final round. Let's head over to the feature match, Alguito.
We've got some green sleeves. It's always a concern. It's going to be a green champion. Don't be an Aurelia.
Come on, and this guy on the right looks pretty familiar. I feel like we've seen him in a previous regional. But let's see. It looks like a Diana. Not too bad. I'll take a Diana over a Mastery and an Aurelia for the time being, as long as it's not a mirror match. But Diana, this seems to be one of the higher tables, so they could be undefeated / X1 on the bubble for day 2. So bubble games are always fun. Ooh, War Crimes it is, kinda, with the Lux coming into play.
Princess War Crimes. I did call her Lux, so this is my fault. Well, she's a princess. Yeah. Not really. She's a lady. Yeah, Lady Lux. So, yeah, Princess War Crimes. I did mention that we probably would get one into day 2, so this is hopefully the one, maybe, depending if this is the bubble or not. The only thing I will say is I'm not a massive fan of blue-purple at the moment because that sounds like we cast games that are just non-games to the opponent. I'm hoping that's not the case today.
Yeah, I know what you mean. They kind of steamroll their way to victory because they just have too many good and powerful cards. But on that same notion, I feel like Lux definitely has some good buffs in terms of set 3, right? They have more control this set because they have things like, you know, if things go the wrong way, they have a board wipe and Ruination these days. They also have more units that act like spells like they usually play, like Call of the Week, things like that Safety Inspector we talked about before. I'm wondering what this Vex is adding from set 3, because obviously, as we kind of are speculating, they could be a bit on the higher tables and could be X1, could be XO. We will be finding out very, very soon. But Lux doesn't feel all that bad against Diana because there is no true counters. Hard Bargain is the only counter, so Lux is most likely going to be playing every single spell, or not playing, but resolving the majority of her spells, if not all her spells. And that's where Lux kind of thrives, so we'll see.
That's it. Lux is very lucky. It's one of those, it's the old Jin. You do things at 5 or more, you get bonuses. Generally speaking, you will see the Jace variant. So you have the plundering poros, you make your gold. You got your hidden brokers, so your honest brokers. Oh, it's an echo in here. Great, because that way you spend all your stuff, kill the echo, give yourself all the runes back again to do more. So overall, I am pondering if this is going to be the gold version of Lux, but we will be seeing shortly how this plays out, and hopefully, it's not a non-starter.
Right, the echo kind of tells me that there might be something like a time warp strategy a little bit down the road in the late game. But here we are, the final round of the day. We have a Lux versus Diana in this round number 7. Game number 1 starting things off with Lux on the play. Does she have a nice little early drop? She does have that sentry, so nice little way to start things off. Can the same be said about Diana? The answer tends to always be yes, thanks to that chosen champion coming out pretty much essentially for free, but for 3, if you will. 3 free.
Free for free. We do see the combo with the... Oh, is that a Fiora in hand as well? Is a Fiora in hand. Okay.
This is
a little different. So we see the Echo combo, which is you use Echo, get it out, and you can kill it with the sacrifice. So you get your 2 draws, you get all your runes back. We're just going to move in here and get ourselves the point going first. I mean, might as well while you can. Is that the deck? Yeah.
Much rather see something like a stack deck versus the Gus. And speak of the devil, the Gus is the pickup from the stack deck, or might just be the pickup, but I wouldn't blame him on picking up something like the smoke screen just to make sure if there's any bigger threats, you're able to deal with it. But I do like the Gus pickup, so that is going to be from the stack deck, but does get the Conquer, gets the re-energy for at the end of the turn. Does he have anything to make use? And of course, 2 can play that chosen champion game. So Lux coming online. You get 2 energy at reaction speed for spells, I believe is what that champion does.
Yes, I think it spells over 5. Just a quick look at the old database. It's been a while. Proving Grounds. Lux costs 4 reaction speed, add 2. Only use this for spells. Yes, it's just 2 at any point, so that's pretty good. Having yourself the double mana dork in the back there is always pretty good, but it is on a reaction speed and you have to be untapped. So, not useful on the first turn. But we are going to spend the 1 to bring back this with Retreat, which I think is a pretty good way of doing it. Get yourself the extra cards for the following turn, and then obviously going up to 7 on your third turn is pretty good.
Yeah, I believe the essential part there is the channel 1 rune. So as you mentioned, you go up to 7, and what is he going to have access to? I believe you're 1 short of Progress Day, or actually, I believe Progress Day might be a 6 energy card. Let me double check.
And you can also use the Lux to retreat it by 2.
Yeah, so you definitely have enough. So you essentially have 9 total energy for any kind of spell shenanigans, and it is a 6. So I believe if you wanted to draw, you could use some of those runes for that. But Lux, to throw it back over to Lux, you never want to go ahead and send this Lux over to one of these battlefields, as you want to prioritize it for those runes, but uses it for the 2 energy, taps a good amount, and does go for the draw potential on this turn. So that's going to be an impressive +4, or I think it's +3, interesting enough. Or it is 4. Wait, let me double check. Yeah, +4.
So we do see the Sprite fountain there, so it's 2 for 1 power. Get that out early, get yourself 2 accelerated units over 2 turns. So it's a pretty good play right now. Get yourself either on the opposite battlefield or get rid of that Tide Turner. We do know there's a Gust in hand though, so that will be really good against this token as it just gets rid of it. But instead we're just going to play the Scout, which is also fine, because you can get yourself a Ruin on the following turn, which does make for that plays with the Echo and the Sacrifice if need be.
Right, I will say the only downside of just playing something like a Progress Day is that you don't truly progress your current board state. You're just allowing the Tide Turner to hold up to 3, Diana hold up to 2, conquer up to 3 from the Diana. So not feeling too confident about that. And to make matters worse, you're essentially tapped out. If you have another retreat, that could be a little bit of a saving grace. But if they have a signature spell like a Moonfall, it's almost a charm on steroids, right? You just charm in the Lux, you're able to deal with it. Even if it had a little bit of might, Moonfall reduces everything on the battlefield by -2. So a Moonfall could be pretty good to kind of slow down the game plan of using these spells a whole lot more efficiently than just using them by the raw runes themselves. But Hui, one of the best cards in Diana, does make their appearance. I know there's a big card, a big spell, I believe that might be online this very turn. You go up to 8, you have 2 up to 10 with the Lux. Is it time for Ruination, Agito?
I don't think it is. I think you want to get a little bit further into the game state here. I do think you can just do, as I said earlier, the Echo plan. Get your point, either run it into the Diana. Sacrifice is reaction speed. So you can just use this in case like you were going to get dealt with. Obviously, we know there's a Gusted Hands, and there is 2 runes up on the side of the Diana, so you have to be careful that with anything small. Going for a second progress day, though, because you just want to get deep and deep and deep. I mean, that's fine. We're in a good position still. Another Echo. 3 Echoes now. All right, we're going all the way deep for an Echo.
And I think I saw
another
that one card that converts all your energy, or I believe all your power to energy. So I think she is going a little bit on that time warp shenanigans, similar to what we saw Jin in the second Chinese regional a couple weeks back. So man, an abundance of cards and answers / resources. 14 total cards. It's not every day we see an entire book in someone's hand, especially this early on in the game. I guess that's just what double progress day does. In a total of 8 cards being drawn in 2 turns. It's impressive, but what can you do as a follow-up to those 8 cards? Because sometimes you have too much for your own good. You can't actually use those 14 cards.
We're going to try and get ourselves an extra draw on the following turn. When your opponent gets a point, you get to draw a card. So that's how this map works here. Would you just walk the untapped bird into the Starcross Peak, just to be able to get the extra 2 at the end of turn?
I like it. I feel like you definitely had to go ahead and put some points on the board because that point disparity is increasing 4-1 as it currently stands. I'm wondering why he didn't push the Soaring Scout. Let me read the Sump Warp maps because I'm not too familiar with that card. Reaction, of course, but temporary. Opponent scores draw 1, so it had nothing to do with your turn. I'm wondering why he didn't conquer because Soaring Scout is a bit of a sacrificial unit. You don't really mind it going down, so might as well put some points on the board while you can. I think he's trying to bait him out, saying, you know what? I'm pretending to kind of build and establish my base. Let's see if that baits him to kind of do the same. Just play out more units and not anticipate, you know, what we know is the inevitable, the Ruination coming down and kind of just obliterate every single unit on the current board. I think that was the only reason I would not push in the Soaring Scout, but those are kind of different mind games I'm not too familiar with.
Well, I think right now, we obviously know there's a giant kill spell coming at some point in the near future. They're going to get the 2 draws out of the Sump work, which is fine for them. They're obviously further down now. We've got Stupefy's in hand. We've got the 3 Echoes in hand. Essentially, we've got a good gameplay going forwards here. We've got the accelerated targets with the Sprite Fountain, which is something you can use later game if you really need to, just to try and get those last couple of points. But again, you don't really want to like destroy your whole board here because it kills all units with the Ruination, and obviously that Lux is a very potent card still.
Right. You know,
But
chat
right now,
brings
you
up
kind
a
of-
really good point. Of course, if you have something like a Grand Strategian or Imperial Decree to take advantage of these little guys, that would be an excellent reason to go ahead and withdraw or withhold from conquering on that position. Let's see, out of the massive 15 cards in hand, what exactly has in mind, because that's literally 25 or more, or how much percent of the deck? 15 divided by 40. You guys at home do the math, but he definitely has what seems like a mini deck currently in hand. This is sometimes where you have so much options, is like analysis paralysis, where you can't really make a play because you have too many options ahead of you. But let's see, this guy is X1 on the bubble for day 2. Can they get it done? Because they definitely have the cards. I mean, if they were looking for cards, they're in the hand currently.
Yeah, like our chat said, maybe it could be a case of a grand stratagem just haven't drawn into it yet, and that sucks. Or it could be a sideboard card for the next game, maybe. Do you just attempt to walk in here, try and get your point go to 2 with the bird? Maybe here, get the Soaring Scout going in early, just try and do something. We know, again, there is a Gust in hand just to push that back, but they've only got the one, I believe, and is currently the top card in their hand. Echo can just go and walk in and take over the high turn if they really want to. So you can just build a backboard if that's what you want to do, but at the same time, Ruination is going to be really good if they do wipe your board.
Yeah, and of course, I was mentioning using the Ruinations a bit sooner than later because you're kind of getting steamroll as it stands. If you don't use Ruination, that's going to be a potential tie turner holding up to 6, then Hui conquering up to 7. That's just one more point away from Diana getting this game 1 victory, but plays the Yordo just to continue on the draw game plan. Is he going to lose with a book in hand? That's going to be interesting to see, but gets 2 energy floating for any spell available. Has, I believe, 2, 4, 6, 7 runes. Actually, the UI says it for us. So 7 plus the 2, 9 runes. That's enough for a Ruination as it stands, but it's going to be a little expensive on the power department, but it might be worthwhile. But goes for the Stupefy for the time being. He has no indication of letting this Ruination go this turn. I think he's just going for a little bit of a different approach, which I'm very curious to find out because I feel like you just had to do it. I know you lose your Lux, but there's just too much board presence on the other side, I would imagine.
Do we go? Do we have 6 up currently? We do have 6 up currently. We could just go all in on the extra 4 cards if we get over half that deck drawn. Are they really just looking for the grand strategy? Is that actually what they're trying to do currently?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he does have that gear in hand. I believe it's called the Hex Tech Anomaly, where you do pay any amount of power, convert that to energy, unless that was a different gear I saw in hand. But Stupefy continuing on the draw, the remaining of the deck game plan. I like the show your strength. Or not show your strength. There's the one where you play it. Everything that enters this turn gets
Rally the Troops.
Rally the Troops. You're so right. Rally the Troops is a good card, which feels like she is running something like Vanguard Armory to get 1+ buff on every one of those recruits. But just establishing a bit more board presence. Forge the Fluff getting 1 recruit online has the potential to take future cards like Starcross from the discard away from Diana, but not doing too much to defend. So that's going to be pretty certain that Diana goes up to 7 next turn. 7-1. There's only a few times I've seen an incredible comeback from 7-1 deficit. I don't know if Lux has it, but we'll see. I mean, can we truly count out a legend with 13 cards remaining in hand?
So normally when you see a deficit of 1 to 7, it's normally in a dazzling deck. And they just drop the big thing and all of a sudden it's just game over for the opponent. Right here, right now, though, it seems very strange that they just aren't really putting forward a game plan. But again, they've got so much on the field now, they can't really Ruination because it kind of ruins their own game plan. We do have a temporary on that, which is fine.
You know, it almost goes back to the idea of trying to let your opponent be like, okay, if there's so many units on your opponent's side, he doesn't want a Ruination. Let's go ahead and build some more board presence. But at this current board state, I don't think you necessarily have to overextend at all. If you know you're playing against a Lux, you have some kind of idea that they do have access to things like Ruination. And this is a well-experienced player, right? He's X1 in today's regional, so he's been around the block. He's versed some couple decks, probably played a couple Luxes in the past. Oh, and even has a hard bargain for the potential Ruination. This Diana looks to have it all but locked in. I don't see it any other way unless this Lux is cooking. Something in his head, he's saying he's feeling confident. He still feels composed. I'm super excited to see what this Lux has in mind, because if they're playing some 4D chess currently, I'm not seeing it as it stands, but I'm super happy to be proven wrong going forward.
I say they go to 12 next turn, Ruination's 9, Lux's ability to make it 7. You have 5 up still to do it if you wanted to. You don't have it anymore, fortunately. 3 into 0, I think, because Lux is a 2 mites unit, I think.
Yeah, it is -2, so just down to 0, so doesn't do anything. But you do. This is tricky because now I feel like you're just forced to Ruination, but that's gonna be your entire turn. So the same situation you're gonna find yourself in, where Diana just goes ahead and plays out some more units. Because Diana, interesting enough, she's not too far behind. Double Progress Day, triple Stupefy, but it's 9 cards in hand for Diana. So she's honestly not feeling there's not big difference between both of these players in terms of card advantage. So let's see, Aguito. This is the turn that we've been waiting for. What has he kind of been striving towards this entire game number one. Is he a little bit dizzy with the amount of cards in hand? Or is there a method to this Luxus player's madness? As we've seen, he has been super reluctant to score any points, even though he had the ability to do so at least 2 turns in a row.
This is very confusing now because you don't have any runes to bring back, so it's 1 into 5.
Oh, they're going for some Hextech plays, but I don't see what you do for that. I mean, Hextech into Accelerated Echo, untap your entire board, or untap your entire rune deck. He's going for
There
Echo
goes the,
currently, but doesn't accelerate it, it looks like.
Nothing. No, you're right. It's not currently accelerating. Okay. You do have a sacrifice in hand, so you get the 2 draw because it's a 5 or more.
Oh, sacrifice resolves before the death nail, so I'm pretty sure you get the 2 channeled energy, and then you ready the 2 channel energy. Wait a second, Aguito. He's cooking. He's cooking. Can he make use of the full rune deck? 12 runes readied on this turn. Let's see what he has in mind. I mean, at this point, it takes a little bit more than a time warp shenanigans as well. I'm not seeing it, but he has a vision. He is only 1 loss on the day. He's been doing this all day. So let's see exactly what he's going to be putting down on the table. I'm excited for this turn.
Gotta do something. Obviously, there's another Echo in hand as well. There's 2 more Echoes in hand, actually. So if you accelerate the next one and then just walk it into the way and then just die and do it all over again, right?
Yeah, it seems to be the case, but you do have to take into account there's 9 cards in Diana's hand. More likely than that, she has some combat tricks of her own. Eclipses, Moonfalls, Stupefies at the minimum are interactions as well. So it's not as easy as just slamming a unit into these battlefields to try to put some points on the board. But running out of cards, you know, it's not every day you count your cards in deck. It looks like she's been drawing a little bit too much. And separating some cards in the discard pile.
With the I'm gonna say the bear-looking man card. That's the gear. If you kill the gear, you can recycle cards, which is probably what they're thinking of. Like, can I recycle these cards into the deck to keep the deck going a little bit longer?
Yeah, the future Forge of the Future.
Oh, Forge of the Future, that one there. So I'm just thinking maybe they're just gonna try and get it more in there, get more units in there. Echo again for 5 and 1. Go back over there. Do we have access to a second? We do have access to a second sacrifice. Tap everything again, right? So we just have all these extra runes.
Yeah, so you're going to flow at least 10 runes right now. So you tap everything before the Death Knell triggers. So you're floating 10 runes, or energy, I should say. Energy and power. Actually, no, what I'm talking about. They don't get recycled. So you're floating 10 energy. Restand everything, so you have access to an insane amount of energy currently. Floats 1. Wait a second. Okay, this is the most interesting turn. I'm just gonna go ahead and sit back and witness exactly what he has in mind. But Forge of Future to push some cards back in the deck so that he doesn't deck out. But my question is the same question I've had all series long: is how is he gonna close the gap when you're 7-1? Riftbound is only 1 there. I mean, there's a couple win conditions besides just putting points on the board, but not too many conditions that I can see from this position. You still have to get from 1 to 8 probably this turn, which is unrealistic. More likely you have to get rid of your opponent's units and then go from there. So that's the game plan. Can they execute?
With 21 ruins, I'd hope so. They've got 2, 4, they've got what, 9, 10 cards left in deck. Progress stays in hand, so they can get 4 more cards in. They must be looking for, like someone said, the Grand Stratagem or something else. Echoes here again. We're going to go up to like 30 ruins and tapped in a second. Got the other sacrifice in hand, sacrifice again.
Oh my goodness. Agito, he is locked in. We might be in store for some kind of a pseudo infinite loop on our hands. Who would have thought? Echo into sacrifice to just generate an absurd amount of energy how much energy. They should put it on the indicator. That's 639 plus 5, 14. Make that 16. So up to 15 total energy floating, and then you get everything back. So that's the 12 plus the 16. Man, we're getting into uncharted territory for Riftbound. I have never seen this, but as I said before, I am here for it. This is an awesome way to close out today's show.
That's it. Was it the last card in the deck? Do we have to get there? Can we go? We've got Stupefy still. We can draw more power. Keep going, keep going, keep going. What is the card that you'd need, sir? Tell us. Show us.
Oh, don't tell me he's going to
Probably was
progress
right.
date, because realistically, Agito, what card doesn't he have in hand? Do you really have a 1-up that's just sitting there second to the last card in deck? What are you searching for, sir? I am so confused, but so intrigued at the same time.
Is this when you realise it's actually in the sideboard? You're like, you know what? Maybe I don't have that card.
Oh, you know,
I
I
think
just
we have
realized
to
he put actually the echoes always get recycled due to their ability, right? They say recycle me if you die. I thought it was banish me, but apparently it is recycle, as there is. They did get back, and it looks like the Forge of the Future cards he put back are coming into play, but now rally the troops, so everything he plays comes in with an additional buff, but that doesn't mean they come in at accelerated speed. But echoes come in at accelerated speed. I'm just not seeing the bigger vision.
So Echo is going to be bigger than either playing field right now. So you'll be 6 into 5 and then 6 into 5 again. So if you play both of them out with the buff, you are bigger. You still have access to Stupefy, so they're smaller anyway, so you have to buff them.
He's going to burn out Agito. Just one card remaining. Obviously, he has some kind of idea what he's doing. He wants to go down with a single card. If there was a win condition where like you draw the last card in deck, but separating the discard pile one more time, he probably has another Future of the Forge or Forge of the Future in hand, which we are seeing it there. I mean, whatever he's running in the deck, he has, right? 30 plus cards in hand, or realistically 18 cards in hand.
We have physically seen everything right now.
Everything.
Because we've now gone so far that we've seen the echoes that were recycled. We know there's 2 currently in hand. So that means the next 1 or 2 cards should be the 3rd echo. Is the game plan just echo everything? Forever. Forever, ever.
Yeah, just to keep generating enough things. But keep in mind, someone in chat did point out there is a Fiora worthy where you go ahead and spend a single order rune. And this isn't just limited to once per turn, but if you go ahead and cross that threshold of mighty, which is 5 energy or 5 might, you're able to ready it, so you do have some potential of accelerated units. I'm just not seeing how you're passing that 5 might threshold without any pumps in the deck. We've seen Stupefies, but yellow isn't really known for any might interactions if you don't have things like equipments. So that's something I'm not really understanding about the Fiora currently in the deck. But Forge of the Fluff putting 3 cards back, and this is quite literally more degenerate. If it works, Agito. I mean, I don't think he would be doing all this if he didn't have an end goal in mind. If he's just janking our legs here, I'm gonna be so disappointed. But it was fun to see him kind of do something here.
The opponent who just has like no interactions, like, I just don't believe this. I honestly think that this might be one of those decks where you win the first game and you spend 45 minutes playing the second game and your opponent can't win.
Yeah, honestly, I'm thoroughly confused. As I said before, he keeps repeating the same thing, but it comes down to the same question we've been asking all game long. How are you, A, taking care of your opponent's board state currently? I mean, Ruination is a way to do that.
Got it.
But then B, how are you putting points on the board?
My brain thinks really what you should have done is you should have played Rally the Troops earlier, and then you can just keep recycling it to just spam out every single... Because currently what they're doing is they're just making an absolute infinite amount of tokens.
Oh, I see. With Future of the Forge, let me go ahead and bring up that card for the folks at home. He is kind of doing an infinite loop. Rally the troops, so every one of those recruits enters with a 1/1 buff. So the recruits are going to be swinging for 2, and then when everything's said and done, he's going to time warp and then potentially repeat it all over again, or at the minimum use those recruits that are now 2/2 recruits to send everything in. And Diana might not have enough, but you know, the only detriment right now, or the only hindrance, I should say, to this game plan, as we have 35 minutes left on the clock. This is a strategy that's going to take an entire hour to execute, which maybe Lux doesn't mind getting a draw, but is this some potential for not slow playing, but I would call a judge here. If there's anything I could do, this is just, you've taken maybe 15 minutes on your turn alone. This is crazier than Miracle. This is Miracle on steroids.
I'm going to say, in the nicest possible way, as much as I'd love to call a judge and go, Judge, he's stalling for time, the opponent has not stopped playing cards. So he's doing everything in his power to do this play. And he's not slow played. He's doing everything constantly. So, yeah, I think you just play ready the troops early and then get everything buffed. And then, as I said, then you play it again so more things come in with more buffs. No, it doesn't work that way. We only get one buff. How do we use Fiora properly here? We don't.
Yeah, I mean, with the lack of equipment,
No,
I don't think you're using that Fiora too much. And I think it was he's kind of hoping that his opponent kind of rage quits. But here's some accelerated units. The Sprite Burst comes down. That's enough to take care of the Hui at hand without taking into account any combat interactions. The Flash comes down, so 2 units potentially able to bring him back. Tide Turner and Hui are the chosen targets. So just leaving the Diana a little bit exposed. And did he already utilize all the floating energy, Agito? I saw the dice move, but I didn't see him use too many other cards, I'm guessing.
I think he has, but I'm just wondering if it's a case of you do this, and then you now recycle the Fountain, or the Sprite Burst that he's got there, so you just keep making infinite amount of Sprite tokens, all coming accelerated.
Very true. Sprite Burst might be a way to do that as well. Keep in mind, those Sprite Bursts came in as 4/4 bodies because of the rally of the troops this turn. But here we go. Fiora Worthy might have been the glue to all this, might have been the glue to the game plan, and see what can they get done. But they're separating the discard pile again, or is that their hand? I am thoroughly confused for this game. You know, this is the messiest, dizziest game I've ever seen a Riftbound. But it might just be me, or maybe you guys at home feeling very similar, as there's just 2 cards left in the deck, it looks like. Where does he take it from here? It looks very similar to what we've seen before. Echo into Sacrifice. Oh,
I've got it. Yep.
I see.
He comes in at 4, gets a buff, goes to 5, can Fiora it for 1, make it readied, pop it, put it back in the deck. Yep, there you go. That's the infinite loop. You get this now. It's buffed. You can now spend the cost to go up a point. Yep. He's like, no, I'm wasting more time. We're gonna go.
Wait, so was it all off the back a time warp? Is that how the Renata wins? Is it infinite time warp strategy and the Renata gain 1, gain 1, gain 1?
No, so there's no time warp in this. Basically, you just get to the point where you can have infinite resources. You buff the Renata, so it's a 5 might now. It underspends, because it's at a battlefield, you're on a point, to gain a point. You kill it, you put it back in the deck, you cycle for your deck again, do it again infinitely, basically. So, cool idea. How good it is in normal play is going to be very strange. If your opponent has any way to deal with this, good luck. And I can now see how the Lux was winning all through the day. And I bet you that this has happened to the point where someone played the full game for like 45 minutes and didn't get their like turn 5, and then didn't think smart enough to go, no, I see the combo, let's play game 2, and then looked at the clock and went like, oh, we don't have time for a game 2.
So I guess we get our answer, but wait a second, Agita, you might have to explain it to me one more time. So we're not counting time warp in the picture. Renata has to exhaust to get the extra point. And how, once you get to 5, how do you keep re-readying Renata from Fiora Worthy?
Because she's buffed. She comes in at 5. She comes in mighty.
Yeah, she comes in mighty. But how do you ready it after readying it again? Like, how do you make it a 5 again and again and again?
So the buff comes in after you've played it, right? So she's a 4 might unit. She comes back in. The buff gets attached to her. She's now mighty. She's become mighty. Fiora now goes, hey, I'm not once per turn. Pay the 1. Pay the 1. Turner sideways.
Oh, retreat. Thank you, Agito, and thank you, chat. Okay, so you're not leaving Renata on the battlefield. So you're either retreating it back to hand and then replaying it and rinse and repeat. The entire loop is here. Unbelievable. This is the first time we've ever got pleasure witnessing quite literally an infinite loop combo where you have an abundance of infinite energy slash power to work with. I see why he wasn't scared. He kept his composure the entire time. Is there any way to countering this? I would imagine if you go fast enough, you would imagine, but at 7-1, you were right there on the cusp of winning. How do you take care of something like this? Is it just deny them further card draw, hard bargaining the progress day so they don't get any cards in hand? What's kind of, how do you counter this deck? Because I mean, it seems like so many pieces have to align for decks to actually succeed. But maybe it's a little bit more consistent than we would imagine because he's X1 currently on the day.
Yeah, so I'm going to say this now. I apologize to everyone. I just wanted some war crimes. This is a different kind of war crime. It's not what I asked for. Number two, I think you just have to start hard bargaining either early on so they can't get to dig through their deck earlier, or it's a case of you have to get rid of the Lux as quick as possible. Just because I think she was the big issue here. Getting like 3 or 4 turns of just the extra 2 ruins was just very good at getting those progress days out early. Getting that, as you said, 15 card hand, 16 card hand, drawing it halfway through your deck by turn 4 or 5 is very impactful. And then if there's any more kill spells in the deck, I think that's the case of it. Or if it's an early Moonfall, get the Moonfall out early, get rid of that Lux. But right now, that's yeah, we have an infinite combo that isn't just Miracle.
Yeah,
And
we've
I
never
apologize.
seen it before. So leave it up to the Chinese region to come up with something we've never seen before. I mean, they've cooked in the past, but this might be one of the most brilliant, maybe degenerate cooks we've ever seen in the history of Riftbound. So this is a fantastic round number 7. You know, if Lightning could strike 2 times in a row, meaning can Lux win in the same exact fashion? I think there's some legs here. There might be some legs to this Lux deck. Let's go ahead and join these players. What could be the very last game of today. But let's see if Diana found a kind of loophole. And by a loophole, if you eclipse slash stupefy this Renata, denying them the ready, that could be a way of kind of stopping them. They need to find the pin. They need to pinpoint the thing that kind of runs everything, which it seems to be to me that Renata, blue Renata.
No name. Respectfully, just go watch the last video as they went through their deck at least 60 plus cards. So you can, if you just watch the video, you will just see every single card they have. It's like 3 Echo,
Yeah.
3 Shadow Calls, 3 Sacrifices, probably 3 of each of the Death Kill 1 Might units. So the extra Ruins and the extra draws. What else did we see there? Probably 3 Forge of the Foundry.
Right. And of course, if you guys want to wait a little bit, when we do those single
Echoes.
uploads on YouTube, I'll post the deck list, of course, on the pinned comment and on the video description. But we don't have the deck list yet, as it is a closed deck list event, so I won't be able to do that until the event is over. So keep an eye on that when I upload. When you see a Lux on the thumbnail, you guys know it's the crazy infinite loop Lux. But can they do it again is the question I'm posing to everyone here today. If she can, I'm going to be thoroughly impressed, but I'm just not seeing it. Let's see if they can, though. I hope I eat my words, because if this is a bit of a consistent strategy, it's something we've never seen before, as I keep sounding like a bit of a broken record by now.
Yeah, I don't think you get many games where you get to do the whole, I'm going to draw my deck out, to be fair, or get a chance to do it. Now that they know that the game plan, Diana might be a bit more reckless with the bags now, just because before they didn't really play it until I think at one point, and then it was just didn't really do anything at that point anymore. But yeah, going first for Diana now, so they get on the point a little bit earlier here. That could be the difference between game 1 and game 2. Getting that extra point early, putting in the Yordle, okay, and then going into Sump Works.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
Currently,
it looks to be a clear picture path of kind of, if you go too fast, where Luxes have, you know, the whole deck in hand to do these type of plays by the end game, then you might be able to go ahead and finish the game out and bring us to that game number 3. So that's something to consider as well. Can you go fast enough? Diana not known for her speedy way of closing out things, but sometimes with things like Tide Turner that we've seen in the past, they are ways to kind of double conquer in a single turn. Of course, once you establish a couple more units, you do make it a little bit easier on top of things like Ride the Wind. but it looks like she does want to put at minimum a point on the board to start things off. Granted, it is Ripper's base, so you could go ahead and bounce it back to hand and continue to draw, because that's where this deck shines, right? There's no deck that draws quite as much as this deck, but forget about Ripper's bait. It looks like a retreat to do the job.
Yeah, so there you go. Just all this extra channeling is crazy. And play it back out again. You know what? As much as I wanted Princess Warcrimes, this was the true Warcrime we all wanted.
It really feels that way, huh? This is something that no one had on their bingo card, but I am excited nonetheless. Let's see, can Diana hang in there? Because I wouldn't mind. I mean, do they even have time for game 3 is the question, because the first game took well over 35 minutes. There's only 25 remaining, and this is still the very early stages of this game number 2, 1-1 as it currently stands. Diana has to kind of put the pedal to the metal and just kind of hope she's able to get there, or at the minimum have the tools to combat the Infiloop, as we discussed before, Stupefy / Eclipse to react for the Renata to not be able to ready on that turn.
For move, we'll get rid of the in brackets the problem card early on. Yep, there you go, simple trade. Yeah, I think this might be a game, though, where you have to go a bit slower in terms of the looks here until you can get your combo pieces going. We didn't see any of the draw power currently. Don't really want to get the looks out super early, but we did see the first Moonfall coming down, which means it's a little less likely to be a second one in hand. I think it'll be easy for the looks to sort of stay on the field, at least for a couple of turns. Did we get access to some draw power? We did. We just saw the progress state drawn from the deck. We do have the sump there if they want to play that to get the extra draw on the opponent's turn.
You know, as a fun little side note here, I almost don't want this Lux to go ahead and prove that it's pretty consistent, because imagine how many people after today's China's regional will be bringing this kind of deck to locals. I don't want to play these 1-hour matches against any of my opponents. It was fun to watch, to spectate, but playing against this is another beast. But progress day number 1, replenishing that hand up to a healthy amount of 11 cards currently. And this is a decent position she's in. I feel like Diana was going a little bit more speedier in this game number 1. So not kind of spreading the distance in terms of points. So the more breathing room you have for Lux, the more opportunity you have to get to the same exact position they found themselves at that very last turn, where they did everything they could and sequence it as perfectly as you can. I mean, I'm not too familiar. I don't know where the missed sequences can be. Maybe if Echo wasn't able to kind of gain back sacrifice, you could stupefy that, but that's just going to be taking it down in terms of not channeling 2 runes, because it's not mighty, so you're not truly stopping it from there. I guess it's only strictly the Renata play you can stop.
Yeah, Renata's probably the play you can stop, or a Ruination if you get the board that's full and you've got nothing on your side. Maybe just bagging the progress rate for 4, so that way you just can't play it on that turn, would be probably the biggest hindrance to just getting the extra 4 cards from the deck into your hand. We're going to do a Stupefy just to get the extra draw, which, I mean, that's pretty good. You know, 3 draws on 1 turn. I can't say no to that. Another Retreat. And then another Echo in hand. So we now got 2 Echoes in hand. Bit early for the weird Echo combo, I think. But nonetheless, it's still a play we can do. But I think you just want to start drawing naturally rather than forcefully with Echo till you're at the bottom of that deck.
Right, and that's exactly why we see the sunk work map. When your opponent scores, you draw 1. So the whole name of the game for Lux right now is draw every single one of your pieces, all the Echoes, all the sacrifices, the Fiora, the Renata, and then go from there. Can you go ahead and get to that position? That's where you want to go ahead and get to, and that's where he found himself at the very end of that game number 1. Currently doesn't have some of those puzzle pieces in hand, but we all know if there's something like a secondary progress day, that could be a huge step in the right direction. But now with 2 units established on both these battlefields, that's threatening a 2 to 3 turn, or 3 to 5, 5 to 7, 3 turn clock currently. So you do want to be mindful of that. Can you go ahead and do the infinite combo one more time within the next 3 turns?
And then you got your 2 draws. It's going to fade away following turn. You do get access to that extra draw. So overall, not a bad start for this turn 3. Or turn 4 on now. Do we just want to play... Forge or the Foundry, maybe get 2 recruits on the field, get a recruit on the field. Maybe you can go into. They can't do the Fountain because of the Vex currently in the battlefield. Do some draws, I guess. If you want to do some stupefiers, get some extra draws going, might as well.
That is
There we go.
exactly the game plan he has. He's saying, why not a little bit extra draw? Stupefy number 2, I believe. And he might play out another Sentry just to kind of generate some more card potential going forward. Soaring Scout is a unit number 1. I wouldn't put it past it as unit number 2 being the Sentry that he has in hand. We catch glimpse. There is a couple future of the Forge of the Future in hand. Might as well can play that. Has the Sacrifice that was a big puzzle piece as well to those Echo's depths to regenerate all your runes. In a purple deck, I can see where things like Starcross could kind of put a huge wrench into this game plan. But Sacrifice is an interesting card because if you guys don't know, to play Sacrifice, just to put it on the chain, you have to actually kill the unit. So you can't defy Sacrifice and not let Echo die, right? You actually always are guaranteed to kill Echo because similar to how Overzealous Fan works these days, when you use the Overzealous Fan ability to even put it on the chain, Overzealous has to go to the trash, right? The same idea applies to Sacrifice. So there's no truly way of kind of playing around Sacrifice. Echo's always going to die. So that's what makes it kind of very consistent, I would imagine, with Sacrifice and Echo strategy.
Yeah, because you're getting half the bonus, even if you're not getting the full bonus, because it's a cost to the card. It's not like a additional thing later on. The other thing as well is, as you said, you could always Starcross the Renata, but if she just gets played again, you can just, you essentially just give her the buff again so she can come in ready and do what she wants to do. Getting rid of that Vex is going to be the issue now, but if they really want to, they could also Ruinate just to clear the board, get all their triggers off from the currently not temporary Soaring Scout, and just gain more bonuses that way.
Right. We'll see. I mean, just inching away at the point department, 5-1 currently. We saw her go all the way up to 7. Is 2 turns enough for the Lux to do the exact same thing they've done before? I will say I think they've drawn a little bit less this game as they're only up to 12 cards currently in hand. Didn't double/triple Progress Day just yet, but did die from the Sentry. Actually, the Sentry had temporary from Shadow's Call, so it does get the inevitable draw there. So up to 13 cards. I feel like this is the setup turn. If you could just draw the majority of the cards that are left in the deck, something like a Progress Day into a couple more card draws, then we might see the vision one more time.
Oh. I mean, Gust does kind of put you back a turn, I suppose, in terms of the extra 13th card that you probably wanted. And to play the cost to bring it back to hand instead? Because you get the extra ruin, right?
I think in reaction to the Gus, he just floated energy because he didn't bounce Ripper's Bay because you have to control Ripper's Bay. But here we go. Are we going to go ahead as early as this turn right here, right now? Agito, Echo comes down. And as we saw from that opening game, Echo into Sacrifices is exactly where things turn for the worst / the best, depending on what side you're on.
Yeah. As we said before, this is a case of the cost is you have to kill it first. If you can stop it, it doesn't really matter too much in that sense because you can get the draws. If you can stop it, then you've got all your runes back to do it again if you've got another one in hand. So do we kind of go for another Progress Day is the question here? Or do a Ruination, which looks like it's only a one of in the deck?
And I almost feel like he sided out Ruination because he wasn't too worried about protecting the board or denying any further points. I haven't seen any Ruination as of yet, so we'll see if they kind of sideboard things out.
In the opening hand, but they only play one of it, I believe.
Okay, so down at the bottom from the early mulligan, but Echo into Sacrifice one more time, just generating an infinite amount of resources, it feels like, in terms of runes / energy currently. And they always have the Forge of Fluff currently on the base. So any single time they could go ahead and restore or recycle, I should add, 3 cards, or is it 4 cards? 3 to 4 cards from your discard pile back to the deck, which we've seen come in clutch, is exactly part of the strategy, the infinite loop strategy that this Lux player has kind of cultivated here for today's regional.
We do see the 2 Progress Days in hand, so we could always just get them going, right? I think the issue they've got here currently is how do they get rid of the Vex on the field unless they just go so far up in extra cards that they can just ruination the board, doesn't matter then, and then they can do the rest of the combo.
True, they might have enough energy to do so. But as this player kind of continues to do what they did in game number 1, how do you think he came to this conclusion? You think he was messing around with cards and just had the big brain vision of saying, like, wait a second, if I run Renata Blue Champion with Future of the Fluff, Echo into Sacrifice, how did this deck actually get built? Because it's something that no one had in mind, right? It's kind of coming out of left field. I'm here for it though, for sure. Like, I love seeing innovation, especially in a space that a lot of people have considered to be a solved meta. But maybe this luck's saying, wait a second, we got a new type of control deck in the mix, and I love it.
No, I'm always down for some fun things like this. It does seem to be an interesting take where they have just thought, like, what is the most infinite line I can take until we can do what we want to do, which in this case is play 12 Echoes a turn, make 70 Ruins, and then just go, okay, I can just get rid of the whole board state, and then I can just turn this card live, and then I can just play the Fiora to just do it every single time I wanted to, and then we can just get retreat back to hand every time. So I'm going to say probably a lot of messing around just to figure out like what was the key card you needed. But with the fact that you can draw, I think from 12 cards a turn would be the best rotation. Would be, if it's just a regular 12 cards, would probably be 8. But obviously with Echo just doing his thing, it's just infinite at this point. Retreat to hand.
And Chad Neiman saying how many cards you want to hand. Jolty, if you're just joining us, you'll see exactly why she needs all these cards in hand. They've developed some kind of an infinite combo with the Renata Blue Champion and Echo and Sacrifice, just doing kind of the most craziest, nonsensical in some aspect, but obviously there's a lot of logic to this, a lot of proper sequencing at that. You don't want to any little misstep and you're not able to ready your runes / float your runes, and your game plan goes completely the wrong way out the window. So it's tricky. I feel like not everyone is going to be able to pilot this deck, especially, your first time ever playing it. But I think there's some merit here. I'm definitely impressed, and I think it's actually a bit more consistent than I originally thought.
I think there's a little bit of luck involved in terms of like you've got to get into those draw cards at the right time, or at least into a continuous draw nation. Because if you just go a little bit blank, it does kind of ruin the fun. But would you explain why there's only 3 or 4 cards that are one-ofs in the deck now?
Yeah, and I think the entire game plan is that you pretty much take every card away from the deck. That way you consistently keep drawing Echo and Sacrifice over and over again by putting Future of the Fluff back, using Future of the Fluff, putting those cards back in hand, and then you draw those cards. So you're always drawing Future, you're always drawing Echoes, you're always drawing Sacrifices, so you're generating an infinite amount of resources. And then once Fiora hits the board, once the Renata Champion hits the board, that's how you get the job done, on top of just knowing your opponent. Because if I'm the opponent, I kind of see the writing on the walls. He's doing it again, Alguito. I don't see it any other way. I think it's going to be one of those combos that is going to lead to the same way it ended in game number 1. There's 12 minutes left. He probably has enough time to do so, as there's just 2 cards remaining in the deck.
And just for those people who are wondering why he's drawing 5, Lady of Luminosity, starter, which is Luxie's legend card. When you play a spell that costs 5 or more, you get to draw 1. And Progress Day is a 6 and a 1 card. So there you go, that's why they're drawing 5. So this deck just draws.
Yeah,
so we
I've
have
never seen a deck that It is. And I've never seen a deck where the entire strategy revolves around drawing your entire deck. Usually the more cards, the better, right? Drawing cards is good in any TCGs, but drawing your entire deck hasn't been a strategy we've seen previously. And you're totally right, Gito. There was that ruination you mentioned, but I think everything else has been drawn. But I think currently we're just sitting here at the develop as much floating energy as you can. So Echo, and I feel a little bit bad for this opponent. I don't know about you guys, but his opponent is a bit more patient than I would be in this situation. Granted, I think I'm powerless. What can you realistically do? As you pointed out, he's still doing an action per a couple seconds, so it's not like he's slow playing here. This is just an incredible amount of decision points he has to get through.
So he knows exactly what he needs to put back into the deck to make the deck work, which is fine. He's constantly playing cards. He's not slow playing, which is also fine. So, other than the fact that we have an infinite combo in the game now, which is just absolutely incredible, is yeah, GG. It's like I don't want to play anymore.
Oh my goodness. So we didn't even see the actual conclusion of the game. I thought we'll get the Renata on the board, but you know, another way of winning is to just tilt your opponent to oblivion and saying, hey, I've had enough. You've drawn one too many cards. I've seen this Echo so much that he's going to appear in my nightmares. I'm traumatized by Sacrifice Echo at this point, and he had enough, and that is a GG concede. Lux will be making it to day 2. Let's head back to the commentary booth. Alguito, does this crazy Infinite Loop Lux deck have what it takes? Can they be crowned champion, or does it have some pitfalls that aren't super obvious currently? Because I like what I saw. The only downside I would say is the time. But once you get into the top 8, it's untimed. Maybe that could go in your favor if you manage to get there, of course.
So, I'm just trying to figure out right now. What did it lose to?
Chat, help us out here. What does he lose to? Because you can't Star-Cross Echo as Sacrifice still sacrifices it. Things that decrease might, as we discussed before, is that really a counter? Because Renata's trying to get up to 5, but you play it. There's no such thing as reacting to the play. So if anything, you're reacting to the Fiora ability coming online to ready it. And I think in that point, it's just too late. Renata has already readied, right? You can Star-Cross as long as the sacrifice goes on the stack first, Franco. But to put sacrifice on the stack, you have to already discard your unit, aka sacrifice the unit. So I don't think defy, Michael. Yeah, no, actually, Michael, no, defy. You can't defy a sacrifice, guys. I mean, you can, but the unit still gets dead, still dies.
Yeah. So you're still killing the thing, so you don't get the draws or the extra ruin, but you've already done half the play, which is just give me loads more ruins.
Right. You know, we found the answer, Aguito. Inverted timeline. We saw Annie player recently. I think it was round 3, 4, maybe 5 now. I can't recall. But Annie had mainboard inverted timelines to deal with the amount of card available for Diana players. Diana had like 13 cards to Annie's 4, and they inverted timeline. So inverted timelines would go absolutely bonkers against this deck. So I guess there's a way of kind of countering, but how many inverted timelines have we realistically seen at those top tables? Not too many.
I'd say the issue here is, like people are saying, obviously with inverted timelines, is if you discard your hand for the 4, you're just giving them 4 extra cards. And I bet it's 4 extra cards that they can just use anyway.
Right. And BME, you make a good point. The answer is always punch first. And he's not talking about the card, of course. But chat, that's going to be it. And what an awesome, brilliant way of closing out today's Tianjin Regional Open. I could have never expected it. I don't think anyone at home could have expected it, but this was the key piece of the puzzle, saying this is actually how I win from a deficit from 7-1. It is with the blue chosen champion Renata. And not even on a Renata deck, in a Lux deck to break it. We finally found a home for this card. We finally found a home for a lot of cards. I feel like Echo, Sacrifice, and Renata have never felt better in any deck. Maybe Sacrifice and LeBlanc, but either or, those other cards, they don't feel any bit better than they do in this Lux package. Hopefully, we see a little bit more of it in day 2. Maybe not on the future table, but I want to see the statistics saying 1 Lux have made it into top 64, of course.
This one, and only this one, because this is the only one playing the Infinite Loop Lux deck version. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe there's a
I will
teammate of
apologize
his
now.
that made it as well.
I did want this deck. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was this version of the deck. I just wanted War Crimes. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, you did. You said you want to see Princess War Crimes, but this is on another level of War Crimes. But cool to see some innovation nonetheless. I think everyone at home was hyped to see it. I was super excited to see it. But chat, that is going to be a wrap for us. Acid Rain, he was playing a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh here. And we'll see Mickey if he does make it all the way to top 8. Please first vid with the list drop. Yeah, Cameron, when I post the individual videos like I do on YouTube, I'll put the link on, put the deck list in the pinned comments for everyone. But that is going to be it for me. We approach, I believe, a 10-hour stream. Not too shabby, but I do need to rest up as tomorrow is day 2 top 64. We already narrowed it down from 640 players, and tomorrow the best of the best top 64 of them remain. So I'm excited for that. But as I get them, anything you want to leave us on, or I think you were in the middle of saying something, so finish your thought at least.
I was just saying, this is obviously the play that what you want to do after you got your 75 ruins up and you killed Echo 25 times. This is the play basically where you just do the buff to unsuspend, to then suspend yourself to get the draw, and then either you kill yourself or you retreat yourself and you just basically loot the deck some more. And that's basically the game plan. But again, sorry, I know I asked for Lux. I shouldn't have asked for Lux. I apologize. I'm so sorry, everyone. We just had to witness Solitaire on stream and set free already. But that was really interesting. I'm not gonna lie, that was very interesting.
It was fun.
And
It
then
was fun. I mean, it's not every day we see something new, right? So anytime we see something new, like we saw Rengar last weekend, apparently this is the weekend of Lux Infinite combo. As I said before, I am here for it. Can they make a deeper run tomorrow? We will be finding out. That's going to be on everyone's radar, saying how is the Lux doing? Do they progress to top 32, top 16? We'll see. As I said before, the one thing that's holding her back is time. If your opponent doesn't concede, GG, throw up the fist bump, actually executing the combo in 60 minutes might be the only way of tying things. And a tie isn't good enough to secure that top 8 position. It might be with only one loss though, so we'll see. But for now, chat, Aguito, if you want to leave us any little sign-offs or any way they can find you online, I think that would be perfect before we sign off.
Just answer questions in the chat. You get to the point where you're so far into the game that you will just eventually ruination their board, so it doesn't matter what they're doing to stop you from doing things because you're dead. 2, thank you for being here. We always appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you aren't part of the channel, please subscribe. As you can see us when we're doing it again. With next week, there'll be more fun in the future. And I'm currently just going through Vancouver stuff. I know you guys record it yourselves, but I wanted to catch up myself to see what was going on. So there is a little sort of a stream slash chat about the games on my channel currently, where all the top 8 will be played out this weekend. And good luck in your skirmishes. It is skirmish season right now, so get those Rengars where you can, as those are spiking in price, because everyone loves a good ambush.
Yeah, maybe don't get them too early because they should drop down a little bit, because there is going to be more Rengars in the pool because they're top 8 distribute. You know, top 8 gets distributed, those Rengars. But either way, as Agita said, best of luck on your summer scrimmage. If you guys have some time, we will be back here tomorrow. As we discussed before, top 64 day 2 is just a couple hours away from now. Maybe not a couple hours, like 14 hours from now. So I'll get some good rest, and I'll let Alguito take some good rest. But you guys at home, enjoy the rest of your days, and I'll catch some of you guys back here tomorrow. Take care, everyone.
Have fun tomorrow.